World's Best Martial Artist Chapter 1314 to Chapter 1337. North King's challenge was indeed a little troublesome. There was no clear standard for passing. The only way was to save the North Royal concubine, and then North King said nothing. In this situation, according to Fang Ping's habit, he would naturally beat him up. But now, because of Moon Spirit, he could not do it. Fang Ping gave Iron Head a bad idea, but Iron Head ignored him. At this moment, Fang Ping thought for a while, took a step forward, looked at North King's projection, and said, "Senior North King, Moon Spirit Heavenly King is your daughter. I wonder if you remember." He was not too sure if North King recognized Moon Spirit. This was also hard to say. After all, a girl changed 18 times between childhood and womanhood. It had been tens of thousands of years. North King might not even remember her aura. North King was still silent. Fang Ping was speechless. "If not for some scruples, with this attitude of yours, do you believe that I would beat you up now? You're just a projection, and you really think you're a king? Moon Spirit Heavenly King is already married. Do you know, Senior?" Moon Spirit glanced at Fang Ping, her eyes unfriendly. Fang Ping turned his head and smiled innocently. "I'm telling the truth, it's not a secret." Although he did not want to cause trouble with Moon Spirit, he still had to pass. Fang Ping continued, "North Royal Concubine's last wish was for Moon Spirit to live a good life. Senior, don't you care at all? If you don't care, why resurrect North Royal Concubine?" As soon as he said this, the silent North King suddenly looked at Fang Ping, his eyes deep. Fang Ping looked straight at him. Did a mere projection want him to not look straight at him? The silent North King finally spoke again this time, saying in a low voice, "Save her, pass the challenge." It was still the same words as before. Fang Ping frowned. This guy was stubborn. Fang Ping smiled and suddenly said, "Senior North King, Moon Spirit Heavenly King is not doing too well. After your real body disappeared, your son-in-law Han Yu, the son of the earthly emperor, abandoned Moon Spirit." Boom. His aura was turbulent. North King suddenly shot a glance at Fang Ping, his gaze as sharp as a knife. Fang Ping's heart settled. "You still have a lot of memories, are you?" He knew that these projections had selfish motives. North King pretended to be cold, but now he had seen through him. Fang Ping liked to do things like this where it hurt the most when it hurt the most. Fang Ping continued to transmit his voice, "Not only that, Hong Yu has used the Moon Spirit many times, but he somehow managed to obtain the support of some sovereigns, even your real body. Of course, I'm not sure if your real body is still alive. Moon Spirit was unable to take revenge. She had been guarding Mount Wangu for 8,000 years just to wait for Hong Yu to change his mind. It was a pity that Hong Yu might have given up on him because Moon Spirit no longer had the support of an emperor. Now, it was said that Hong Yu was very close with Ren Huang's female official, Jiao Xian. It seemed like he wanted to marry Jiao Xian and gain Ren Huang's support. Of course, Ren Huang had the same idea. After all, Hong Yu was the son of the earthly sovereign. Moreover, Hong Yu's elder brother, Hong Kuan, had also broken through 8. Compared to the bloodline of the earthly emperor, the bloodline of the North Emperor can only be said to be in decline. Fang Ping hit him hard and continued, "Also, the first seat of the North Emperor's bloodline, Lu Shan, who is also your eldest disciple, has now defected to the Emperor God. Your bloodline now only has 2 heavenly kings, one is the Moon Spirit, the other is Lu Shan. Lu Shan defected to the Emperor God and acted together with Yi. Yi and Hong Yu also have some contact. They are both the so-called patrollers." Fang Ping looked at the North Emperor, smiling and transmitting his voice, "Senior, you are struggling here for the sake of the fallen North Imperial concubine. How? Would you know how lowly your daughter is in the outside world? I'll say something that you don't like to hear. Is the living more important or the dead more important? In the end, the North Imperial concubine asked Senior to take good care of the Moon Spirit, and now?" Fang Ping sighed. "Now, there is no one in the bloodline of the North Emperor. They can only watch as Moon Spirit is bullied. Even the 2 Demon Palace Hall Masters under Hong Yu dare to bully Moon Spirit. I wonder if Senior still remembers the 2 horsekeepers from the Earth Palace in the past. These 2 horsekeepers are also heavenly kings now. Of course, I killed one of them. He was also the one who bullied Moon Spirit and was arrogant. I didn't make these things up. If Xianxia really wants to know, there are so many people here. You can just ask them. Also, Senior, do you see this? There are so many people here. The few people on the left are all from the Earth realm. In other words, they are Hong Yu's subordinates. But look at them. Other than their fear of Moon Spirit's strength, do they respect her status? Not only that, the North Imperial concubine is Hong Yu's mother-in-law. But the venerable emperors under Hong Yu were rude to her. What is their attitude? Fang Ping kept talking about everything. The North Emperor kept staring at him. After a while, without transmitting his voice, he said directly, "Who are you?" "The King of Humans, the King of Humans, Fang Ping." Fang Ping replied loudly, smiling. "The King of Humans never lies." He said he was the King of Humans, and no one refuted him. Of course, he said he never lied, and no one took him seriously. They just didn't dare to say anything. "Fang Ping, how many truths do you speak?" Beside him, Fang's eyes flickered. He really wanted to find out what Fang Ping and the North Emperor had said. The North Emperor had been silent before, but now his aura was turbulent. He even spoke to Fang Ping a few times. Obviously, Fang Ping might have really found a way to pass the level. Feng was not in a hurry to speak. He was also observing and waiting quietly. He wanted to see how Fang Ping would pass the level. With Fang Ping as the first, if he passed the level, he would have some clues. In this way, he could also pass the level smoothly. Fang Ping had a lot of tricks up his sleeve. This was known to the older powerhouses. This guy had passed many levels consecutively. It was also a clear proof. At this moment, the North Emperor's eyes were slightly solemn. The King of Humans, the King of Humans, his status was not low. Moreover, he was very powerful. He also felt many strong auras from Fang Ping. These were left behind by other emperors. Obviously, Fang Ping had passed a few levels. Even if the words of a King of Humans were fake, most of them could still be trusted. The North Emperor looked at Moon Spirit from the corner of his eyes. Indeed, although many years had passed, he could still feel a great difference when he saw his daughter again. In the past, his daughter was domineering and arrogant. She had the Emperor's father supporting her and the Emperor's father-in-law. It could be said that she was doted on by thousands for her entire life. Want wind wind, want rain rain rain. That attitude was completely different from how she was now. The current Moon Spirit was taciturn and always wore a mask. He was afraid that life was not going her way. A murderous intent flashed in the North Emperor's eyes. He had memories. Although it was not a lot, it was not a lot. He had memories of his daughter getting married. She was married to the son of the earthly emperor, one of the few most talented descendants of the emperors in the three realms. He had chosen them himself, Celestial Pol, Hong Yu, and even Hong Kuan. These people were all within the scope of his assessment. In the end, he chose Hong Yu. His daughter also liked Hong Yu. Everyone was happy. This marriage had ended. He felt that he could answer to his deceased partner. His daughter was married to the most talented martial artist in the three realms. He was also willing to marry the powerful earthly emperor. If this was not a beautiful marriage, what was? However, he did not expect that his daughter would be treated this way when his real body disappeared. At this moment, the North Emperor suddenly sent a voice transmission to Fang Ping. "My real body has already fallen?" He did not know whether his real body had fallen or not. Fang Ping also sent a voice transmission. "I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe he's not dead, but he should be restricted. I heard that because of suppressing Celestial Emperor and the flaws in the Tao, emperors like you are restricted. You can't leave the Source Universe or the Nine Heavens." The North Emperor frowned slightly. Fang Ping's heart stirred. He said again, "Senior, do you know about the battle that year? The battle that suppressed Celestial Emperor?" "I don't know. This place was formed before that. The projection here did not know about those things. It was fine as long as they could communicate." Seeing that he was willing to communicate, Fang Ping continued, "Senior, there's no point in trapping us now. Hong Yu and the others have also come in. Senior, you're trapping us, but Hong Yu and the others are constantly breaking through and becoming stronger. If this goes on, Moon Spirit Heavenly King might feel even worse. They can only watch helplessly as the heartless man becomes stronger and stronger. The North Emperor looked at him coldly. After a while, he sent a voice transmission. You want to break through? Yes. If what you said is true and you want to break through, then kill Hong Yu. Fong Ping almost cursed. Kill your grandpa. I might as well just kill you and be done with it. Among these emperor projections, there were strong and weak ones. The powerful one was Celestial Emperor Badian, who had broken through 8 heavenly kings directly. Moreover, he was not at the beginner level. The weak ones might only have broken through 6 heavenly kings, such as the Beast Emperor's projection. The North Emperor in front of him had broken through 7 heavenly kings at most. Who was Hong Yu? Broken 8, moreover, he might not just be at the beginner level. Fong Ping could not tell how strong Hong Yu was right now. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, and the others were more cunning. Fong Ping was not sure of their real combat strength. Senior, you must be joking. Hong Yu has broken through 8 heavenly kings. He might even be a powerhouse who has broken through 2 heavenly kings. Even Feng is not Hong Yu's match. Senior, you want me to kill Hong Yu? I'm afraid I won't be able to break through this stage. The North Emperor looked at Fong Ping again. His gaze lingered on him for a while before he sent a voice transmission. You people came here for the opportunity. This emperor's trial has its difficulties, but there are naturally opportunities as well. Among the 9 emperors, I might not be the strongest emperor. However, I am not completely useless as I have proven myself as an emperor. Vitality, spiritual consciousness, bones. Some emperors have distinctive features and are famous in the 3 realms. I don't seem to have any special features. However, I can become one of the 9 emperors. The more ordinary I am, the more it proves one thing. The North Emperor paused again. In the next moment, the arrogance in his eyes exploded. The more it proves that my strength lies in my omnipotence. An ordinary person who could become an emperor was not weak, but strong. Of course, this was what the North Emperor said. However, thinking about it carefully, it was not unreasonable. A powerhouse without any special features had become one of the 9 emperors in the end. He did not have any special features that were particularly strong. However, he did not have any areas that were too weak. Otherwise, he would not have become an emperor. The North Emperor looked at Fong Ping and said. Again, I have observed you. Your spiritual consciousness, vitality, and bones are not weak. I can't see through your origin. I think it won't be too weak. However, you are not without weaknesses. The North Emperor looked at Fong Ping deeply. The more omnipotent an emperor is, the stronger they are and the stronger their survivability is. The Divine Emperor, the East Emperor, and the others are all walking the path of omnipotence, including fighting. Even the Celestial Emperor that you mentioned is also walking this path. It's not that they are focused on one area. If they were to focus on one area, it would be the extreme path. I am only a projection after all. I can't see too clearly. However, you have a weakness, a very big weakness. Your golden body is too weak. Fong Ping was slightly stunned. Golden body, in the next moment, he understood. It was not bones, but a golden body, in other words, flesh, meridians, and internal organs. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He did not pay much attention to this before. At his level, as long as his bones were strong, it would be enough. As for his flesh, at most, it would collapse. It was actually not a big deal. It would not affect his combat strength much. However, the North Emperor seemed to have read his mind. He said telepathically, you think the flesh is not important? If the bones are strong, the flesh and blood of the flesh can be born at any time. It doesn't seem too important, right? Fong Ping replied. Wasn't it? Idiot. The North Emperor, however, rejected his statement. He said telepathically, since the flesh is an important part of the human body, how can it not be important? Only when the flesh is coordinated and strong can you control your strength better. Since you have learned the Emperor's method of qualitative change, you should understand one thing. Your strength control can never be integrated into one. From what I see, you have not reached the realm of integration. Fang Ping's eyes moved slightly. The realm of integration? That's right. Even we can't achieve this. Those who have truly achieved it, back then there was Zhang. Do might have achieved it too. The Divine Emperor might have achieved it too. The East Emperor is working hard in this direction. Fang Ping's heart stirred. The so-called integration into one, the realm of integration, did it mean that one had 100% control of strength? Fang Ping asked suddenly, what are the benefits of having full control of strength? What are the benefits? The North Emperor's face was full of mockery. He replied, of course there are many benefits, very great. After integration into one. I will say one thing. Even if the origin martial artists can't use their origin, their combat strength may not decline. Fang Ping was shocked. What did he mean? Even if it was an emperor, without the origin, there would definitely be a decline in combat strength. However, according to the North Emperor, if an emperor reached 100% control of strength, even if the origin collapsed, they would still have their original combat strength. Strength comes from energy. As long as there is energy between heaven and earth, they can borrow it. Even if they can't borrow the strength of the origin, when they reach the realm of integration, they can also borrow other energy to make up for the loss of the origin, unless there is no more energy between heaven and earth. If this goes on, then they will fall in rank and not have their peak combat strength. And this is only one of the reasons. The North Emperor's words made Fang Ping's heart surge again. So that was it. This time, he had gained a lot from each checkpoint. He had never thought of this kind of situation before. There was actually such a benefit to having 100% control of strength. Of course, Fang Ping's Tao had collapsed, but his origin world was still there. The current him was actually also borrowing the strength of the origin. According to the North Emperor, even if his origin world collapsed, if Fang Ping could reach 100% control, he might still be able to maintain the combat strength when the origin world had not collapsed. The stronger the corporeal body, the more airtight it is, the more you can maintain the strength and not decline. When you were cultivating the golden body, didn't your teacher say that it's a leakless body? The North Emperor was indifferent. Your corporeal body is collapsing, how can it not leak? How can you make use of all the strength? If that's the case, how can you step into the realm of integration? Fang Ping understood the North Emperor's words. The corporeal body was quite important. It was not like what Fang Ping said, that it was fine as long as the bones were strong and the body collapsed. Fang Ping could not help but look at the North Emperor. Was this guy trying to say that what he was teaching in this checkpoint was the method of forging the corporeal body? To be honest, Fang Ping had really not come into contact with this type of method. What he came into contact with the most were either battle techniques, cultivation techniques, or bone honing techniques. Most powerhouses didn't care about the body forging technique. Their main focus was the bone forging technique. In the eyes of experts, bones were the most important because bones supported the body. From rank 1 onwards, martial artists were all building their bones. As for the physical body, it was just an accessory. Even though Ironhead's body had collapsed, Fang Ping did not take it seriously. It was fine as long as his bones were still intact. Now, Fang Ping was deep in thought. If that was the case, the physical body was still very important. Thinking about it, it made sense. Only when the body and the bones were united would the human body be formed. Not all of them were skeletons. Otherwise, they might as well turn everyone into skeletons. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about strengthening his fleshly body, but his fleshly body couldn't compare to his bones. There were golden bones and jade bones, and there were ways to refine them, but he didn't have a fleshly body. Senior, you mean, if what you said is true, then kill Hong Yu and I'll teach you the way to refine your body. Fang Ping was speechless. He had shot himself in the foot. Why did you mention Hong Yu? Kill Hong Yu. Stop joking. Even if he had broken 8, Fang Ping might not have the confidence. Moreover, North King was a cunning fellow. He even killed Hong Yu and taught him the way to refine his body. Was Fang Ping the kind of person who would easily work and only get paid after the work was done? Fang Ping thought about it and said, it's very difficult. A top-notch powerhouse who has broken 8 and has the support of an emperor. Forget about the way to refine his body, even the imperial inheritance might not be accepted. Senior, let's not talk about this first. How are you going to pass this round? North King gave him a deep look and continued, this round is actually a test of the path of the physique. Fang Ping was stunned. A test of the path of the physique, resurrecting the North Imperial concubine, how was it related to the path of the physique? Fang Ping fell into deep thought. North King said nothing more. Don't tell me I have to split my body and create a North Imperial concubine? What an evil feeling. Or, the strength of the body can resurrect people? Fang Ping thought hard. At this moment, he had some ideas. This round was not simply a test of resurrection. North King probably knew that it was impossible, but it had something to do with the body. At this moment, Fang Ping returned to where Ironhead was. Ironhead said telepathically, North King told you a lot. Did you secretly call him father-in-law? Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Call him grandpa, North King still had some memories. Why did he call him that? If he asked Moon Spirit, she would fight him to the death. However, after talking about Moon Spirit's situation for a while, he actually received more hints. It was a good thing. At this moment, Feng suddenly said telepathically, Human King, do you have a clue? Ask him yourself. Fang Ping glanced at him and said telepathically, call him father-in-law, North King, and he will tell you more. Of course, I've already called him that once. If you call him that again, he might slap you to death. You can try something else. North King seems to know you. Why don't you try pretending to be a mistress? Feng felt that Fang Ping was lying to him, but he had no evidence. Feng looked at Fang Ping strangely. As for Fang Ping himself, he was not too sure if he had really called him father-in-law. This fellow was extremely shameless. He might have done such a thing. North King had been telepathically with him for a long time. He was worried that North King would find out, so he did not investigate. However, he felt that North King's attitude toward Fang Ping had changed. Could it be that what Fang Ping said was true? Feng was a little suspicious. Could he really get more hints just by getting close to him? He knew North King. They were both from that era. Pretending to be Moon Spirit's husband was obviously not possible. Fang Ping had already done it once. He could still say that Hong Yu died or something else. But now, if he continued to pretend, it would not be reliable. Feng glanced at Moon Spirit, then at Fang Ping. He was a little hesitant, not too sure if Fang Ping was bluffing. Of course, he did not want to try it now. If it was wrong, it would be troublesome. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He did not expect Feng to be easily fooled. Resurrection, flesh, vitality, or something else? That's not right. Physical strength. Life force. Unity power. Origin power. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly thought of something. Source world, how about recreating the universe in the source world? However, this was not a simple fabrication. If he could project his imperial palace into his source world, then even though North Imperial concubine had passed away, it was hard to guarantee that she would not be projected here. The premise was that North Imperial Palace could project into his source world. However, this required his understanding of North Imperial Palace. He needed North King to have some acknowledgement of him. In this case, he could try it. If North Imperial concubine could project here, even if she did not have any intelligence and was not a physical body, it could also represent a kind of resurrection, right? From this, Fang Ping thought of the relationship between the flesh and the origin. Could it be that, the flesh forging that North King mentioned was related to the origin? Would the future origin be returned to the flesh? Then, would his source world be completely incorporated into his body in the future? At this moment, Fang Ping already had some clues. He did not know how the others passed, such as the Dao Tree or the Demon Emperor. However, everyone's method of passing might not be the same. If that's the case, I can try it. Since North King wants to resurrect his Dao partner, maybe he will give me some support. Fang Ping calculated in his heart for a while. Maybe he would have some extra gains this time. If he really merged with North Imperial Palace, his source world would definitely expand once. This was North King's territory. If his projection came in, it would definitely be very powerful. Of course, it would be best if North King recreated the previous scene again. Only then would he have some confidence that he could create North Imperial Concubine's projection. You. North King. Fong Ping stood up and shouted casually. North King did not care. However, Fong looked at Fong Ping in surprise. Did you really call him father-in-law? I might have a way to resurrect North Imperial Concubine, but I need North King's help. Also, Fong Ping glanced at the others and said with a smile, Senior North King, can we talk in private? I don't want others to know how to resurrect North Imperial Concubine. North King also looked at Fong Ping in surprise. He had a way so soon, someone had passed this stage. It was not as difficult as imagined. Of course, it was not easy either. Everyone had their own way of passing this stage. What the Dao Tree chose to do was to consume a massive amount of life force energy to recreate the scene of the North Imperial Concubine from the past. It recreated the scene from before, using an endless amount of life force to forcibly maintain the North Imperial Concubine's life for a period of time. In fact, the North King didn't really have any hopes of reviving the North Imperial Concubine. When the Demon Emperor came here, he was not strong enough, so he did not choose this method. The Demon Emperor's method was similar to what Fong Ping had thought of previously. The Demon Emperor shattered his body and chose to recast the North Imperial Concubine. Of course, things weren't that simple. The reforged North Imperial Concubine was just the flesh and blood of a Demon Emperor. It wasn't like the Dao Tree, which could directly break through the past and consume life force to sustain the North Imperial Concubine's existence. The North Imperial Concubine reconstructed by the Demon Emperor did not possess any other special traits, including forging memories and emotions. Therefore, the later stage of the Demon Overlord spent a long time chatting with the North King. He had been talking about the North Concubine and learning about her life. In the end, the Demon Emperor made his own deductions and created memories for the North Imperial Concubine, filling them in according to his understanding. It took a long time. The Demon Emperor had been stuck at this stage for over 10 years. In the end, the imitation was so perfect that even the North Emperor approved of it. After all, this was just an obsession. The North King just wanted to relive the scene in the past. At this time, Fong Ping was taking a different approach. He also wanted to take advantage of it. He wouldn't work for nothing without getting some benefits. Fong Ping could also see that the benefits of these checkpoints were different. It didn't mean that there would definitely be benefits if you passed the stage. Even if there were benefits, it might not be maximized. Fong Ping hoped to maximize these benefits. He felt that his method would definitely gain the approval of the North King. The North Imperial Palace that was created in the Source World would not dissipate. If he tricked it well, the North King might think that it could really be revived in the end. If Fong Ping was really powerful to the point of invincibility, it might not be impossible for those people to walk out of his Source World. Fong Ping had a deep understanding of this. He had always felt that he had walked out of the Source World. The North King created a barrier. He also wanted to hear how Fong Ping would break through the barrier. Outside the world. Fong glanced at the blurry Fong Ping, then at Iron Head and Old Cat from the corner of her eyes. After taking another look at Moon Spirit, who had a complicated look in her eyes, Fong did not wait any longer and walked toward Tai Tu and the others. Iron Head's face was filled with vigilance. Although Fong could not see Iron Head's expression, he could tell from Iron Head's posture that he was wary of him. The Ash Cat also looked at Fong, who was walking over. A wave of origin power appeared on its claws as it threatened, "Don't come, or else I'll beat you up." Fong laughed and stopped in his tracks. He said with a smile, "Old Cat, you and I have known each other for many years. I'm just here to see the state of Li Hansong's jade bones. Don't worry, the Human King is still here. I won't do anything. I'm just curious about how to forge jade bones. I won't let you see." The cat bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It squatted in front of Li Hansong and said fiercely, "Why should I show you?" Fong laughed and didn't approach. She just stood at the side and said with a smile, "Cat, I see that you can use your force now. Have you also learned Emperor Nan's return to origin skill?" The cat said proudly, "Of course." "Have you learned the method to transform the human emperor?" Then, just as the cat was about to say something, its face suddenly stiffened and it said unhappily, "I'm not telling you." What about the West Emperor's spiritual sense method? I'm not telling you. Feng smiled. You didn't learn it? You're the one who didn't learn it. The cat was unhappy. How dare you look down on a cat? This cat is a genius cat, I've learned everything. As the cat spoke, a small tiger appeared in his hand. The small tiger howled and instantly flew towards Feng. Feng grabbed the tiger with one hand. The moment he grabbed it, the little tiger whipped its tail, pounced with its claws, and bit with its teeth. Poochie, the sound of flesh being pierced could be heard, and a bloody wound instantly appeared on Feng's hand. Feng's gaze was a little strange. He glanced at the green cat and laughed, good skill. Wildcat, where did you learn this combat technique in the battle? Don't you dislike studying? To be able to learn it, Xianxia's guidance is really good. No, it's me who's smart. The cat denied Feng's statement, but Feng didn't care. He smiled and said, you guys broke through quite quickly. The cat said proudly, when we get to the next level, we just have to slap one to death and we can pass the level. Of course, it's fast. The look in Feng's eyes became more and more peculiar. So what Feng Ping said was true. Was he really going to kill one at each level? Was it feasible? If it were not for Moon Spirit, Feng Ping would have smacked the North Emperor to death. He hadn't even considered slapping the projection of an emperor to death. Normal people wouldn't even consider it. Feng did not continue with this topic. Instead, she smiled and said that Li Hansong obtained an opportunity from Celestial Emperor Badian. Celestial Emperor Badian is actually able to help others forge jade bones. This should be beyond the power of a projection, right? The cat wanted to say something more, but Tai Tu suddenly said, Cat, ignore him. This guy is trying to gather information. The cat seemed to have reacted and said angrily, bad guy, go away, or I'll call you a liar and beat you to death. We didn't go to Celestial Emperor Batian's place and we didn't forge our jade bones. As the cat spoke, it seemed to be hungry. A small fish appeared in its hand and it swallowed it in one gulp. Feng's gaze changed. What was this, such a rich life force? The cat saw him looking at it and hurriedly stuffed another small fish into its mouth. Don't look, it won't be yours even if you look. This is mine. Even if you beat Celestial Emperor Badian to death, this won't appear. If you win, you can pass. It's useless even if you beat him to death. Feng understood instantly, there was a strange feeling in his heart. It turned out that defeating the opponent might not necessarily be beneficial. You had to beat him to death, no wonder. He had also passed the level before, but he did not get many benefits. Unlike Feng Ping, the benefits that he got made him jealous. It turned out that he had to beat these powerhouses who were in charge to death. Could it be that Li Hansong forged jade bones because he killed Celestial Emperor Badian and a large amount of life force appeared? The life force needed to forge jade bones was terrifying. It might need the life force of dozens of Heavenly King powerhouses. Moon Spirit spent tens of thousands of years to forge jade bones. In the end, she still did not succeed and even delayed her cultivation speed. It was obvious how terrifying it was. Li Hansong, on the other hand, actually succeeded. The two small fishes that the cat ate had extremely rich life force. One small fish was probably comparable to the life force of a saint-level powerhouse. Feng's golden body was too weak. At least, it was much weaker than other Break 8 powerhouses. Otherwise, the cat would not have broken his palm with one blow. Although it was related to his unintentional fight with the cat, it also proved that his golden body was really not strong. At this moment, Feng looked at the cat. This cat actually took out another small fish of life and was eating it. The cat ate while protecting its food, saying, "Don't look, there's no more." That's all. After saying that, another small fish entered its mouth. There's really no more. Awoo, it ate a small fish in one bite. The last one. Awoo, another small fish was swallowed. Feng's eyes trembled as he watched. In just a short while, it had eaten 5 fish. This was almost comparable to the vitality of 2 Break 6 Heavenly Kings. How much did this cat have, with so much life force? If it was absorbed by him and he forged his flesh, the strength of his flesh would increase by a level. It was wasted by this fat cat just like that. Seeing that the fat cat's body was overflowing with life force, Feng Zhen's heart ached. Waste, this stupid cat was too wasteful. Fang Ping was generous enough to give these good things to this cat just like that. Not only did Feng feel that it was wasteful, but the beginner Heavenly King's eyes were also red. As a beginner powerhouse and a powerhouse of the physique, their cultivation speed was extremely slow. However, if they had enough life force to forge their flesh and bones, they could also speed up. Skyarm had also said that the reason why some of the jade bone powerhouses forged their jade bones back then was because of the large amount of life force provided by the seeds. Now, the cat was so wasteful. It was too hateful. On the other side, Moon Spirit's eyes were also flickering. She was also close to forging her jade bones, but she had been unable to succeed because she lacked a large amount of life force. Now, would these things drop after killing a monarch, or something else? Fang Ping previously took out a lump of unification fusion power. He heard that it dropped after killing a beast emperor. In that case, killing different emperors might drop different good things. Feng, Moon Spirit, Beginner Heavenly King, these three powerhouses were feeling complicated at this moment. Their eyes were also flickering constantly. Obviously, they had some calculations in their hearts. As for the cat, after eating 5 small fish in a row, it was also a little distressed. His reserves were much lesser. He needed to save food. As for these fellows in front of him, the cat was too lazy to watch. A bunch of fools, silly. Even the cat wanted to watch a show. He did not know if the divine peeking mirror could watch a show. If these fools could pass the level, they might want to kill a monarch. Other monarchs' strength aside, Celestial Emperor was terrifyingly powerful in the last battle. If these fellows were simply passing the level, there might not be any danger. However, if they wanted to kill Celestial Emperor and get his life force, the cat suddenly felt a little sympathetic. This cat did not do anything, this cat only ate a few fish. If these people wanted to kill Celestial Emperor and get some benefits, maybe, they would be beaten to death by Celestial Emperor. The cat was overjoyed. It could watch a good show. Behind him, Skeleton Li Hansong was also stunned. Fortunately, his face could not be seen, or else he would definitely look good. This cat said it as if it was real. If he did not know how he forged his jade bones, he would have believed this cat's words. Killing a monarch would drop some things. What a wishful thinking, Li Hansong sighed in his heart. Black-hearted cat, after hanging out with Fang Ping, as expected, even a cat became black-hearted. However, this cat still looked innocent, as if it had nothing to do with it. It was a natural actor. Li Hansong reflected on himself and was a little depressed. He felt that he was not even as good as this cat. Look, even a cat could fool people. He was still a little lacking. If he was not a little lacking, how could he be recognized by Tengu and beaten up violently? Thinking of this, Li Hansong cursed in his heart. Tengu, that bastard dog, it would be best if he met Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor would remember it and beat this stupid dog to death. Forget about the thoughts of these people. At this moment, Fang Ping and North King were sitting opposite each other. There were chairs here. North King looked at Fang Ping and did not speak. Fang Ping, on the other hand, took out a teapot and smiled. Senior North King, would you like a cup of tea? By the way, can you drink tea, Senior? North King looked at him. This was the first time he met such a person. Previously, when the Dao Tree and the Demon Emperor saw him, even if he was a projection, they still respected him. They were not like Fang Ping, speaking with confidence and composure, not feeling that his status was lower than a monarch. North King did not speak either. Fang Ping smiled and did not ask any more. He poured himself a cup of tea, thought for a while, and said, Senior, I'm afraid you don't know that other than being a monarch, I actually have another identity. North King looked at him and said indifferently, what identity? Human Emperor. North King frowned, a little emotional. Human Emperor, what did he mean? Fang Ping smiled and said, since Senior is a monarch, you should know that the current Human Emperor era is just a title and nothing else. The orthodox Tao of a monarch is not like this. A beast monarch can still be said to be a real beast monarch, but a human emperor, he is not. As for me, although I do not have the strength of a monarch, I have indeed embarked on the path of human emperor. North King was still frowning. Fang Ping did not say anything. The next moment, a small world appeared above his head. In fact, above him, the giant city of Magic City appeared, and so did Sun City. At this moment, North King suddenly stood up, looking at the illusory small world, his eyes flickering. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Senior North King, do you see these cities? The cities of humans. Do you see these shadows? The projections of humans. They help me consolidate the source world and develop the source world, and I give them power in return. Not only that, I can also borrow the Tao of human powerhouses. I don't know if this is the real path of human emperor, but this path is indeed very strong." North King exhaled lightly. Even a monarch was slightly shocked at this moment. After a while, he nodded and said, "It is the path of human emperor, but it seems that it is not perfected yet. There are very few human realms integrated. That is because my cultivation time is too short. From the time I came into contact with martial arts until now, it has only been slightly more than 3 years. I do not have enough time to do all these. Otherwise, I should have more." "More than 3 years?" "That's right." North King was speechless. Fong Ping smiled and said, "Senior, I am not saying all this for you to see. Senior, since you said that you can only break through after resurrecting the North Concubine, Senior, I am thinking, if the North Palace is projected here, will the North Concubine appear? I have only tried it on the living. I really do not know if it will work on the dead. But if it can be projected here," Fong Ping's eyes were burning. "Then it will not be a fake resurrection. I know that Senior may not really want to resurrect. If it was really like this, the people in front would have already resurrected the North Concubine. There would be no need for the people behind us. But now, I want to try to resurrect for real. Senior, you are a monarch. You are experienced and knowledgeable. Let me ask Senior, is it possible for the projection in the source world to come out? If it comes out, can it be resurrected and become a real living person?" As soon as this was said, North King's emotions fluctuated. He stood up abruptly and paced back and forth. Then, he looked at the illusory city above Fong Ping's head. In the next moment, North King suddenly stretched out his hand and grabbed toward the city. At this moment, in the illusory city, a figure broke through the air and struck out with a palm. North King's expression changed slightly, but he refused to give up. His palm flipped and in the blink of an eye, the figure that had just flown up was captured by him, Old Zhang. Yes, this was the strongest person in Fong Ping's source world, Old Zhang. North King captured the projection. After thinking for a while, he wanted to grab Fong Ping's illusory small world. In the end, he had just grabbed some when Old Zhang's projection seemed to be collapsing. North King stopped immediately. After thinking for a while, he wanted to continue. Fong Ping saw this and laughed. "Senior, it's better not to bring it out. If it really collapses, this is an elder of mine, a powerhouse who also walked the emperor path. It's not suitable." "Huh?" North King looked puzzled. "Also walked the emperor path, how was that possible?" Fong Ping did not explain. He laughed. "Senior, do you think that if the North Palace is projected into my source world, there's hope for the North Concubine's projection to come here?" North King was silent. After a moment, he said in a low voice, "It won't work if it's illusory. This projection is formed by capturing fragments of life origin. However, if it's the real North Palace, although my Taoist partner had fallen back then, I was by her side. I preserved a trace of her origin and sealed it in the North Palace. If that's the case, there's hope for her projection to enter." "What about Senior?" Fong Ping asked doubtfully. "Senior, there's hope for you to enter?" North King shook his head slightly and did not explain. He did not say much about this. He said in a low voice, "You've exceeded my expectations. If you can find the North Palace, there's a possibility that you can cover the North Palace. If you can really walk to the Supreme Realm, maybe you can really walk out alive, even if she's no longer her." North King closed his eyes and fell into silence. Just when Fong Ping wanted to continue, North King suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Fong Ping. His eyes were burning. "It's nothing to me if you want to break through. If you can really cover the North Palace and let her projection go, I'll let you break through." "That's not enough." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "This is not a small matter. I originally thought that the illusory North Palace projection would be enough. However, according to Senior, we have to go to the real North Palace. However, the North Palace was destroyed by someone 8,000 years ago. Even if there are still ruins, I'm afraid they've fallen into the space rift. It's very difficult to find them. It's okay. I'll give you a trace of origin chi later. The North Palace is my dojo. If you want to find it, as long as the North Palace is not destroyed, you can find it. North King was a little emotional at this moment. His eyes were sharp as he looked at Fang Ping. If you promise to cover the North Palace with all your strength and let the North Palace projection enter your origin, let her revive in your origin, state your conditions. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, you're really a sentimental person. You're not even sure what the future will be, but you're actually willing to give up everything. North King said coldly, I'm just a projection, a broken body. I left this broken body because I have an obsession. Even if I have to give up everything, it's not a big deal. Fang Ping, since you're the king of man, you have no regrets. If you're willing to do it, I can give you everything you need. Fang Ping smiled. That's naturally not a problem. After all, expanding my source world is also what I want to do. I'm mainly afraid that I can't incorporate the origin. After all, the North Palace is not the human world. It's still a dojo for emperors. That's not a problem. North King said in a low voice, if my real body has already fallen, you can just incorporate it directly. If it hasn't, if you incorporate it into the North Palace, he will naturally be alarmed. When that time comes, tell him the truth, and he will naturally let you into his dojo. I'm afraid. Fang Ping sighed. I'm afraid that Senior's real body has long been merciless. As soon as he said this, the gaze of North King's projection changed. In the next moment, North King's projection said in a low voice, if he really is merciless, then he's just a walking corpse. He's no longer the North King. When you have the ability, then incorporate the North Palace. If you don't have the ability to match him, then your priority is to protect yourself. He had already waited for countless years. He could wait. Fang Ping's display of all this moved him a little. Perhaps she could really revive again. As for Fang Ping, he was a little puzzled at this moment. I heard that the Beast Emperor can do it too. Why didn't Senior let the Beast Emperor try it back then? Humph. North King said coldly, it? Do you really think it has really embarked on the Emperor's path? It's just forcefully taking over some territories. Even if I give it to the North Palace, it doesn't have the ability to incorporate the demon's territories. It's still too early for it to want to become a real demon emperor. I'm afraid it won't be able to do it in this lifetime. Fang Ping understood and smiled. Senior, if that's the case, Senior is willing to let me break through and is also willing to teach me the method of forging the flesh? Sure. Senior, aren't you afraid that I'll go back on my word and go back on my word after this round? North King looked at him and said in a deep voice, I have nothing left. I can only choose to believe you. I'm just a fragment of a memory. It's a pleasant surprise that you've succeeded. If you're really unwilling to do it, I believe that a true powerhouse won't stoop so low. If that's the case, you won't be able to become a true powerhouse. Your source world might not be able to produce a living person. Then, I won't have to look forward to anything anymore. He chose to believe. He had no choice but to believe. If Fang Ping did it, that would be the best. It meant that there was hope for success. If Fang Ping was unwilling to do it, North King felt that it would be difficult for a martial artist like him to reach that stage. Then, his expectations would be in vain. Right now, Fang Ping's source world only had some origin projections. Hoping for the projections to revive was just a fool's dream. Fang Ping nodded slightly and smiled. Since Senior says so, then if I want to go far, I have to do it. Otherwise, I'll feel bad. As he said that, Fang Ping said, since Senior thinks it's possible, then, how about Senior start teaching me the method of forging the flesh? If you want to learn, I'll teach you. And Senior's saber technique. Sure. North King was very easy to talk to now. Fang Ping smiled again. Then I'll have to bring Old Cat and my companion away. North King frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, he said, I see that you have sufficient vitality reserves. Later, you can use your vitality to create a few fake bodies. The rules are still here. I can let you leave within the rules. Fang Ping smiled. That's good. I have one more question. Who created the rules here? Tian. Celestial Emperor? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, is it Celestial Emperor? He remembered that the Emperor had said that Celestial Emperor's name was Tian. No. North King raised his head and looked at the roof. He looked beyond the roof and said in a low voice, this place is not created by humans. If it's really a human, they can't intercept our memory fragments unless that person can really split heaven and earth. This place is most likely created by a seed. Seed of rebirth? Seed of rebirth. North King hesitated for a moment and nodded. Someone called it that before. However, I prefer to call this seed the infinite Tao seed. All the Taos in the world originate from this seed. The reason why this seed is called the seed of rebirth is because there are rumors that this seed can reopen the three realms and start over again. It can give birth to life and all things. Rumors? Fang Ping asked doubtfully, Senior, you're already an emperor. Why do you still believe in rumors? It's not an ordinary rumor. During the beginner martial arts era, there was such a saying. During the beginner martial arts period, Celestial Emperor, Sun God, and Battle, these ancient beginner martial artists, all said something like this. They have seen the infinite Tao seed many times and know more than me. Fang Ping nodded slightly. So it was these people who spread the rumor. However, Sun God, Fang Ping was suddenly interested in this person. This person could actually stand side by side with Celestial Emperor and the others. Obviously, he was not that simple. Fang Ping thought for a while and asked, how much do you know about Sun God, Senior? Him? North King pondered for a while. There aren't many things about him in my memory. I do remember some things about Zhen. Zhen and I had a good relationship in the past. We often discussed Tao. Fang Ping knew this. Otherwise, North King would not have thought of letting Moon Spirit become the disciple of Heavenly King Zhen. Although Zhen was slightly younger than me, he was also a genius. In the past, he was called the second Zhan. Zhan had received the inheritance of the three sovereigns and Celestial Emperor. He was also regarded as Celestial Emperor's successor. Sun God also wanted to cultivate a Zhan, which was Zhen. However, later on, Zhen seemed to have switched to cultivating the origin. I don't remember the specifics. I was on good terms with Zhen. I also understood some things about Sun God. In the past, we also had a few dealings. North King tried his best to recall some things. There were too few memories. He could not explain it clearly. However, he still said, that group of people is too old. They know many secrets of the three realms. Top secrets. For example, they know more than us about the seeds. Even in terms of the origin, their knowledge is no less than ours. After Heavenly Emperor walked out of the origin Tao, these people rarely appeared in the three realms. Even if they appeared, it was only a glimpse. However, I do know one thing. Sun God once went on a long journey. I think he went after the seeds. He wanted to rely on the seeds to break through the barrier and become a fledgling emperor. In the end, he seemed to have failed because he returned. Fang Ping frowned. Is there a big difference between a fledgling emperor and an origin emperor? I'm not sure. North King shook his head and said, there is still a difference. Heavenly Emperor is considered a fledgling emperor. We have never fought with Heavenly Emperor. However, even if we don't fight, we still feel a little pressured when facing Heavenly Emperor. If we really fight, I'm afraid we won't be his match. Then what was Sun God's strength back then? What strength? North King said uncertainly, peak of breaking 8 or 9, I'm not too sure. He broke 9, but he's still not an origin emperor. What's the difference between an extreme and an emperor? All round. North King said lightly, his physique can break 9, his spiritual consciousness can break 9, his vitality can break 9, and he can break 9 at will. This is what it means to be an emperor. As for an extreme, perhaps his attack power can break 9, but after converting his strength, that might not be the case. Fang Ping nodded again. This time, he had an idea. Then Senior can just pass on my cultivation method. Fang Ping was a little impatient. This stage was quite easy to pass, but he still had to trick and seal him later. He would let this guy suffer a loss first. As for killing him, North King's projection might not be able to do it. Forget it. Let North King continue to make things difficult for the latecomers. The cultivation method that the North King had imparted was called the golden body technique. This was a true golden body, not golden bones. These two were still different. The golden body technique mainly cultivates the strength of the flesh, not the strength of the bones, so this is only an auxiliary cultivation method. There are countless cultivation methods in the three realms. Some improve the whole body, some specialize in a certain area: spiritual consciousness, vitality, bones. These forging methods are the most common and the most precious in the three realms. Of course, this refers to those high-level cultivation methods. However, there are very few cultivation methods that specialize in the flesh. Martial artists cultivate in many ways. They have to cultivate all kinds of abilities, and they also have to cultivate the flesh. It doesn't help much, but the price they have to pay is not small, so there are not many people who are really willing to cultivate. The North King was speaking with some regret. Yes, he did not create many difficulties and obstacles to cultivate the golden body technique, but there were not many people who really wanted to learn it. If they had this time, they would cultivate their bones, spiritual consciousness, vitality. Unless these aspects had reached the extreme, these people would only consider the flesh. The cost-effectiveness problem, the North King sighed. Vitality can change qualitatively, spiritual consciousness can change qualitatively, bones can change qualitatively. However, there is no qualitative change when the flesh is cultivated to the extreme. If that's the case, why cultivate the flesh? Cultivating the flesh can indeed increase strength, such as the upper limit of the vitality capacity, but the price they have to pay is very high. As such, they would rather continue to hone their bones and reach the jade bone realm. Fang Ping nodded slightly. This was true. However, he thought about it and said, the God Creation Envoy seems to have cultivated the flesh, but I feel that his flesh is not too strong, but he seems to be able to achieve complete control of his strength, which is the consolidation realm that the Senior mentioned. God Creation Envoy? The North King thought about it and said, he might not have done it, it was just an illusion. This person is also a genius. Unfortunately, he was unwilling to walk the path of origin in the past, so his realm did not improve quickly, but don't just look at his realm. This person has a lot of tricks up his sleeves. He did not have many memories, although he did not remember much about the God Creation Envoy. He knew that this person was a genius. Then, he began to teach Fang Ping the method of cultivating the flesh. Cultivating the flesh was similar to cultivating the bones. The main energy consumed was also life energy. For example, the spring of life, imperishable substance, and life energy could all be used to cultivate the fleshly body. Just like tempering one's bones, tempering one's physical body also needed to be tempered bit by bit. This included muscles, meridians, and even cells. His bones have 9 refinements, and with the addition of his jade bones, it will be 10 refinements. As for the physical body, it is actually a corresponding match, matching the strength of the bones. Your fleshly body is actually not weak. After reaching the Heavenly King realm, your fleshly body is not weak to begin with. According to the Golden Body incantation, your physical body's strength has reached around the 8th level. The North Emperor pondered for a moment and said, the 8 tempering realms of different realms are actually different as well. For example, if you possess the battle prowess to break through to the 7th level, your golden body 8th refinement would be comparable to the golden body 9th refinement, which would be comparable to the jade body 10th refinement of a saint. Even further down, such as Emperor Realm and True God Realm, as long as you defended, they might not be able to break through your golden body. This was the difference. Of course, sages are very powerful. If you don't focus on defense, the opponent will have a chance to break through your golden body. Fang Ping nodded slightly. Indeed, the current him, even if he stood there and let the Emperor Realm attack him, as long as he defended with all his might, the other party might not be able to break through his flesh. This was a powerhouse. However, if a saint came, if he did not dodge and only defended, the saint would have a chance to break through his flesh. Therefore, if there were too many saints, Fang Ping might actually be killed. However, if there were too many emperors, they might not be able to kill Fang Ping. Therefore, if you want to be truly invincible, you need to forge a strong physical body. If you reach the 10th refinement of the golden body 7th realm, then even a golden body 7th martial artist will not be able to break through your golden body, unless you encounter a powerhouse who has broken through the golden body 8th realm. For powerhouses, if their bones are strong and their flesh collapses, this will also cause some energy loss and decline, including the decline of their control. The North Emperor continued to narrate. In the outside world, Feng watched for a while and frowned slightly. He looked at Moon Spirit and chuckled. Moon Spirit, the North Emperor and Fang Ping seemed to be having a good conversation. Are they imparting Tao? He could not wait any longer. This Fang Ping fellow was indeed a monster. He did not know what he said to the North Emperor, but he did not revive the North Imperial concubine either. But now, the North Emperor seemed to be imparting something to Fang Ping. Moon Spirit could not be bothered with him. At this moment, she was also a little suspicious. How did Fang Ping do it? Even she did not know how to break through this stage. But what about Fang Ping? He did not break through, but he was having a good conversation with the North Emperor's projection. Even Moon Spirit was wondering who was the North Emperor's descendant. Fang Ping learned the golden body technique very quickly and tried to cultivate it. As expected, this time it was different from the other cultivation methods he cultivated before. This time, the energy he expended was integrated into his flesh. It was unlike the other cultivation methods where most of the energy was absorbed by his bones, and his flesh only absorbed some energy incidentally. His flesh was slightly stronger. Fang Ping sensed for a while. His flesh was a little stronger, and his vitality capacity seemed to have increased a little too. It was very little. Fang Ping glanced at the system casually. It had only increased by tens of cal. At his realm, tens of cal was insignificant. However, Fang Ping was still slightly moved. Previously, when his vitality increased, it was generally related to his vitality and bones. It did not really have much to do with his flesh. Now it seemed that his body was only at the 8th refinement. If he really advanced to the 10th refinement, perhaps he could increase his vitality by quite a lot. After a simple cultivation just now, the strength of his flesh did not increase much. If he cultivated to the 9th refinement, perhaps he could increase his vitality by 100,000. If it was the 10th refinement, could he increase it by 2 to 300,000? It did not seem much, but with the increase of hundreds of thousands of cal of vitality, with the increase of the origin, it could eventually reach 1,000,000. Of course, it would consume a lot. But Fang Ping did not care. He had some small live fish in his hands. As for the imperishable substance, Fang Ping did not dare to use it carelessly now, in case he used it too much and caused problems in the end. At this moment, the North Emperor suddenly said, "Your strength is not weak, and your overall strength is strong. In my opinion, if you don't use the origin, I'm afraid you might also be at the Heavenly King realm. However, you focus on the improvement of a single aspect, not the integration of the whole. I see that you have already learned Emperor Nan's vitality augmentation technique, but the vitality augmentation technique is after all a kind of integration of forces, not the coordination of the whole. If you continue like this, there might be some deviations in the end. Since you are here this time, you better go to the checkpoints where the God Emperor and East Emperor are at." Fang Ping looked doubtful. The North Emperor said in a low voice, "Outsiders think that the God Emperor is only good at spiritual consciousness, but that is not the case. The God Emperor's strength is also comprehensive strength. His strength is very coordinated, including combat techniques, cultivation techniques, flesh, bones, vitality. Emperor Nan's vitality augmentation technique also has this effect, but Emperor Nan mainly integrates forces and transforms them into force, not considering other aspects, so there are still some flaws." Fang Ping nodded and said in understanding, "There are specializations in every field. I understand this too. Emperor Nan's vitality augmentation technique mainly integrates forces. In that case, does that mean that East Emperor or the God Emperor have some cultivation techniques or secret techniques that can make my overall strength more coordinated?" "That's right. East Emperor and the God Emperor are also the two most ancient emperors. They became emperors earlier than us." The North Emperor continued, "They became emperors earlier, so they have enough time and energy to study things in this area. As for whether East Emperor or the God Emperor is more comprehensive, I can't judge. However, if the 9 emperors were to be judged according to strength, the God Emperor and East Emperor's strength should be in the top 3. Fang Ping was slightly stunned. The God Emperor was easy to judge, but was East Emperor that powerful, ranked in the top 3 among the 9 emperors? Fang Ping asked curiously. Senior, if the 9 emperors and 4 emperors are ranked comprehensively, who do you think is the strongest and who is the weakest? The North Emperor smiled faintly and said, this depends on many factors. If it's purely based on explosive power, the Badian Emperor should be ranked first. If he goes all out, even the God Emperor will be at a disadvantage for a while. However, how long can this kind of explosive power last? If the battle goes on, he will definitely be defeated and will not be a match for the God Emperor. However, if he can defeat the God Emperor in a short time, then he will win, and there is no need to continue fighting. At this point, the North Emperor continued, in terms of overall strength, the God Emperor, Do, and East Emperor should be in the top 3, followed by the Earthly Emperor, the Emperor, and me. This old man was quite confident, thinking that he could enter the second batch. Fang Ping did not comment, but he was a little surprised. The Earthly Emperor and the Emperor were quite strong. Then there is Zhan, Mia, Ba, Emperor Nan, Beast Emperor, and Emperor Shi. Fang Ping listened for a while and said in a daze, the Spirit Empress is so weak? All 12 had appeared, but the Spirit Empress was not mentioned. Didn't that mean that the Spirit Empress was the weakest? How pitiful. Of the 13 powerhouses, the North Emperor mentioned 12, but he did not mention her. This was too pitiful. The Spirit Empress, the North Emperor thought for a while and said with a smile, at that realm, the gap is actually not big. The Spirit Empress is not too concerned about fighting. The reason why she was not mentioned is that she is the only Empress. Usually, we will have some sparring, but the Spirit Empress never participates, so it is not so easy to judge the strength of her strength. However, from some of her usual performances, she should be the weakest one. Fang Ping felt a little sympathy for the poor Spirit Empress. Also, the North Emperor was good at bragging. You are not even famous among the 9 emperors, but you actually ranked yourself in the top 6. Have some shame. In any case, Fang Ping did not really believe what he said. The strength ranking of the others might have some credibility, but it was fine as long as the North Emperor ignored it. The North Emperor seemed to have noticed something. He smiled faintly and did not say much. It was up to him to believe it or not. At this time, Fang Ping suddenly said, the Emperor is so strong? Isn't he the Earthly Emperor's little brother? Little brother? The North Emperor was stunned for a moment, and then said faintly, we are all emperors, why do you say so? Even the Spirit Empress did not say that she is anyone's subordinate. However, the Earthly Emperor is strong, and he likes to discuss. The Emperor often discussed with him, and their relationship is not bad, a little better than us. Fang Ping nodded and said amusedly, the Earthly Emperor likes to discuss? I didn't know that he is also a person who likes to teach. Not to that extent, the Earthly Emperor has high standards. Ordinary martial artists are not in his eyes, but those who are in his eyes are all geniuses. He is so strong, but he is still dead. It seems that the matter in the past is quite interesting. Fang Ping said with a smile, among the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, it seems that the only one who is dead now is the Earthly Emperor. It is not strange. Although the North Emperor's projection did not experience those things, it was not strange at this moment. He said faintly, the Earthly Emperor is not very shrewd. His path of cultivation has been smooth, and his character is arrogant. Although the Badian Emperor is also arrogant, he is simple and honest, so he is not annoying. The Earthly Emperor is not only arrogant, but also cold and arrogant. He does not take anyone seriously, including the Emperor God and the others. If something really happens, it is not surprising that he is ambushed and killed. Among the 9 emperors and 4 emperors, he is only on good terms with the Emperor, but the Emperor is much more scheming than him. Fang Ping thought for a while and said with a smile, if that is the case, he is a little similar to Hongkuan. Oh yes, aren't you his in-law? Are you not on good terms with him? The North Emperor said faintly, it is not good or bad. After saying that, the North Emperor's voice became a little gloomy. Did Hongyu really let Linger down? Of course. Fang Ping sighed. I am not lying to you. After the heavenly court collapsed, he secretly went into hiding, using the identity of the earthly emperor to create the earthly emperor god dynasty, and Moon Spirit was waiting for his return at Mount Wangu in the land realm. He waited for 8,000 years, and he did not go to Wangu even once. After his identity was exposed, Moon Spirit even asked him why he did not go to see her, and in the end, that fellow said that he was no longer Hong Yu. This fellow is a despicable person, a heartless man. Fang Ping sighed. He even colluded with the emperor and secretly became the inspector of the three realms. After that, he established the heavenly court. Oh yes, now he wants to take in concubines. He wants to take in the princess of a great palace after the earthly emperor god dynasty was destroyed as his concubine. Also, Jiao Xian seems to be preparing to be his queen. Anyway, it is very complicated. It is considered a marriage alliance, bribing various forces and subordinates, so that they will be loyal to him. As Fang Ping said that, he added, you can ask Moon Spirit about these things yourself. I am afraid she might not tell you. After all, a daughter does not want her father to worry. But senior, you can ask anyone you want to know if I am telling the truth. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled and pointed at Hua Qidao, who was outside. This is the martial artist under Hong Yu. If senior does not believe me, you can ask him, and you will know if I am telling the truth. The North Emperor frowned slightly. The next moment, he pulled Hua Qidao over. Hua Qidao was a little confused. Soon, he realized where he was, and the look in his eyes changed slightly. Fang Ping smiled. General Hua, we meet again. Hua Qidao said nothing. The North Emperor said lightly, you are under Hong Yu? Hua Qidao bowed slightly and said in a muffled voice, yes, Lord North Emperor. Hong Yu wants to take a concubine? Fang Ping yawned. Ji Yao, don't tell me you don't know. Hua Qidao gave him a deep look and said in a low voice, it is just a rumor. It is not confirmed. Right now, there are two lords in Divine Land. One is lordly, and the other is Prince Hong Yu. Fang Ping smiled. Li Zhu would not do such a thing. Hua Qidao, don't put the blame on Li Zhu. You are considered Li Zhu's direct descendant, not Hong Yu's. Hua Qidao was silent. The North Emperor frowned and asked again, did someone under Hong Yu disrespect Moon Spirit? No, Tianji and Tianming. Fang Ping yawned. During the battle at the Imperial Battleground, these two were very arrogant. They did not take Moon Spirit seriously. Not only them, but the three saints under Hongkuan joined forces to deal with Moon Spirit. Right, in order to build the heavenly court, Hong Yu chased Moon Spirit away and forced her to move Mount Wangu to overseas. You can't deny these things. Moved overseas? The North Emperor's eyes flashed with anger. In their era, overseas was a barren land, a place for rogue cultivators. His own daughter, the legitimate daughter of an emperor, was actually forced to move overseas. Bastard, Hua Qidao said in a low voice, Lord North Emperor, please calm down. Moving overseas was the decision of Moon Spirit Heavenly King himself, Fang Ping sneered. Is that so? Then why did Hong Yu go to Mount Wangu that day? He did not go for 8,000 years. After he went that day, Moon Spirit was forced to leave. Hong Yu did not say that he would bring Moon Spirit back to the heavenly court. Fang Ping said lazily, don't argue. It is meaningless. Actually, it is nothing. Senior North Emperor is only a projection. In terms of ability, he may not be as strong as Hong Yu. Hong Yu is not afraid of Senior. If the two of them join forces, not many people in the three realms can defeat them. Fang Ping chuckled. Senior, you may not be able to do anything to them. In my opinion, the only thing you can do is to delay their progress after they enter the stage. Although it will not hurt them, it can still disgust them. These people are not good people. Senior, don't talk about resurrecting the North Imperial concubine anymore. In my opinion, if the two of them come after breaking through 8 stages, you should just let them fight. Whoever kills the other will break through. That is more appropriate. The North Emperor was stunned. This kid was ruthless. Let them fight it out. Senior, don't let them leave. I think it is more appropriate. Fang Ping laughed. Of course, be careful of them attacking you. These people are very ruthless. If you really make things difficult for them, they might even attack your projection directly, the North Emperor said coldly. It is useless even if they defeat my projection. Unless the rules intervene, I am immortal and indestructible. If they do not fulfill the conditions, they can forget about breaking through even if they defeat me 1,000 times. Yes, they could forget about breaking through even if they killed him. This was not the same stage as the Beast Emperor. Fusing with the Beast Emperor could break through. Fang Ping's smile grew brighter. Senior, you can try it. Just don't let him have it easy. He's worried about his own daughter. If it were me, I would just kill him. As he said that, he looked at Hua Qidao. Fang Ping chuckled. Senior, don't do anything to this small fry. Why don't you just let him pass, lest he divulges the secret? When you meet Hong Yu, you can be more friendly and numb him. The North Emperor frowned again. He looked at Fang Ping. This kid did not seem like a good person. Hua Qidao was shocked. Let him pass. What kind of agreement did Fang Ping make with the North Emperor that he could let someone pass just like that? This guy was getting more and more unfathomable. Feng, who had broken through 8 stages, was still having a headache about breaking through. Fang Ping was ready to let someone pass this stage. Fang Ping did not care. Suddenly, he threw a punch, making Hua Qidao dizzy. The next moment, Fang Ping carried Hua Qidao and walked out. Everyone looked at him. The martial artists in the catacombs looked terrified. Was Fang Ping going to kill someone? Fang Ping smiled. Don't look at me. I'm not going to kill anyone. I've already passed this stage, and there are still a few spots left. If I sell the spots now, will anyone buy them? Everyone was stunned. Who was he trying to fool? Fang Ping threw Hua Qidao to the ground and smiled. I know you won't believe me. I'll show you. Senior, let this guy pass. As he said that, he sent a telepathic message to the North Emperor. Senior, I'll give him the life force doppelganger he needs to pass this stage. North Emperor gave him a deep look. He did not say anything else. With a wave of his hand, a passage appeared. Hua Qidao disappeared instantly. The passage was sealed. Everyone was stunned. Was he really going to let someone pass? What did Fang Ping do? Feng was dumbfounded. How could this work? Fang Ping chuckled. I'll let you see a guy pass. Of course, weaklings can't negotiate with me. You're not qualified. Feng, Moon Spirit, and that guy, the 3 of you can negotiate. After saying that, Fang Ping added, forget it. Moon Spirit is your father, after all. I can't be too harsh on you. I'll just exploit Feng and that guy. Fang Ping looked at Feng and smiled. Are you doing it or not? If not, I'll leave. If I leave, who knows how long it'll take for you to pass this stage. Feng frowned slightly and looked at the North Emperor. The North Emperor did not say a word. Fang Ping smiled. Stop looking. What's my relationship with the North Emperor? You know what I'm doing. I can do it, but you can't. Feng's heart skipped a beat. Did this bastard Fang Ping really pretend to be the North Emperor's son-in-law? If he exposed him now? As he was thinking, Fang Ping said lazily, don't think too much. Senior North Emperor trusts me very much. It's not something that you can just say. Senior, let's send Moon Spirit away first. We can catch up when there's a chance. The North Emperor looked at his daughter and was silent for a moment. With a wave of his hand, another passage appeared. Moon Spirit looked at Fang Ping, then at her father's projection. Her gaze was complicated, but she did not say anything. She stepped into the passage and left. At this time, Fang Ping smiled smugly. The person involved has left. Feng, it's useless for you to say anything. Do you understand? Feng cursed in his heart. What kind of magic potion did Fang Ping feed the North Emperor? The North Emperor did not say much to his daughter and sent her away directly. And this bastard Fang Ping actually dictated everything. When Fang Ping was lying before, he could still expose him. After all, Moon Spirit was here. If she knew that Fang Ping pretended to be her cultivation partner, Moon Spirit might not agree. But now, Feng was speechless. How could this happen? He just called him father-in-law, and the idiot North Emperor really believed him. He felt that it was a little unreliable, but now it seemed that the North Emperor was really convinced by Fang Ping. What a joke, Feng took a deep breath and said in a low voice, what do you want? The heaven sealing technique. Feng Ping smiled. I wanted you to teach me a long time ago, but you weren't willing. Teaching me now is actually not a very good technique. Feng was furious and anxious. This was his trump card. How could he teach it so easily? Feng Ping yawned and said, I forgot to say. If we don't leave now, this stage will change later. Because there are many people who have passed, the next stage is to kill people of the same rank. You have to kill people who have broken 8 ranks to pass. Try it if you can. Feng frowned and said in a low voice, nonsense. As soon as he finished speaking, the North Emperor said indifferently, the rules will be like this later. Feng was really shocked this time. Feng Ping had the ability to change the rules. How was it possible? Kill people who had broken 8 ranks. What a joke. Who could he kill? Everyone who had broken 8 ranks was a top-notch powerhouse, a peerless overlord. Who could he kill? Didn't this mean that he could not pass this stage? North Emperor, there are rules here. How can you? The North Emperor said coldly, this is also within the rules. There are many people who have passed. I have the right to change the stage. Feng was speechless. He looked at Feng Ping and gritted his teeth. He felt very aggrieved. Feng Ping saw this and pursed his lips. He could not be bothered to say anything more. He walked to Iron Head, picked up the cat, grabbed Iron Head, and walked away. Not only that, Feng Ping threw out a small fish casually. The small fish instantly turned into 5 North Royal concubines, but they were all listless. It was just to pass the stage. Feng Ping smiled and said, 5 passing fees. Senior North Emperor, I'll leave first. Let these people slowly endure. Seeing this, Feng panicked. He also condensed a North Royal concubine's projection instantly and said anxiously, North Emperor, they can pass. The North Emperor said coldly, I said resurrection earlier. How dare you brush me off? Do you really think I'm blind? Feng Zhen was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He brushed him off. Did he brush him off like Feng Ping? He could just casually create 5 vitality clones and it was considered a pass. Moreover, he could make 5 people leave at once. Why couldn't he? Wasn't this discrimination too much? His eyes were not blind, his heart was blind. Feng was choking with anger. This was clearly a collaboration to extort him. The sealing technique was his secret technique. He relied on the sealing technique to dominate the 3 realms. But now, did he really have to give it to Feng Ping? He was still thinking. Feng Ping smiled and said, don't even think about faking it. I'll test it once I get it. If I can't seal anyone, don't expect me to take responsibility. Hurry up. If you can't pass, I'm really leaving. On the other side, Chuo Heavenly King said in a low voice, Human King, then you? You can use your half-jade bones to exchange for it. As soon as he said that, this person immediately fell silent. Pretend I didn't say anything. I won't do it unless I pass. At this moment, Feng also understood that Feng Ping had his eyes on his sealing technique. However, if he did not exchange for it, he would not be able to pass the stage. Should he try to kill the North Emperor? Just as he was thinking about it, he had a little killing intent. The North Emperor seemed to sense it and snorted coldly. You want to attack me? Only now did the North King realize the meaning behind Feng Ping's words. These people really wanted to attack him. Even if you kill me and my projection appears again, don't even think about passing, Feng Ping chuckled. Don't count on it. The other stages are fine, but I've convinced the North Emperor for this stage. The stage's mission has changed. It's useless even if you kill me. Feng's face was full of helplessness. Even this was blocked. However, if that was the case, the other stages were still useful. However, Feng Ping had informed the North Emperor in advance for this stage. That bastard Feng Ping, he could do this just because he recognized his father-in-law. This was too unbelievable. Feng really found it hard to believe, but everything in front of him forced him to believe it. Feng suddenly sighed. He had to pass this stage, otherwise, if he was trapped in this stage and could not pass it, how could he obtain other benefits? It was just a cultivation method. Forget it, forget it. He gave it to him. The next moment, a crystal book shot toward Feng Ping. Feng said coldly, Human King, I've already given you the item, goodbye. Fang Ping waved his hand, instantly disappearing with Chang Mao and Iron Head. In the basilica, it was silent. In the next moment, Feng roared furiously and charged towards the North Emperor. He was going crazy with anger. He thought that Fang Ping would not do this. Not to mention that the North Emperor was a sovereign, a witness. Who knew that the North Emperor had no intention of stopping him at all? Feng was about to explode with anger. At this moment, he wanted to kill everyone. That bastard Fang Ping, he actually believed him. It was such a shame, he had to silence them. Otherwise, if the news spread throughout the 3 realms, he, Feng, would be the biggest joke. He could have trusted anyone but Fang Ping. What was the difference between him and an idiot? But he had no other choice. Plus, Fang Ping had casually sent the 2 away previously. He thought that Fang Ping would not do this. Now it seemed that he had really overestimated Fang Ping's shamelessness. He wasn't just being shameless, he didn't even care about his skin. Feng was furious, but Fang Ping had already left. There was no psychological burden at all. Feng was really stupid. He actually believed him. What was he thinking? Had he, Fang Ping, ever told the truth to the enemy? What an idiot. Feng is really stupid. In the passageway, Fang Ping sighed. You actually believe me? Your heart is too big, Ironhead muttered in his heart. You lied to me and even mocked me for being stupid. Your conscience is really black. At this moment, the space changed. Fang Ping did not mention Feng anymore. He exhaled and said, "Be careful. I'm afraid we'll meet more powerhouses next." He had already broken through 7 stages in a row. There were not many stages left. However, he had only met Feng among the powerhouses who had broken through 8. He did not know where the others were. In the main hall earlier, images continued to appear in front of the young man. He broke through 7 stages. The young man murmured. So fast, really fast. It had only been a few days, and he had actually broken through 7 stages. It was a little unbelievable. Who was this person? Just as the young man was puzzled, Fang Ping had just appeared this time when he sensed the aura of a great battle. Rumble, a burst of energy shot over. It was not too strong, and it was not directed at them. It should be the aftermath of the battle that had spread over here. Someone's coming. Someone shouted in a low voice. In an instant, several mentalities swept over to investigate the person who had come. In the next moment, someone shouted, "Oh no, it seems to be the human king." As soon as this was said, sounds of air tearing rang out from all directions. Someone shouted again, "Gather. Quick." Fang Ping had already heard a voice, a familiar voice. In the next moment, his eyes lit up. Everything was reflected in his eyes. In front of him was a vast grassland. At this moment, many people flew up from the grassland. A group of people was quickly gathering. Fang Ping saw many people. Heavenly King Yi, Li Zhu, Tianji, Hong Yu, Xing Hong. There were a total of 5 Heavenly King powerhouses, and this was only one of the powerhouses. On the other side, there were also many people. Fang Ping saw a familiar face. Jiang Hao. Yes, Jiang Hao. At this moment, Jiang Hao's face was pale. He was protected by a group of people behind him. The leader was none other than the God Creation Envoy. Beside the God Creation Envoy, there was also a top-notch powerhouse, Sky Arm, 2 powerhouses who had broken through 8 stages. Other than the 2 of them, there were a few heavenly kings who did not participate in the battle. Instead, they were on the other side. At this moment, there were 3 sides. The 3 sides seemed to be in a great battle just now, but the Chuwu lineage did not seem to be participating in the battle. Instead, it was Hong Yu and the others who were fighting with the God Crafting Envoy. At this moment, Fang Ping seemed to understand something. At this moment, Fang Ping glanced over and roughly understood something. Heavenly King Yi, Hong Yu, and the others were surrounding Jiang Hao. They were probably targeting Jiang Hao. Otherwise, Hong Yu and the others would not go against 2 Break-8 experts just for the sake of benefits. Clearly, Jiang Hao's existence had let these people know something. Perhaps Jiang Hao had obtained some benefits that they had taken a liking to. Jiang. Ping good, Jiang. Fang, Jiang Ping swept. And he. Jiang. God, ping. In. Before. Before. Jiang. Seeing Fang Ping's arrival, all three parties were surprised. Some frowned, some were delighted. Ping ping. Finally. Feng. Finally. Feng. Feng. Ping. Feng. Feng. Ping feng feng. Feng master. Ping. Li. Feng. Ping. Li Zhu was about to break 8. Compared to Heavenly Arm, he was not much weaker. Together with Yi, the broken 7 Heavenly King, they were in danger. Jiang Hao was almost killed by them a few times. Fortunately, these people wanted to capture Jiang Hao alive and did not kill him. Otherwise, Jiang Hao would have been killed long ago. Now that Fang Ping was here, the God Creator was overjoyed. If this continued, Sky Arm would have to retreat. Under normal circumstances, the Chuo lineage would not intervene when they saw their origins fighting. This time, Sky Arm's intervention was already a pleasant surprise. However, once the danger was obvious, Sky Arm would not intervene. Fortunately, Fang Ping arrived. As for Hua Qi Dao and Moon Spirit, they did not leave with Fang Ping. They were not here now. They must have entered another checkpoint. Fang Ping looked around. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he could not help but smile. Everyone, it's just a checkpoint. Is it appropriate to fight and kill? Fang Ping carried the cat on his shoulder and walked forward. He smiled. Yo, it's not a small scene. There are so many Heavenly King powerhouses in this checkpoint. It's unexpected. Are they going to start a war? Fang Ping looked at Hong Yu and Li Zhu, grinning. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, you two old cunning fools. You're fighting with the broken 8 for no reason. Aren't you afraid that you'll fail miserably? The God Creator has a body full of divine weapon bones. Can you guys break it? Martial artists are not reckless. Don't kill people so easily. This mystic realm is obviously for us to explore. Is it appropriate for you guys to kill people so easily? I met Tianji at the Beast Emperor checkpoint previously. I didn't kill him, did I? Fang Ping sighed. You guys want to fight at the drop of a hat. How childish. Hong Yu narrowed his eyes. He looked at Fang Ping, then at skeleton Li Hansong. Finally, he looked at the cat and judged their strength. 2 of them had broken 8. Fang Ping seemed to have broken 7. However, on their side, he and Li Zhu could deal with 2 broken 8. Heavenly King Yi could also deal with Fang Ping. There was also Tianji and Xinghong. As he was thinking, Fang Ping suddenly looked at Xinghong and said coldly, Xinghong, you dare to join the battle? I've given you face, but you don't want it, do you? I met Heaven's Pole earlier. Heaven's Pole had a good chat with me. Even Emperor she asked me to take care of Heaven's Pole. How dare you? Xinghong frowned. He did not say anything. He and Tianji walked out of the Beast Emperor checkpoint together and came here directly. Very soon, a huge battle broke out. Everyone's target was none other than Jiang Hao. In the end, Fang Ping arrived not long after the battle broke out. He blurred the situation. At this moment, Li Zhu said mildly, don't talk to Fang Ping. Fang Ping, if you interfere, today will be the day you die. You talk big. Fang Ping growled. His body was like jade. In the next moment, his iron skull and jade bones aura changed. Fang Ping grabbed the iron head with one hand. His jade bones covered Fang Ping instantly like water. Fang Ping's vitality erupted. Force conversion, in the blink of an eye, the Saint's Order and Heavenly King's seal covered the surroundings. Emperor armor appeared. Fang Ping said coldly, Li Zhu, you haven't broken 8 yet. You think too highly of yourself. Kill. A loud roar shook the surroundings. Fang Ping broke through the air. The Heavenly King's seal in his hand turned into a Chengdao. He slashed. Before the saber arrived, Li Zhu's expression changed drastically. Since when did Fang Ping have such powerful strength? On the other side, the God-forging envoy was also surprised. After the surprise, he laughed. Sky Arm, I'll leave Yi and the rest to you. Hong Yu is mine. Fang Ping, kill Li Zhu. Terrifying, Fang Ping changed his force and integrated Li Hansong's jade bones. He put on emperor armor, used the Heavenly King's seal and the Saint's order. His strength had reached peak break 7. Li Zhu was about the same level. He might be slightly stronger than Fang Ping. However, when their strength was about the same, when both sides fought, it did not depend on the difference in vitality. Instead, it depended on techniques, luck, and experience. Li Zhu was shocked. He was shocked by Fang Ping's strength. On the other side, Heng Yu was also frowning. Previously, Tianji had said that Fang Ping's strength had reached peak break 7. However, did he just break peak break 7 now? He was almost at peak break 7. While he was thinking, Fang Ping had already broken through the air and arrived, laughing. Li Zhu, come. Measure your strength. Let's see if you have the right to be so arrogant. Li Zhu snorted. The Thousand Worlds cauldron appeared instantly. A cauldron was thrown out. Fang Ping's saber hit it. A loud bang was heard. In all directions, the martial artists below the Heavenly King level felt their roots tremble. The weaker ones bled from their 7 orifices, their roots overflowing. Fang Ping slashed thousands of times in a row. In the next moment, he opened his mouth wide and bit the Thousand Worlds cauldron. Li Zhu's expression changed slightly. Fang Ping had a lot of tricks up his sleeves. Once he swallowed the Thousand Worlds cauldron, he might refine it. He dared not take the risk. He had given this Thousand Worlds cauldron to the Palm Seal envoy. He was only borrowing it now. He had not refined it completely. If Fang Ping took it away, he would not have a chance to get it back. Li Zhu withdrew the Thousand Worlds cauldron. Instantly. At this moment, Fang Ping was already close. He raised his saber and slashed. Li Zhu snorted. A long spear appeared in his hand. He stabbed it at Fang Ping. Useless. So what if you stab me? At this moment, Fang Ping's physique was as strong as a Heavenly King's. He had fused with Ironhead's jade bones and was wearing emperor armor. Such a defensive ability was also protected by a layer of Saint Order and Heavenly King seal. He was also a daring person. At this moment, he did not dodge or evade, letting Li Zhu stab him with the spear. Of course, Fang Ping was not one to be taken advantage of. The moment his long spear stabbed him, Fang Ping's shoulder shook. The cat's mentality erupted instantly. At this moment, the long spear stabbed the emperor armor. Fang Ping stretched out his arm and grabbed Li Zhu's arm. Li Zhu was hit by the cat's mentality and paused for a moment. At this moment, he missed the opportunity to withdraw his hand. The force in Fang Ping's hand erupted. With a roar, he crushed Li Zhu's right hand. At the same time, Fang Ping grabbed the long spear and retreated hundreds of meters. He grabbed the long spear fiercely. With a roar, he opened his mouth again and swallowed the long spear in one gulp. The long spear entered the Source World instantly. In the Source World, the Saint Order and Heavenly King seal that had not been used yet formed an inescapable net, enveloping the long spear. Countless silhouettes appeared, suppressing the long spear. 2 cities rose into the sky, suppressing the long spear. On the other side, Li Zhu was roaring. This was his own weapon, the semi-divine long spear. He had great control over it. However, no matter how he controlled it, after entering Fang Ping's Source World, the degree of control would drop by half. Although the long spear was struggling, it still could not break free. Fang Ping sneered. Li Zhu, how dare you be so arrogant in front of me with your mediocre skills? On his shoulder, the cat was a little confused. It lifted one of its legs. Was the mediocre skill strong? Li Zhu was quite strong. Would it be stronger if it lifted one of its legs? The cat gave it a try. Fang Ping shook his shoulder, and the cat's legs fell off forcefully. Stupid cat, can't you look at the time when you're acting cute? I, the king of humanity, am domineering now. You stupid cat, if you raise your leg and act cute, where do you want me, the king of humanity, to put my face? Ignoring the cat, Fang Ping forcefully suppressed Li Zhu's semi-divine spear. In the next moment, Fang Ping raised a saber and broke through the air. Not only that, Fang Ping let out a low growl. The Heavenly King seals around him suddenly turned into Fang Pings, attacking the catacombs and Medicine God Island powerhouses. These heavenly king seals and saint tokens were now full of energy, transforming into human forms. Some were strong, some were weak. However, no matter how weak they still had the strength of a true god. Holy weapon incarnations were stronger than ordinary incarnations. I'm giving you face, but you don't want it. Fang Ping snorted coldly and shouted at the same time, Sword Ji, Rain God, help me kill them. I will definitely repay you generously. On the other side, there were a few heavenly kings from the Chuo lineage. This time, Fang Ping knew a few of them. Many people from the Chuo lineage came this time. There were 2 at Breakthrough 7s and 4 at Breakthrough 6s, a total of 6 heavenly king powerhouses. Almost all of them were at the heavenly king realm. The weak ones did not come. The 2 people Fang Ping called out were people he knew from the previous emperor-slaying battle. Among them, Sword Ji had merged with Fang Ping before. He was also a top-notch powerhouse at Breakthrough 7s. Previously, both sides had Breakthrough 8s, so these Chuo powerhouses did not interfere. Now that Fang Ping called out to them, they looked at each other, somewhat unsure of what to do. Skyarm did not ask them to interfere either. If he interfered, it would be to curry favor with the humans. However, if Chuo interfered, someone might die. At the heavenly king level, cultivation was too difficult. If a heavenly king died to curry favor, even Skyarm dared not make this decision, unless the underworld god came. Alright, since you don't want to help, then it doesn't matter. I hope you can see the situation clearly. Don't team up with Hong Yu and the others. Otherwise, I, Fang Ping, will not show mercy. Having said that, Fang Ping was already fighting with Li Zhu again. Li Zhu snorted coldly, saying, I want to see how long your force conversion can last. Fang Ping had converted force to have his current strength. However, other than the part converted by the vitality augmentation spell, the other parts that were converted by force were not too stable. Li Zhu was also a top-notch powerhouse. Naturally, he could feel it. After a long time, the force would collapse. When that time came, he did not believe that Fang Ping could still maintain his current strength. You've grown beyond your imagination. Fang Ping laughed. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu's expression changed, and he retreated immediately. There was a rumble, Li Zhu's origin chi leaked slightly. Fang Ping broke into the origin and directly attacked his origin world. Fang Ping laughed. Do you think I'm still the Fang Ping from before? Li Zhu, you've overestimated yourself. Having said that, Fang Ping's shoulders shook. He shouted, Cat, go intimidate Tianji and kill him. Cat broke through the air, his mentality exploding. He meowed, I don't kill people. I only intimidate. That old man with such thick arms, come and kill him. Skyarm laughed. At this moment, Tianji retreated hastily. However, Cat's mentality was too strong. In an instant, it exploded. Tianji's footsteps faltered, and Skyarm threw a punch. There was a rumble, Tianji's chest was pierced, and he flew backward. Skyarm was about to finish him off when Han Yu roared, You want us to join forces and kill you? As soon as he said that, Heavenly King Yi's expression changed slightly. He did not use his full strength earlier. Now that he heard Han Yu's words, his vitality exploded instantly, condensing into a long arrow, and shot it at Skyarm, who was chasing after Tianji. Skyarm swung his fist to block the arrow, shattering it with a punch. On the other side, Tianji also seized the time and quickly retreated. His face was slightly pale, and he looked a little sad. He was almost killed. In this world where powerhouses ruled, he, a heavenly king who had just achieved Breakthrough 6, was nothing. There were quite a few Breakthrough 8 heavenly kings. If they really fought to the death like Fang Ping and Li Zhu, they might be able to achieve Breakthrough 8 combat strength at a critical moment. As soon as Fang Ping arrived, he did not say a word. He was extremely aggressive and wanted to kill Li Zhu immediately. Li Zhu did not want to talk nonsense with Fang Ping. When Fang Ping arrived, he wanted to kill him immediately. However, the reality was not so simple. The current Fang Ping was much stronger than before. For a moment, Li Zhu was stronger than Fang Ping. However, his equipment was not as powerful as Fang Ping's. The Myriad Realms cauldron dared not move because it was suppressing the origin. Unexpectedly, it was suppressed by Fang Ping for a short period of time. Fang Ping's physique was strong, his bones were strong, and he had the defense of emperor armor. He did not care about Li Zhu's attack. At this moment, Fang Ping put away his Chengdao. A pair of boxing gloves appeared in his hands. Like a mad wild bull, he bombarded Li Zhu with both fists. His speed was extremely strange. In the blink of an eye, thousands of punches were launched. Rumble, the entire prairie was on the verge of collapsing from the impact. On the side, the few beginner Heavenly Kings were also dazzled by the scene. The two Heavenly Kings that Fang Ping mentioned earlier were both Breakthrough 7. Sword Ji, who had worked with Fang Ping before, was a little shocked. He transmitted his voice, "Rain God, the human king is getting stronger and stronger. He's terrifyingly strong. It's only been a few days, but he has already reached peak Breakthrough 7. Rain God was a mentality powerhouse. At this moment, he saw more. He transmitted his voice, he forcefully converted his force. His true strength has not reached peak Breakthrough 7. However, he is definitely peak Breakthrough 7, and he has not just entered peak Breakthrough 7. The human king is really scary." As he said that, Rain God continued, "What should we do now? Just sit back and watch. These people are not stupid. With us here, they might not fight to the death. The human king likes to kill onlookers. Be careful that there will be problems in the end. It shouldn't be. Divine Arm is here and also participating in the battle. No matter how evil the human king's heart is, he won't attack us now." On their side, there were 2 Breakthrough 7 and 4 Breakthrough 6. Their strength was definitely not weak. However, if the two sides really joined forces, it would not be too difficult to kill them. However, if they said that they would help Fang Ping and the others now, they were also unwilling. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, Heavenly King Yi. None of them were easy to deal with. If they really forced them into a corner, the beginner Heavenly Kings would probably suffer heavy casualties. They would not dare to act rashly. On the human side, Fang Ping was powerful, and the God-forging envoy was also a top-notch powerhouse. Other than Jiang Hao, the safety of those two was much stronger than them. The battle was still going on. The more Li Zhu fought, the more solemn he became. Fang Ping was still becoming stronger during the battle. He was honing his body, his bones, and his force. Countless imperishable substances surrounded him. Fang Ping fought and cultivated at the same time. He had just learned the golden body technique and combat techniques not long ago. He had not experienced actual combat. At this moment, the more he fought, the more familiar he became. Fang Ping laughed and said, "Awesome. I was just looking for a whetstone, an evenly matched opponent to train myself. Coincidentally, you, Li Zhu, are here. I thank you, a whetstone delivered to my doorstep. I thank your 8 generations of ancestors." Li Zhu snorted coldly. On the other side, Hong Yu said in a low voice, "Fang Ping, we have no intention of becoming enemies with you. Jiang Hao must be the reincarnation of the demon emperor. He knows this place better than we do. Previously, he has already obtained the key to pass this level. The demon emperor is not a human, he did not want to fight with Fang Ping and the other powerhouses now. Previously, he could still suppress them. Now that Fang Ping was here, this fellow's combat strength had increased to a frightening level. He actually blocked Li Zhu. This time, they were in big trouble. Of course, it was not that easy for Fang Ping to defeat them. If they really fought, both sides would end up with heavy losses. Fang Ping sneered. "Who do you think you are? The Heavenly King's breakthrough speed is extremely fast. He will be here soon. Hongkuan is trapped by me and Heavenly Hound will be here soon. Do you think we can stop fighting just because you say so? Today, I will make you stay. When we get out, I will take over your catacombs. The chaotic realm is about to break 8. Stonefall is here too. They are all my reinforcements. If we keep you here, we will destroy you sooner or later." Hong Yu's expression changed again. Now, the human race had many allies and they were extremely powerful. If those people really came, they would not be a match for them. Especially the Heavenly King and Heavenly Hound. They were both true powerhouses who had broken 8. If they fought, they might not be able to defeat them. I'll beat you up. At this moment, Fang Ping roared. His fists were like thunder as he punched Li Zhu's shoulder. With a boom, Li Zhu's shoulder exploded. Fang Ping's chest was also hit by Li Zhu's palm. Emperor armor glowed. Fang Ping took a few steps back, blood flowing from his mouth. At the same time, he heard Li Hansong's muffled groan. After all, he was not a heavenly king powerhouse. Although the jade bone was strong, it depended on who his opponent was and how strong he was. The jade bone surrounded Fang Ping. Now that it was hit by Li Zhu's palm, if Fang Ping did not have a strong defense and relied on himself, he might have been smashed into pieces. Both sides fought for a while, but neither gained an advantage. On Fang Ping's side, his force was also a little unstable. The part that was converted by the vitality augmentation spell was fine. The part that he forcibly converted was flickering and showing signs of breaking. At this moment, Heavenly King Yi also shouted, "Human King, we are all here to break through. Why must we fight to the end? The reincarnation of the Demon Emperor holds the key to breaking through this level. If the human race does not share it, we will not agree to it. Do you want to fight to the death? Go to hell." Fang Ping said coldly, "Don't play games with me. The Dao tree is waiting for us at the final level. Why should I be in a hurry? Are you in a hurry to meet up? Don't provoke me, or else I will kill you right now. Do you think you are great just because you can summon the Dao tree? Do you think it is invincible just because it has broken 9 combat strength? Do you think I dare to break through the level without knowing anything? Do you think I am an idiot like Hong Yu and Li Zhu? You are still too inexperienced to play games with me." Heavenly thunder rumbled. Hong Yu and Li Zhu's expressions changed drastically. Heavenly King Yi's expression also changed. He said stiffly, "Human King, I don't understand what you are saying. Tisk, a bunch of trash dares to compete with the sun and the moon. What a joke." Fang Ping's arch armor disappeared, revealing his true appearance. He was full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. He had the pearl of wisdom in his hands. At this moment, Fang Ping looked up as if he had seen something. He snorted coldly and said, "Your roots have taken root in every level and will descend at the critical moment? Why don't you try descending? I'll make you suffer the consequences today." His words were overflowing with confidence. Heavenly King Yi's expression changed. Fang Ping knew, not only did he know, but he also seemed to know how to deal with it. How did he know? Where did he get the confidence to deal with it? Fang Ping. Hong Yu stopped fighting with the weapon god envoy. He took a few steps back and shouted, "Are you serious? Cut it out." Fang Ping sneered. "Aren't you an inspector? Don't you know? The Divine Emperor's Dao tree, the #1 tree in the 3 realms, the monster plant that wants to become an emperor is here. Don't you know? You people like to play tricks. Do you think you can trick everyone? What a joke. The Dao tree is either at peak breakthrough 8 or peak breakthrough 9, but it hasn't become an emperor. This time, E and the others deliberately threw out the arcane realm to lure us here. They want us to meet up with the Dao tree, break through together, and help the Dao tree become an emperor. Do you really think I don't know?" Fang Ping seemed to know everything, but in reality, he had only made some judgments based on a few words. However, he was used to it. It was up to him whether to believe it or not. In general, Fang Ping felt that his guess was not too far off. At most, there were some differences in the details. However, to Fang Ping, as long as he could give a rough idea, he could imagine a big show. He did not need to know everything. At this time, Li Zhu and Hong Yu looked at Yi. Heavenly King Yi's expression changed. He said in a low voice, "Human King, even if you say something, no one will believe you. Who in the 3 realms doesn't know that Human King can talk? Trash." Fang Ping shouted, looking at Li Zhu. "Get out of my way. I will kill this person. If the Dao tree does not descend, I will teach you the Southern Emperor Guiyuan. Do you dare to bet?" Li Zhu's expression was uncertain. Fang Ping sneered. "Hong Yu knows, but you might not. Of course, it's hard to say. Li Zhu, you're just at peak breakthrough 7. Do you want a share of the loot?" Peak breakthrough 7, Li Zhu was tired. He said calmly, "What about you?" "Me? Fang Ping smiled. You can try. If you push me too far, I, Fang Ping, will unleash the power of Peak Breakthrough 9. Li Zhu looked at him, saying nothing. On the other side, Hong Yu's eyes were cold. Fang Ping, are you threatening us? Threatening you? Fang Ping laughed heartily. You're not qualified yet. My opponent is the Emperor God. It's a battle against people like the Celestial Emperor. If it weren't for you bunch of trash, your father, the earthly sovereign, would still be qualified to be my opponent. As for you, you're not even as good as Hong Kuan. Do I need to scare trash like you? Fang Ping was extremely domineering. Those who did not know would think that he had broken 9. Meanwhile, Heavenly King Yi spoke coldly once more. Human King, there's no such thing as a Dao tree in this world. F***ck off. Fang Ping scolded, if there is, your master, the Emperor God, will die immediately, and you will die immediately too. Your Dao will collapse, and your origin will explode. I'm telling you, don't make promises blindly. Do you know where this place is? This is a world created by the All-Dao seed. The All-Dao seed is also the embodiment of the 3 realms laws. If you dare to spout nonsense here, do you believe that you won't immediately explode upon receiving the great Dao of Essence? Fang Ping sneered. You're playing this game with me. Do you think I don't know more than a piece of trash like you? Come, swear in front of the myriad Dao seed that there is no Dao tree in this world, and this king will admit that everything before was nonsense. There was silence everywhere. Hong Yu and the rest's expressions changed. The God Creation Envoy looked at Fang Ping in surprise. Heavenly Arm said excitedly, is this place really a world created by the seed? If it was at the beginning, they might not have taken Fang Ping's words seriously. But now, they believed it a little. Fang Ping knew a lot. There were some things that no one in the outside world knew except for old antiques like them. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had exposed everything in one go. At this moment, some of the beginner heavenly kings were at a loss. Tianji and Xinghong were also at a loss. It was obvious that they did not know much. But what about Fang Ping? The young Fang Ping seemed to know more secrets than they did. For a moment, even Heavenly King Yi did not dare to speak nonsense anymore. He really did not know much about this place. But Fang Ping said it so confidently that he vaguely knew some things about the seed. If what Fang Ping said was true, Heavenly King Yi did not dare to believe that once he touched the 3 realms laws, would he really die suddenly? If that was the case, then his death would be too unjust. Fang Ping sneered, looked around and said mockingly, these people under the God Emperor are not qualified to play tricks with me. So what if you have lived for tens of thousands of years? You are still trash. Fighting with others is endless joy. You people are all high and mighty, where did you get the confidence to play tricks with me? Everyone's mouth twitched. A 21-year-old young man despised a group of old antiques who had lived for tens of thousands of years. But they did not say anything, not to mention, there were probably not many people present who knew more secrets than Fang Ping. Fang Ping would ask for secrets when he saw an emperor. After asking so many times, he probably knew more about what happened in the past than everyone present. The half-truth and half-lies really fooled these people. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Heavenly King Yi. Heavenly King Yi's expression became more and more gloomy. As expected, the human king was difficult to deal with. This was even more difficult to deal with than the rumors. Not long after they arrived, they shifted their target from Jianghao to him. Dao Tree, Heavenly King Yi did not expect that the Dao Tree that was hidden so deeply would be exposed, even he had only found out about this a while ago. He was the only one who knew. The others, including Yin Fei and Lu Shan, although they knew a little, they did not know the exact details. It was the same for Medicine God Island. They only knew that they were prepared, but they did not know where the confidence came from. Now, however, Fang Ping had completely leaked it, more than he, Heavenly King Yi, knew. At least Heavenly King Yi did not know the specific strength of the Dao Tree, but Fang Ping said it directly. It was either peak breaking 8 or breaking 9. This guy, how did he know all this? Could it be that there was a powerhouse behind him? Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have the confidence to deal with the Dao Tree, right? Heavenly King Yi did not speak. This confirmed Fang Ping's words. Li Zhu's expression became more and more gloomy. He actually did not know much. Of course, he had judged that Heavenly King E and the others might have some arrangements to lure them here. Now, it could only be said that Fong Ping knew these arrangements, which was not unexpected. However, Fong Ping actually knew so much, which still shocked them a little. This guy did not seem to know anything, Fong Ping sneered and said, "Did you really think that I did not kill Tianji because I could not kill him? I just wanted to wait until the last round to join forces and kill the Dao tree like how I killed Huan that day. Now, you actually dare to attack my people, then don't blame me for killing you. If the Dao tree really wants to attack you, let's see who can stop it. As for me, without you, I can still do it. You think my kindness is weakness. Tianji, Xinghong, you two be careful, don't give me a chance to meet you alone. Just follow Hongyu and the others, or else, humph." A cold snort made the two heavenly kings' hearts tremble, their faces turning pale. If Fong Ping had displayed this kind of strength before, the two heavenly kings who were breaking six might not have been his match. In addition, if the round in this place was not broken and they could not leave, they might really be killed on the spot. How could they know that Fong Ping was actually so ridiculously strong? Now, Xinghong was also full of regret. He was only a breaking six, he really did not know much. Now, he had provoked Fong Ping, big trouble. Didn't he see that Han Yu and the others who were breaking 8 were also extremely afraid of Fong Ping? Heavenly King E, who was breaking 7, did not have the slightest advantage against Fong Ping. He was dumbfounded by Fong Ping's words. At this time, Han Yu spoke again, in a low voice, "Fong Ping, I don't know all this. Since you already know, continuing to fight will only benefit others. Let's call a truce." "Call a truce so easily?" Fong Ping said mildly, "Do you think I'm easy to bully? Jianghao was hurt by you guys, he has to pay a price." Li Zhu said faintly, "Fong Ping, you haven't gained the upper hand yet." "Is that so?" Fong Ping laughed. "Li Zhu, don't be sarcastic with me. The Martial King can't deal with you, but it doesn't mean that I can't. If you dare to be sarcastic with me again, I guarantee that you won't live to the end of this round. If you don't believe me, try it. The King of Man is even more arrogant than those who are breaking." 9. Li Zhu laughed. He really did not believe it. Fong Ping did this every time. He clearly did not have the upper hand, but he made it seem like the others were weaker, trying to gain the advantage. Once or twice, Fong Ping had reaped all the benefits each time. This time, although Fong Ping's words shocked him, he really did not believe that Fong Ping would not let him live to the next round. "You actually don't believe me?" Fong Ping laughed. "Then I'll make you believe me. Cat, summon the rule." The cat was stunned. What did he say? This cat doesn't understand. Mentality outburst, bombard the barrier forcefully, let the rule appear. The cat understood, Fong Ping was asking him to learn from Celestial Emperor, forcefully destroy this round, after which the rule would descend. But, it was so dangerous, the cat was about to cry. He had seen it before. The powerful Celestial Emperor was obliterated by the rule. "You're trying to trick the cat. Hurry up, it's okay. As soon as the rule appears, stop immediately, it's okay." Fong Ping had seen it before. As long as he stopped at the crucial moment, the danger was not great. Although the cat felt wronged, after thinking about it, he would listen to the liar for once. The liar was now in a difficult position, the pretentious Li Zhu did not believe it. It would be too embarrassing if it admitted defeat just like that. If the liar lost face, it would also lose face as a cat. In the next moment, the cat broke through the air, mentality outburst with full force. Afraid that it was not enough, it also outburst with force. There was a loud boom, the void was bombarded. At this moment, the void was a little turbulent. The cat's mentality was not weak, but it still could not break through the sky. Fong Ping saw this. This was not going to work. He broke through the air quickly, a punch blasting out, he and the cat bombarded the void together. The void cracked slightly. In the next second, a powerful chi overflowed, and a giant hand that covered the sky appeared in the void. Hong Yu's expression changed, however, in the next moment, Hong Yu could not help but curse, "Stop. If you want to die, don't drag us down with you." He had also seen through it, what backup, confidence, summoning, this bastard Fang Ping did not have these at all. He was deliberately breaking the rule of this place, summoning the rule to attack. This way, everyone would be the target. The corner of Li Zhu's mouth twitched. He had enough of this bastard Fang Ping. Did he really think that Fang Ping had a trump card? But F***ck, was this considered a trump card? He was trying to drag them down with him to death. The rule of this place was indeed very powerful. At least, it made Hong Yu, who had broken 8, feel threatened. If this continued and covered them indiscriminately, perhaps even a broken 8 would be in danger of dying. Fang Ping also felt a little embarrassed, but he did not lose in terms of strength. Fang Ping humphed. You think the rule of this place will attack me? What a joke. I have true blood in my body, and the rule is invulnerable. If all of you die, I won't die either. Fang Ping's vitality erupted. Needless to say. At this time, the giant hand was a little shaky, as if it was judging something. In the next moment, something happened that made Li Zhu and the others frown. In the sky above Fang Ping, the gigantic hand had actually cracked open a little. Obviously, it wanted to avoid Fang Ping. Fang Ping himself was stunned. F***ck, I just said that, and you really won't attack me? Of course, even if he was stunned, Fang Ping forced himself to stay calm. I summoned it. That's right, this rule was summoned by me. It was raised by my family, of course it won't attack me. There was nothing wrong with it. He pretended to be calm, but Li Zhu and Han Yu really could not stay calm. Was it true? Fang Ping could really summon the rule of this place to attack them? This was too unfair. The few of them felt wronged. Even the God Creation envoy was a little uneasy. He said hurriedly, Fang Ping, come down quickly. He had a feeling that Fang Ping could not protect them. They were also the target of the attack. The God Creation envoy was very helpless. Don't. If this went on, everyone present would be in danger. Of course, from the looks of it, Fang Ping was not in great danger. Fang Ping said fiercely, Senior, don't worry. Even if Senior dies with them, I'm still alive. Using Senior to exchange for them, it's worth it. Li Zhu, this bastard, provoked me. Come on, do it, who's afraid of who? The God Creation envoy almost cursed. I'm not going to change. If you want to change, you can change it yourself. Li Zhu was also speechless. This lunatic, he should not have talked so much with him. Whatever he said, he should have pretended not to hear it. Now, whether this lunatic was really provoked or not, he was not sure. Li Zhu felt wronged. Meeting Fang Ping was not a good thing. At this time, Hong Yu said again, Fang Ping, even if you can avoid the rule, if we are really attacked, we will bring you along no matter what. Can you really avoid a broken 8? Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. You want to die with me? Do you think I don't dare? If I die, the humans still have the suppressing Heavenly King and the Martial King. If you die, who else does your family have? Your big brother? Your big brother will die sooner or later. Do you really think you can match the suppressing Heavenly King? Moreover, I might not die. You're dead for sure. Do you want to fight with me? Then let's give it a try. Fang Ping continued to attack the void. In the void, the giant hand became more and more condensed, vaguely showing signs of descending. Everyone was speechless. The King of Man was good at talking, but to say that he only knew how to talk, they would really underestimate the King of Man. When Fang Ping needed to be ruthless, he was more ruthless than anyone else. Hong Yu frowned and said in a low voice, if we fight with our lives, we are not afraid at the crucial moment. But is it worth it? It's just a small matter now. Will you only be satisfied if we die together? If they were afraid of death, they would not be so afraid. When it was really time to fight with their lives, they would also dare. But, it was really not worth it, just for Jiang Hao. Wasn't he still not dead? He had to drag so many heavenly kings to die with him, and there were many broken 8. Was it worth it? Hong Yu really had to give up on Fang Ping. Meanwhile, he was cursing Li Zhu in his head. He knew that this B***starred wasn't a good guy, and he was young and aggressive. Why did he have to humiliate him? Now, everyone was in a difficult position. Fang Ping's attitude, as if he cared about his face more than his life, was a real headache. He still remembered Li Zhu's disdain earlier. Li Zhu had said that Fang Ping couldn't kill him, but now Fang Ping insisted on proving that he could. Hong Yu was really impressed. It was just a small matter, but things had turned out this way. He had no choice but to accept this. Seeing that Fang Ping was not going to give up, Hong Yu looked at the God-forging envoy and said in a low voice, "God-forging envoy, are you going to let him mess around like this?" The creation god envoy was also speechless. "You guys insisted on provoking him, but now you're looking for me?" Very few of them would fight with their lives on the line. However, when it came to Fang Ping, sometimes there were too many accidents. If you did not want to risk your life, a rank 8 might fall because of a small matter. The reason for the deaths of the Weapon Master and Origin Hua, the two 8-break masters, was actually not that complicated. This was a battle against a monarch, but in the end, it resulted in the death of 2 realm breakers. It was an accident. This had a lot to do with Fang Ping. When it came to a guy like Fang Ping who did not follow the rules, sometimes you had to give in. The God-forging envoy was also helpless. He coughed lightly and said, "How about this, you guys compensate Xianxia with a holy weapon, and this matter will be dropped." Everyone stepped down. Fang Ping was desperate to save face now. If you did not give him face, he might really fight you to the death. You guys should think about whether it was worth it or not. Hong Yu and Li Zhu were agreed. At this moment, Li Zhu's expression was extremely gloomy. He suddenly snorted and said, "I'll give up control of the God-downing spear." "Fang Ping, don't go too far." Although his demigod spear had been taken away by Fang Ping, he could still control it. If Fang Ping wanted to refine it, it would not be that easy. At this moment, he also knew that it would be very difficult to take it back. He might as well just give up and let this bastard Fang Ping have a little upper hand. This matter would be over. Could he really let a bunch of powerhouses die with him just for this trivial matter? Everyone wanted their face. However, Fang Ping wanted it even more. He wanted his face to die. If this continued, he would go crazy. There was really no need. Li Zhu and the others were all very shrewd. How could they be willing to sacrifice their lives for such a trivial matter? Fang Ping curled his lips. "Forget it. I'll give you face. This spear is mine anyway. Why do I need you to give it to me? Next time you meet me, behave yourself. Those who provoke me are almost all dead. You guys take it easy." As he spoke, Fang Ping landed in the air. He no longer bombarded the void. The giant hand in the void also gradually dissipated. Just as Hong Yu and the others heaved a sigh of relief, Tianbai, who had been hiding at the back, suddenly let out a muffled groan. With a boom, his golden body exploded. In the next moment, a saint's token shot out. Fang Ping caught it and muttered, "I almost forgot that there's still a saint's token that I haven't taken away." Hong Yu was very angry. However, Tianbai was not from his side. He was from the divine sect, so he did not say anything. Tianbai was not dead yet. However, he was severely injured. The saint's token directly penetrated his source world and went to Fang Ping's side. At this moment, Tianbai looked sorrowful. "You said you wanted it. Do you think I dare to not give it to you? You just had to destroy my source world and almost killed me. Why did you have to do that?" He really didn't dare to not give it to Fang Ping. Fang Ping forced Break 8 to compromise. How would he dare to say no? In the end, Fang Ping didn't even say anything. He took it directly and almost killed him. Fang Ping ignored him. He looked around and exhaled. King Zhen is not here. That fellow is really lucky. If he met Hongkuan and gave the Heavenly King's seal to him, it would be hard to snatch it away. I hope that fellow hasn't met Hongkuan yet. The next time I meet him, I'll just kill him. He had collected all the saints' tokens and was only missing one Heavenly King's seal. Fang Ping really hoped to meet King Zhen now. Unfortunately, he had passed 7 stages. It was already the 8th stage, but he still hadn't met King General. King Zhen might be in the stage he had passed. Fang Ping felt helpless as he might not meet King General. The battle ended when Fang Ping decided to risk his life. Li Hansong was also released. At this moment, his body was trembling. Fang Ping was really domineering. If the stalemate continued, he would not be able to keep his jade bones. At this moment, Jiang Hao also looked at Fang Ping with a complicated expression. In the past, he still wanted to fight for the position of human king. After entering this place, his improvement speed was very fast. He was almost at the Saint Realm now. It was the true Saint Realm. It wasn't the Saint Realm that he borrowed the strength of the Demon Emperor. This speed was already very fast. But now, compared to him, he was almost killed even with the protection of 2 Break 8 cultivators. In the end, it was Fang Ping who helped him out. Hong Yu and Li Zhu, who were quite domineering towards the weapon god envoys, were now restrained when facing Fang Ping. This was human king. Fang Ping didn't care about what they thought. He looked around and said, "Which emperor is in charge of this stage? Why don't I see the projection? Did you guys kill him? You guys are good. You taught yourself and learned from me. The only way to pass this stage is to kill an emperor. You guys even know this secret." Everyone felt even more tired. Who killed an emperor? Don't talk nonsense. From this guy's tone, he killed a lot of them. The weapon god envoy was too lazy to reply. Instead, he said, "This stage is the Earthly Emperor's stage. We've been here for a while, but the Earthly Emperor didn't appear." Then, Xianxia appeared. There was no need to say anything else. Xianxia did not appear from the outside, but from the inside of the stage. In addition, the Earthly Emperor had not appeared. Needless to say, Xianxia might have discovered the secret to breaking through. That was why the battle broke out. After saying that, the weapon god envoy sent a voice transmission. "How many stages have you broken? What about you?" "I've broken through 4 stages. This is the 5th stage." The weapon god envoy was still a little proud. His speed of breaking through was very fast. This was already the 5th stage. Fang Ping replied, "I've only broken through the 7th stage. This is the 8th stage. It's just SOSO." The weapon god envoy was speechless. Mother of asterisk Kerr, this kid was on steroids. He broke through so quickly. At this time, the others' gazes were focused on Fang Ping. Xianxia was the key to breaking through this stage. If they wanted to break through, they had to know what this stage had. However, Fang Ping was not in a hurry. He turned around and said, "Li Zhu, Hong Yu, do you want to join forces and kill Yi and the others? In case they do something in secret, or tip off the Dao tree?" In the distance, a group of beginner Heavenly Kings sighed. They were here again. Killing the third party was what the human king liked to do the most. They had to take it easy. A group of people gathered towards the Sky Arm. It was safer to follow the Sky Arm. P.S. There are only 2 updates today. Happy Valentine's Day. Killing a third party was Fang Ping's favorite thing to do. In other words, no one wanted others to be the fishermen. Others might not have the courage to attack a third party, but Fang Ping did. But this time, Fang Ping's wishful thinking was wrong. Hong Yu and Li Zhu did not comment. It was not that they did not want to kill Heavenly King Yi and the others, but they had some concerns. Concerns that if they killed Heavenly King Yi, Fang Ping would attack them. Nowadays, humans were getting stronger and stronger. Hong Yu and Li Zhu were not stupid. Even if Heavenly King Yi really had a plan, humans would be the first to bear the brunt. On the other hand, if they killed Heavenly King Yi, not only would they not get any benefits, they might even become scapegoats. If the Dao tree behind Heavenly King Yi was really extremely powerful, killing Heavenly King Yi would be troublesome. At the last moment, perhaps they would become the buffer between humans and the Dao tree. Both sides would kill them to end everything. It was very likely that this would happen. Because of this time the 2 powerhouses did not care about Fang Ping at all. Fang Ping also knew that there was not much hope and felt a little regretful. Even if he and the weapon god envoy wanted to kill Heavenly King Yi, these 2 would not just stand by and watch. They would probably stop him. As humans became stronger, these powerhouses already had a basic principle. Too many powerhouses could not die, especially non-human powerhouses. Otherwise, in the end, it was very likely that the powerhouses of the 3 realms would join forces and still not be able to match the enemy humans. Therefore, at this moment, all forces were actually quite restrained. It was not the first time that a broken 8 Heavenly King and a broken 6 Heavenly King encountered each other, but there was almost no killing. This was to prevent all this. Not only to prevent humans, but also to prevent beginner martial artists. Strictly speaking, the three realms now should be the real three major forces should be the human race, beginner martial artists, and other alliances. Hong Yu and Li Zhu did not want this balance to be broken again. Even if Heavenly King Yi had ulterior motives, that was a matter for the future. If the Tao Tree wanted to plot against all beings, it would not be that easy. This time, there were many broken eight. The Tao Tree was not an emperor. Even if it really broke 9, if all parties joined forces, they could beat back or even kill the Tao Tree like last time. These people were very shrewd in their calculations. Fang Ping glanced and did not say anything. Actually, it was time to learn to be smart. In the past few years, Fang Ping had continuously weakened the strength of all parties. Countless powerhouses had died and were injured on all sides. The humans were getting stronger and stronger and had already become a great threat. Who would dare to rashly kill those Heavenly King powerhouses? Now, the death of a Heavenly King did not mean that they were weaker, but that the human race was stronger. There was no way to fight now. On one hand, it was because the two sides' combat power had not completely lost balance, and on the other hand, it was because of the threat of the Tao Tree. Everyone looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao wanted to keep the information to himself. However, seeing that Hong Yu and Li Zhu were eyeing Jiang Hao with hostility, including Sky Arm, Fang Ping understood that he could not be too selfish. If he pushed the Chu Wu side to the opposite side, then he and the God-forging envoy would be in danger. Casually throwing out a few sofa chairs, Fang Ping called for the God Creation envoy to sit down, then called for Jiang Hao to sit down, and gave one to the Sky Arm ignoring the others. Fang Ping sat down and said, Jiang Hao, tell me how to break through this stage. Also, where did the projection of the earthly sovereign go? Jiang Hao looked around and knew that Fang Ping could not handle the pressure. However, it was much better than before. Previously, Li Zhu and the others were overbearing and wanted to capture him directly to interrogate him. Now, however, they chose to listen from the side. Jiang Hao was just about to speak when the cat suddenly jumped over with a bang and landed on his shoulder. It sniffed, then jumped back with a bang and ignored him. Jiang Hao looked at the cat, his gaze slightly complicated, but he did not say anything. He knew what the cat was smelling. The cat was looking for unquestionable Jian, not him. Fang Ping rubbed the cat's big head. After unquestionable Jian died, although the cat did not mention it again, when Fang Ping knew the cat mentioned unquestionable Jian a lot. In these 8,000 years, there were not many people that the cat could remember. Unquestionable Jian occupied a lot of space in its life. As for Gong Juanzi, although he had been with the cat for thousands of years, in the cat's heart, his position should be much lower than unquestionable Jian's. The matter with the cat was just a small interlude. No one said anything. Jiang Hao could not be considered unquestionable Jian. On the day unquestionable Jian died, there really was no such person in the three realms. Today, Jiang Hao only had a part of unquestionable Jian's memory. It was not much different from watching someone else's life. The impact on Jiang Hao was also limited. The earthly sovereign's projection has dissipated. Jiang Hao's first sentence made many people frown. Hong Yu said in a low voice, dissipated? The projections here are all indestructible. Even if they collapse, they will reappear very quickly. Why did they dissipate? It was not his first round. Fang Ping was not the only one who had seen projections collapsing. Under normal circumstances, even if they collapsed, they would quickly reform. However, the earthly sovereign's projection had dissipated. What did this mean? No wonder they had not seen the earthly sovereign's projection since they came in. Jiang Hao glanced at him and said lightly, I don't know why it collapsed either. But it did collapse. When I came here, the projection was already on the verge of collapsing. Maybe it's because the real body has completely disappeared? He was not too sure. Fang Ping, on the other hand, was deep in thought. Previously, the Celestial Emperor's projection had also dissipated. Could the Celestial Emperor's projection that appeared after that still be considered a projection? He did not know. After the earthly sovereign's projection dissipated, there was no earthly sovereign's projection in this place. Would it reappear like the Celestial Emperor and be molded by the rules? The Beast Emperor's projection could reform after collapsing so many times. However, the earthly sovereign's projection could not. Perhaps it really had something to do with the real body. Jiang Hao ignored Hong Yu and continued, when the earthly sovereign collapsed, he did say something to me. But most of it had nothing to do with the breakthrough, Fang Ping interrupted, just tell me how to break through. You don't have to say anything else. Fang Ping said calmly. There was no need for Hong Yu and the rest to hear. Even if the earthly sovereign had something good for Jiang Hao, it was Jiang Hao's opportunity. It was not Hong Yu's place to ask. Hong Yu wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he sighed softly and did not speak. He actually wanted to ask something, but he did not say anything in the end. The earthly sovereign. His father. That domineering dominator was even worse than Celestial Emperor Badian. It was a pity that among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, the only one who was clearly dead was the earthly sovereign. Needless to say, it was ridiculous. The celestial realm had been destroyed for 8,000 years. In these 8,000 years, the earthly sovereign was the most famous. In the end, the earthly sovereign was dead, but the others were still alive, including the celestial emperor Zhan and the other 2 emperors. Jiang Hao nodded and continued, the way to breakthrough is not difficult. Before the earthly sovereign's projection collapsed, he left something here. As long as we find it, we can use it as a token to break through and the passageway will open automatically. Everyone was stunned. It was that simple? The powerhouses who came here had more or less broken through some of the barriers. The barriers were not that easy to break through. But what was the situation with the earthly sovereign? As long as they found the token, they would be able to break through. Fang Ping looked around. This place was a grassland. It was not a palace or anything like that. It was just a grassland. Of course, this level was not small. Otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate these people who had broken through to 8. Fang Ping asked immediately, what is it? As he said that, he added hurriedly, you don't need to say anything. We can talk later. Anyway, we can break through as long as we find the token, right? Yes. Jiang Hao responded. He glanced at Hong Yu and the rest. After thinking for a while, he said, but it might not be easy. I know that you might not believe what I said, but the earthly sovereign did leave a few other words. He left a lot of tokens here, but they are different. Some tokens will bring you some benefits, while others will only help you to pass through. All of you have experienced this before. Passing through doesn't mean that there will be benefits. Passing through doesn't mean much. Whether or not you can find a valuable token will depend on your luck. Li Zhu frowned slightly. He said softly, although this place is vast, it's not too big for us. Under the coverage of our mentality, there are no abnormalities. Are there any other restrictions on finding the token? If there aren't, with our strength, it won't be difficult to overturn this place. They were all top-notch powerhouses who had broken through to 7 or 8. This place was at most the size of a small county. It would not be too difficult to overturn such a big place. If they could find the token so easily, it would be too easy to pass through. Jiang Hao smiled. You can try. I don't know the details, but since it's the earthly sovereign's treasure, I don't think you can find it so easily. We've been fighting for so long that the ground has collapsed, but we didn't see anything. I don't think it's as simple as searching inch by inch to find the token. Li Zhu frowned. Hong Yu glanced at Jiang Hao. Heavenly Kingi said in a low voice, Jiang Hao, is there a limit to the number of tokens? I don't know. You really don't know how to find it? The token that the earthly sovereign mentioned might be a grain of dust or a blade of grass. This place isn't big, but anything can be a token. Jiang Hao said coolly, that will depend on how good your insight is. If you're lucky, you can find it. Since the earthly sovereign said so, there must be something unusual about the token. Otherwise, what's the difference? Heavenly Kingi was displeased. He thought that Jiang Hao must have hidden some important information. However, when he glanced at Fang Ping who was composed, Heavenly Kingi suppressed his rage and didn't say another word. Jiang Hao definitely knew more than that. These people all had their own judgments. But now, it was probably Jiang Hao's limit to disclose some information. If he was not worried that the human race would become the target of public criticism, he would not have said anything. Fang Ping said lazily, that's enough. Are you all kids? Do you want me to teach you how to find it step by step? Xianxia knows a lot, but that's his own business. It has nothing to do with you. Telling you how to clear the levels is already doing me right. Fang Ping was not polite at all. He did not care how much information Xianxia had hidden. He looked at Hong Yu and the others and said with a smile, "You're all smart people. Go find it yourselves. Do you think I would ask you how to clear the other levels? You'll tell me if I ask? Don't be jealous of others all the time. Disperse. If you want to find it, go find it yourself. If you can't find it, just stay here. You're so old already. You can't even see through this. Do you really think we're easy to bully?" Everyone was speechless. Who dared to bully you, a bunch of lunatics? Lunatics, especially you, Fang Ping, but they were all top-notch powerhouses. They knew this too. Unless they turned against each other again, telling them this much was already the limit. Hong Yu did not say anything. He turned and left. Li Zhu did not stay any longer. He bellowed, "Generals of the Heavenly Court, search every inch." "Yes, sir." The people in the catacombs quickly scattered in all directions. Some used mentality to search, while others started digging 3 feet into the ground. On the other side, the few heavenly kings of beginner martial arts looked at each other. Very quickly, Skyarm said, "Everyone, go and look. If there's anything unusual, inform me immediately." These people dispersed. Heavenly King Yi and Xinghong did not stay either. Hong Yu and the others ran away. If they did not leave, they had to be careful that Fang Ping would turn against them and kill them. It was not that this fellow could not do it. As for Fang Ping and the others, they were not in a hurry to search. Clearly, they wanted to continue communicating with Xianxia. Although they wanted to listen, they could not stay any longer. As soon as they left, Fang Ping laughed. A palace descended directly. Combat Heavenly Palace. When Combat Heavenly Palace appeared, Fang Ping said, "Let's go in and talk. There's no hurry. Be careful not to be eavesdropped by these fellows. Big Cat, monitor carefully. Don't let anyone eavesdrop." Meow. The cat was a little unhappy. He wanted it to work again. However, it was a little unwilling to enter Combat Heavenly Palace. At this moment, it did not waste any time. It sat in front of Combat Heavenly Palace's door and squatted on the ground. Obviously, it had decided not to go in. It was better to be a watch cat. Seeing this, the God Creation envoy grinned and bent down to pinch the cat's head. In the end, the cat tilted its head and avoided his hand. Its big eyes were full of displeasure. "If you don't give me any benefits, I won't let you play with me." The God Creation envoy was extremely tired. How realistic. Back then, I gave you a pot and a bell. If you wanted to touch it, you could touch it. If you didn't want to touch it, you, the cat, had to come over by yourself. Now, isn't this old man just a little down and out? Is there a need to be so realistic? Fang Ping laughed as he watched. Li Hansong's skeletal teeth were exposed. He also wanted to laugh. Xianxia also had a smile on his face. He did not say anything. The group walked toward Combat Heavenly Palace. Outside the door, the cat lay on the ground lazily. Looking at the many people exploring and digging the ground in all directions, the cat's mouth twitched. How silly, Xianxia must be hiding something. At this moment, in the sky, Li Zhu suddenly said. Hong Yu nodded slightly. Li Zhu looked at him and said, "The earthly emperor is your father. Don't you have any clues?" Hong Yu did not say anything. What is this place? The place where this kind of checkpoint appears is usually not an unfamiliar place. Where is this place? Li Zhu asked again. Hong Yu was silent for a while, then said slowly, "The hunting ground. When I was young, my father liked to bring Hong Kuan and me to hunt here. He taught us martial arts and fought with some demons to train in battle." Li Zhu saw that he was a little sad and did not continue this topic. He said again, "Previously, the rules avoided Fang Ping. Why? What is true blood?" True blood. Hong Yu put his hands behind his back and thought for a while. He said slowly, "True blood is actually not considered blood. Or rather, it is a kind of source. Legend has it that true blood is actually the juice of the seed. This place should have a lot to do with the seed of rebirth. Fang Ping had integrated true blood, so it was indeed possible that there was some connection with this place. The rules were also a kind of embodiment of Tao. Fang Ping's true blood has some resonance with the rules here. That's why he can avoid being harmed by the rules. Of course, he probably did not integrate a lot of true blood. He might not be able to avoid all of them. Li Zhu frowned. Where did he get this thing? The seed of rebirth, this might be the biggest secret of the three realms. Where did Fang Ping get true blood? Hong Yu's eyes were deep. There might be some left behind where the seed appeared. There might be some in the human world. In fact, it could appear anywhere. But the place with the highest probability should be the world behind the door, or this place. He might have gotten it here. Of course, it could also be somewhere else, like the world behind the door. Li Zhu's eyes flickered. He said in a low voice, he can go to the world behind the door? Who knows? Hong Yu turned to look at the towering combat heavenly palace. He said softly, I'm afraid Fang Ping's background is not that simple. He was born at the right time. Previously, I thought Zhang Tao was the one. Now, it seems like, he might be the one. Li Zhu nodded slightly. His tone was slightly complicated. The heavenly court and the humans have a blood feud. I'm afraid there will be a war sooner or later. Now, the humans are getting stronger and stronger. Sigh. I don't know what will happen in the future. The catacombs and the humans had been fighting for years. Both sides had suffered countless casualties. The catacombs did not care about the deaths of the weak, but the humans did. Especially in the past 100 years, the humans had suffered more than 10 million casualties. People like Zhang Tao and Fang Ping were born with the heart of revenge. They fought for it. In the future, there might still be a war. However, the catacomb strength was now at a disadvantage. Once Fang Ping advanced past 8, it might be the time for the humans to take revenge. Hong Yu said in a low voice, Hong Kuan and the rest are not stupid. They might not give Fang Ping this chance. It's not just them, even in the Sky Grave, there are many people who don't want the origin to produce powerhouses. Tian Chen is still guarding the Skygrave continent. But the seal will be broken sooner or later. He won't be able to protect it. When those people come out, Fang Ping was born with destiny. Plus, Song Mao is among the humans, the future is uncertain. The three realms have just fallen into chaos. Fang Ping is not qualified to suppress the three realms now. Heavenly King subduing King. Him? Hong Yu fell silent. After a while, he said calmly, his role has actually ended. Guarding the human world for 8,000 years. That's his role. He wants to break through to the imperial path or the extreme path. Sooner or later, he will be targeted. Imperial path? Maybe, or maybe it's his master. Hong Yu said meaningfully, that master of his is not an ordinary person. He might not have really died back then, but he has never appeared in the three realms. I suspect that the war back then had a lot to do with the sun god. He let his disciple guard the human world for 8,000 years. It might not be out of good intentions. Li Zhu fell into deep thought. After a long while, he laughed. Forget it. Let's not care about them first. Let's break through this stage first. About the Tao Tree, Hong Yu said in a low voice, the Tao Tree. I've actually heard of it. I don't know much about it. I've only interacted with it once, very briefly. Years ago, my father went to the Divine Emperor Palace. I saw it once in the Divine Emperor Garden. Back then, it had yet to transform. Now, it seems like it has already become a spirit. There have always been rumors that the Beast Emperor did not fully prove his Tao. If he had, the Beast Emperor's combat power would not be what it is now among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. He would probably be ranked in the top 3. Of course, that's just a rumor. If the Tao Tree really has become a spirit, I'm afraid it's eyeing the position of Emperor of Demon Plants, or even the position of Emperor of the Demon Race. Li Zhu's eyes flashed. You're called the Demon Emperor. This demon is not that demon. Hong Yu shook his head slightly. It was different. He was called the Demon Emperor because people denied his identity as the earthly emperor. They thought he was a monster, not an earthly emperor. He was a demon, a monster of a monster. But the demon emperor was the emperor of the demon race. It was different. Li Zhu did not dwell on this. He asked, "What should we do if we encounter the Dao tree?" "I'm afraid the Dao tree is in the last stage. If it's not the divine emperor, then the celestial emperor. The celestial emperor is not the celestial dog?" "No." Hong Yu shook his head and smiled. "I don't know much about the celestial emperor. However, in the later stages of the heavenly realm, the heavenly hound called itself the celestial emperor and broke a big taboo. All the emperors knew about it, but no one said anything. They wanted to see if there would be any accidents. The heavenly hound was similar to Feng's disciple. It was a bait. Unfortunately, the heavenly hound did not know about it. It was so smug. In the end, Celestial Emperor Badian chased it out of the heavenly realm, saving it. However, the heavenly hound did not manage to escape in the end. Hong Yu took a deep breath. Be careful. The fact that the heavenly hound did not manage to escape means a lot. If the heavenly hound did not get into trouble, it would mean that the celestial emperor was really done for. However, it seems that might not be the case. The bait, the heavenly hound, worked in the end. What about the emperors of Zhan Palace? Li Zhu said in a low voice, all of Feng's disciples are dead. That's hard to be sure. Hong Yu looked at Combat Heavenly Palace again, shaking his head. The deaths of Feng's disciples are closely related to Feng Ping. As for the reincarnations of Heavenly Emperor Zhan and the rest, they are very close to him. Therefore, it's hard to be sure whether it's the influence of Heavenly Emperor Zhan and the rest or Feng Ping. Feng's disciples, other than the one with the name Zhan who died at the hands of the Demon Emperor, almost all of them died at Feng Ping's hands. As such, it would interfere with some people's judgment. This was because Feng Ping was also a vortex. Hong Yu went back to the topic at hand. Even if we encounter the Dao tree, we will not be its first target. The Dao tree will probably wait for everyone to gather before appearing. When that happens, we might not have to be afraid of it. If it gathers us, why doesn't it do it now? Why does it have to wait for us to clear the checkpoint? Hong Yu laughed. Perhaps it's because clearing more checkpoints will help in the final checkpoint. Or rather, clearing checkpoints will help weaken some of its power. Haven't you noticed that the more people there are to clear a checkpoint, the weaker the checkpoint's power will be? The Dao tree might have asked you to lure us here because of this. Li Zhu nodded slightly. He had actually sensed something. Right now, he had a deeper understanding of this place. After thinking for a while, he finally said in a low voice, the purpose of this place might be to nurture an emperor. I wonder if it's the seed of rebirth's will or someone else's. If it's not the seed of rebirth, then it's the heavenly emperor's will. Hong Yu murmured. Indeed, it wants to nurture an emperor. Perhaps it wants to achieve something. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that it's the divine emperor's arrangement. In any case, this is not a good place to become an emperor. However, it's a good place to improve our strength. Here, as long as we don't become emperors, we should not be too affected. It might not be a good thing for the Dao tree to become an emperor here. Perhaps it will become a fake emperor. The real emperor should still be behind the door. Becoming an emperor, there is the real origin emperor. Li Zhu laughed. He was not too concerned about this. Right now, he was still a little short of breaking 8. Becoming an emperor was still very far away from him. Right now, the ones who needed to worry were not him but the powerhouses who had broken 8. This place was very strange. Even if one became an emperor here, it might not be a good thing. After the two of them conversed for a while, Li Zhu did not ask any more questions. He personally went to look for the keepsake. He still had to clear the checkpoint. If he had some more gains, he would truly be able to break 8. Hong Yu waited for him to leave before murmuring, Father. What did you leave behind in this checkpoint? Inside Combat Heavenly Palace. Feng Ping looked at Jiang Hao and asked curiously, how many stages have you passed? 9 trials. 9 challenges, not bad. Feng Ping chuckled. That warlord guy, when I came here, he was still stuck at the first stage. You've already broken through the 9th stage. Jiang Hao was surprised. He didn't pass? He was. Really a little surprised. This patriarch of mine is too cowardly. Fang Ping laughed heartily. I'm stuck at Heavenly Emperor Zhang's level. I can't read. Battle Heavenly the Arch. Xianxia nodded slightly and said, if you don't pay attention to that stage, it will indeed be difficult to pass. If it weren't for the people outside reminding me to read properly, I probably wouldn't have expected it either. It was obvious that he had already broken through heaven battling Thearch's trial. Fang Ping asked again, this is your 10th stage? Who else have you not cleared yet? The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors should have 13 stages, and this was his 10th stage. Xianxia had not passed 3 stages. As for whether there was a heavenly emperor obstacle, Fang Ping was not sure yet. I have not passed Emperor God, Emperor of Heaven Reverse, and Emperor East. When Fang Ping heard that, he frowned slightly. This seemed to be ranking according to ability. He had yet to pass these 3 tests, as well as the Spirit Sovereign and the Heaven-Destroying the Arch. He still had 5 tests to pass, but Xianxia had passed quite a few. Did you pass the test with Celestial Monarch Badian? Yes. Xianxia smiled and said, it's still considered easy. I passed Heaven Emperor Baishan's trial and it's still a desperate realm. You should know that I've controlled a higher level of combat strength before, so I was able to defeat the desperate Celestial Emperor. That's why it was easier for me to pass this stage. He had passed that stage. Fang Ping looked at the God Creation Envoy. The God Creation Envoy shook his head and said, I haven't passed it yet. Then take it easy. Fang Ping said sympathetically, there's a change in that stage. The previous Celestial Emperor was obliterated. Now, what's left is the robot Celestial Emperor. I feel like it's much stronger than before. The God Creation Envoy was speechless. He always felt that nothing good would come out of the checkpoints that Fang Ping had passed. He had only passed the 4th stage, and he didn't know what would happen next. After thinking about it, the God Creation Envoy asked curiously, did you meet that old ghostly Zhen? No. The God Creation Envoy stroked his short beard and frowned, that's strange. We don't seem to have met this old fellow before. I even met the Nether God once. I met Feng and saw King Kuan. The Heavenly Hound should have appeared at Zhang Tiandi's level. Fang Ping had also encountered quite a number of powerhouses who had broken through 8. However, he really hadn't met the Heavenly King subduing. Although it was a random checkpoint and the probability of encountering the other party was not high, there seemed to be no movement after Heavenly King Zhen entered this place. Fang Ping was not the only one who had not encountered a Heavenly King. None of the people Fang Ping had met said that they had encountered a Heavenly King. The God-forging envoy pondered for a moment, then said, be careful here, there are some tricks. This old man actually sensed the Dao tree you mentioned before coming in. Someone had laid down an inescapable net. Perhaps it is as you said, and the Dao tree has really taken root in the various stages. At the critical moment, it might be connected to the final stage. As the number of people clearing the levels increased, the ceiling strength of each level decreased. The Dao tree might have been waiting for this opportunity. However, according to everyone's current situation, there aren't many people who can break through the stages of the Divine Emperor. The God-forging envoy thought for a moment and said in a low voice, be careful, the Dao tree might affect something and seal the powerhouses in those few stages instead of receiving them. Oldly might have fallen for it and been trapped in a certain stage. If the Dao tree was secretly tempting everyone to enter and carry out some kind of plot, then it would definitely not let some powerhouses that threatened it pass. The Heavenly King Zhen was very strong. Previously, he was close to breaking through 3 gates. Such a top-notch powerhouse might have been schemed against by the Dao tree the moment he entered. He was worried that the Heavenly King Zhen would affect it, so he trapped the Heavenly King in a certain stage. This was not impossible, the Dao tree had been here for a long time, so it might be able to do it. When Fang Ping heard that, he frowned and said, in that case, the Dao tree is not stupid. It only did it because it was confident, but... Fang Ping glanced at the God-forging envoy and said with a smile, only the Heavenly King is trapped, not Senior. Does that mean that he is not afraid of Senior and looks down on Senior? The God-forging envoy was tired, your way of thinking was really unique. I told you it was troublesome, you told me that others looked down on me, and you even had to stab me in the heart once. Was there a need? Nonsense, according to what you said, it is either at the peak of breaking 8 or breaking 9. Why is it afraid of me? The God-forging envoy still knew his own limits. He had only broken through 1 gate, but his strength was almost comparable to 2 gates. This was because he had forged a body of fake jade bones, which was not inferior to the real thing. Even so, he was not a match for the peak of breaking 8. The Tao tree was afraid of the heavenly king, but it was not afraid of him. However, the God-forging envoy was not someone to be trifled with. He sneered and said, "Brat, you don't have to stab me. Since I've come in, there are some things that can't be said by others. Just you wait and see." "What, you still have other arrangements?" "Guess for yourself." The God-forging envoy did not tell him. Fang Ping curled his lips. At this time, Xianxia said, "Which stages have you not passed? Tell me, maybe I can provide some clues. I'm just not sure if there will be any changes." "Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor and the Spirit Emperor." Xianxia was a little surprised. Fang Ping had passed a lot of stages too. However, he knew that Fang Ping was a monster, so he did not ask further. He immediately said, "You should have no problem passing the stage of exterminating Heavenly Emperor. He mainly tests whether your origin is strong or not. If your origin is more condensed, then it will not be a problem to pass." "The Spirit Emperor's stage is a little troublesome," Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "The Spirit Emperor's stage is in her dojo. You might have been there before. Actually, it's not too troublesome. But, forget it." Fang Ping was speechless. "Just say it." "It's raising a cat." Xianxia smiled bitterly and said, "There is also a cat in the small building where the Heavenly King and the others broke through. Of course, it doesn't have any intelligence. The Spirit Emperor's stage is to raise a cat. It's not difficult to pass, but it's troublesome, complicated, and a headache. You have to play with the cat, feed it, and make it happy. If the cat thinks that you can pass, then you pass. I spent a relatively long time in that stage. I spent a full 3 months playing with that cat. In the end, I didn't get any benefits. It seemed that the cat was tired of playing, so it let me leave." The corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched. "There was such a thing. Fortunately, I didn't go there, otherwise, Fang Ping suspected that he would not be able to stop himself from beating the cat to death. Let's see. Let the cat solve it itself. I don't know if it will work." "Oh right, you didn't come into contact with the Spirit Emperor?" "The Spirit Emperor doesn't appear much. In the past 3 months, I've only seen her twice. It was a flash, and I didn't have the chance to communicate. The Spirit Emperor might be beneficial. You should actually come into contact with him." Thinking of this, Fang Ping immediately said, "Oh right, did you test the method of qualitative change at the Emperor's stage?" "No, cultivating the Emperor's technique." Fang Ping frowned and nodded quickly. "That's good. Senior God Creation Envoy, you should take it easy." At the Emperor's stage, the Emperor's avatar came in and replaced the projection. "Don't be tricked by him." "What?" The God Creation Envoy was a little surprised. Then, he frowned and said, "This guy is cunning, then we have to be careful." The few of them exchanged information, and Fang Ping told them everything he knew. Soon, the topic shifted to the Earth Emperor. When I came, the Earth Emperor was indeed about to collapse. Xianxia's expression was a little solemn. He said in a low voice, "The Earth Emperor isolated the space and communicated with me. He saw the unquestionable sword and guessed my identity, so he asked me some things about the outside world. He also had some feelings about the fall of the unquestionable sword." When Xianxia mentioned this, he also sighed. He guessed that his real body had perished. Maybe the words of a man on the verge of death are kind. The Earth Emperor said a lot of things. Xianxia thought for a while before concluding, "Generally speaking, there are 3 points. First, it's about the Heaven Reverse Emperor." Xianxia said quickly, "The Earth Emperor used to rule the land, but the land was later invaded by energy cultivators. All of this had a lot to do with the Heaven Reverse Emperor. The Earth Emperor and the Heaven Reverse Emperor had a good relationship back then. When the Heaven Reverse Emperor passed on his skills, he did not stop him. The Earth Emperor did not allow the Heaven Reverse Emperor to pass on his skills to the human world, so the human world still cultivated vitality instead of energy. The Earth Emperor said that even though the Celestial Source project was proposed by the Heaven Emperor and implemented by the 9 sovereigns, in fact, the Heaven Reverse Emperor participated a lot. The other 3 emperors did not participate much. Back then, the 3 emperors' goal was to perfect the last few flaws and become the sovereign emperor. Therefore, they did not care much. The change of the celestial source has a lot to do with the Heaven Reverse Emperor. Fang Ping nodded slightly. He was also very cautious about the Heaven Reverse Emperor. He did not dare to trust him. Second, it has something to do with the Emperor God. Or in other words, there is a key to the first and the second. The Earth Emperor said that the Emperor God and the Heaven Reverse Emperor had a close relationship. They were close in the early years. Both of them were the strongest in the initial martial arts period, one of the leaders of the initial martial arts period, the ancient leaders. But later, the two pretended that they were not familiar with each other. The Earth Emperor also discovered all of this by chance. He suspected that the change of the 3 realms might be caused by the Heaven Reverse Emperor and the Emperor God. Xianxia took a deep breath. He was a little nervous. Even in the Heavenly Palace, he still chose to send a voice transmission. The Earth Emperor once suspected that the Heaven Reverse Emperor and the Emperor God might be the same person. Boom! Fang Ping and the God-crafting envoy felt as if they had been struck by lightning, and were extremely shocked. What did he mean? The first emperor and the first emperor might be the same person? This is the Earth Emperor's guess. The Heaven Reverse Emperor and the Emperor God are both very old, so old that he is not very familiar with their past. He only knows that when the initial martial arts period rose, the two appeared. The Emperor God focuses on the mentality. He likes research and does not like to fight. The Heaven Reverse Emperor focuses on the flesh and energy. He is powerful in combat. But he seldom shows up. The Earth Emperor has such a guess because he has sparred with the two. Although their fighting styles are completely different, he has studied them afterward and found that their fighting trajectories are somewhat similar. It is a kind of fighting habit. This thing goes deep into the bone and it is difficult to fake. The Earth Emperor is also a genius. He felt something was wrong after that. But these two are ancient powerhouses. They are too powerful. He did not mention it to the public. Fang Ping and the Weapon God Ambassador looked at each other. They were both shocked. No way, these two ranked top 3 among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors. If it was only one person, that would be too horrifying. One was good at the mentality, the other was good at the flesh and energy. If this was a fusion, then, Fang Ping suddenly thought of someone. Gu Qing, who was killed in the king's battlefield. Back then, Gu Qing had 2 avatars. He wanted to cultivate both to the true God realm fusion. He thought of King Kuan again. King Kuan also had 2 avatars. His avatar wanted to devour the heavenly wood, forge the jade bone body, and then fuse. In this way, he, Hong Kuan, would also become an all-rounder powerhouse. Fang Ping's heart palpitated. The Weapon God Ambassador also murmured, "It can't be. These 2 guys are too old, and they are also terrifyingly powerful. It can be said that with martial arts, there will be these 2 people. Are they the same person? If that is the case, does the Celestial Emperor know? If the Celestial Emperor does not know, then it is really scary. Do these 2 guys want to fuse and completely transcend?" He also found it hard to believe. He had never thought of this. No one in the 3 realms had thought of this. Who were these 2 people? That was the true supreme existence back then. One was the first emperor, the other was the first extreme Tao. Could these 2 people be one? Jianghao saw that the 2 were shocked and understood. He was also shocked when he heard it for the first time. At this moment, Jianghao continued, there is a third point. The earthly king suspects that the other 3 emperors of the extreme Tao may be their research subjects. The earthly king feels that the path of the 3 emperors of the extreme Tao is too coincidental. It may be a deliberate guidance by the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse to let them walk this path. They want to see the effect of walking the extreme Tao, and then they may want to forcefully fuse them. I told him that the 3 emperors of the extreme Tao are reincarnated in the human world. The earthly king judged that in the last battle in the heaven realm, the 3 emperors might have been plotted against, and this may be the purpose. If he really died, it may have something to do with him finding some clues. Xianxia said in a deep voice, if the earthly king's projection can make some judgments, then the real body may know more. But the earthly king is not good at quarreling. He said it himself, his real body may be very bold and wanted to steal the results of the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven reverse. In the end, he may have been discovered, so he was killed. The God Creator nodded. That is possible. The earthly king is arrogant and unruly. He thinks he is invincible in the world. He doesn't think that the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven reverse are better than him. If the God Emperor really found something, he may want to be the Oriole. If so, then it is reasonable that he was killed. Such a big plan, and it has been planned since the beginning of martial arts. If the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven reverse are one, then the God Emperor must be ambitious. The earthly king wants to take the food from the tiger's mouth. How can it be so easy? It is not surprising that he was killed. He then continued, if that's the case, then it's not strange that he made some arrangements for his son and gave him a way out. Maybe he was prepared before the war broke out. He should know more than the others. He may have already made arrangements in secret. He knows that the battle is of great importance and he will either succeed or die. Therefore, he has made arrangements for Hongkuan and Hongyu. That is the reason why they could reach the 8th level so quickly. In this case, Hongkuan and Hongyu were powerful and they had already made arrangements. There was an answer. Because the audacious earthly king knew a lot of things but he did not tell anyone. Instead, he wanted to take it for himself and be the Oriole. He also knew how difficult it was to deal with the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven reverse. He was also prepared to be killed. Fang Ping took a deep breath. These emperors had too many secrets. Also, these people were terrifyingly bold. Each of them was astute and had their own plans. The battle back then could be said to be an accident. Maybe many emperors already knew about it. As for battle, annihilation, and tyrant, they might not know much. Fang Ping suddenly shook his head and sighed. How pitiful. At this level, they still can't escape the fate of being pawns. These guys are more sinister than the other. Now I am wondering if the earthly king faked his death to hide in the dark. I can't rule out this possibility. The God-crafting envoy was helpless. To be honest, you have to admit that the 9 emperors were indeed a group of top-notch martial artists in that era. The top-notch group surpassed the others in every aspect. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become emperors in that era where tens of thousands of Dao competed. Although I feel that I am talented but have missed the opportunity, but to be honest, Fang Ping thought that he was going to belittle himself. Unexpectedly, the old man turned around and said, if you really want to talk about it, the Emperor God, Emperor Dong Huang, and the others can actually compete with me. Fang Ping rolled his eyes wildly. Fang Ping ignored him. He knocked on the table and exhaled. It's hard to imagine. The situation in the 3 realms is more complicated than I thought. If those two are really one, then it's really scary. This means that their plan is even bigger. Until now, it has not been exposed. Now, only these two can move freely, but there has been no movement. What does that mean? Fang Ping licked his lips and said, I suspect that these two have a bigger plan. The Emperor of Heaven. The Emperor of Heaven might not be their goal. Damn, both of them are incomparably deep. It better not be one person. Otherwise, even if they reach the Emperor level, they may not be able to turn the tables. These two are the top 3 among the emperors. If they really merge, will the Emperor be a match for them? The news that Xianxia brought stunned him and filled Fang Ping with a sense of crisis. Now, the Dao Tree was also planning to seize the opportunity to become an emperor. It was the God Emperor's pawn. What was he trying to do? Could it be that the God Emperor's plan was bigger? Fang Ping suddenly laughed. The Dao Tree wants to become an emperor, and the God Emperor has been cultivating the Dao Tree. Back then, he even took away the dragon transformation. F***ck, this guy can't be thinking of making another demon emperor clone, right? An extreme Dao heavenly emperor, the first emperor, a demon emperor. If this is really one, and then merge again, will no one in the 3 realms be a match for it? The God creation envoy inhaled and said in disbelief, that guy can't be so ambitious, can he? It's hard to say. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. If the God Emperor is the mastermind behind the scenes, then he might have a bigger ambition to create the current situation in the three realms. The seed of rebirth. According to what they said, the seed of rebirth is the source of power in the three realms. This old guy can't be thinking of getting rid of the seed of rebirth, right? Or absorbing it? If that's the case, then his ambition is so big that even I am shocked. Fang Ping noted down all these things. They were very important. These things were very important for him to grasp the situation in the three realms, as well as to judge and rope in the future. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, "Back then, Hong Kuan said that one day in the future, the enemy might no longer be the enemy, and the friend might no longer be the friend. Do you think that in the future, will we join forces with Hong Kuan? This guy looks like he really wants to avenge his father. Maybe there really is a possibility of joining forces." The God Creation Envoy said indifferently, "Why are you thinking so much? If there really is a war in the future, he might not be qualified to participate since he is not an emperor." That's true. Fang Ping looked at Jiang Hao. Then what about the specific method to pass the stage? It's what I said before, but you can't just look for things randomly. Jiang Hao continued, "When I came, the Earth Emperor was about to collapse. He didn't have time to say too much and leave too much behind. So before this, he left behind some of the things that he wanted to leave behind. The Earth Emperor said that in this stage, he left behind some of the secrets that he knew, including some of his unique combat skills, and even some things about the higher levels. There are mainly three things that are the most important: a small wooden sword, a jade pendant, and a crystal ball. He left a lot of things here, but not everyone can find them. He actually left them for his two sons. His two sons will have some weak reactions to these things. Of course, as the receiver of his last words, he also left me a source of qi. Most of the things are hidden in the Sumeru space. He opened it here. I should be able to find one of them with the source of qi. As for Hong Kuan and Hong Yu, they should each have a corresponding treasure. He actually has a distribution of the three treasures. The others might be able to find some ordinary items, but they are only proof of passing the stage. They are not very useful. Yo, you really dote on your son. Fang Ping chuckled and said, "It's okay. Since we know, then it's ours." Oh right, this old guy is not an idiot. He will tell you that there are three treasures. If it were me, I would at most tell you that there is only one most important, which is the one you are looking for. Why do you have to say three? Aren't you afraid that you will take it for yourself? As soon as he said that, Jiang Hao frowned and fell into deep thought. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "I didn't think too much about it before. Now that you mention it, it is indeed a little strange." What do you mean? Maybe there is some kind of trap. The one you got might be the one that he wants others to know about. The one that Hong Kuan and Hong Yu got might not be the one that is really useful. When the time comes, you think that the two treasures are useful, and you tell others, they will also think that the two treasures are useful. At the crucial moment, these two fellows hand over the items. Maybe they can avoid some trouble. After all, the earthly emperor is their father, Fang Ping thought and laughed. This possibility is not small. It is nothing more than a smokescreen. As a father, it would not be right if he did not leave something for his sons. From some of his actions, it seems that he cares for his sons a lot. In this way, if there is really something good, the probability of him leaving it for his sons is very high. The others will think so too. With you around, the others will think that it is only these two things when they ask. Naturally, they will not think about other things. But these two, did they really get this treasure? The God Creation Envoy looked at Fang Ping with a strange look in his eyes. He said it as if he had personally set it up. As expected. Sinister people understood sinister people the best. Fang Ping, this kid, had never thought of people in a good light. In any case, as long as it was not his family, he would deal with it as a bad person. Fang Ping said and laughed. It's okay. We will find them all. We will get all the things here. No matter what, they are all ours. The others will not agree. When the God Creation Envoy said this, Fang Ping said unhappily, "You are really stupid. Who are you? Aren't you here? You are a professional counterfeiter. If I had your strength, would I still be able to break through stage by stage? I will directly fake it. The Emperor creators fake, pretending to be their origin chi, and directly try to break through the stage. I can see that they let people break through, in fact, through a few points to open up a passageway. First, aura. Second, origin. Third, some connections with the rules of this place. It's a little difficult for me to fake aura and origin now, but I can provide the third point. I realized that my true blood is indeed a little involved with the rules of this place. I will think of a way to break through the connection of the rules. Senior, you can think of a way to fake the earthly emperor's aura and origin. It only takes an instant for them to break through. If we can break through, who cares if it's true or false, who knows if it's true or not? Fang Ping's words made the God creation envoy dumbfounded. Could it be like this? It seemed like it could be done. He was indeed a master of counterfeiting. Otherwise, he would not have created a fake path that day. That was not a small project. Then what you mean is that we find everything here, but we might not be able to find everything, Fang Ping sighed. You're so stupid. We've already created fake origins and auras, including the passageway that connects to the rules. Then, we should be equivalent to replacing the earthly sovereign's position in this round. When the time comes, we'll still be able to find out where he's hiding things. It is difficult for outsiders to find the things that the earthly emperor has hidden, but what if we become the earthly emperor himself? That way, it would not be difficult. If others find one or two of them, it would not be a problem. If they forcefully exchange them, it would be obvious that they are not qualified to take those items. We will use ordinary tokens to exchange. Other than Hong Yu and the others, would the others dare not to exchange? Even if Hong Yu and the others dare not exchange, we will not let them pass. They already said that they will replace the earthly emperor. If we don't let them pass, do they have a way to pass? Fang Ping said proudly, this stage is good. The earthly emperor's projection has collapsed, giving us a chance. Actually, we can control this stage. As a challenger, the greatest achievement is not to break through, but to control that stage. Senior, your thinking is too old-fashioned. Why do you have to listen to others? Fate is in my own hands. I, Fang Ping, will not resign myself to fate. Although I am in someone else's chess game now, I must turn the situation around. Even if I am a chess piece, I must give myself the greatest amount of freedom. You only know how to break through one stage at a time. What kind of future can you have? Listen to me, do it, and directly plunder all the benefits of this stage. I, Fang Ping, like to pack things up and take them away. It is not that he gives me 100 good things to choose from, and I must choose one. The God creation envoy was dumbfounded. Xianxia also had a look of surprise on his face, ashamed of his inferiority. No wonder Fang Ping was a human king. This fellow was not strong in terms of strength, but in terms of thinking. He did not follow the so-called rules at all. In his opinion, rules were meant to be broken. Fake, everyone who heard Fang Ping's words was shocked by what he had said. This guy really dared to dream. Right now, Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go out and look for it. It would take a long time to find it. Fang Ping looked at Xianxia. Do you still have that wisp of origin chi? Here. Take it out and see if you can imitate it. After all, it's just a projection, so it shouldn't be too difficult to analyze. Xianxia did not waste any time. A strand of golden hair-like power thread appeared in his hand. Fang Ping looked at the God crafting envoy and asked, Senior, can you copy it? The God creation envoy was a little excited. He rubbed his hands and said, Don't say, this old man has never done this before. Brat, you sure have guts, you even dare to pretend to be a king. The emperor is not human? The God forging envoy was speechless. The people of their era were still very respectful towards the emperor. Times were different, and so were some concepts. Fang Ping, this fellow, was lawless. He did not have that kind of feudal mindset. He never thought that the emperor could not be defied. The God creation envoy did not receive the strand of golden energy. His eyes were like fiery eyes, releasing a brilliant light as he looked at the golden thread in Xianxia's hand. The golden thread seemed to have a life of its own as it slowly trembled. The God crafting envoy did not mind. After carefully observing for a while, he quickly said, The power has weakened, causing the Emperor Qi to not be condensed enough. If he wanted to disguise himself, it was not impossible, but he needed some time. However, just pretending isn't necessarily useful. Tell me, how are you going to connect the rules? It's simple. When the hand of rule appeared, I sensed it. It has some connection with the true blood. I'll give some blood to the earthly sovereign's clone. It should be able to create a connection. I'm just afraid that if we waste too much time, the things will be taken away. No, I'll go out and delay them later. As Fang Ping said that, he looked at Jiang Hao and said, "You'll go out with me later and fool them. Senior, please create some fake objects as soon as possible, I will discover them." As he said that, the God Creation envoy frowned and said, "Not so fast, I haven't finished analyzing it yet." Fang Ping's eyes flickered, and he smiled suddenly. "I've got it." In the next moment, a broken plaque appeared in his hand. Earth Imperial Palace. Yes, when he was at the headquarters of the Divine Sect, he found some treasures in the hall where the Heavenly Hound was trapped. They were incomplete, and among them was the broken plaque of the Earth Palace. It must have been left behind by Hong Kuan to mourn for him. Now Fang Ping thought of this. He looked at the God Crafting envoy and said, "This is a genuine Earth Palace's plaque. Senior, cut it and make it into different things. Even Hong Yu has to take it seriously." The God Creation envoy didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gave a thumbs up and said, "This is not a fake, this is real." Apart from the person in question, Hong Yu would probably fall for it. "You're really cunning." After saying that, he thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll do it right away. You have to make it a little more fake. After all, this isn't the real Earth Palace. I suspect that those things are actually fabricated using energy. If you make it real, you might be exposed." This person was also a connoisseur. When connoisseurs met connoisseurs, it would be a powerful alliance. As the God Creation envoy measured the plaque, he smiled and said, "I'll just extract some aura. You'd better find a real keepsake as soon as possible. I'll forge it according to the keepsake. It's better to get the Earth Emperor's avatar out as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm worried that those people will leave after getting the keepsake." Fang Ping said hurriedly, "With the avatar here, I should be able to control the keepsake and make it ineffective. There should be some rule power attached to the keepsake. I have to take back the rule power in case someone runs away directly." That's right. At this moment, the God Creation envoy also had the attitude of drinking 1,000 cups with a bosom friend. He said excitedly, "Kid, your eyes are very sharp and your thinking is unique. If you become my disciple, I guarantee that you'll be able to fake better than me. Forget it. Your forgery skills are average. It's fine if you don't learn." The God Creation envoy cursed silently. "You don't want to accept you as a son. You don't want to accept you as a disciple either. This bastard's standards are really high." However, he was also a little depressed. Speaking of which, there was not much he could teach Fang Ping. Forging divine weapons was a unique skill. However, Fang Ping did not care at all. In his eyes, if the divine weapon was gone, he would just snatch it, and he had to forge it himself. How troublesome. "Forget it, I'm too lazy to teach you." The God Creation envoy said and quickly said, "Then I'll cut some objects first. This thing is just right. I'll use this object as the foundation, the origin Qi in Jiang Hao's hands as the source, and your blood as the base. I should be able to forge a projection of the Earth Emperor that can be passed off as real." The God Creation envoy rubbed his hands again. He had not made a move for some time. In the past, he had only forged objects. Today, he had forged a pseudo-emperor. This was the first time in his career. He was still a little excited. The God Creation envoy quickly cut the Earth Palace's plaque. He was also extracting some aura and carrying out materialization. Very quickly, he created a few small objects. There was the small wooden sword that Jiang Hao had mentioned, and the jade pendant that was purely illusory. Then, he carried out the old work. In fact, the plaque was an old object. However, the God Creation envoy had cut it before, so there were still some traces left. This guy was also an old hand. Very quickly, he did it as if it was real. There were no clues at all. Fang Ping was also excited when he saw this. An expert was an expert. What he did was realistic, it was an old object of the Earth Palace in the first place. Now that the God Creation Envoy had done this, Fang Ping felt that even if the Earth Emperor himself came, he might not be able to distinguish the real from the fake. Jiang Hao and Li Hansong, who were at the side, were already dumbfounded. When these two guys met, they had to say that they were the kind of people who would not pay with their lives. At this moment, Fang Ping began to bleed and provide it to the God Creation Envoy. Very quickly, he looked at Jiang Hao and said, "Let's go. If we stay here, they will definitely suspect us. Now, go out and find the treasures. At the same time, disrupt their line of sight. Senior God Creation Envoy, get the Earth Emperor's avatar done as soon as possible." After saying that, Fang Ping grabbed out of the door. In the next moment, the fat cat that had been in a daze was caught by him. "Big cat, don't be lazy. Use your mentality and cooperate with Senior God Creation Envoy to seal off this place. Don't let the Earth Emperor's avatar's aura leak out." Fang Ping made arrangements one by one. The cat continued to lie down indifferently. It was too lazy to move. Whatever the liar. Its spiritual force was strong, and the God Creation Envoy was also very strong. With one man and one cat working together to seal it, Hong Yu and the others would definitely not be able to discover anything unusual. At the same time, Hong Yu's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to have sensed something. Just as he was about to search in the direction of his senses, Fang Ping shot out of the heavenly battle palace, Jiang Hao following behind him. Fang Ping laughed loudly. "Hong Yu, Li Zhu, have you found it? I asked you to find it first, but you can't even find it. You're really useless." As he said that, Fang Ping said casually, "There are a total of 81 tokens here. Don't worry, everyone. I, Fang Ping, will only need to find 30 to 50. I'll leave the rest to you. Of course, if I find all of them, I can buy them with money. I'm not a picky person. It's useless to have so many tokens. It's still worth spending money to buy a token to pass. Don't worry, everyone. I'll let you pass." "Who asked me to be so kind?" Needless to say, after he said that, those who saw him coming out earlier, who were initially a little nervous, were not so nervous now. On the other side, Sky Arm laughed loudly. "Human King, if you buy it, how much will it cost?" His mentality was not too strong. He had not found anything until now. There were quite a lot of people on Chu Wu's side. There were a total of 7 people. Sky Arm felt that his side might not be able to find the 7 tokens. If he could buy them, he would be willing to pay a small price. Everyone realized that if they passed the trial, they would be teleported to the same trial if they moved together. Of course, the prerequisite was that no one had passed this stage. Take Fang Ping and Jiang Hao for example. Even if they teleported at the same time, the possibility of them entering the same checkpoint might not be high. This was because Jiang Hao had cleared more checkpoints than Fang Ping. Fang Ping might enter Annihilate Emperor and Spirit Emperor's checkpoints, but Jiang Hao would not. Sky Arm wanted to gather as many beginner martial artists as possible. This way, he would have more confidence. Many cultivators from the Path of Origin had broken through to the 8th realm. On his side, other than him and the Underworld God, there was another cultivator who had broken through to the 8th realm. These were the only 3 people in the 3 realms who had broken past the 8th rank. The others were all in the Heavenly Grave continent. As for the Origin, there were Heavenly King Subduing King, Seal, God Creation Envoy, Hong Yu, Hongkuan, moreover, Sherpa, Li Zhu, King Qian, and Luan were all close to breaking through the 8th heavenly layer. The gap between their strengths was quite huge. "Ha ha ha, if Senior Heavenly Arm wants it, can I ask for a higher price? Let's find it first. If it's not enough, then we'll talk about it later." As he spoke, Fang Ping looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao nodded slightly and pointed in a direction. Fang Ping quickly broke through the air and blasted the void with a punch. With a rumble, vitality exploded in all directions. Fang Ping stretched out his hand and grabbed it. In the next moment, a golden wine cup appeared in his hand. Fang Ping said in surprise, "Did the Earthly Emperor move here? I was wondering why. Is this his wine cup?" At this moment, Hong Yu fixed his gaze on it. He frowned slightly and said slowly, "That's father's favorite 100-dragon gilded cup in the past." The god-forging envoy was also an old hand. He had been to the Earth Palace many times. He did not forge it randomly. Instead, he created some items from the Earth Palace in the past based on his impression. Hong Yu recognized it at a glance. Moreover, he also felt his father's aura. There was almost no doubt. This was indeed the wine cup that his father used in the past. As for whether it was a real wine cup or if his father had fabricated it out of thin air, he did not see it clearly. Fang Ping received it. At this moment, Fang Ping laughed and said, "That's too easy. I got one in one go." Indeed, some teleportation energy is attached to it. However, the keepsakes in this place have benefits. This one doesn't seem to have any. As Fang Ping said that, he said loudly, "Whoever found the keepsakes, if you can't find any benefits yourself, or if you feel that there are no benefits, you can trade with me. I'll also throw in some imperishable substances and origin energy. It's better than having benefits that you haven't found. I lack everything. But these things. After all, the earthly emperor is only a projection. He might not have left anything good behind. Only a rich person like me can afford to trade with you." Fang Ping laughed and said, "Everyone, don't worry that I'll snatch the keepsakes. I only want benefits. I don't care if you guys pass the level or not. I'm rich and willful. Whoever finds it can trade for the keepsakes. Even if it's just a normal keepsake, it's okay. Who knows, there might be benefits hidden." On the other side, Hong Yu frowned. Soon, Li Zhu arrived and sent a voice transmission. "What is this guy trying to do?" "I don't know. Let's wait and see." As expected, Jiang Hao knows how to look for it. But he also has a clue. It's hidden in the void. The search area has shrunk a lot. As he spoke, Fang Ping blasted the void with a punch again, grabbing another object in his hand. He laughed wildly. "That's too easy. Unfortunately, it seems like there's still no benefits." "Hong Yu, does your father have any unique consummate skills?" Emperor Nan's Vitality Augmentation Skill, Emperor Ren's Qualitative Change Method, Emperor North's Golden Body Technique, Emperor Baishan's Jade Bone Forging Method. I've learned all of them. Now, I'm just short of some higher-level consummate skills. If your father doesn't have them, I'm too lazy to waste my time learning them." Everyone was exhausted. Every time he mentioned a consummate cultivation method, everyone was so envious that they wanted to kill him. How many benefits did this guy get in the previous levels? Even Hong Yu felt helpless at this moment. He had heard of these unique cultivation methods before, but it was rare to see them. Fang Ping, on the other hand, had caught all of them in one fell swoop. Hong Yu was starting to wonder if all the tests he had passed earlier had been for nothing. This Fang Ping guy was too good at treasure hunting. He had also passed a few levels. Why did he not get so many good things? Now, even he was a little concerned. Beside him, Li Zhu was a little jealous. He sent a voice transmission. "Does Earthly Sovereign Senior have any unique skills?" Hong Yu replied, "My father's strength lies in his omnipotence. He doesn't have any unorthodox skills like the others, but my father's apocalyptic sword was one of the strongest combat techniques in the three realms in the past. The increase in combat strength is probably more than 20% at its peak. It's very compatible with my father. If we find the apocalyptic sword, we'll get a lot of rewards." "You didn't learn it?" When the emperors were alive, even their children would rarely be able to inherit their source battle techniques. "I'm mainly worried that others will steal it and crack it. That's why I didn't learn this combat technique." Li Zhu was a little tempted. Even if the apocalyptic sword was not compatible with him, he should be able to gain a lot from studying it. Previously, he had learned a lot from Heavenly Emperor Zhan. Every martial emperor and extreme-grade venerable emperor had their own characteristics. Although Zhan had deep attainments in combat techniques, even Fang Ping's god-slaying saber technique had only been slightly optimized. It was not as terrifying as the increase of more than 20%. Gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools was a great reference for people like them. At this moment, the void trembled slightly. One of the catacombs' true gods looked delighted. In the next moment, a small token arrow appeared in his hand. At this moment, Hung Yu growled, "Fong Ping, don't you dare." At this moment, Fong Ping had already broken through the air. He grabbed the token arrow and sensed it. It was made up of pure energy. As expected, it was not a physical object. Fong Ping did not say much. He threw the cup that he had gotten earlier over and smiled. "Here's the cup. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you some imperishable substance in exchange." Having said that, Fong Ping added, "You're not allowed to teleport away now. Continue searching. If you find it, there will be benefits for you. I won't mistreat you. If you dare to teleport away, Hung Yu won't be able to protect you." Fong Ping was anxious. The God Creation Envoy had not finished making a fake avatar. This way, the real token could be teleported away. He had already sensed a trace of the power of the rule. However, it was fake. It had not been bestowed with the rule yet. It could not be teleported away. If it was discovered, it would be exposed. Of course, these people might not be able to discover anything. Perhaps they felt that they had not found the trick, which was why they could not teleport away. However, if the people from the catacombs discovered it, they would definitely show it to Hung Yu. They were afraid that Hung Yu and Li Zhu would find out. Very soon, Hung Yu broke through the air and arrived. He snorted coldly and looked at Fong Ping. His gaze was cold and harsh. "Fong Ping, you've gone too far." "Nonsense. I exchanged with him, not snatched it." Fong Ping rolled his eyes. He looked at the true god in front of him and said casually, "You're that white tiger king, right? Did I exchange with you? I even gave you more benefits. Tell me, are you willing to exchange?" As Fong Ping said that, he stared at him until the other party's face turned pale. Indeed, he did not lose out. Instead, he gained a lot of benefits. Fong Ping was considered generous. He gave a lot of imperishable substances, but Fong Ping did snatch it. However, how would he dare to say that now, even if Hung Yu and Li Zhu were here, he was a true god? How would he dare to undermine Fong Ping? Did he want to die? Could it be that Hung Yu and Li Zhu would stay with him and protect him forever? He dared not make a sound. Hung Yu's expression was slightly gloomy. He knew that the others could not fight with this rascal. He reached out and grabbed the cup. Seeing that, Fong Ping taunted him directly. "Trash. I exchanged for it. I'm still an enemy. I even gave more benefits. You, on the other hand, snatched your subordinates' good stuff. How can you be the master of the heavenly court? Look at you. Who would dare to work for you? Look at those who follow me. Who didn't get any benefits? Those who follow you are all seeking death. They didn't see any benefits. Instead, a lot of them are seeking death." Hung Yu's expression was sullen. He had some thoughts earlier. If he got the keepsake, he might be able to teleport away. Of course, he did not want to leave so soon. However, after hearing what Fong Ping said, at this moment, there were still many catacombs powerhouses here. If he really took the keepsake, these people would probably be disheartened. Fong Ping's words were not lies. Those who followed him, Fong Ping, had indeed received great benefits. As for the heavenly court, a lot of them had died. Hung Yu checked the wine cup carefully. He looked at Fong Ping coldly and tossed the cup to the true god. He said in a low voice, "Not bad. Continue looking. Find more. Let's leave together." White Tiger King heaved a sigh of relief. He also wanted to clear the level. He was really afraid that Hung Yu would snatch it away. If he really took it away, he would not dare to say anything. At this moment, he was somewhat grateful to Fong Ping. If not for what Fong Ping said, Hung Yu might not have returned it to him. If that was the case, he could continue to clear the level. Clearing the level meant that there was hope. Moreover, he had some ideas in his mind. If he found a few more keepsakes, even if he could not get the benefits from the earthly sovereign, it would not matter. If Fong Ping snatched it away again and gave him some good stuff, it was actually not a bad idea. To true gods like them, the things that Fong Ping did not want were actually good things. Whether it was imperishable substances or origin qi, they were of great help to them. Of course, these thoughts were not known to outsiders. If Hung Yu and the others knew that they had such thoughts, they would have the heart to kill them. Although White Tiger King did not say it out loud, the martial artists in all directions more or less had the same thoughts in their minds. Fang Ping exchanged the keepsakes for them. He did not snatch them away by force. Fang Ping only wanted the good stuff left behind by the earthly sovereign. If they really found it, they might not be able to keep it. If Fang Ping snatched it away every time, it was actually not a bad idea to exchange it for some benefits. Heng Yu and Li Zhu were not fools. How could they not understand what these people were thinking? Li Zhu had also rushed over at this moment. His telepathic voice carried a hint of helplessness. This fellow did not snatch it away by force this time. The stuff left behind by the earthly sovereign might really be snatched away by him in the end, unless we find it ourselves. Otherwise, it's not easy for us to snatch it away from others. If it stays in their hands, Fang Ping will set his eyes on it sooner or later. Heng Yu was also helpless. There was no other way. He was not as rich as Fang Ping. However, Heng Yu still telepathically said, even if father left behind benefits, he would not have every keepsake. At most, he would have 3 to 5 keepsakes. The keepsakes that Fang Ping snatched away might not be the ones with benefits. The keepsakes that he handed over might not be worthless. That's why it's not considered a loss. This fellow thinks that he has a sharp eye, but I'm father's son after all. In the end, it's more likely that he will be at a disadvantage. Li Zhu could only comfort himself this way. Idiot. At this moment, Fang Ping was cursing in his heart. He had obtained a real keepsake. As long as it was real, there might be something good in it. He did not know what exactly the earthly sovereign had left behind. However, when the earthly sovereign's doppelganger dissipated, it must have left behind something that he thought was extremely important. If he took away all the keepsakes here, he would not be able to run away. Even if he could not find it now, he would find it in the future. At this moment, Fang Ping was still pretending to look around with Jiang Hao. After a while, he found 5 to 6 keepsakes. Of course, they were all fake. He had not found any of them yet. The reason why he was looking for so many was to snatch the keepsakes from others later. This was to prevent them from teleporting away because they were afraid that he would snatch them away. Rumble, a loud noise was heard. Fang Ping broke through the air and arrived. Looking at the beginner martial heavenly king who had broken through 6, he did not waste any time and threw out a fake keepsake casually, along with a large amount of imperishable substance. He laughed and said, "Exchange. Even if the origin sovereign left behind a cultivation technique, it won't be as helpful to you as the imperishable substance." This was already the 5th keepsake that he had exchanged for. These people were lucky to find these things frequently. On the other hand, Fang Ping and the other powerhouses did not find anything. This beginner martial heavenly king glanced at Skyarm in the distance. Skyarm nodded slightly. This person did not say anything and quickly took away the things that Fang Ping had left behind. As for Fang Ping, when he took the item that he had left behind, his expression changed. Small wooden sword. This was one of the 3 treasures that Jiang Hao had mentioned. This person had actually found it. It seemed like it was not certain that these 3 treasures would be found by Heng Yu and the rest. Just as Fang Ping obtained the small wooden sword, in the distance, Combat Heavenly Palace trembled slightly. In the next moment, a wave of mentality swept over. The God Creation Envoy said excitedly, "It's done. Kid, now you can really pass off the fake as the real thing. Wait for a moment, I'll use a fake clone to sense the location of those keepsakes. Maybe I can find the location of all the keepsakes. I'll eliminate the teleportation force on the real keepsakes as soon as possible so that they can't leave even if they take it." Beautiful. Fang Ping was overjoyed. All the benefits from this round are mine. Fang Ping was delighted. At this moment, Heng Yu had also followed the direction of his senses and found a keepsake. It was a jade pendant. The earthly sovereign's personal jade pendant in the past. Of course, it was not a real thing. Heng Yu held it in his hand and frowned slightly. It seemed to be a little different from the few that he had come into contact with previously. When he held the previous few in his hand, he did not sense any special power. This one seemed to have a teleportation force. Just as he thought about it, the force dissipated instantly. Heng Yu frowned immediately. What was going on? at the same time, over there, the keepsakes in the hands of some people had more power, while the keepsakes in the hands of some people had less power. At this moment, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Everyone, I forgot to mention that not all the keepsakes here can teleport away. Some of the keepsakes don't have that kind of power. You guys check carefully. As for what I gave, I will try my best to use teleportation to exchange for your keepsakes." At this moment, a picture appeared in Fang Ping's mind. One by one, bright spots appeared. This was the distribution point of the real keepsakes sent by the God Creation Envoy. Fang Ping was delighted. Done, however, in the next moment, he cursed in his heart. Hung Yu had gotten a real one, so had Li Zhu. That old fellow Skyarm had also hidden one. These guys were really good at hiding. This would not do. He had to take them all away later. There were not many real keepsakes, less than 20. At this moment, Fang Ping had already collected quite a lot. Some of them had not been discovered yet. Fang Ping quickly brought Jiang Hao around to search. He also threw some fake ones to confuse the others. Very quickly, Fang Ping collected 15 real keepsakes. There were still 3 left, a total of 18. The remaining ones were in the hands of those 3. With these 3, Fang Ping could reap all the benefits from this round. Skyarm was still searching. At this moment, Fang Ping flew over and threw 3 keepsakes at him. He smiled and said, "Senior, your side has found 4 keepsakes. I'm afraid you can't leave all of them. You want to sell them to me? What do you want?" Before Skyarm could finish, Fang Ping smiled and said, "I want the one you found, Senior." Skyarm's expression stiffened. He cursed in his heart. This kid's eyes were really sharp. He had hidden one secretly and wanted to study it. He felt that this one was slightly different from the others. He did not expect Fang Ping to find it. Skyarm was helpless. He did not want to fall out with Fang Ping. Moreover, he might not need the benefits from the earthly sovereign. Now that Fang Ping was willing to exchange 3 keepsakes, he did not say anything else. Very quickly, he threw a crystal ball. Fang Ping caught it in his hand, a smile on his face. He had obtained the 3 treasures that Jiang Hao mentioned. The small wooden sword and the crystal ball. He was only missing the jade pendant. Right now, Hong Yu and Li Zhu each had a real one. He had to take this away. Not only did he have to take these keepsakes. Fang Ping also had a plan to do something even bigger. He had to reap all the benefits from this round. As for what he was going to do, he was going to let the earthly sovereign's avatar do what the Badian emperor did. It was fake anyway. If it was destroyed, so be it. However, he had to get Li Zhu and the others away first. Otherwise, they would be exposed easily. Fang Ping was delighted. Previously, Ironhead had forged jade bones. Should he give it a try this time, using the fake earthly sovereign to reap some benefits and run away? It was very beneficial for him. Li Zhu and Hong Yu each took one of the tokens. Fang Ping would not give up on this. The power of the rules on the tokens of these 2 had already been extracted by the fake earthly sovereign. If these 2 were to rely on this, they would not be able to break through. However, on the catacombs side, quite a number of people had also gotten their hands on the tokens. Based on Fang Ping's understanding of them, it was highly likely that they would not give it to him. It was more likely that they would leave some people behind, and they would use someone else's token to leave this place. God Creation Envoy, Fang Ping transmitted his voice to the God Crafting Envoy and said quickly, "Seal the keepsake in the hands of the catacombs martial artists first. Don't let them break through." As soon as these words came out, the forging God envoys in the Battle Heavenly Palace all sighed. Fang Ping, this bastard, could not be more evil. Now, it could be said that this round was almost completely in their hands. Fang Ping had removed the rule power from the fake token. Those fellows who had exchanged tokens with him earlier could forget about leaving. As Fang Ping said that, he suddenly transmitted his voice again, "God Creation Envoy, why don't we run first, then let the fake earthly emperor explode and see if the rules will kill Hong Yu and the others. What do you think?" Black-hearted, the God Creation Envoy sighed once again. Fang Ping was really black-hearted. He wanted to capture Li Zhu and the others in one fell swoop, However, the god-crafting envoy still said, the rules of this place are mainly aimed at the martial warriors who have broken through to the outside of the checkpoint. As long as they stay inside, the rules will destroy the person who broke the rules, and they will not attack them. In other words, after the earthly sovereign's clone broke the rules and was destroyed, these people would not be affected. Unless these fellows were also stupid and broke the rules together with him. Of course, he would definitely suffer from some aftershocks. However, it shouldn't be a big problem for him to hold on for so long as he broke 8. The God Creation envoy felt more and more that Fang Ping was black-hearted. This brat was also on the same side as him. Otherwise, he would have to be on tenterhooks. Fang Ping did whatever he wanted. He would con them however he wanted. How black-hearted. Over there. Li Zhu and Hong Yu met up. At this moment, the catacombs had a total of 15 people, and they had obtained a total of 8 tokens, 6 of which were fake, and the remaining 2 were real. Among these 8, 2 of them could not be teleported, and 2 of the 6 fake ones could not be teleported. Only 4 of the tokens had the power of teleportation. At this moment, the God-forging envoy had yet to cancel the power of the natural rules. Hong Yu waited for Tianji to arrive before sealing the area. He said, Li Zhu, did you notice anything wrong? Li Zhu nodded slightly, his eyes deep as he said, I found something. That Fang Ping guy is a little strange. As long as someone finds a token, no matter what it is, he has to get it and exchange it with his own. Li Zhu continued, I've observed him. For some of the tokens, he got them extremely fast. He didn't even have the time to examine them before exchanging them directly. At this moment, Li Zhu didn't realize that the token was fake. He guessed, does he have a way to tell which token has something left by the earthly emperor? Or, does he know which token is useful? Li Zhu suspected that Fang Ping might have found out which token was useful. Therefore, Fang Ping realized that he did not need what he had obtained, so he did not keep any of them. Hong Yu responded softly. He had the same guess as well. He said softly, perhaps he hasn't found what he wants. Hong Yu suspected that the jade pendant he had obtained was what Fang Ping needed. That was because he could sense it. As for the other tokens, he could not sense them. Instead, Hong Yu said quickly, right now, we have a total of 6 tokens here. 4 of them can teleport people, he did not mention that he had obtained them. Li Zhu did not mention his own either. That way, there were only 6 of them. Among them, only 4 could teleport people. Since the catacombs' 3 heavenly kings were here, it was obvious that they wanted to clear the challenge. Not only them, but the others also wanted to clear the challenge. In that case, there was a huge gap. Hong Yu frowned slightly. Moreover, the tokens were found by others. He could force them to hand them over, but with Fang Ping around, he was worried that Fang Ping would cause trouble. Li Zhu understood his concerns. He smiled and said, it's okay. The others want to clear the challenge for benefits, not for the final challenge. If you and I provide some treasures, we can naturally exchange for them. We won't disappoint them. Snatching them away directly was not feasible. They did not gather so many subordinates for fun, but to unify the 3 realms. If they were to break the hearts of the people now, it would not be worth it. If they gave some benefits in exchange for these things, the others would not reject it. The few of them were still discussing. Beside Fang Ping, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. What do we do now? The tokens are in the hands of these 2. It's going to be very difficult to get them. At first, Fang Ping was still considering. Soon, he humphed. What's so difficult about it? Cancel the teleportation ability of all their tokens. Tell them clearly that these tokens are useless. If they want to leave, they'll have to exchange with Li Zhu and Hong Yu's tokens. This, Xianxia looked at him in surprise. After a while, he smiled bitterly. Snatch? This should be considered as snatching, Fang Ping said nonchalantly, at this point, everything is under our control. What's wrong with snatching? After saying that, Fang Ping clapped his hands. It was very loud. Fang Ping felt that it would be difficult to trick Li Zhu and Hong Yu into exchanging tokens. If that was the case, then he would not waste time. As the mastermind behind the scenes, he could not wait to reap the benefits. He did not have the time to chat and bluff with them. Fang Ping clapped his hands. Everyone looked in his direction. On the other side, Li Zhu and the rest stopped discussing and looked at Fang Ping. They also knew that there was something wrong with this round. Even the God Creation envoy had not appeared yet. They did not know what they were doing in Combat Heavenly Palace. It looks like everyone has gained a lot. Fang Ping laughed. On the beginner side, all 7 of you have tokens. You're lucky. Skyarm smiled, feeling a little helpless. If you said you're lucky, then so be it. The catacombs won't do. There are only 8 tokens in total. It's not enough. When he said that, Tianji was slightly stunned. He looked at Li Zhu and Hong Yu. Li Zhu and Hong Yu looked at each other. Hong Yu's expression did not change. He chuckled. Fang Ping, you have a good eye. It's not a good eye. It's the tokens of this place. I know where they are. You and Li Zhu had 1 each. How can I not know? Fang Ping sneered. Hong Yu and Tianji did not say anything. Fang Ping quickly found a large number of tokens. In fact, they had such suspicions. At this moment, Hong Yu wanted to curse in his heart. Did his father tell Jiang Hao where all the tokens were hidden? Did he have to do this? If that was the case, he might as well leave this to Jiang Hao. Fang Ping laughed again. I've seen the rest of the tokens. There's nothing I want. Li Zhu, Hong Yu, both of you hid 1 each. I haven't seen it yet. Same rules, trade. I'll use mine to trade for yours. Li Zhu frowned slightly. He was a little unhappy. He said in a low voice, Fang Ping, don't you think you're being too overbearing? He did not want to trade with Fang Ping. What could Fang Ping do? At this moment, they had 4 tokens that could teleport them away. They did not need to trade with Fang Ping. That's how overbearing you are. Fang Ping sneered. He said disdainfully, if you don't want to trade, then don't leave. Do you think that since I can find the tokens, I'll give you a chance to leave as you please? Li Zhu and Hong Yu's expressions changed slightly. Fang Ping pointed at one of them. He said mildly, your token can't be teleported anymore. I said it. As soon as he said that, Li Zhu quickly reached out and grabbed that person. That person had a token in his hand. It could be teleported. They had sensed the power of teleportation earlier. However, at this moment, as soon as Li Zhu got it, his expression changed. He looked at Fang Ping, his expression darkening instantly. Hong Yu also quickly grabbed the other 3 people. I said it can't be teleported. I have the final say. Fang Ping pointed at the 3 people again, laughing loudly. The next moment, Hong Yu's expression changed too, they really couldn't be used anymore. Hong Yu's expression was livid. He looked at Fang Ping and said darkly, did you do something to these tokens? These tokens were all exchanged by Fang Ping previously. At this moment, over at Chu Wu's side, Skyarm also checked it hurriedly. Then, his expression relaxed slightly. Fang Ping smiled. Senior Skyarm, I'm a kind person. I'm always wholeheartedly to my allies. Although I can make it useless, I can't do this. As Fang Ping said that, he smiled again. Some of the tokens in the other people's hands can be teleported too. I haven't cancelled the teleportation ability yet. If the catacombs snatch them away, then don't blame me for not being able to teleport. As soon as he finished speaking, a few martial artists from Medicine God Island teleported away immediately. They were afraid. On the other side, Divine Sex Tian Bai also obtained a token. Without a word, he teleported away immediately. They were all afraid to stay with Fang Ping. They were afraid that they would be killed in the next moment. Those who could teleport had teleported away immediately. Chu Wu's side did not leave. The rest who could leave had already left. Li Zhu and Hong Yu's expressions became even more unpleasant. Fang Ping, what are you trying to do? Fang Ping said lazily, what am I trying to do? I don't want to do anything. I said, exchange. 2 tokens for 2 that can be teleported away. That's generous, right? I'll give you a chance to continue challenging the levels. Hong Yu could no longer maintain his composure. He said angrily, those that you exchanged for previously, nonsense, we're enemies. Fang Ping said impatiently, did I exchange them with you guys? It's true, right? You could teleport back then, right? I only hid the fact that I can cancel the teleportation ability. This is my ability. If it were you, Hong Yu, you might cancel it right away. You didn't even negotiate. Why are you acting all high and mighty in front of me? I can use my ability however I want. You're not convinced? Fang Ping was disdainful. I made a fair deal earlier. Look at Tianbai and the rest. Didn't they leave directly? Senior Skyarm and the rest can leave anytime they want. Did I attack them? I don't like you and I attacked you. You're not convinced? Fang Ping mocked, disdainful. He said lazily, are you going to exchange or not? If not, you can continue to stay in this level. I forgot to say, there are no other tokens. I've taken everything that should be taken. Hong Yu and Li Zhu were furious. For a moment, both of them wanted to fight Fang Ping and the rest. This was too much. Fang Ping was still lazy. He yawned and said, hurry up and decide. Otherwise, I'll leave. You guys can continue to stay in this level. It's okay. We might meet again in the final level. Isn't the tree still here? At this moment, Heavenly Kingy said in a low voice, Human King, what about us? They had also exchanged a few with Fang Ping. In the end, they were all ineffective. Fang Ping seemed to have just remembered them. He chuckled. You guys? If you want to leave, that's fine too. How about spending some money? Although that was what he said, Fang Ping had no intention of letting them leave. He would just kill them directly. Heavenly King Yi and the rest were conspiring with the tree. He had to be careful of them working together. Hong Yu and the rest were enemies. Fang Ping was not afraid. He had never been afraid of enemies in the open. Everyone was open to being enemies. It was nothing. However, Heavenly King Yi and the rest were still dishonest even after so many of them were killed last time. Fang Ping did not like these dishonest fellows. We'll talk about your matters later. Fang Ping saw that Heavenly King Yi seemed to want to say something more. He ignored him and looked at Hong Yu and Li Zhu. He said impatiently, guys, what's your decision? Hong Yu took a deep breath and said coldly, then don't even think about leaving. When breaking through the level, teleportation will take some time. Even if I can't stop you and the weapon god envoy, Jiang Hao and Li Hansong can forget about leaving. Compromise again and again. Fang Ping was getting more and more insatiable. Moreover, even if they exchanged, who knew if Fang Ping would continue to play dirty tricks and cancel the teleportation ability? If that happened, it would be a wasted exchange. Li Zhu blushed and laughed. Fang Ping, actually, it's not impossible if you want to exchange. However, your credibility is not that trustworthy. Who knows if you will cancel the teleportation ability again? How about this, let us teleport away first. We will pass the things to you later. You're awake? Fang Ping said in surprise, you're already so old. Why are you still so sleepy? Did you just wake up? Do you think I'm stupid, or are you stupid? Li Zhu did not get angry. His smile faded a little and he said softly, but we don't trust you, nonsense. How about this, you leave the things on someone else and you teleport away. Isn't that fine? Teleport away. I'll go get it myself. It's safe now, right? As he said that, Fang Ping chuckled. How about you leave it for Tianji? I said, 1 for 1. We can exchange it for 2 teleportation tokens. You and Hong Yu will leave. Tianji will stay for the handover. How about that? When he said that, Tianji's face turned green. Stop kidding. He would leave even if he died. If he did not leave, he would die. He would not do it. Tianji looked at Hong Yu hurriedly, almost begging him. Don't do this, don't give up on me. 2 teleportation tokens. Did this not mean that there were so many people but only 2 could leave? The chances of him being left behind were very high. He did not want to stay here and die. Fang Ping saw that they were not speaking and was slightly impatient. He said again, all right, 3 for a trade. You 3 heavenly kings can leave. If the others want to leave, they can buy it with treasures. I have plenty of tokens. Hong Yu, Li Zhu, Do you two have to fight me to the death? Hong Yu's heart ached. Did we have to go against you? You had to trick us, this bastard. If he did not take advantage of us, he would not budge no matter what. Who was more disgusting? At this moment, Li Zhu's voice rang beside his ear. Fang Ping wants our tokens. Obviously, there's something he wants inside. This token, I didn't find anything special. What about yours? There's something unusual, but I didn't discover anything. I'm afraid I'll need time or an opportunity to discover the anomaly. Li Zhu frowned. If that was the case, Fang Ping did know what was important and had to take it. What do we do now? Do we trade? We can't trade easily. Hong Yu said quickly, besides the three of us, there are 12 Heavenly Court martial artists. Hai Yu has already been killed. Heavenly Court has already suffered heavy losses. If they stay, will Fang Ping let them go? Also, Fang Ping must get these tokens. There must be something we don't know about, Hong Yu thought for a moment. My father's projection might have dissipated. He might have left something extremely important behind. It might even be related to the Emperor's path. Li Zhu was tempted, but he still had a headache. Then, do we just wait here? We still have 5 Heavenly Kings here. On Fang Ping's side, as long as Chu Wu does not interfere, they are no match for him. Li Zhu, think of a way to get rid of the Chu Wu side, or let them teleport away first. This way, Fang Ping's side will be the weaker side. As the two of them discussed, Fang Ping smiled. Are the two of you unwilling to give up? Fang Ping glanced at Skyarm and the rest. He smiled. Senior Skyarm, don't be in a hurry to leave. Do me a favor and intimidate them. Lest some people think that negotiations are not successful and attack by force. But don't worry, Senior. You don't have to do anything, Fang Ping chuckled. With the seniors around, these fellows won't dare to act rashly. I will get rid of them as soon as possible. He then said, forget it. Why don't the seniors leave with us? With so many Heavenly Kings leaving together, these fellows can only dream of stopping us. We're not trading. Let them play by themselves. Having said that, Fang Ping brought Jiang Hao and walked toward Chu Wu's side. He even gave Li Zhu and the rest a provocative look. He smiled. Come on, continue to stop them. We'll leave first. You guys have a good chat with the latecomers in this round. See you in the final round. Hong Yu really wanted to vomit blood. At this moment, they had no way to retaliate. To trade or not to trade, they could not leave even if they did not. Hong Yu exhaled and said softly, trade. However, I want 15 of them, and there won't be any other treasures. Fang Ping, you want to take away my father's inheritance. All we want is to pass the round. This is very fair. Having said that, he added, let the others leave first. Li Zhu, Tianji, and I will stay. It's not a problem to trade at the end. Fang Ping snorted and said disdainfully, come on. If the 3 Heavenly Kings stay, you think you won't have to worry about anything, right? When the time comes, you won't admit it and fight to the death with us? Fang Ping said disdainfully, I often use this trick. Hong Yu, you're too childish. At this moment, Li Zhu suddenly said coldly, the God Creation Envoy hasn't appeared and is hiding in Combat Heavenly Palace. I'm afraid it's not as simple as resting. Fang Ping, don't force us. What is the God Creation Envoy doing in Combat Heavenly Palace? Having said that, he and Hong Yu quickly flew toward Combat Heavenly Palace. Fang Ping did not care. He said lazily, don't tell me you guys think he's in closed-door cultivation? You guys go in and try. If you go in, there'll be no turning back. Having said that, Fang Ping looked at Heavenly Arm and the rest and said with a smile, I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Just take Jiang Hao away later. These guys are unwilling to bleed, so I'll let them see blood. Having said that, Fang Ping threw Jiang Hao into the group of beginners. Heavenly Arm raised his eyebrows slightly and looked toward Combat Heavenly Palace. There was still Iron Fist. Li Hansong there. He was the one who brought that. Senior, don't worry. He's forged with jade bones. He won't die so easily. I still need him. At this moment, Fang Ping had already arrived at the entrance of Combat Heavenly Palace. Seeing that the two of them were unwilling to hand over the token, Fang Ping became impatient. He said coldly, I don't want to waste too much time in this round. 4 hours have passed. You guys have wasted too much of my time. If the two of you really want to continue, then continue. Let's see who can't bear the consequences. At this moment, the void suddenly trembled. Fang Ping was slightly stunned. Someone was coming. Who would come here at this time? At this moment, a skeleton descended from the sky. Yes, a skeleton. The skeleton seemed to have sensed the aura and instantly recovered its flesh. In the next moment, everyone recognized it. Hong Kuan. King Kuan had actually broken through. His speed was not slow, but rather fast. Fang Ping and the rest had just broken through Celestial Emperor's round not long ago. Now, King Kuan had actually broken through. The moment King Kuan saw Fang Ping, he roared angrily, Fang Ping. Bastard! He had enough of Fang Ping. This bastard had caused him so much trouble in consecutive rounds. He did not want to become a skeleton just now. He was beaten up by Celestial Emperor. He fought with all his might for a long time. Finally, he fought until Celestial Emperor was a little exhausted and was hit by him instantly. He gained the upper hand and won that round. However, his injuries were not light. Not only that, he had consumed a lot of energy. Otherwise, his flesh would not have recovered after passing through the passage. At this moment, his aura was still unstable. This was a big loss. Now, however, Fang Ping was unscathed. Obviously, this bastard was having a good time. When Fang Ping saw Hong Kuan, he felt helpless. It seemed like, I have to use my big move. King Kuan came at the right time. If he did not use his big move now, these guys would not think that he was a coward. As expected, at this moment, Hong Yu's eyes lit up. Li Zhu also said quickly, King Kuan, the tokens for this round are all with Fang Ping. This is the Earthly Sovereign round. The treasures left behind by the Earthly Sovereign are all with Fang Ping. When he said that, King Kuan did not hesitate at all. He had enough of this bastard Fang Ping. At this moment, Fang Ping sighed. Hong Kuan, think about it. Leave on your own. I will give you a token to leave, hand it all over. I will kill you today. King Kuan roared. He felt the aura of the weapon god envoy, but it was not very clear. However, the human powerhouses here should be Fang Ping and the weapon god envoy. If that was the case, he, Hong Yu, and the rest could definitely take care of them. As for those beginner martial artists, it was a little troublesome. As he was thinking, Fang Ping said, Senior Skyarm, you can leave now. Skyarm was stunned. In the next moment, his eyes moved. He nodded slightly and teleported away with Jiang Hao. King Kuan was also stunned. Not only King Kuan, but Li Zhu and Hong Yu's expressions also changed. Fang Ping was not the kind of person who would court death. Letting a beginner martial artist teleport away, this was, be careful, don't let them leave too. Hong Yu shouted in a low voice. He felt that Fang Ping and the others were preparing to leave directly, trapping them here. Li Zhu's scalp went numb. He shouted, quick, think of a way to leave. King Kuan, who had just arrived, also felt that something was wrong. He had suffered too much. Fang Ping suddenly let the beginner martial artists leave. He felt that something was wrong. In the blink of an eye, he teleported to the edge of the checkpoint and shouted, Fang Ping, give me the token. He wanted to leave, F*CK, I won't take revenge anymore. He had just come out of the hell of the previous level. He did not want to encounter any more trouble. Fang Ping looked at him sympathetically and said gloomily, you should have said so earlier. I thought you were going to fight to the death with me. I was just thinking that if you fought to the death with me, I would be in a lot of trouble. It's too late. He had already let the weapon god envoy activate. King Kuan, you should have said so earlier. I would have let you go. I would have continued to confront them. You, a broken 8, came here. Wasn't I worried that you would cause trouble? King Kuan's face turned purple. If that was the case, there was really trouble. Damn it, what bad luck did I have to encounter this bastard in a few checkpoints in a row. I was beaten half to death by Celestial Emperor Badian and rushed here. King tricked me again. Fang Ping. King Kuan's voice was a little shrill. On the other side, Heavenly Kingy still did not understand Fang Ping's methods. At this moment, he was still a little confused and shocked. King Kuan was very similar to his father, arrogant, domineering, and arrogant. He also cared a lot about his reputation. Outside, he had always paid attention to his image as a broken 8 heavenly king, including his identity as a prince. He was one of the 8 kings back then. This was all King Kuan's capital to be arrogant. But now, why was his voice so sharp and weak? It seemed to be mixed with a little inexplicable grievance. Heavenly Kingy suspected that he had heard wrongly. Why would a broken 8 powerhouse like King Kuan feel wronged? Moreover, Fang Ping did not seem to have done anything. Why was King Kuan running so fast? On the other side, King Kuan attacked the stronghold crazily. He wanted to escape. Damn, he felt that nothing good was going to happen. Even if there were rules outside the stronghold, he felt that it might not be more dangerous. He might as well just run away. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, a passageway appeared. It was not a teleportation passageway. Someone had made a move, directly breaking through the sky and absorbing an endless amount of life force. In the blink of an eye, another giant hand appeared in the sky. King Kuan almost roared in despair. F***ck, I really got tricked again. He was about to go crazy. Why did I come here now? Just this force alone made him feel that it was definitely not weaker than Celestial Emperor Badian. At this moment, Li Zhu also let out a long sigh, and then quickly shouted, "Quick, gather! Hong Yu, protect the others." Damn it, they forged the earthly sovereign's projection. He could see it. At this moment, Li Zhu also wanted to vomit blood. Fang Ping, this lunatic, was he going to destroy this checkpoint and lure the rules completely? On the other side, the weapon god envoy carried Li Hansong and broke through the air. She quickly moved in front of Fang Ping and shouted, "Quick, protect us and hide." "Kid, didn't you say that you would only activate it before leaving? Why don't you leave quickly?" "I'm not leaving." Fang Ping gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to drag it out with them. Even if I don't kill them, I'm going to take everything away." He was not leaving. He was still waiting for the earthly sovereign's avatar to absorb the benefits and forge his jade bones. If he left, where could he get the benefits? He had true blood in him. Even if the rules erupted, the damage he would suffer would definitely be less than the others. It was just a matter of who would die of exhaustion. "Fang Ping, let me go." "I don't care about your business." King Kuan roared again. He was very smart. Almost in an instant, he had more or less figured out everything. It had nothing to do with him. "Let me go." "Sorry, I can't stop it." Fang Ping's face was full of regret. At this moment, the earthly sovereign's avatar had already begun to break through the sky and was madly absorbing the life force. Meanwhile, the nomological hand had already begun to brew and was about to descend. The Badian Celestial Emperor had just done it once and now he was doing it again. The laws of this place seemed to be enraged. At this moment, the speed of condensation was even faster than the Badian Celestial Thearch's stage. King Kuan was truly aggrieved. Damn it, he had just arrived. He didn't get any benefits, he didn't even know the specifics of the matter, yet he had to bear the blame. His heart was really bitter. Who would do that? What did Hong Yu and the other bastards do? Fang Ping watched as the sky darkened. He mumbled, "Everyone, let's just treat it as a calamity. I feel that cultivation without transcending the tribulation is incomplete. Now, I'm giving everyone a chance to transcend the tribulation together. If we survive it, there should be some benefits." Everyone was furious. Hong Yu shouted, "Fang Ping, hand over the token and let us leave." "I'll give it to you." He did not want to go through the heavenly tribulation with this lunatic Fang Ping. What kind of tribulation was this? This was asking for trouble. He wanted to leave now. "That won't do. It's too late even if you give it to me. Endure it for a bit. If you don't die, we can continue the trade. If you die, I'll just take yours. By the same logic, if I die, you guys will be able to pass with the token for free. Stop struggling." Fang Ping would not let them go now. "Bastard!" Hong Yu roared. A long sword appeared in his hand and he charged at Fang Ping. The god creation envoy snorted coldly, holding on to the long rod, he instantly rushed out. The two of them instantly clashed with each other. Kill Fang Ping! Hong Yu roared. On the other side, Li Zhu looked at King Kuan in the distance and shouted, King Kuan, take this opportunity to kill Fang Ping. If we join forces, the rules won't be able to stop us. There were many experts here. The natural laws only covered the area and hadn't descended yet. Even if it descended, it would probably dissipate after destroying the earthly sovereign's clone. What they needed to do was to hold on until the earthly sovereign's clone dissipated. As long as they didn't die, they could survive this calamity. They were all experts, and they quickly saw the crux of the matter. After all, the clone of the earthly sovereign was a fake. Its strength was only average. It would be a pipe dream if it thought it could last for long. As he was thinking, Fang Ping picked up Iron Head and the old cat. He kept the combat heavenly palace, grabbed the earthly emperor's avatar, and flew up into the sky, laughing. Come, kill me. I'll wait for you here. Let's play together and see who can last longer. Everyone was stunned for a moment. That bastard Fang Ping had flown directly to the hole in the sky. And the nomological hand was right above his head. Fang Ping spat out a huge amount of blood, which covered the earthly emperor's avatar. He laughed and said, interesting. Fun, really fun. After all, the rules are dead. Do you think it's fun? I've covered the fake earthly sovereign, and the rules can't find the destroyer. Ha ha ha, guess what the hand of rules will do? Everyone was startled awake. What to do? Salad, of course, it was a full coverage annihilation, and the guy who broke the rules would die a tragic death. However, since the earthly sovereign's clone was covered by the hand of law, it couldn't be discovered or destroyed. Li Zhu's expression changed as he roared, kill Fang Ping. If they did not kill Fang Ping, it would definitely last for a long time. Li Zhu and the rest could not guarantee that if it continued, the hand of law would not become stronger and stronger. In the end, it might really be able to kill them. Fang Ping, this lunatic. Fang Ping did not waste any time. He merged the iron head instantly, looked at the cat on his shoulder, and laughed. Big cat, fight them again. They may be strong, but when the rules come, they have to be distracted to deal with it. They might not be as strong as me. Rumble. As soon as he said that, the sky-covering hand descended directly. It avoided Fang Ping slightly, but there was still an energy shockwave that shook Fang Ping. Fang Ping's body froze slightly, and he felt limp and numb as if he was struck by lightning. The rules seemed to have sensed something. Realizing that the guy who broke the rules was near Fang Ping, a wave of energy seeped in. Fang Ping stepped forward directly, blocking this attack. Very strong, even if it was just the shockwave, it might have the strength to break 6. On the other side, Li Zhu and the rest were on the verge of breaking down. The giant hands covered this place directly, wanting to destroy everything here and let the rules continue. Li Zhu gritted his teeth. Holding the Myriad Realms cauldron, he broke through the air and charged toward Fang Ping. If he did not kill Fang Ping, he would not be able to get through this. Below, Heavenly King Yi snorted coldly. A longbow appeared in his hand, and he pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. The arrow pierced through the energy obstacles in front of him, killing toward Fang Ping. Tianji, Xinghong, kill together. Heavenly King Yi also roared. If he did not kill Fang Ping now, he would be in big trouble. The powerhouses of the Catacombs, Medicine God Island, and the Divine Sect, and many others were there. At this moment, all of them looked desperate. It was over, it was over. Rumble. At this point, who would have the energy to protect these people? The giant thunder palm descended. With a slap, all the true gods present were killed directly. Several emperor powerhouses were also seriously injured in an instant. One by one, they cried and quickly moved toward the top powerhouses. Sect leader, help! Someone shouted. It was King Kuan, one of the Divine Sect's emperors. At this moment, Hong Kuan also stopped escaping. With a wave of his palm, he broke the energy coming toward him. He paused slightly, showing how powerful this energy was. Even he was somewhat affected. In the next moment, Hong Kuan quickly broke through the air and grabbed the emperor, looking at Fang Ping who was in the sky. Looking at the God Creation envoy who was fighting with Hong Yu, he suddenly scolded, idiot. Kill Fang Ping, kill the God Creation Envoy first. At least I broke through 8, I can hold on for a while, kill the God Creation Envoy, and kill Fang Ping together. He hated Fang Ping. But now, killing Fang Ping, this bastard Li Zhu, must have water in his brain. If he killed Fang Ping now, wouldn't that be taking the initiative to get closer to the rules? Kill the God Creation Envoy first. As soon as he said this, the God Creation Envoy who was fighting with Hong Yu changed his expression and shouted, "Don't act recklessly, it has nothing to do with this old man. Every debt has its debtor. Go look for Fang Ping. Don't believe him, the Earth Emperor's avatar is fake." In the sky, Fang Ping shouted. The God Creation Envoy was flustered and exasperated. "Little bastard, you want to kill me? Don't be modest, a body full of divine weapon bones, it won't be that easy to destroy you. When they are almost exhausted, I will go down and kill them." The God Creation Envoy was so angry that he was half dead. Without another word, he frantically fled into the sky. "This bastard, I won't let you trick me, let's be unlucky together." "Don't, Senior, it's so dangerous for us to be together. Vomit blood." The God Creation Envoy roared. "Hurry up and vomit blood for me." Fang Ping was helpless, he did not waste any time and spat out a large mouthful of blood. The God Creation Envoy wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Should I take it or not? It was better to take it. If he did not take it, the rule energy would explode and attack him, affecting him greatly. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to spit out a second mouthful, the God Creation Envoy hurriedly said, "Stop spitting, that's enough." "This guy, are you spitting? You have to be disgusting." The God Creation Envoy smeared some blood on his body. At this moment, the energy attack was much less. After the two of them were done, below, Hong Yu and the others also quickly chased after them. Hong Yu's eyes were cold as he shouted, "Attack Fang Ping, his blood has a concealing effect. Kill." A group of Heavenly King powerhouses were not easy to deal with. Since Fang Ping's blood had an effect, they would kill Fang Ping. Even if they could not kill him, they would beat him until he vomited blood and use Fang Ping's blood to weaken the rule energy. The Myriad Worlds Cauldron instantly suppressed Fang Ping. Fang Ping punched out. With a bang, the Myriad Worlds Cauldron flew backward, and the flesh on Fang Ping's hand also exploded. Li Zhu was here for the flesh. Just as he was about to collect it, the flesh burned instantly. Fang Ping snorted coldly. It was not that easy to collect his own flesh. "Fuse my jade bones." Fang Ping roared. Beside him, the Earth Emperor's avatar absorbed a large amount of life energy and poured it directly into Fang Ping's body. Fang Ping roared and began to absorb frantically. Buzz, an arrow pierced through the air. Fang Ping, who was wearing Emperor armor, held the saber transformed from the Heavenly King's seal and slashed out. Just as he slashed out, Li Zhu attacked again. Not only that, but Hong Yu also attacked. As for the God Creation Envoy, Hong Kuan took it. Hong Kuan did not really want to fight with Fang Ping, afraid that this kid would trick him. Who knew if this guy had any more tricks up his sleeves? Seeing this, Fang Ping shouted, "Senior, hold the 2 broken 8. Don't let Hong Yu come. Otherwise, what's the use of you?" The God Creation Envoy was flustered and exasperated. He roared, "I'm a fake jade bone. You asked the fake Earth Emperor to pour life energy into me and let me forge a real jade bone. That's the way to maximize the benefits. You're so selfish." Fang Ping's teeth hurt. He said angrily, "Didn't you create a fake Earth Emperor? Take it out and absorb it together. Kid, there's too much. The rules will explode." "Who cares?" The God Creation Envoy thought about it. "Who cares?" In the next moment, another Earth Emperor's avatar appeared. As soon as it appeared, it began to absorb energy crazily and poured it into the God Creation Envoy. Bang, this fake avatar did not have any blood to cover it. It was discovered by the rules in an instant. Like a thunderbolt, it attacked. The God Creation Envoy hurriedly attacked and defeated this energy. On the other side, Fang Ping did not have time to vomit blood. He was also afraid that he would be robbed if he vomited blood. Li Zhu and the others were now eyeing him covetously. If he dared to vomit blood, these guys would definitely snatch it. The God Creation Envoy did not care anymore. He could absorb as much as he could. Previously, he had indeed created two and planned to keep them for research. But now, it was not bad to absorb some life force. Bang, Hong Yu did not care about the God Creation envoy. He attacked Fang Ping with his sword. Even if he was attacked by the power of the rules, the explosive force was still terrifyingly powerful. Even though Fang Ping was wearing emperor armor, at this moment, Fang Ping felt an incomparably huge force seeping into his body. Bang, his flesh and blood exploded. If not for the emperor armor, Fang Ping would not be any better than Li Hansong. Li Hansong, who had been fused with him, also screamed at this moment. He roared in pain, "Fang Ping, don't come again. This body of bones can't take a beating. Run and circle around him. Why do you have to take it head on? Nonsense. They've surrounded me. Where can I run? Up there. Are you trying to kill me?" Fang Ping was flustered and exasperated. He could break through the checkpoint in the sky, but was that a place where humans could go? After all, he did not have true blood. Even if he was only close to the sky, Fang Ping could feel it. If he went up, he would be exposed and killed by an even stronger power of the rules. Fang Ping would be an idiot to go up there, Iron Head, this idiot. Did he really think he could deceive everyone? The moment he conversed with Iron Head, Fang Ping was hit by Hong Yu again. With a bang, Fang Ping smashed through the void. Blood flowed from his mouth. Fang Ping, however, shouted coldly, "Come on, I can borrow your hand to forge my jade bones." Continue. At this moment, a large amount of vitality was being absorbed by him. On his shoulder, the cat was also panting heavily. It was also unleashing its mentality to block. Otherwise, Hong Yu, who was broken 8, could beat Fang Ping up even with the emperor armor between them. This time, the cat did not attack. Instead, it set up layers of mentality defense shields, adding another layer of defense for Fang Ping. Mentality shield set up by the Saint Order and Heavenly King Seal, Emperor Armor, Ironhead's Jade Bones, multiple layers of defense. Finally, it was Fang Ping's body. Hong Yu was separated by multiple layers of defense, but one hit made Fang Ping spit blood. It was clear how powerful his strength was. At this moment, even if Fang Ping had not broken 8, he was the top-notch kind among broken 7. However, he still could not match up to Hong Yu and was injured in one hit. This fellow might be close to the stage of second gate. On the other side, the God Creation envoy was also fighting with Hong Kuan. He had blood protection, but he had to prevent the power of the rule from breaking the earthly emperor's avatar. In this way, he was evenly matched with King Kuan, who did not have blood protection. The old man was also frantically absorbing vitality. He laughed and said crazily, "Awesome. Brat, hold on. This time, I want to forge a true jade bone here and break 2 gates." His divine artifact skeleton was very strong, but it was an external object after all. It was fake, not jade bones. He wanted to forge a true jade bone, and this was his chance. If he went out, he might be able to break the void gate again. In this way, he might be able to quickly get close to breaking 3 gates. This was an opportunity. An opportunity that was hard to come by. At this moment, the God Creation envoy no longer felt that Fang Ping was a scam. Wealth came from danger. What was the purpose of breaking through? Wasn't it for the opportunity? Wasn't it normal for opportunities to be accompanied by danger? Fight, rumble. A large hand erupted from behind him. With a squeeze, the hand of the rule attacked. A pair of arms grew out from the God Creation envoy's back, grabbing onto the rule's hand. With a loud bang, an explosive sound rang out, and the hands that he had grown out directly exploded. As for the earthly emperor's avatar, he stuck to his body and would not give up even if he was beaten to death. Suck, the more he sucked, the better. He did not care if he was injured. With his divine artifact skeleton, he would not be killed so easily. These two were people who wanted money more than their lives. They could still break through and leave at this moment, but they did not want to. Fang Ping wanted the keepsake, vitality, to forge the jade bone, and to make Li Zhu and the others suffer. No matter what, he would not leave. Drag it on. Who knew who would suffer? Hong Yu attacked again. Li Zhu and the others also attacked. Tianji and Xinghong, the 2 broken 6, did not have the ability to attack now. At this moment, the rules covered everything. Even if they had reached the Heavenly King realm, they had no choice but to go all out to resist the explosion of the rule's energy. Rumble, battles were breaking out everywhere. There were people fighting, and there were also martial artists fighting the hand of the rule. At this moment, a catacomb's venerable emperor's body was destroyed in an instant. Only some mentality was left. Before he died, he suddenly roared, "Hong Yu, Li Zhu, all F***ck your ancestors. He wants it. Why don't you give it to him?" With infinite despair and anger, this venerable emperor exploded in an instant. At the moment of his death, he did not have the heart to hate Fang Ping. Instead, he hated Li Zhu and the others. Fang Ping wanted the keepsake. Why didn't you give it to him? Give it to him. If you gave it to him, why would there be so many problems? Why would there be so much trouble? At this moment, this powerful venerable sovereign, with infinite resentment and anger, was directly blown up by the rules. Why not give it to Fang Ping? Just this sentence alone made Li Zhu and Han Yu's movements slightly stagnate. Since when did they fall so low that it was a sin not to give what they had obtained to Fang Ping? They found the keepsake themselves. They were stronger than Fang Ping, however, because they did not give it to Fang Ping's nemesis, the catacombs martial artists, became angry. They felt that they should get it to him. This kind of thinking was extremely terrifying. This meant that the powerhouses of the catacombs were already afraid of being killed. They had already lost confidence in these top powerhouses. They felt that even if they broke 8, they would not be able to protect them and be on par with the enemy. Inexplicable sorrow, a peak powerhouse who broke 8 and a peak powerhouse who broke 7 faced a powerhouse who broke 7. In the end, no one believed them, especially their own people. This kind of blow was 1,000 times stronger than what Fang Ping said himself. It was too heart-wrenching. They were heart-wrenching. As the earthly emperor's avatar was not destroyed for a long time, at this time, the entire checkpoint was shaking violently. Countless power of the rule filled the air. Fang Ping also felt threatened. The concealment effect of his blood seemed to be about to be seen through. Sure enough, in the next moment, the God Creation envoy groaned, "Rumble," a palm hit his head directly. The God Creation envoy groaned. The flesh and blood of his head exploded. He shouted, "Fang Ping, the blood can't take it anymore." This was troublesome. After all, Fang Ping had only spat a mouthful of blood at him. Now, the energy of this wisp of blood could not hide him anymore. He had now become the main target of the Hand of Rule. Who asked him to carry a fake earthly emperor on his back and absorb his life force? Fang Ping shouted, "You threw the fake earthly emperor to Hong Kuan." That's his father. Hong Kuan subconsciously escaped into the air. It's your father, not mine. This was all fake. How dare this bastard Fang Ping say that? In the end, the God Creation envoy was also someone who wanted money more than his life. He said angrily, "I won't throw it. I want to forge jade bones." He would not throw it even if he died. How many times could he have such an opportunity in his life? Wasn't he still alive? Bang, Fang Ping was speechless. He spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Hansong let out another blood-curdling scream. This time, Hong Yu ignored the hand of discipline and allowed the large hand to pierce through his back. With all his might, with one move, the emperor armor caved in directly. At least half of the bones in Fang Ping's chest were broken this time. As for Li Hansong, there was also the sound of bones cracking. Obviously, his injuries were not light. Fang Ping had just received Hong Yu's palm. Behind him, Li Zhu quietly smashed a cauldron toward his head. At this time, the force on the cat's tail swept and whipped the Thousand Worlds cauldron, causing it to tilt. However, it screamed and whimpered, "Liar, it hurts, my tail is broken." It was too painful. Li Zhu was a powerhouse at peak break 7 and was about to break 8. The strength of this attack was also terrifying. Fortunately, the cat's body was strong. Force outburst, and when he was unprepared, he whipped the Thousand Worlds cauldron. Otherwise, his tail would have exploded. Seeing this, Fang Ping gritted his teeth. He felt that he was still lacking a lot in forging jade bones. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping gritted his teeth and stuck the earthly emperor avatar to the cat, roaring, "Stupid cat, forge jade bones for me. Quickly absorb the energy. Your bones should be closer to jade bones than mine. Hurry up." This guy, the cat, had a strong physique. Otherwise, it would not have hit the Thousand Worlds cauldron with its tail. It might be easier for the cat to forge jade bones. If it succeeded, the cat's strength would be stronger. Now that it had Force Outburst, its strength was probably more than 8 million cal. Once it forged jade bones and could use the force, it might reach more than 15 million calories outbursts, which was also close to peak break 7. With such strength, it was enough to hold Li Zhu back. As for himself, he would waste time with Han Yu. Just as he was thinking about this, just as he stuck the earthly emperor avatar to the cat, a chill came from Fang Ping's head. Fang Ping quickly turned his head. Kaboom! A sharp arrow pierced his neck directly. Emperor armor dented again, and Fang Ping felt a sharp pain on his neck. Fang Ping roared, turning his head. You're asking for it, you shrimp. I didn't care about you, how dare you attack me? On the other side, Heavenly King Yi had defeated the Hand of Discipline. He panted, his face livid. He was also a peak break 7, and he was not a beginner. How dare Fang Ping humiliate him, shrimp? Human King, you're too arrogant. At this moment, Heavenly King Yi snorted coldly. A leaf suddenly appeared in his hand. Then, the leaf grew, covering his whole body. At this moment, the power of the rule around him suddenly dissipated by half. The leaf glowed with a jade color, shining with rays of light. Everyone's attention was attracted. Heavenly King Yi was draped with the leaf. His aura erupted, much stronger than before. Once again, he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Fang Ping. Dao Leaf. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy growled, "Be careful, that tree has also mastered some of the power of the rule here. Its leaves can avoid some of the power of the rule. This guy can now use more power." Fang Ping was not stupid. He felt it as soon as he appeared. At this moment, he also hurriedly dodged. Without the interference of the power of the rule, Heavenly King Yi's combat strength was also unleashed to the extreme. At this moment, he was vaguely similar to Han Yu. It was not that he was too strong, but Han Yu was suppressed too badly. The power of the rule here was ruthless to powerhouses. Han Yu's strength was suppressed by more than 40%. The moment Fang Ping dodged, a strong force erupted from his body. At this moment, Fang Ping had completely turned gray, and the gray force permeated the emperor armor. Fang Ping gritted his teeth. You shameless thing. Do you think you're better than me? As soon as he finished speaking, a strand of blood shot out like a sharp arrow towards Heavenly King Yi. Above the blood, there was a special power spreading. Heavenly King Yi also shot out an arrow. The blood arrow collided with the long arrow and exploded with a loud bang. The blood arrow turned into blood and splashed in all directions. The leaves on Heavenly King Yi's body came into contact with some of the blood and instantly began to smoke. Heavenly King Yi's expression was grave. The power was offset. The power of Fang Ping's blood and the power of the rule on the leaf were wearing each other down. Fang Ping wanted to eliminate the effect of his leaf. Fang Ping and Heavenly King Yi were fighting against each other. Han Yu silently attacked again. This time, the old cat swung its tail again. Puff! A small part of its tail was broken. Woo woo woo! The cat suddenly burst into tears. It was so painful, how tragic, so pitiful. You bad guy, you lost to Moon Spirit in a fight, you can't beat Moon Spirit in bed, you hit a cat. The gray cat cried bitterly, tears dripping down from its eyes. It was so sad. A small part of its beautiful tail was broken. It was about to become a short-tailed cat. The gray cat cried and was angry. With a howl, it swallowed the Earthly Emperor's avatar. This time, the life force absorbed by the Earthly Emperor's avatar was no longer transferred to the cat. Instead, it was directly swallowed by the gray cat. The gray cat howled angrily. I'm going to work hard, I'm going to forge jade bones and stab Han Yu to death. He dared to break my tail. I'm a vengeful cat. I won't forget this vengeance even after 1,000,000 years. I'm vengeful. Fang Ping saw that it was fine and its body was glowing with a jade-like color. He did not care about the cat anymore. It was good that it suffered a little. Now it knew that it had to cultivate harder. Fang Ping watched as the three of them surrounded him. He gritted his teeth and snorted coldly. He looked up and said angrily, "Come on, I'll wait for you." Having said that, he flew into the sky and directly toward the hole in the sky. I'm going to fight you, I'm not leaving. Let's see who's more ruthless. Fang Ping flew directly toward the hole in the sky. When he had just flown up, Fang Ping's gaze suddenly froze. What did he see? Where was this? Above the hole, it was no longer the small illusory world below. This place was just as he had imagined. There was still a world outside, majestic, majestic, the buildings were all connected into one. Countless buildings, there were people, yes, people, Fang Ping saw people. At this moment, Fang Ping was a little dazed. Was this a mystic realm, an origin world, or an illusory world? Where was this? On his shoulder, the cat's eyes widened, muttering, Heavenly realm. Heavenly realm, Fang Ping saw heavenly realm, the buildings stretched for countless miles, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was truly like an existence in the celestial world. Was this heavenly realm? At this moment, his heart palpitated. In the next moment, a hand instantly grabbed toward Fang Ping. This time, it was not confused by Fang Ping. At the same time, Fang Ping suddenly felt something and looked up. In the sky above this world, there was a sun suspended. Immortal source? No, that was a seed. Fang Ping's gaze was dull. A seed as huge as the sun. Was it a seed? Those who did not know would not think that it was a seed. However, Fang Ping knew something. Hence, the moment he ruled out the immortal source, he thought of a seed. The two ends were slightly sharp, and the middle was bulging. Perhaps, it looked like a silkworm baby? Was that a seed? Fang Ping looked up. In the next moment, Fang Ping suddenly realized that he had been slightly affected. He had almost forgotten that he was in danger. Without another word, Fang Ping turned around and dashed down. Below, just as Hung Yu and the rest were about to attack, they suddenly scattered in all directions. Run! An incomparably huge and powerful hand slapped down from the hole. Fang Ping, this bastard, was really crazy. Li Zhu and Hung Yu wanted to cry now. Can I give it to you? Can I give you the token? Let us go, let's go together. If we kill each other like this, we might all die. What's the point? Fang Ping did not care what they thought. This was too much. I wanted this token, and I even exchanged it with you. How dare you not give it to me? Not only did you not give it to me, you even wanted to kill me and broke the cat's tail. This enmity was too great. Fang Ping looked around. Without saying a word, he flew towards Heavenly King Yi, who was running the slowest. You're the weakest, but you still dare to surround and kill me. Was he courting death? Leaves? Are leaves useful now? This big hand didn't even let him go. Clearly, the rules were stricter than before. Could he dodge it? Heavenly King Yi cursed in his heart when he saw Fang Ping charging towards him, and then he turned around and ran. In front of him, Tianji and Xinghong, who were resisting the power of the rules, cursed and fled frantically when they saw him flying in their direction. In the sky, an even more powerful palm came crashing down. When the two of them saw the situation, how could they have the slightest bit of hope? Run! If they didn't run and were caught by this hand, they would definitely be crushed. They were not the only ones. Fang Ping felt that he would be crushed as well. The strength of this hand had vaguely reached the strength of the hand that crushed Celestial Emperor Badian previously. Even if there was a difference, the difference wouldn't be too big. Previously, when the Celestial Arch broke through to 8, he was crushed. With Fang Ping's strength, he would definitely be crushed. Fang Ping held and roared, son of a b***tch, don't run. How dare you attack me? You've got guts. Come on, let's die together. Heavenly King Yi cursed in anger. I don't believe you. Fang Ping had the teleportation token, so it didn't lose its effect. At the critical moment, he ran away, and he was killed by the rule's hand. He wasn't an idiot. Hung Yu and the others had also considered this point. They were not willing to take this palm with Fang Ping at all. Otherwise, Hung Yu still had some confidence in taking it. However, if he took it, he would be seriously injured. Fang Ping would run away. Was there any use? If Fang Ping was killed and he was seriously injured, he would be happy. Heavenly King Yi's running speed wasn't slow either. Seeing that Fang Ping was about to be grabbed by the big hand, he suddenly roared. In the next moment, Fang Ping's voice came into the God Creation Envoy's ears. Hold King Kuan for a moment. The God Creation envoy subconsciously erupted, instantly freezing King Kuan. In an instant, he had already proven his mentality, so he was stronger than King Kuan. It was very short, so short. Under normal circumstances, it was nothing. King Kuan's eyes were slightly dull, but he wasn't anxious at first. However, in the next moment, King Kuan woke up. King Kuan roared angrily. Before he could finish cursing, he reached out and grabbed the God Creation envoy's arm, roaring, "Come at me together." Bastard, Fang Ping was here. Fang Ping was right beside him. His speed was frightening, and he was about to run behind him. Obviously, Heavenly King Yi had run away. Fang Ping felt that King Kuan was not bad to block the spear. He let the God Creation envoy block King Kuan and let King Kuan block the saber. King Kuan was about to explode in anger, but it was too late to dodge. Not only did he grab the God Creation envoy, one of his legs suddenly became extremely long, blocking in front of Fang Ping in an instant. F***CKU, come at me too. Hurt each other, who's afraid of who? Bang, Fang Ping's speed was too fast, and he couldn't dodge in time. With a bang, he hit his thigh. In the next moment, the big hand grabbed him directly. The three of them were all within the coverage area. Fang Ping's entire body erupted with force, and a large amount of blood gushed out, covering himself and the cat. The God Creation envoy roared, "Not leaving?" At this time, Fang Ping still didn't choose to leave the battlefield. Fang Ping was too lazy to reply. Why would he leave? It was not that he didn't want to leave, but the moment the big hand approached, he sensed that the power of the teleportation rule was covered and blocked. Unlucky, he didn't expect the power of the big hand to be able to block this teleportation force. He could only resist now. Fang Ping also felt that he wouldn't die. With three powerhouses carrying it together, what was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the current Fang Ping didn't want to leave yet. He wanted to continue snatching vitality here. The big cat seemed to be forging jade bones soon. The opportunity was rare. If it was any other time, if he didn't cultivate for 1,000 or 800 years, where would he get so much vitality? That was still him, and there were even fewer others. Fang Ping didn't leave. The God Creation envoy gritted his teeth and threw the Earthly Emperor's avatar on his body to King Kuan. King Kuan's face was frighteningly livid. Without saying a word, he kicked out, sending the fake Earthly Emperor's avatar flying. The direction of the kick was not Fang Ping, because if he kicked Fang Ping, the explosive force would still be here. He glanced at it and kicked directly in the direction of Heavenly King Yi. This bastard ran away and caused trouble for himself. If he didn't screw him, who would he screw? Share some of the pressure for himself. As for the one who was kicked by his own father, he didn't care. It wasn't real, it was just fake, so he kicked it. Even if it was real, his father should understand him at this moment. The fake Earthly Emperor shot out, instantly exploding behind Heavenly King Yi. A powerful force of the rule exploded at the same time. In front, Heavenly King Yi roared, all the vitality force in his body erupting. The leaves exploded directly, the flesh on his back exploding. In the blink of an eye, a golden skeleton appeared. Hong Kuan! Heavenly King Yi roared. At this time, he was still screwing his own people. This guy was also black-hearted. Hong Kuan didn't treat him as one of his own people at all. What own people? If he was really one of his own people, why couldn't he give me a piece of your leaves? He was also a guy with a conspiracy. Early on, when this guy lured them here, he didn't believe in Heavenly King Yi. Now who else would he screw over? And on Fang Ping's side, an even more powerful force erupted. Bang, flesh and blood exploded. Creak, his bones seemed to be hammered, making Fang Ping dizzy and in extreme pain. Meow. The gray cat seemed to be in extreme pain, screaming. The most miserable one was Tai Tu. At this moment, he still had the mood to curse. I shouldn't have forged jade bones. How regretful. If he had forged jade bones, then so be it. He should have escaped earlier. Why did he have to follow Fang Ping? Now, he was so miserable. The jade bones couldn't take it anymore and were cracking. After all, he was not a Heavenly King powerhouse. Shut up! Fang Ping shouted angrily. He knew that Tai Tu couldn't take it. In fact, he had borne more than 60% of the pressure. The gray cat had borne 30%. This guy had only borne 10% of the pressure. What was he shouting for? They were miserable here. On the other side, King Kuan's flesh had exploded before and had not recovered. Now, he suffered another heavy blow. A half-jade skeleton appeared. The god creation envoy was not much better. A divine weapon jade bones appeared. A group of skeletons appeared. In the blink of an eye, a group of skeletons was created in this place. Rumble, the sound of explosions was endless. It had no intention of stopping. King Kuan turned into a skeleton and felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, he was furious and roared, "Throw away that fake avatar." The gray cat was still carrying a fake avatar, no wonder the power of the rule continued. With so many people resisting it together, they still suffered a heavy blow. It seemed like it was not over yet. King Kuan was furious. Did he not want his life anymore? If you don't want it, I still want it. If this thing was not destroyed, the power of the rule would not dissipate. Sooner or later, they would be killed by this continuous power of the rule. Fang Ping would not throw it away even if he was beaten to death. He asked the gray cat, "Have you forged jade bones?" Meow. No. The gray cat screamed. It was also badly mutilated. This guy actually did not become a skeleton cat. Its flesh and blood were terrifyingly strong. King Kuan and the others had become skeletons. It was just badly mutilated. This cat's tens of thousands of years of cultivation was not a joke. Of course, it was also related to Fang Ping withstanding a lot of pressure. Then hold on a little longer. Fang Ping roared. Did he not start a war with these guys to reap some benefits and let these people help share the pressure? It was not enough for King Kuan to help share the pressure now. It seemed like the power of the rule was still continuing. At this moment, Fang Ping looked at the god creation envoy and roared, "You attack Hong Kuan and let him move with us. Go find Li Zhu and Hong Yu and share the pressure together." Before the god creation envoy could move, King Kuan roared, "Attack your ancestors. I will walk on my own. Go find them." He was mentally unbalanced. This was not his fault. It was Hong Yu, Li Zhu, and Fang Ping who were fighting. He was really wronged. Now that he was withstanding the pressure and being bombarded by the power of the rule, he was unhappy that the two of them had run away. Of course, it was not just pure unhappiness. Although Hong Yu was his younger brother, in this situation, he, Fang Ping, and the god creation envoy were all heavily injured. However, the two of them were not seriously injured. Hong Kuan would not entrust his life to his younger brother. He had to seriously injure them too. Everyone would be injured together. Only then would their safety be guaranteed. If they were to be injured, everyone would be injured together. Why were they the only ones injured? With this thought in mind, how could he still use the god-crafting envoy to attack him? He directly followed Fang Ping and ran, flying towards Hong Yu and Li Zhu. Everyone was unlucky, so that they would not be injured even more seriously by the god-crafting envoy. In the distance, Hong Yu's head was about to explode. He could not even say anything to his big brother. At the critical moment, he actually rushed over with Fang Ping and the others. Hong Kuan, hold Fang Ping and the others back for a while. Seriously injure them. After killing them later, I will definitely not attack you. He knew what his big brother was thinking. He was worried that he would kill him. But now, he really did not have the mood to do so. If he wanted to kill someone, he would kill Fang Ping. Hong Kuan was too lazy to reply. It would be strange if he believed him. In this world, he could only trust himself. He would not trust anyone easily, his little life was still in his hands. The three of them exerted their strength together, attacking Hong Yu in an instant. Hong Yu escaped, but the god creation envoy's mentality erupted. So did the cat. Fang Ping was even more straightforward, directly breaking into the origin to cause trouble. On this side, Hong Kuan was not idle either. He blasted out a punch, exploding in front of Hong Yu. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yu, who was blocked, was swept in. The power of the rule erupted. Hong Yu was also extremely sad and angry. He had been tricked by his big brother. In the distance, Heavenly King Yi, who had turned into a skeleton, ran quickly. He could not take it anymore. He could not be dragged in anymore. He subconsciously distanced himself from Li Zhu. That fellow was now everyone's target. As for Li Zhu, while escaping, he shouted, "Destroy the avatar on the cat's body. Quick, we can't let them continue. The cat has forged the jade bones. Fang Ping will definitely continue forging. We're bearing the pressure for them, but they're taking all the benefits. If the avatar is destroyed, the power of the rule will dissipate." Li Zhu was also saving himself. He did not want to be unlucky together. Moreover, there were no benefits if he was unlucky. The benefits were all taken by the cat and the others. Now that the cat was forging the jade bones, Fang Ping might still have to continue later. Li Zhu would not do such a thing. As soon as he said that, King Kuan, who had just tricked his younger brother, grabbed at the cat. Hong Yu did the same, grabbing at the cat in an instant to destroy the avatar. The cat meowed and said angrily, "This is your father." This cat had also learned Fang Ping's tricks. "You want to kill your father too?" The two brothers were exasperated. "This is your father." Creating a fake avatar almost caused them to die. These bastards, each more despicable than the other, these people were fighting in a chaotic battle. In the basilica. On the screen in front of the young man, one of the screens showed a lag, like the surveillance video had become a snowflake. The young man frowned. There was a problem with the earthly sovereign stage. Not only that, even the other stages were shaking now. A large number of powerhouses had gathered in this stage, and none of them were easy to deal with. The young man had no idea what was happening now. More importantly, Yi was over there. But now, the young man could not even detect Yi's situation. "There's an unforeseen event," the young man frowned. What did these fellows do? Previously, a large number of people had broken through the stages, followed by the chaos. The rule had been activated, and it had even affected his layout. Humph! A muffled groan was heard. In front of the young man, the snowflake screen disappeared directly. The young man's expression changed. Something had happened. After planning for nearly 10,000 years, the roots had penetrated all 13 stages. Now, the roots of the earthly sovereign stage were broken. What did this mean? This meant that the earthly sovereign stage had completely lost control. Damn it, previously, there was a problem with the Badian Emperor stage, and now it was the same here. That fellow, the fellow who was with the cat. The young man gritted his teeth, feeling a little angry. 2 stages. 2 consecutive stages had some problems, and they were all related to that person. That damn bastard. Just as the young man was fuming, Fang Ping and the others were entangled with each other, fighting continuously. At this moment, the cat roared. Suddenly, it extended its sharp claws, as white as jade, and scratched Hong Yu's face, howling, "Hit the cat." Pfft! Hong Yu's handsome face was scratched into a sieve instantly. Previously, everyone had turned into skeletons. Hong Yu had entered late, so he had maintained his physical body. Now, his face was disfigured by the scratches. The cat was immensely proud. Bang bang bang, on the cat's body, the sound of bones surging could be heard continuously. It said excitedly, "Liar, jade bones, jade bones. Revenge, revenge, hit them." It was not far from achieving jade bones previously, and now it had really succeeded. Of course, even if it succeeded, the cat had not managed to convert all of its vitality into force at once, and it did not achieve an instantaneous qualitative change in its vitality. In other words, it had not reached its limit of about 16 million calories. Even so, the cat's current explosive power was close to 12 million calories. One swipe of its claws was enough to break 7. The cat was very excited. Its claws swiped at Hong Yu again. It was not targeting Hong Kuan. Hong Kuan did not break the cat's tail, but Hong Yu did. The cat was very vengeful. It wanted revenge. Pfft, the sharp claws tore through the void. Hong Yu slashed with his sword, colliding with the cat's claws. With a loud bang, a dazzling spark erupted. At this moment, Fang Ping grabbed the earthly emperor's avatar behind the cat and stuck it to his body, absorbing the vitality crazily. The cat had succeeded. He had to continue. Even if he could not completely forge jade bones, he had to increase the degree of jade bone honing. Not only that, he still had to restore his flesh. After what happened to North King, Fang Ping knew that flesh was also very important. Fang Ping continued to absorb the vitality. On the other side, Li Zhu suddenly stopped running. Seizing the opportunity, he flew over and roared, Are you trying to stay out of this? Destroy the avatar together, or else we'll all be working for Fang Ping. Heavenly King Yi, who was running away, gritted his teeth. That was right, he could not go on like this. He turned around and charged toward Fang Ping. Fang Ping roared, wait a little longer. I'll leave after I hone my jade bones. Stop messing around. I'll give you benefits after I hone my jade bones. Han Yu, I promised Moon Spirit that after I hone my jade bones and crush them, I'll give them to her. She's your wife. Are you really going to mess things up and not give your wife a chance? Han Yu's movements froze. In the next moment, he roared, go to hell. This Fang Ping actually used Moon Spirit to fool him, whether it was true or not, this guy was his enemy. He could not let him succeed in forging. Fang Ping. Cursed. At this moment, Li Zhu and Heavenly King Yi took the initiative to rush over, besieging Fang Ping again. This time, Fang Ping really could not block them anymore. The Earthly Emperor's avatar could not hold on any longer. It had absorbed too much vitality. After all, it was fake. It was also on the verge of collapse. At this moment, with a loud bang, the Earthly Emperor's avatar exploded. Between heaven and earth, the power of the rule paused for a moment. Then, it swept up in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the hole in the sky was blocked. The power of the rule dissipated. In the next moment, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a little sluggish. The rule of this place had once again created the projection of the Earthly Emperor. However, similar to Emperor Badian, it had already become an unconscious robot puppet. Silence, heaven and earth were silent. Other than the number of people and the addition of a group of skeletons, there seemed to be no difference. As for Fang Ping, his face was full of regret. He did not succeed. The only good thing was that the degree of jade bone honing had increased a lot. It was 85%, not too far off. As for the cat, it had forged jade bones. The God Creation Envoy had also absorbed a lot of vitality. Its bones were brighter than before. There were even some changes to the divine weapon's bones. The battle did not stop. At this time, Tianji and Xinghong were also covered in blood, flying over. They surrounded Fang Ping and the others in the middle, their eyes were burning. In just a short while, everyone had suffered heavy losses. Other than these heavenly kings, the others were all dead. Even the heavenly kings were heavily injured. It was all that bastard Fang Ping's fault. Fang Ping curled his lips. He looked around and panted. Don't force me. If you force me, I will go up and detonate the power of the rule again. I can do it. Everyone, let's talk nicely. Isn't this the heavenly king who didn't die? What's the big deal? Let's talk nicely. Besides, my keepsake is still useful. I can still leave this place, you guys. Fang Ping glanced at the projection of the earthly sovereign in the sky. He seemed to be about to break through the air. The others stopped him instantly. On the other side, the God Creation Envoy charged into the sky and smashed the projection of the earthly sovereign into pieces with a slap. He laughed. You guys can't pass this stage. This projection is very weak. Moreover, you'll probably need to find the keepsake to pass the stage. So, if you want to pass, don't move. Li Zhu said coldly, kill Fang Ping first. Fang Ping held a keepsake and said speechlessly, I already said that I can leave. Why don't you believe me? If I leave, you guys might not be able to pass this stage. Alright, how about continuing the previous deal? Give me the keepsake and exchange it. How about we pretend that nothing happened just now? How could he have the cheek to say that? Han Yu recovered his cheeks that had been scratched by the cat. His face was dark. More than 10 catacombs martial artists had died. They had also suffered serious injuries. Now, Fang Ping actually said that nothing had happened. Fang Ping frowned. He raised his head and said, God Creation Envoy, take out the fake earthly sovereign avatar again and continue. Everyone's gaze froze. Hong Kuan could not help but say angrily, there's more? He had had enough. He wanted to leave this damn place. Coupled with his father's avatar and the chaos from earlier, he felt that he was really going to die of anger. Fang Ping curled his lips. It's not difficult to fake it. If you can make 2, of course, you can make more. Li Zhu said coldly, I don't believe that you guys are still. In the sky, the God Creation envoy took out another puppet-like earthly sovereign avatar and looked at Fang Ping in surprise. How did you know that I like to keep an extra backup? Fang Ping was embarrassed. What the hell do I know? I'm just fooling them, you old thing, you actually made 3 of them. King Kuan was exhausted. He looked at Fang Ping and said coldly, give me the keepsake to pass. Fang Ping was very easy to talk to. He threw a keepsake over and said helplessly, you insisted on coming here. There's no other way. You just happened to meet me. Consider yourself unlucky. You should leave early and break through your stage. There's no need to keep pestering me, is there? King Kuan was too powerful. If he did not leave, Fang Ping, the God Creation envoy, would not be able to get away with it even if he added the Azure Cat. It would be best to send this guy away. King Kuan snorted coldly and cursed in his heart. It would be best if all of them were killed. He hated this place. There was almost no hope of killing Fang Ping. If Fang Ping could not leave this place, he might choose to join forces with Hong Yu and the rest to deal with Fang Ping. Obviously, that was not the case. If that was the case, why should he be beaten up here? He might as well go straight to the next stage. After getting the keepsake, King Kuan did not hesitate at all. He did not give Hong Yu a chance to ask him to stay. He glared at him with an unfriendly gaze and disappeared on the spot instantly. Hong Yu, this guy, he would go and settle it himself. Did he want to continue staying and taking the blame? With this time, he could even break through the stage. The moment before he left, King Kuan seemed to have thought of something and shouted, how many stages have you broken through? He was a little regretful. He should have asked clearly. The stages that this bastard broke through were not kind to him at all. Fang Ping seemed to hear something and murmured, if you go to the North King stage, then I can't do anything about it. The North King hated these 2 brothers very much now. This guy could not be that unlucky, right? Fang Ping secretly prayed for him. If you go to the North King stage, then you can only blame your bad luck. It has nothing to do with me, he was murmuring. Hong Yu seemed to feel something. His expression changed slightly. Was there something wrong with that stage? Damn it, he hoped that there would not be too much trouble. He felt that it might have something to do with him. That was Moon Spirit's father. After King Kuan left, the battle power was balanced again. Cat broke through 7. Cat against Heavenly King Yi, Fang Ping against Li Zhu, God Creation Envoy against Hong Yu. As for Tianji and Xinghong, although they were heavenly kings, their injuries were not light. Fang Ping really did not take them seriously. His defense was invincible. What could these 2 fellows do to him? Same old, hand it over. Otherwise, don't even think about breaking through today. I will continue to screw you to death. Fang Ping was still strong. He was a little restless. He said, Senior, continue to let the avatar absorb vitality. I think I'm going to forge jade bones and break through 8 soon. As soon as he said that, Hong Yu's eyes shot out golden light. He looked at Fang Ping as if he had seen through him. His expression changed slightly. He was really going to forge jade bones. Right now, Fang Ping looked like a skeleton in his eyes. His bones were glowing with a rich jade color. Perhaps this fellow was really going to be fast. Hong Yu's expression changed. If this continued, they would have to help Fang Ping block the knife and help him forge jade bones. Thinking of this, Hong Yu gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Exchange. Exchange for 5 tokens. He wanted to bring Heavenly King Yi and the rest along, lest they became Fang Ping's shield. As for the benefits of his father, he was not prepared to take it. If he stayed any longer, he would really be tortured to death by this bastard Fang Ping. Fang Ping pursed his lips. Actually, he did not dare to stay here any longer. The power of this round's rule seemed to have changed. He suspected that if he absorbed vitality again, he might unleash the lethality of breaking 9, however, it was still possible to scare people. Of course, when he saw the God Creation Envoy in the sky, it seemed like he really wanted to continue trying. Fang Ping cursed in his heart. The old fellow probably wanted to forge jade bones too and wanted to try again. The key point was that if he unleashed it again, it might be even stronger. If King Kuan ran away, they might not be able to stop him. Fang Ping did not dare to let this old man try again. He hurriedly took out 5 tokens and shouted, "You too, hand them over too. Don't try to fake it. I can tell. Let's exchange together." Hong Yu was worried that he would cheat. Fang Ping was worried that they would cheat. Fang Ping said quickly, "You guys throw the things further away. How about this, you guys get the tokens and teleport away immediately. I'll go get the things. If I don't teleport you guys away, you can still come back and continue to snatch it." This was a good suggestion. Soon, Li Zhu and Hong Yu glanced at each other, then threw the 2 tokens behind them, very far away. As for Fang Ping, he also threw 5 tokens over. The 5 of them looked at each other and teleported together silently. In the blink of an eye, Li Zhu, Hong Yu, Tianji, and Xing Hong's figures all disappeared. Heavenly King Yi's figure disappeared halfway and suddenly got stuck. With a bang, he got stuck in the air. Yes, the card came out. Heavenly King Yi was stunned for a moment. In the next moment, he was extremely terrified. He could still get stuck out. He could even get stuck in the teleportation process. yen #@ Heavenly King Yi was about to collapse. In the sky, the God Creation Envoy was also stunned. He did not expect this. He was convinced by Fang Ping's trick. Heavenly King Yi was finished. The others had all been teleported away. He was here. If he was not finished, who was? Kill. Still watching. Fang Ping roared. Still watching? What were they looking at? This guy was a pawn of the Dao tree. How could he let him go? Of course, it was just a try. Who knew if he would succeed? Just consider yourself unlucky. No. Heavenly King Yi's sorrowful and indignant roar resounded in all directions. This was not what he had expected. P.S. Promote the book. The Reclusive Big Boss spy novel Old Alley has been published. Brothers who like spy novels can support it. Heavenly King Yi was stuck. Although the Creation God Envoy was shocked, he was not careless at this moment. He tore through the air and quickly killed Heavenly King Yi. Fang Ping also unleashed his force, his saber slashing through the void. Heavenly King Yi was inconsolable with grief and indignation. However, he knew that he had no way out now, so he roared as his longbow transformed into a sword, and then sword chi shot into the sky as he met Fang Ping's group head-on. "Fang Ping, you can't kill me." Heavenly King Yi roared. "I entered this place on a different mission, and it was arranged by Master. You've ruined Master's grand plans, so Master will definitely not let this matter rest. Master isn't trapped. He's much stronger than the human emperor. None of you can match him. Fang Ping, killing me won't do you any good. I can introduce you to Senior Brother Dao Tree. What do you want to know? What do you want? I will do my best to provide it to you." Heavenly King Yi was bathed in blood, and he used both carrot and stick with his words. Seeing that the few of them were unmoved, he roared, "If you really want to kill me, I will guide Senior Brother Dao Tree to descend. Senior Brother has already broken through 8 years ago. Once he descends, there will be no way for you to escape." Fang Ping sneered. "Let's see if we can summon them over. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? Even if it has set up a trap here, once it descends, I can break the barrier with my blood and let the rule force kill it." The leaf from before had already made him feel something. The Dao tree might really be able to descend, or it could be said that the roots of the Dao tree could hide in the void and avoid the laws. However, Fang Ping had tried it before. His blood could dissolve the shielding force. If the Dao tree were to descend, of course, it would be very dangerous for Fang Ping. However, it was not impossible for him to try to eliminate its shielding power, allowing the rules to descend and kill this fellow who broke the rules. If the Dao tree really had the ability to descend at will and guide anyone to pass, then Heavenly King Yi would have long been led away. Why was there a need to break through the stages one by one? Fang Ping was too skilled at scaring people. He did not care about Heavenly King Yi's words at all. Heavenly King Yi let out a muffled groan. His waist was struck by the God Creation Envoy's rod, causing his waist to explode and his bones to break. The longsword parried and blocked Fang Ping. On the other side, the gray cat did not participate in the battle. Instead, it used its spiritual power to suppress him. The three top-notch experts had joined forces, and among them, the God Creation Envoy was a top-notch expert who had broken through 8. At this moment, Heavenly King Yi had no way to escape. Seeing that his injuries were worsening, Heavenly King Yi was filled with grief and indignation. Suddenly, he shouted, "Stop! Gentlemen, I can be your spy. Don't you want to deal with Senior Brother Dao Tree? I can turn against you at the last minute." Fang Ping became gentler. He raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "Your words can't be trusted. Is there any way to restrain you? You've already broken 7. As he said that, Fang Ping bellowed, "Senior, do you have any methods to restrict broken 7? The God Creation Envoy hesitated. Breaking 7 is already incomparably powerful, but if you really want to restrict it, it might not be impossible. I can forge a dragon severing lock. Breaking Dragon Gate? It's similar to the false void Dao from before. Insert your essence into his essence great Dao and place the dragon severing sluice. At a critical moment, if he disobeys, use the dragon severing sluice to seal his great Dao, or even sever his great Dao." Fang Ping could not help but admire that the God Crafting Envoy really had a lot of methods. He could even restrict the great Dao. At this moment, Fang Ping slashed Heavenly King Yi's hand into pieces and shouted, "I'll install the dragon severing sluice for you. If you agree, I'll take you in as a spy. If you don't agree, then die." Heavenly King Yi's flesh and blood had not recovered yet. Even though he was still a skeleton, he revealed a look of grief and indignation. Install the dragon severing sluice, he had vaguely heard of this before. The God Crafting Envoy was a genius of a generation. If he said that he could restrain broken 7, then there was a high probability that he could do it. Heavenly King Yi was still hesitating when Fang Ping shouted, "Kill him." This time, the God Crafting Envoy seemed to be experimenting with something. Suddenly, more than 10 arms appeared on his body, each holding a weapon and slashing at Heavenly King Yi frantically. Fang Ping also broke into the essence, shaking the essence. The cat's mentality was also shocking, making Heavenly King Yi unable to resist. When the three powerhouses joined forces, even the powerhouses who had broken through 2 gates would find it difficult, let alone Heavenly King Yi who had broken through 7. Bang, an explosive sound was heard, and the bones in his arms shattered directly. Boom, the skull was swept by the God Crafting Envoy's staff, and more than half of it exploded. Heavenly King Yi saw that he was about to lose his life, and shouted loudly, "I'm willing to submit. Surrender yourselves. You've lost your weapon. God Crafting Envoy, you and the cat's mentality seal him first. Don't resist, otherwise this king will treat it as if you have no intention of surrendering." Heavenly King Yi's skeleton revealed a hint of grief and indignation, but at this point, he had no way out. He threw away the longbow in his hand that had turned into a longsword, and Fang Ping took it away. Then, Heavenly King Yi gave up resisting. The God Crafting Envoy and the cat both unleashed their mentality. The God Crafting Envoy's mentality turned into a long chain, binding him countless times. The cat even turned into a big tiger, a transparent big tiger, and swallowed Heavenly King Yi into its stomach in one gulp. At this moment, through the transparent tiger, Heavenly King Yi could still be seen. Seeing Fang Ping looking at him, the cat smiled proudly. "This way, it can be completely sealed." Locking Heavenly King Yi's entire body in the tiger's stomach, this way, Heavenly King Yi's mentality would be 100% restricted. This time, Heavenly King Yi had no way to reverse the situation. Fang Ping heaved a sigh of relief. A break 7 was not so easy to deal with. They could kill him, but they had to guard against this fellow's desperate attack. At that time, Fang Ping and the cat, who had broken through to the 7th realm, would still be in danger. However, Heavenly King Yi did not want to risk his life, and still wanted to live, which made things easier for Fang Ping. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to interrogate him, and quickly flew into the distance, retrieving the 2 tokens that Hong Yu and the others had left behind. That included the jade pendant. At this point, the 18 tokens left by the earthly sovereign had all been taken by Fang Ping. Fang Ping retrieved the tokens, and now, he looked at Heavenly King Yi who was inside the tiger. He quickly said, "Did the God Emperor send you here?" "Yes." "What did he send you here for?" "To receive Senior Brother Dao Tree." Heavenly King Yi was trapped inside, but at this moment, he answered all questions. Fang Ping asked again, did the Tao tree send you here, or did the God Emperor send you here? Master sent the order. Heavenly King Yi quickly said, this time, the inspector's descent is actually related to this matter. Before this, the inspector had been living at the border between 8th and 9th heavens, and the God Emperor opened up a safe space. When the war broke out, coincidentally, this place was also about to open, and we received the God Emperor's order, so we chose to descend to the land realm. In the end, you know what happened next. In that case, you did not descend specifically for the war? Yes. Fang Ping thought for a while, touched his chin, and said again, the God Emperor sent you here to receive Tao Tree. Did he say what he wanted you to do? Heavenly King Yi was a little helpless, and said in a muffled voice, there was no special instruction, he only wanted me to quickly break through the level, and meet up with Senior Brother Tao Tree. After entering this place, meet up with Senior Brother, and listen to Senior Brother's arrangements. As he said that, he added, Senior Brother left some things at Master's level, to help me break through the level. What things? Actually, nothing much, just some skills to pass through the level, Fang Ping said in surprise. You went to the God Emperor's level? Yes. My first trial was the trial where my master was. Senior Brother Tao Tree should have made some arrangements there, and he might have convinced my master's projection. I met my master, but I didn't say anything. I just took the items and left the trial. Fang Ping could persuade North Emperor to let him pass, could persuade Celestial Emperor Badian to give Iron Head benefits. Tao Tree was an important chess piece of the God Emperor. Of course, he could also persuade the God Emperor's projection. Fang Ping was not surprised, but he was a little more vigilant. The God Emperor level might not be easy to pass. Other than letting you meet up with Tao Tree, there are no other arrangements? Yes, Heavenly King Yi said in a low voice. Master's previous order was for the patrols to move out together, break through the level, and receive Senior Brother Tao Tree. Later, some people died, and Master ordered again to bring in some martial artists from the 3 realms, so I speculate that Senior Brother Tao Tree may need some help, not just one person, maybe a lot of people, maybe at least 10 or more. Fang Ping nodded slightly, this was similar to his guess. Otherwise, Tao Tree could have just asked Heavenly King Yi to come. Why did he need to let Heavenly King Yi bring in so many people? It seemed that the final level was not so easy to pass. Fang Ping said quickly, how long has that Tao Tree been here for? Before the heavenly realm fell, Senior Brother Tao Tree disappeared. Aren't you the God Emperor's eldest disciple? Why do you call him Senior Brother? Senior Brother Tao Tree is older than me. Master started to cultivate him a long time ago, but at the beginning, he did not have spiritual intelligence, only later did. But he entered before me, and his strength is also stronger than me, so he is Master's chief disciple. So, this place has long been discovered by the God Emperor? This place should have been born before the battle of the heavenly realm fell. Because the Emperor projection here did not know about that battle. Of course, they knew a little about the immortal source. This meant that the time when this place was born should be about 10,000 years ago, no less than 8,000 years. After the immortal source, before the final battle, there should be 8 or 9,000 years. Fang Ping pondered for a while, then said, then you said that Ji Yun had entered this place before, is it true? Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while, then said slowly, it is true. But it was not Ji Yun alone, it was me and Ji Yun. That time, I came to break through with him. About 2,000 years have passed. Fang Ping raised his brows. About the same time as the Demon Emperor? Yes. Heavenly King Yi said softly, actually, this place can't open at any time. That time was also the year it opened, so unquestionable Jian also came at that time, coincidentally entering this place. If not for us, actually unquestionable Jian also could not have entered. At that time, the periphery was not so dangerous. In order to let us enter, Master and Emperor cleared some dangers. Unquestionable Jian also entered this place coincidentally. Fang Ping was surprised again, said, Emperor knows about this. You and Ji Yun entered, he also participated? Yes. Heavenly King Yi smiled bitterly, said, otherwise, how could Ji Yun have the chance to come here? Emperor knows about this place. Fang Ping raised his brows. True, if he did not know, how could this guy easily replace Emperor's projection? Obviously, he had some preparation, He was emperor's clone, considered a true emperor. This place was a projection. There was no problem with the aura and origin, but the projection was connected to the rules of this place. This represented that emperor's clone also understood the rules a little, only then could he replace the other. Emperor probably still has other plans. Fang Ping judged in his heart. Emperor was probably guarding the human emperor checkpoint not just to watch the show, maybe also for the last checkpoint. He was waiting for the Dao tree to open up the passageway, guiding everyone into the final checkpoint. Fang Ping understood a little, looked at Heavenly King Yi, and asked again, there is something I have always been confused about. If the emperor is still alive, the inspector is still here, then why did Hong Yu impersonate earthly emperor 6,000 years ago? Hong Yu and you should be in the same group, which means that you and Hong Yu did it back then, but Hong Yu became emperor. It did not benefit you, right? Why did you do it? 6,000 years ago, when earthly emperor God dynasty was founded, Hong Yu impersonated earthly emperor. This matter was still a little confusing to Fang Ping. Since Hong Yu was the inspector, if he came according to the will of the other emperors, then why did the inspector not intervene when he was besieged? At that time, there were probably many heavenly kings, probably many inspectors. At that time, even those above 8 dared not expose themselves. Logically speaking, the 3 realms should not have the ability to besiege and kill Hong Yu. Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while. Fang Ping said coldly, can't you say it? It's not. Heavenly King Yi said hurriedly, yes, this matter is indeed a little strange. Actually, we know that Hong Yu impersonated earthly emperor, and it should be an order from the emperor, but we are not too sure which emperor it is exactly. But to impersonate an emperor, and to display an emperor's qi that can pass off as real, this is not something Hong Yu can do. So at that time, although we did not receive any orders, we also know that it is related to the emperor. After that, there was an order from the emperor, asking us to cooperate with Hong Yu. This can also prove that it is indeed the emperor's doing. Speaking of this, Heavenly King Yi continued, but when the earthly emperor God dynasty was in trouble, there was an order from the emperor not to intervene, so we did not do anything, and in the end, the earthly emperor God dynasty was destroyed. In just a few short sentences, Fang Ping sensed some conspiracy, and looked at the God creation envoy. The God creation envoy also touched his chin, smiled and said, maybe it is to plot against the earthly emperor. Maybe these people are not sure if the earthly emperor is really dead, so they asked Hong Yu to pretend to be the earthly emperor, to lure the earthly emperor out? The God creation envoy shook his head and said, it's all over, and it's hard to judge the specifics. In the end, the earthly emperor God dynasty was destroyed. On one hand, the emperor was worried that Hong Yu would really become an emperor, and on the other hand, it might be to lure the earthly emperor again. His son was about to be killed. If the earthly emperor was not completely dead, would he appear? If he appeared, he might be able to help his son become an emperor. One sect with 2 emperors. If I am the earthly emperor, if I am not dead, I might appear. The God creation envoy laughed and said, the earthly emperor God dynasty should be a trap for the earthly emperor. As for Hongkuan, kid, take it easy, this guy may not be that simple. He destroyed everything. Maybe he saw through something, maybe he was guided by someone, like the earthly emperor. Fang Ping's pupils constricted, looked at him, and said in a low voice, you mean, the earthly emperor might not be dead? Who knows? The God creation envoy laughed and said, these emperors are all cunning, and cannot be underestimated. Even the spirit emperor is the same. Don't think that just because the spirit emperor raises a cat and is a homebody, she is a good person. It's hard to say. Meow. The cat squatted on the ground and meowed at him. It raised its head and was a little unhappy. Don't speak ill of Fatty Ling, the God creation envoy sneered and said, what? Can't you say it? If the spirit emperor was that simple, he wouldn't even be able to become an emperor. Those who could become emperors in that era, who wasn't ruthless, decisive, and cunning. The God creation envoy curled his lips, otherwise, how could there only be these 9 emperors in such a huge war like the Battle of Myriad Tao? In that era, there were countless geniuses and monsters. Who could stand out from the crowd? Fang Ping exhaled, that's true, the earthly emperor is dead or dead, I'm afraid those emperors are not sure, so they used Hong Yu to test. The earthly emperor God dynasty was a scam from the beginning. Oh right, has the divine emperor ever descended in his true body? Fang Ping asked again, and Heavenly King Yi denied, no. Fang Ping nodded again, then smiled and said, one last doubt, since you are a patrol and the chief disciple of the Divine Emperor, your status is not low. Then let me ask you, what role did the human race play in this incident? Why has the three realms been targeting the human race, even now? I don't quite understand. If it's for the seed is from the three realms, not the human race. Why do you have to target the human race? Heavenly Kingi said bitterly, this is a secret, including the seed. I'm actually not too sure either. I've only heard people say it a few times. Why are they targeting the human race? Heavenly Kingi glanced at the God Creation Envoy and said hesitantly, I don't really understand either. Fang Ping suddenly looked at the God Creation Envoy, and the God Creation Envoy's expression did not change. Fang Ping chuckled. His chuckle was meaningful. Seeing that, the God Creation Envoy could not hold it in any longer, and coughed lightly, don't smile at me like that, this old man is uneasy because of your smile. This guy has bad intentions, he wants to sow discord between us. Fang Ping laughed and said, you're old, you have the final say. You brat, the God Creation Envoy was helpless. He thought for a moment and said, you're probably wondering why I've always been trapped in the human world and never left. Yes. Fang Ping laughed, Heavenly Kingjin is strong, but I don't think he has to trap you. Can't he kill you? Even if he doesn't kill you, why does he have to trap you? Hand you over to the human race 8,000 years later to be judged? There's no need for that, right? The God Creation Envoy sighed, and said after a while, actually. It's nothing. Let's put it this way, the human world is the origin of all Daos, the origin of all Daos. You know, if the seed is the source of all Daos, then the seed has a great relationship with the human world. The God Creation Envoy said gloomily, before the catacombs said that the seed of rebirth is in the human world, it's actually not a rumor. The God Creation Envoy looked at Fang Ping, one is the origin of martial arts, the other is the source of all Daos power. Tell me, are these two really unrelated? The first time the seed appeared was in the human world, which was the primitive continent of the past. Since that's the case, then there will definitely be many people who will guess that the seed's true body is actually hiding in the human world. Fang Ping frowned. The God Creation Envoy shook his head and said, it's useless for you to deny it. If it were you, you would think the same way. And whether or not the seed is in the human world, actually. It should be considered a conclusion, most likely in the human world. Why do you say that? Fang Ping smiled and said, right now, there is no evidence to prove all of this. Because the martial arts in the human world are not destroyed, not only are they not destroyed, they are becoming stronger and stronger. Someone was born with destiny and led the human race to rise. Every time the martial arts are about to die, some unforeseen events will occur in the human world. The martial arts are not destroyed. The God Creation Envoy said. In a deep voice, although there is no evidence to prove that it is because of the seed, but after so many years, the human world is still the holy land of martial arts. Isn't that enough? The chains that trap this old man are the dragon veins of the human world. Actually, it is not only to trap this old man, but also to allow this old man to sense the general situation of the entire human world, the God Creation Envoy muttered. Back then, when the passageway between the catacombs and the human world was sealed, the power emitted by the immortal source was absorbed by the Emperor's sword. Logically speaking, the human world should have been annihilated, Fang Ping suddenly said. You and the Heavenly King actually knew that the Emperor's sword was absorbing the energy of the human world? The God Creation Envoy didn't say anything. Fang Ping smiled and said, I told you, at our realm, how powerful is our sense of energy. A sword that absorbed the energy of the entire human world, how could it not sense it at all? Moreover, you know about the immortal source, especially the senior, who personally created the immortal source. Since that's the case, then you should know that the overflowing energy of the immortal source is not something that can be blocked by the passageways in the catacombs. If that's the case, then why doesn't Earth have any energy, not a single spirit vein, and almost had an era of destruction? So, you all know about it. Fang Ping said in a deep voice, I know, but I don't stop it. I think, those who want to test if the seed is in the human world, are not only the emperors, those powerhouses, but also powerhouses like you, senior. Fang Ping said self-deprecatingly, that's true, how can there be love for no reason in this world? Senior is not related to us at all. Why would you offend the emperor and ruin your own plan for some strangers? The senior and the heavenly king knew that the emperor's sword was absorbing energy, but they did not stop it. They probably wanted to test if the human world would be destroyed. Senior, do you have a conclusion? The God creation envoy was silent for a while, then said, "You're right, we people do have our own goals. If you were in my shoes, maybe you would do the same, wouldn't you? In the past 8,000 years, we have indeed made some discoveries. The laws of the human world cannot be destroyed, no matter what we do, no matter what, the laws of the human world cannot be destroyed." All of this had something to do with the power of vitality. The power of energy. If there was no energy, then he would probably face the destruction of the law. However, the power of vitality was the fundamental power, the power of the human body, and almost no one in the human race could cultivate the power of energy. All of this was not only because the human emperor did not allow the Emperor of Heaven Reverse to pass down his teachings, but also because of the special nature of the human world. The human world is not suitable for the path of energy. Even if one cultivates some energy, it will soon be assimilated by the power of vitality. The God creation envoy pondered for a moment, then said, "All of this is very similar to the beginning of martial arts. Therefore, we have speculated that it might be related to the characteristics of the seed. The source of power of the three realms is not energy, but ultimately returns to vitality. The human world, affected by the seed, is unable to accommodate the path of energy. Vitality may have a mutually dependent relationship with the seed." Speaking of this, the God creation envoy exhaled and said, "After saying so much, everything shows that the seed is indeed in the human world. Fang Ping, do you understand?" "I understand." Fang Ping laughed and said, "No wonder. No wonder the human world has always been the target of everyone's attention. The previous few declines in martial arts might have been some experiments by you people, right?" The God creation envoy was silent for a moment, then said slowly, "It's not us, we are just bystanders. Of course, you can understand that we sit back and do nothing, because there is indeed no need for us to care. The Emperor wants to test the results, we can't reverse anything. If that's the case, then let's follow and understand." Fang Ping laughed and said, "Senior, there is no need to feel that there is anything wrong with this, it is very normal. Besides, it is all in the past. Without the destruction of the law, there would not be the current neo-martial arts. Without the neo-martial arts, there might not be us. A drink and a peck, perhaps it was already destined." Fang Ping laughed. The human world, the land of rebirth, the seed of rebirth, until today, everything had a result. Earth, being turned into the land of rebirth by the catacombs, might not be wrong. The seed of rebirth that the catacombs had always been looking for, was probably really on Earth. As for the silkworm baby he saw just now, it should be just a projection, because it appeared in the heavenly realm. The heavenly realm had long been destroyed, the heavenly realm he saw should be just a projection of the world. He knew everything that he needed to know. Fang Ping looked at Heavenly King Yi, smiled and said, "Yi, hand over the storage ring. If you can get the leaves of the Dao tree, you should have gotten other things, right?" Heavenly King Yi was silent for a while, then said slowly, "If I hand it over to you, will you really spare me?" "Of course, the premise is to accept the control of the Dragon Breaker sluice." "All right. At the critical moment, I don't expect you to do anything to the Dao tree, but you better be obedient." "I will." Heavenly King Yi's desire to live was still very strong. At his level of cultivation, who wanted to die? No one wanted to die. In the next moment, a storage ring floated out from his Sanjiao gate. Very quickly, Fang Ping reached out and grabbed the storage ring. Fang Ping looked at the God creation envoy, smiled and said, "Senior, the Dragon Breaker sluice can be prepared." Just as the God creation envoy was about to Dragon Breaker sluice, Fang Ping said telepathically, "Kill him." The God creation envoy was shocked. He had already surrendered and was even willing to accept control. The God creation envoy also had the Dragon Breaker sluice. Why did he still? Fang Ping's expression was calm. He never believed in any control methods. The Dao tree was very strong, the Divine Emperor was very strong, Heavenly King Yi was not weak either. Today, he had captured Heavenly King Yi. This fellow must bear a grudge in his heart. He would cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. He would not let this fellow live. Moreover, killing this fellow could also break the Divine Emperor's hand that was stretched out. He might still be hiding something. Fang Ping did not think that he would be sincere to him. Once he came into contact with the Tao tree, Fang Ping was afraid that something would go wrong. The God Creation Envoy did not speak, but took out a stone-like weapon. This was the Dragon Breaker Sluice. Fang Ping took it in his hand and said with a smile, "I will break into the origin and install it. Senior, you and the cat keep an eye on him, don't let him play any tricks, lest he does anything to me." Heavenly King Yi was bitter. At this time, he did not dare to play any tricks. In the next moment, Fang Ping held the steel and directly broke into his origin. It was quite simple. This time, Heavenly King Yi was almost unguarded, because this was the condition of his surrender. Fang Ping saw a great path, very long, very wide. Fang Ping strode towards the great path. Behind him, the illusion of Heavenly King Yi appeared. Fang Ping said lightly, "Don't follow me. Do you want to spy on something?" "I don't dare." Heavenly King Yi was bitter. His figure disappeared. He was like a fish on a chopping block. He could not resist and could only passively accept everything. As for Fang Ping, when he disappeared, he stood at the entrance of the road. A long saber appeared in his hand, quickly accumulating strength. Fang Ping stood still, the only trace of hesitation in his heart quickly disappeared. In this 3 realms, people ate people. The human race seemed strong, but in fact, it was just adding oil to the fire. Without the emperor in charge, the strongest subduing Heavenly King might not be the human race's reliance. In this 3 realms, the human race could only rely on the human race itself. He was the human king. He could only consider the human race's interests. He was the human king. He should only sympathize with the human race. Since Heavenly King Yi had already become enemies with him, there was no reason to let him go. "Be a human in your next life." A murmur sounded. In the next moment, Fang Ping's eyes were resolute, his face cold, and his saber slashed out heavily, a full-force slash. In a situation where no one blocked or defended, the saber slashed Heavenly King Yi's great path. Rumble, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. "No, you, go back on your words." A shrill roar resounded through heaven and earth. Heavenly King Yi's figure appeared, full of unwillingness, despair, resentment, hatred. Why, he had already surrendered. "Because, you are not a human." Fang Ping's voice was cold, and he slashed down again. Crack. A loud sound, the great path broke, Fang Ping's strength erupted. The small source world expanded instantly. Then, with a loud rumble, the source world exploded. Rumble. At this moment, in the source universe, a large planet exploded. Fang Ping. An incomparably shrill roar resounded through the source universe. Heavenly King Yi's figure appeared, incomparably huge. He screamed mournfully, "Master, the one who killed me, human King Fang Ping." Rumble. The large planet exploded. Fang Ping's figure was also incomparably huge, reflecting the source universe. Fang Ping's gaze was like a sword. He looked around the source universe, swept his gaze across the surroundings, and said coldly, "If the emperor doesn't come out, the agreement is valid. Then, I can kill you." After saying this, Fang Ping disappeared instantly. The 3 realms were silent. Today, he had broken 7 and died again. Heavenly King Yi was dead. The golden body had also exploded. Fang Ping stood on the grassland, silent. He would not feel sad for the death of an enemy. He just felt that the whole world was his enemy. Today, he was in a good mood. However, at this moment, he was still a little sad. Even if he knew it before, even if he had guessed it. However, when he found out that the Emperor Sword absorbed the energy of the human world, Heavenly King Zhen knew, the God Creation Envoy knew, but no one came forward to stop it. He still felt a little lonely. They knew, yes, how could they not know? Breaking through the 8th realm, the Emperor Sword was so powerful, how could it not leave a trace? The immortal source was personally created by the God Creation Envoy, but it was really a little sad. He knew that these people had their own motives, but it was fine if he did not know, and no one exposed him, but today, everything was exposed. He could not express his sorrow. No wonder these people, the God Creation Envoy and Heavenly King Zhen, had already surpassed the scope of the human race. They had been guarding the human race for 8,000 years, and had made great contributions. However, thinking that in the future, they might not be able to fight side by side, maybe, they would be enemies. Fang Ping still felt a little sad. He only hoped that this day would come later. He only hoped that this day would not come. The great hero of the human race, not to mention the God creation envoy, without heavenly King Zhen, there would be no neo-martial arts. Without neo-martial arts, how could Fang Ping and Zhang Tao rise up? Maybe there would be others who would rise up, but it would not be them. They and heavenly King Zhen had long been unable to separate. It was really lonely. The emperors were all scheming against the human world because the seed of rebirth was in the human world. Fang Ping did not know how they wanted to seize the seed of rebirth, but from the looks of it, maybe, it was not as simple as looking for it in the human world. If they could find it, there would be no need for the human race. Blood sacrifice? Fang Ping once again thought of the speculation of some human research scholars. Blood sacrifice of the human race, summoning the seed of rebirth, this, could it be true? The emperors had already experimented with many methods over the years. Although Fang Ping did not know how they experimented, he could roughly guess that these people would not be idle. Not to mention anything else, the emperor sword absorbing energy, the God creation envoy guiding the human race's mountains and rivers, these would not be useless. They might be locating, probing, determining the range of the seed or the hiding place. These people were all for the seed. Meow. The cat meowed and raised its head to look at Fang Ping. It rubbed its head against Fang Ping's thigh. Fang Ping smiled and rubbed the cat's head. Beside him, Li Hansong had already freed himself. He chuckled and said, Fang Ping, you've killed a broken 7. This is a joyous occasion. Why are you just standing there like a fool? Isn't it time to move on to the next stage? Or should I look for the harvest of the earthly sovereign? Yes. Fang Ping replied. Behind him, the God-forging envoy said softly, Fang Ping, even if we have a purpose. That is also, Fang Ping raised his hand and smiled. I understand. Who in the 3 realms doesn't have an ulterior motive? I have it too, but I don't dare to say that I am wholeheartedly devoted to the human race. From the standpoint of the human race, I certainly hope that the seniors and the heavenly king subduing heavenly king can wholeheartedly serve the human race, but then I thought about it. Although the human race is inextricably linked to our ancestors came from ancient times and have lived for tens of thousands of years. These 8,000 years of experience may not be considered long, nor can it be considered much. Fang Ping smiled. In this world, those who truly serve the human race without selfishness. Actually, there aren't many. Fang Ping sighed softly. That's true. Those without selfishness are saints. Saints have selfishness. Even the martial king doesn't have selfishness? There are, but they are more focused on the interests of the human race. If this guy doesn't have selfishness, he should be eating vegetables, Fang Ping laughed. He could not tell what he was feeling. He quickly said, let's not talk about this. I just hope that there won't be a day when I have to fight with the seniors. After all, we are comrades. Yes, comrades, comrades. How many battles had they experienced together? Together, they had held up the sky of the human race. When he was weak, these powerhouses sheltered him from the wind and rain, and fought against strong enemies for him. If one day they really met on the battlefield, would he, Fang Ping, be able to do it? He did not know. At the very least, he would not be as happy and decisive as he was now. He hoped that that day would not come. Fang Ping muttered in his heart. Very quickly, he suppressed all these thoughts. He chuckled and said, we've really struck it rich this time. We've gotten the 18 tokens. All the benefits of earthly sovereign will belong to us. Other than that, he left behind quite a few good things. He swallowed Li Zhu's half-divine spear, Big Cat forged his jade bones, and Senior's jade bones have improved tremendously. So have I. Needless to say, the benefits of this trial couldn't be explained by just a few treasures. It was extremely difficult to forge jade bones. Fang Ping had forged to 85%. The God creation envoy was probably more than him. Perhaps he would be able to condense a true jade bone very soon. As for the ash cat, its head was made of iron and its bones were already jade. Since entering the arcane realm, everyone's strength had increased tremendously. As Fang Ping said that, he patted the cat's head. Under the cat's aggrieved gaze, he smiled and said, "You cat, you've earned big this time. Before I came in, I only had the strength of a sage. Now that I've adapted to it, I'm afraid I'll have the strength of someone at the peak of breaking 7. A vitality of more than 15 million calories could be considered to be at the peak of breaking 7. If the Azure Cat really wanted to complete the conversion, it would be possible. This was not even considering that its source world was about to transform. It should be done very soon. The big cat's source world was already close to its limit. Fang Ping felt that as long as there was an opportunity, this cat could complete the transformation of 1,000 meters. When that time came, if there was a qualitative change in the vitality, that would be terrifying. More than 30 million cal, breaking 8, the level of breaking 2 gates. This cat might be the powerhouse closest to breaking 2 gates in the 3 realms now. Of course, the God Creation Envoy was the same. Previously, when he forged the divine weapon Jade Bone, he was actually close to this range. However, the divine weapon Jade Bone was fake after all. When he really succeeded in forging the Jade Bone, this person would also be a genuine powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. It was hard to say who was faster between him and the Ash Cat. As for Fang Ping, he was still a little behind. Of course, Fang Ping was also improving rapidly now. It was hard to say if he had broken 2 gates, but breaking 8 gates was actually not far away. However, what Fang Ping wanted was not a fake Dao to break 8 gates. He wanted to rely on himself to break 8 gates. This required him to improve further. On the other hand, the Ash Cat could really rely on itself to break 8 gates. This silly cat's 30,000 years of hard work had not been in vain. In this life, it was constantly reaping rewards. The Ash Cat bared its teeth and grinned foolishly. However, it quickly said, "Liar, it's useless even if this cat is so strong. It's not like I'm fighting." Everyone rolled their eyes. Was this considered not fighting? If you did not fight, would Hong Yu's face be scratched and disfigured by you? Fang Ping did not say anything more about the cat. He looked at the God Creation Envoy and said, "The harvest this time is not small. However, I haven't found the Earthly Emperor's keepsake. I'm afraid it won't be easy to find it. I'll keep it first." After saying that, a few jade-colored leaves appeared in Fang Ping's hand. He threw them to the God Creation Envoy and said with a smile, "These things should be the most valuable things in Yi's storage ring. Senior doesn't care about weapons or treasures. The leaves of a powerhouse who has broken 8 or 9 is not bad for Senior to study. At critical moments, it can also avoid being hurt by the power of the rule. However, Senior, be careful. Be careful of any tricks left behind by the Dao tree." The God Creation Envoy looked at him and said after a while, "You're not going with me for the next round?" Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior, do you really want to go with me? If you go with me, the benefits of the round might be taken away by me. Senior might not be able to get the benefits you want." As he said that, he continued, "Now, there are a few valuable rounds. First, the round with Heavenly Emperor. Second, Emperor West can exchange pointers with Senior on mentality methods. Third, I didn't pass the few rounds. For the other rounds, Senior has also learned methods like the regression method. Senior, do as you see fit and pass as soon as possible." There were only a few valuable rounds. The benefits of the other places had almost all been taken away by Fang Ping. If he and the God Creation Envoy were together, the 2 powerhouses would not be of much use. Instead, they would delay each other's benefits. The God Creation Envoy frowned slightly and said, "Then be careful. Once you encounter Hong Yu and the others, they are together, I know." Fang Ping smiled and said, "However, I didn't go through it. Most of them did. The chances of encountering each other are not high. Moreover, I just killed Yi. If Hong Yu and Li Zhu really meet me again, they won't act rashly. Big Cat has also broken through 7. I have enough confidence now." Meow. The cat raised its head, a little proud. It was very strong now. Fang Ping said again, "I'll bring Iron Head with me. This fellow can also help me at critical moments. Don't worry, Senior. In this place, there are also seniors like Heavenly Hound and Sherpa. They are not considered enemies. Even if they are not allies, asking for help at critical moments should have some effect." Fang Ping chuckled and said, actually, the ones who should be afraid should be Hong Yu and Li Zhu. This place. I have a lot of people. He felt that they should be the ones who should be afraid now. Heavenly King Suppression, God Creation Envoy, Heavenly Hound, and Sherpa were all related to Fang Ping, including Sky Arm and even the beginner underworld god. There was also that fellow Chaos. Fang Ping felt that it was quite easy to fool, provided that he gave enough benefits. At critical moments, when there was chaos, he could also pull in a helper. Therefore, at this moment, Hong Yu and the others should be praying that they would not meet him again. The God Creation Envoy nodded slightly and said, then let's go through the rounds separately. In the end, we should still gather at the Divine Emperor and the others' rounds. Old Devil Li should be in one of the 3 rounds, Divine Emperor, East Emperor, and Heavenly Emperor reverse. He might be trapped. When you reach these 3 rounds, especially the Divine Emperor round, be careful. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. Having said that, Fang Ping carried the Azure Cat, grabbed Iron Head, and said with a smile, Senior, then we'll make a move first. Alright. Space changed. Once again, they entered the space teleportation passageway. Iron Head, who was caught, said in a low voice, you don't believe this old devil anymore? Not to that extent. I can still believe him now. Fang Ping smiled and said, I'm telling the truth. This round was also a coincidence, so the old man absorbed a lot of vitality. The next round might not be the same. If we separate, he will also break 8 and get a lot of benefits. If he's with me, I'm alone, so he won't get anything. As for you, you're a weakling. You can't use the things I want, and I don't like the things you use. That's why I brought you along. Ironhead was speechless. These words were too hurtful. I'm not far from Heavenly King, that's still far. Ironhead was tired and did not want to talk to him anymore. He slapped the cat's paw away again, a little annoyed. This cat was so annoying. Didn't you have jade bones? Why are you still flicking my bones? Fang Ping laughed and did not say anything else. He continued to refine the saint token that he had taken from Tianbai previously. Although he had refined it previously, it was not integrated into the source world. Now that the 36 saint tokens were gathered, it was time to integrate them completely. The last saint token had just integrated into the source world when Fang Ping's expression changed slightly. At this moment, in the source world, the 36 saint tokens suddenly gathered, then quickly circled around and began to integrate. Yes, integrate. These saint tokens were originally 1, including the Heavenly King seals. At this moment, it seemed like a component had been assembled successfully. The 36 saint tokens rotated at high speed, transforming rapidly. Fang Ping's source world was also gradually expanding. The 7 Heavenly King seals did not move, but the 36 saint tokens were constantly transforming and integrating. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a long staff. Fang Ping frowned slightly. This long staff was very powerful. Looking at its aura, it was even more powerful than the god-slaying saber he used previously. After all, the god-slaying saber was not a complete divine weapon and had been damaged. Whereas the 36 saint tokens were all holy weapons, all complete. Now that they were integrated together, the long staff that was formed was probably not worse than a real divine weapon. Of all the things it could become, why did it become a long staff? Fang Ping was speechless, thinking to himself, could it be that it would become a long staff in the future? The saint token, Heavenly King seal, and 9 Emperor's seal would merge and become a golden hooped staff, then pierce through 9 heavens. Was this the so-called way to enter 9 heavens? This staff is also drunk. Fang Ping shook his head, too lazy to care. Soon, he was overjoyed. Divine weapons could transform. This staff was not weaker than a divine weapon. Ever since the god-slaying saber was shattered, he had always felt that he did not have a suitable weapon. Previously, things like the saint tokens were all scattered, and it was not very practical and convenient. Now that they were integrated into one, he finally had a suitable weapon. The saint tokens were very compatible with him. If he controlled this long staff, his combat strength would increase again. Moreover, with the 36 saint tokens gathered, Fang Ping's source world had also expanded a lot. At this moment, he was letting old Zhang's projection, leading tens of thousands of shadows to work overtime to fill up the source world. Unexpectedly, after the saint tokens were gathered, his source world had actually expanded to 970 meters. After the 8 heavenly king seals were gathered, could it reach 1,000 meters directly? After all, the 8 heavenly king seals could also be integrated. His slightly disappointed mood from before quickly improved. Fang Ping's mentality was actually quite good. Otherwise, if it was someone else, they might have been inexplicably pessimistic. Although Fang Ping had been pessimistic before, it usually turned into motivation very quickly. Outside, he was overbearing, cold-blooded, belligerent, crazy. Sometimes, it was also to vent this pressure. The human race had internal and external troubles that could not be reversed. The internal trouble actually lay in the human race's pillar, the heavenly king subduing. This was actually known by everyone. Fang Ping and old Zhang rarely mentioned it, but they had to consider this point. The heavenly king subduing himself knew this very well. That was why he asked Fang Ping to hold back last time and not say everything. This was because he himself might not be too clear about what the future would be like. Not to mention the external troubles. The enemy was not in the open, but in the dark. Under this pressure, Fang Ping would become even crazier and more unscrupulous. If he did not go crazy, he would not survive. If he did not go crazy, he, Fang Ping, would not have come this far. He could not make everyone fear him, even if he had broken 8, he did not want to easily fight to the death with the human race now. It was actually okay to offend the heavenly king subduing, but if he offended Fang Ping, unless he killed Fang Ping instantly, otherwise, he would have to live with the threat of revenge for the rest of his life. In the past few years, Fang Ping had displayed this kind of character. King Kuan was not afraid of Fang Ping. He really did not want to fight to the death with this lunatic. He still wanted to become an emperor. He was not interested in being entangled with a lunatic. Actually, Li Zhu was the same. Unless he seized the opportunity to kill Fang Ping in one blow, under normal circumstances, Li Zhu would mostly tolerate Fang Ping when he met him. This time, if Fang Ping did not want to kill them all in one fell swoop, Hung Yu and the others would not have started a war with Fang Ping. Fang Ping examined himself and also reflected on himself. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. The image of a crazy and savage demon had been established. Even if the powerhouses of the 3 realms had broken 8, they would not easily become enemies with him. However, there were still some flaws. I'm too ostentatious. In order to establish my authority, I rarely keep my trump card. I'm not strong enough, so I have to go all out. Almost everything I do is in the open. I have no plans in the dark. Fang Ping pondered for a while. Maybe he should hold back. It was fine with the enemies now, but what if he met the emperors, in order to establish his authority, to make a name for himself, to intimidate everyone, he had to go all out. He dared to boast that he had broken 8. If he broke 8, he might have to show that he could break 9. It was a good thing, but also not a good thing. In fact, people like heavenly kings were good. They could not be seen through, could not be grasped, and would never be able to guess the other party's specific strength. This was actually quite good. Of course, it was not very suitable for Fang Ping. However, Fang Ping had to leave something for himself. Everyone knew everything about him now. He had not figured out the mastermind behind him. There were still some things that he had to consider. Before this, he did not have the strength, the time, and the confidence. Now, he could try. Trump card, everyone has a trump card. I have to get a trump card too. Fang Ping rubbed his chin, thinking. Should he learn from others and get a clone? Maybe. It was really suitable. To be honest, most of his strength, including his vitality and mentality, were actually provided by the system. If he really had someone else's imprint, he might be kept at a critical moment. If he got a clone. No, a real body. Maybe it's time for me to get a real body that belongs to me. Everything is tilting toward the clone, shifting. With my current strength, I should be able to forge an incomparably powerful body soon, and it will be more perfect. Fang Ping licked his lips. There was no harm in being prepared. He did not want to be wiped out at the last moment. The stronger he was, the more he felt a sense of danger. When he reached the point of breaking 7, Fang Ping's sense of danger became heavier and heavier. He was also afraid of death. Not only was he afraid of his own death, but he was also afraid that his death would cause a series of big problems. There's a lot of vitality here. Maybe my clone should be forged here. After forging jade bones, if there's still a lot of vitality left, then I should think about my clone. Fang Ping suppressed everything. He did not mention it to anyone, including the cat and Iron Head. If more people knew about it, then it would not be a trump card or a backup plan anymore. You're here? A voice as cold as ice rang in Fang Ping's ears. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Go feed the cat. The figure was not very solid. It was about to leave after saying that. At this time, a cat meowed. Meow, big fatty? The figure froze for a moment and looked at the cat instantly. Spirit Emperor's checkpoint. Fang Ping guessed that this checkpoint was either Spirit Emperor's checkpoint or Annihilate Heavenly Emperor's checkpoint. As expected, it was one of these two checkpoints. At this moment, Fang Ping was in the courtyard of a small building. When he went to the fake sky cemetery, Spirit Emperor's small building had already been destroyed, so Fang Ping had not seen this small building before. Soon, however, he knew that this should be the building that old Zhang had mentioned before. In front of this building, old Zhang showed off his acting skills, scaring those heavenly kings into fleeing several times. After that, he even obtained a lot of benefits, including a lot of origin power. Now that he thought about it, there should be a lot of fusion unity power. He even took away a cat's nest made from the shed skin of a beast emperor. At this moment, the spirit emperor in front of him was very illusory, not as solid as the other emperors. He looked at the cat. This empress whose appearance could not be seen seemed to be frowning. Soon, she said coldly, go feed the cat. When the cat is satisfied, you can pass the checkpoint. After saying this, the spirit emperor's figure dissipated instantly. Big fatty! The cat shouted, but the spirit emperor had already dissipated. The cat was a little disappointed, saying dejectedly, Big fatty doesn't recognize the cat anymore. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. It should have some memory. It's impossible that he doesn't recognize it, but, forget it, let's take a look first. This spirit emperor's projection is too illusory. It might not be a real projection. Maybe it's a projection of a projection. He felt that this spirit emperor's projection was too weak. It might not be a real projection. Just as the spirit emperor's projection dissipated, the door of the small building opened. Sounds of helplessness could be heard. Cat, eat some. This is a 10,000-year-old spirit moonflower. Emperor Grey, eat mine. This is a 30,000-year-old cloud fruit. Cat, do you want to sleep? This is a cat's nest made from the skin of an overlord-level cloud-piercing mink. It's very comfortable to sleep. Fang Ping was stunned. The cat's cat face was also dull. Then, it looked at Fang Ping, blinking its eyes. I'm going to feed the cat. What about you? Fang Ping rolled his eyes and patted the cat's head. It's not for you. It's for the fake cat. What are you so proud of? The cat shrieked, suddenly feeling a little angry. Previously, when it met Cat 2 cheated it of a bag of snacks. Here, there was another fake cat. Now, it was swindling people and cheating food. Damn it. Cat 3 is so annoying. The cat was fuming. Fang Ping was speechless. You named it again, Cat 3? Why not Fur 3? In the small building, there was a pause. The next moment, someone laughed and said, King Man is here. Motherf asterisk Ker, it's this guy again. The one who greeted Fang Ping was Xingnan, the saint under celestial terminus. The one who scolded Fang Ping was Luan. Obviously, these people had passed Emperor Nan's test. They might have left together and now they were all gathered here. According to this logic, celestial terminus and water power should be here too. Fang Ping did not try to sense Qi. He could not sense it either. The small building seemed to have a ceiling effect. Fang Ping did not say much. He walked toward the small building, smiling as he walked. Luan, did you miss me? Humph. Luan snorted coldly. I'm annoyed when I see you. I miss your ancestors. At the same time, someone laughed and said, King Man. I haven't seen you for a few months. Things are still the same, but people have changed. The one guarding the bathhouse? The cat muttered. Fong Ping laughed. Sherpa. He had met an interesting guy. Fong Ping had a good impression of Sherpa because his origin realm had indeed helped Fong Ping a lot. Meeting Sherpa here could be considered a reunion of old friends. Although they had only met once, the voice inside stopped. In the next moment, Sherpa scolded, "Stupid cat, damn cat. Why is Fatty Ling feeding you in this round and not me? Come in, I'll beat you to death." Sherpa's resentment was extremely strong. Why did he have to raise a cat and not him? Fong Ping almost could not hold back his laughter. In the small building, there was also some depression. Obviously, there were people who wanted to laugh but did not dare to. Sherpa was a peak break 7 powerhouse after all. He could even fight a peak break 8 existence. However, his words just now really made people unable to hold it in. They did not dare to laugh. Some people did. Luan, who was also at peak break 7, was extremely disdainful. He said disdainfully, "She's just a woman, and yet you can't let her go. What a disgrace. What is a woman? When you become an emperor, if she dares to disobey, you'll just push her down." These words were extremely unreliable. If it were someone else, they might have fought him right now. However, in the next moment, Sherpa suddenly said, "Old brother Luan, do you think this method of pushing her down will work?" Fong Ping's head hurt. These two unreliable people actually came together. He did not know if it would cause trouble. Both of them were still discussing when in the next moment, there was a rumble and the sound of thunder rang out. An extremely thick thunderbolt descended from above the small building. Rumble. In the next moment, Fong Ping stepped in. Sherpa and Luan's hair stood straight. They were struck by lightning. Both of them, however, did not pay much attention. They pursed their lips. Obviously, this was not the first time. Both of them seemed to be used to it. The others, however, were as silent as cicadas in winter. That thunderbolt strike just now had at least the power of a break 6. Only these two idiots were incomparably powerful and could not care less. The others could not withstand this thunderbolt strike. Everyone quickly dodged. Some of them wailed in their hearts. As if it was not enough with these two bastards here, now there was a great demon king. Together with that bastard cat, Song Mao. Among the villains of the 3 realms, now it seemed like only Tengu was missing. Even if the others were bastards, they were not as bastards as these few. Garrison Heavenly King and Martial King were already considered shameless enough. Li Zhu and Hong Yu were also extremely sinister. However, speaking of which, these people still cared about their reputation. These few really did not care. In the crowd, a few catacombs martial artists had shrunk themselves so much that they were almost stuffed into the crevices. The divine sex Tianbai's face was even more frighteningly pale. *CK, he met Fong Ping again. Could he still live like this? He really wanted to go home. He had just escaped from Fong Ping's side and immediately met Fong Ping again. There was no justice in this world. Fong Ping glanced at him but did not look at him much. He had to admit that there were many familiar faces in this round. Yuan Gang, King Huai, Heaven's Fate, these guys were actually all here. The moment Fong Ping entered the door, he suddenly lamented, "The death squad." Everyone was stupefied. What did he mean? King Huai and Yuan Gang were a little uncomfortable. Was he talking about them? Heaven's Fate was also cursing in his heart. Anyway, it was not him. It had nothing to do with him. However, he felt that this round was a little troublesome. Fong Ping's words made the atmosphere in the small building a little strange. Fong Ping ignored them. He looked at the cat in the building and suddenly laughed. Beside him, the gray cat meowed and pounced on the cat. "Alright, let's call it Try Cat's Pig for now." Meow. The gray cat was furious, crushing the pig. It was exasperated. "I'm not that fat." Yes, was this a cat? Fong Ping felt that there might be a problem with his perception. This was obviously a pig. It was too fat. It was so fat that it could barely stand up. Its 4 legs could not be seen. Fong Ping could not laugh anymore. He looked at everyone and smiled. "Did you guys feed it?" Everyone was embarrassed. The gray cat glared at them. Sherpa said impatiently, this is how it is. It must be Fat Spirit herself. She has nothing to do as a projection. Why would she not feed the cat? Who knows how many years she's been feeding it? Is it strange that it's so fat? It was not strange, okay, in this place, a year in the outside world might be 10 years. 10,000 years might be 100,000 years. Was it strange to feed a cat for 100,000 years and feed a pig? Sherpa thought that Fong Ping was making a mountain out of a molehill. Meow. A deep meow sounded. Tri-Cat, who was pinned down by the gray cat, also cried out. The gray cat that had forged jade bones was really heavy. Tri-Cat was about to collapse. Meow. The cries continued. The gray cat was angry. It slapped the pig with its paw, ruining its image as a gray cat. It was not that fat. Tri-Cat was normal before, but Tri-Cat was not normal at all. It was too embarrassing, everyone was helpless. They looked at the gray cat, then at Fong Ping, and they were all bitter. Could they still pass this stage now that this guy was here? He asked the gray cat to beat up the fat cat as soon as he came. Could it continue eating? The gray cat pinned down the fat cat, not letting it get up. Tri-Cat's 4 short legs kept kicking, but it could not do anything to the gray cat. For a moment, the cries became louder. At this moment, the scene was beautiful. The more Fong Ping looked, the more he wanted to laugh. The gray cat sat on Tri-Cat. Tri-Cat was flipped over by it, like a turtle. It could not turn over no matter what. Its 4 short legs kicked. The more he looked, the more interesting it became. Big cat, come down. Fong Ping shouted. It would be bad if he crushed the pass token to death. The cat jumped down reluctantly and even deliberately showed its elegant figure. Although it was also very fat, compared to the pig, it didn't look fat at all. Fong Ping could not help but laugh again. He looked at the crowd and asked, how do we clear the stage? Sherpa and the others ignored him, but Shuili stood up and said with a smile, it's not that difficult, let the cat, cough cough. When it saw the real cat staring at it, it immediately changed its words. Let this fake cat eat and drink. When it is satisfied, the fake cat will summon the projection of the Spirit Emperor. Then you can pass the test. Fong Ping looked at Chaos in surprise. He asked curiously, you didn't pass? He rolled his eyes. Nonsense, I'm here, do you think I passed? It shouldn't be. Fong Ping asked curiously, I taught you. Why didn't you clear the stage? Chaos suddenly said angrily, you call that teaching? I did disperse the projection of the Spirit Emperor the moment I came. In the end, not only did the power of the rule strike me for a long time, but that bastard Sherpa also fought with me for a long time. Fortunately, he couldn't do anything to me. He and I became friends after a fight, so I didn't continue. You bastard, what did you teach? He did learn, but he killed the projection of the Spirit Emperor the moment he came. In the end, he was almost struck to death. This bastard Sherpa also fell out with him, saying that he killed the Spirit Emperor and almost fought him to the death. Chaos was half dead with anger. Both of them fought. Otherwise, these 2 bastards with their dog tempers would not be talking and laughing now. Friendship forged through fighting. Fong Ping was speechless. I didn't mean it that way. With your IQ, you don't know how to use it flexibly. Having said that, Fong Ping single-handedly grabbed Tri-Cat Cat and lifted it up. He took out a piece of meat, pried open Tri-Cat Cat's mouth, and stuffed it inside. Then, he pinched the cat's neck hard. It was full of fat. Fong Ping said fiercely, satisfied? He felt that this stage was too easy, he just had to threaten the cat. With the cat's behavior, it was better to avoid trouble. It would have passed immediately. As it turned out, Fong Ping thought too much. Chaos and Sherpa both looked at him strangely, both of them looked at him with contempt. Did he think that they had not tried it before? Nonsense, of course they had tried it before. Both of them were not easy to deal with. Sherpa could not bear to kill the Spirit Emperor, but he showed no mercy to the cat. As for the result, in the next moment, Fong Ping knew the result. The cat's behavior, other than laziness, gluttony, and like to call for help. Dong, 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 in the next moment, a gong and drum appeared. The fat cat strained its throat and screamed, "Help!" Rumble. Between heaven and earth, countless thunderbolts struck toward Fang Ping. Rumble. Fang Ping blocked it hurriedly, but the thunderbolts were endless. Sherpa curled his lips. Chaos was also gloating. I knew that this bastard would try. Now he's out of luck. When Fang Ping said that he did not learn the essence, he guessed what Fang Ping was going to do. As expected, wasn't this what he had tried before? Just wait to be struck. Moreover, this time it was more serious. Previously, he only forced the cat to say that it was delicious. In the end, Fang Ping was good. Not only did he force it into the cat's mouth, he even pinched its fat neck. The cat's nature was to take revenge. The projection in this place was still somewhat similar to the original body. Calling for reinforcements and revenge were inevitable. Fang Ping underestimated the difficulty of this stage. At this moment, the thunderbolts kept striking. Everyone else avoided it. Even Chaos and Sherpa hid far away. Fang Ping's hair was straighter than before. Even if his hair was standing up, it was straighter now. It was still smoking. Fang Ping's face was dark. This was the power of the rule. It should be the Spirit Emperor's doing. Fang Ping was not convinced. He looked at the true Azure Cat and said gloomily, "You asked the Spirit Emperor to stop. It can't kill me. What's the point of striking? Isn't it tiring? I'll try again. Big Cat, what do you think this pig and cat will taste good? Eat the Emperor-level big fish." The cat was drooling. It felt that it would taste good this way. As soon as the words came out, the cat was also drooling. It said hurriedly, "Eat the big fish, Sea Guardian, eat it. It's delicious." Fang Ping looked around and smiled. The monster emperor hasn't reached this stage yet. Otherwise, he would definitely destroy this stage. The courage of these three cats was not just a little big, this fellow was actually thinking of eating the Sea Guardian. If that fellow was here, he would explode at once with these words. Of course, it did not rule out the possibility that that fellow would cut off his own flesh. Cutting off some flesh to pass this stage was not something the monster emperor would not do. On the other side, Sherpa said weakly, "Stop tormenting yourself. I've tried many times. It doesn't work. There was someone who passed this stage before. If he became this cat's grandson and served it for a month, he should be able to pass too. I can't afford to lose face. I'd rather not pass this stage and look at Fatty Spirit more. He came quite early and stayed for a few days." Fang Ping laughed. "A month or so. We've only been here for a few days, right? You mean Jianghao? Jianghao came early, but the others did not. It's not him. That Thunder King?" Sherpa said casually, "I think I've seen him before. I heard he's with you humans now." Thunder King, this was considered an old antique. He had known the Heavenly King since the Heavenly Realm. There had been no news of Thunder King before, but now he heard it from Sherpa. Thunder King had passed the stage too. Fang Ping laughed. "So it's Senior Thunder King who passed." As he said that, he looked at the others and laughed. "So, the others didn't pass?" "None of them. One was also in a weak state. He said gloomily, I won't do it if I become a stupid cat's grandson. We're all waiting for the monster emperor to come. Now that it's here, we'll kill it together and cut some meat to feed the cats. We should be able to pass." Clearly, this was not the first time the three cats said they wanted to eat the monster emperor's meat. One said, "You should have brought dragon transformation. It's an old heavenly king dragon after all. Its dragon meat should be good. Saint level ones are useless. Yuan Shui is useless. I cut off a lot of meat to feed it, but it's useless." At the side, Yuan Shui was embarrassed. The three cats shouted, "The beef is too tough. It doesn't taste good." Fang Ping was tired. He threw the fat cat aside. The thunder had stopped. It was obviously just a warning. "One, why don't we look for the Spirit Emperor together?" Fang Ping looked around. Where is the Spirit Emperor hiding? He did not see the Spirit Emperor. The previous projection did not look like a projection that could attract such a powerful rule. Clearly, the previous one was a projection of a projection. Sherpo's gaze was unfriendly. Fang Ping said impatiently, "Old senior, don't be silly. It's just a projection. We've become strong and become emperors. We can go to ninth heaven and capture the true spirit emperor directly. What do you want to do? You're playing house with the projection here." Fang Ping was speechless. He curled his lips. "What do you call this? Playing with a projection and getting struck. This is called bootlicker." "Bah!" Sherpa scolded, "I have nothing to do with that dog." He was not on good terms with the heavenly dog. He had always been at odds with the dog. These words resonated with Luan. He laughed instantly. "Brother Sher, actually, even if we don't fight the monster emperor, it's the same with the heavenly dog. It's also broken 8 dog meat. It should taste good too." These two lunatics wanted to break 8 at the slightest provocation. The others had a toothache when they heard this. Celestial Pole was extremely low-key at this time. It was better for them to stay away. A group of lunatics had gathered together. If the heavenly dog or the monster emperor really came later, these fellows might really join forces to force them to cut off their meat. There was a possibility of success. Looking at this lineup, all 3 of them were broken 7, and not just any broken 7. If these 3 joined forces, if you did not break 2 gates, you would definitely kneel when you met 3 of them. Fang Ping could not be bothered with the 2 of them. He casually kicked the fat cat that was blocking the way and looked upstairs. "The spirit emperor is upstairs, right? There are 3 floors here. The second floor is the gray cat's nest, and the third floor is the spirit emperor's resting place. He's upstairs, right?" He was quite familiar with this place. Old Zhang had mentioned it before. Rumble, thunder rumbled again. This fellow kicked the cat. It must have made the spirit emperor unhappy again. Third cat, who was kicked away, also looked aggrieved. So aggrieved, who was this bastard? He hit the cat as soon as he arrived. He looked at the real gray cat again. Third cat took a look, then another look, then another look. The gray cat glanced at this fat cat and muttered, "What are you looking at? You're so fat. Don't call you a gray cat. I'm not as fat as you." Meow. Third cat felt aggrieved, but it was also a gray cat. Fang Ping could not be bothered with them. He frowned and said, "We'll pass this stage in no time. It's not difficult. Are there any benefits?" "No." Sherpa yawned. "It's just a stage." Fang Ping rubbed his chin and murmured, "This stage might not be right. Many people from the death team came. Logically, it should be normal for a few of them to die. Now that the Spirit Emperor has not appeared, what is the Spirit Emperor doing?" Fang Ping's words made King Huai and the others' expressions change. "Could you not say that about us? Wouldn't it be better for us to take care of the cats together and pass safely?" After hearing what Fang Ping said, they really felt insecure. At this time, Luan suddenly said, "The origin is not too obvious in this place, but I felt someone die earlier. It should be a top-notch powerhouse." "Who died?" Here, the vibration of the origin was not too obvious. Fang Ping killed Heavenly King Yi. They did not sense much, including the words that Fang Ping said in the origin, which were also heard by the outside world. Inside, maybe those who broke 8 would have some feelings. As soon as these words came out, the sky in the corner was trembling. Who died? He did not even need to ask. He knew that someone from the previous group had died. And it was definitely not a God creation envoy, or else Fang Ping would not be so calm. Fang Ping heard that and said casually, That guy was killed by Hong Yu and Li Zhu together. I couldn't even persuade him." Luan pursed his lips. Who was he trying to fool? As soon as he said it was and Fang Ping knew about it, he immediately guessed that it was Fang Ping who did it. This kid was really ruthless. Fang Ping did not say much about this. He stepped forward and was about to go upstairs. Sherpa was not really blinded by lust. He said it was to protect the Spirit Emperor, but it was not to the extent of protecting a projection. Seeing this, he said in a low voice, "Don't go up rashly. There's something wrong with this place." When Sherpa saw Fang Ping turn around, he shrugged and said indifferently, "You'd better not go up. Fatty Ling might have a lot of spiritual intelligence and memories. He inherited the hatred of men and is also very strong. if you go up, it's not impossible for you to be killed. It's fine to just say it here. If you go up, be careful not to be beaten to death. Fang Ping looked at him in surprise and suddenly laughed. Senior, you seem to have experience? As soon as he said that, the cat muttered, this bad guy used to like to peep. He must have gone up to peep, then his legs were broken and he was thrown down. Sherpa stretched out his hand and hit. There was a rumble. The cat did not move an inch, but Sherpa's hand was numb. His gaze changed slightly. He looked at the smug cat, his teeth aching. He gritted his teeth and said, Jade bones? The cat was smug. I asked you to hit the cat, so continue hitting it. Only then did Sherpa notice the jade skeleton behind Fang Ping. He said again, another set of jade bones? He did not pay much attention to it before. The half-jade bones were also this color. But now, he noticed it. Sherpa's teeth were aching. Where did the King of Man get so many jade bones? The cat had forged jade bones. It was definitely related to the King of Man. This time, Luan was also tempted. She said hurriedly, something's wrong, kid. Previously at Emperor Nan's place, the cat didn't have jade bones. Also, I didn't see this guy before. Where did you kidnap him? How did you forge jade bones? Fang Ping egged them on. Previously, I killed Celestial Emperor Badian and Earthly Sovereign. I forged one jade bone in one round. I'm almost there. Both of you, do you want to forge jade bones? Both of them looked at each other. Luan said uncertainly, are you serious? I killed Spirit Emperor once before, but I didn't see it. That must be fake. Fang Ping said casually, if you really killed him, there should be some effect. These projections can trigger the rule of this place. They can also absorb the life force of this place. It's extremely rich. Fang Ping said temptingly, Spirit Emperor's projection is so strong that even Senior Sherpa fell for it. If you kill Spirit Emperor, maybe you can get a lot of life force. Forge jade bones. How about the three of us forge jade bones together? He licked his lips. Do it, why not? He kicked Sherpa who was beside him, tempted. How about it? A fake is a fake after all. Didn't Fang Ping say it? When we become emperors, we'll go to ninth heaven together to catch the real one. If I say it, you're just gutless. It's been tens of thousands of years and you still haven't gotten this woman. If it were me, I'd just snatch her and press her down. Why would it be so troublesome? Luan still looked down on Sherpa. This guy was like a girl. What was he hesitating for? Do it, he was sincerely tempted. He was also a little jealous. The cat actually forged jade bones. So did the skeleton. Fang Ping's bones seemed to be much stronger than before. This guy had just separated from him for a while. He wouldn't believe it if someone told him that it wasn't from killing an emperor. Sherpa was also conflicted. Soon, he gritted his teeth and said telepathically, it's really strong. I'm afraid it's close to the level of breaking 2 gates. I went up once and was almost struck to death. Kid, did you really kill the projection and get life force? Sherpa said in disbelief, it can't be that simple, right? Of course it's not that simple, but it's okay. If the projection here is dead, we can fake it. We can make a fake projection and then absorb life force. I've always done this before. The God Creation Envoy is not here. It's a little difficult to fake, but it's not like the three of us can't make it. As soon as he said that, Sherpa was tempted too. He said quickly, kid, let's agree. If we really want to absorb life force, we'll split it equally. Although I haven't had much contact with you, I can tell from the calluses in my ears that you're not a good person. I even gave you the origin realm back then. You won't cheat me, right? That won't happen. Fang Ping said with a smile, of course I have to be ruthless to the enemy. Of course I have to share with my own people. Senior's origin realm has helped me a lot. Why would I cheat you? Sherpa was dubious. He glanced at Luan. Luan said angrily, what are you afraid of? This kid dares to cheat us. Let's take care of him together and make him suffer. When the two met, they were birds of a feather. They were really like brothers. Fang Ping was also helpless. When the two old hooligans met, it was only him. Who else would be willing to cooperate with them? However, he was a hooligan among hooligans. He was not afraid of them. The three of them discussed secretly. Over there, Celestial Pole was like a small transparent. When he saw the three of them talking, he secretly curled his lips. Three bastards, the worst guys in the three realms. Nothing good would happen when they met. He got up to leave. Xingnan saw him and said telepathically, "Prince, what's wrong? Let's go out." Celestial Pole said, "Hurry up. Something might happen later. We can't stay here anymore. Go to the courtyard and have a look. If we can go out, then go out. If we can't go out, dig a hole and hide for a while." Xingnan was stunned. Dig a hole to bury himself, was that necessary? He had also met Fang Ping at Heavenly Emperor Zhang's trial. Although Fang Ping was difficult to deal with, he felt, alright, he did not feel much. Forget it. He would listen to the prince. Go out, the two of them went out cautiously. Soon, Tianbai even deliberately shrunk his body size and sneaked out. He was leaving too. On the other side, King Huai and Yuan Gang looked at each other. Both of them smiled sheepishly. Then, they got up and moved out cautiously. Seeing that they had all run away. The water power that belonged to Fang Ping. After thinking about it, he also moved out cautiously. I'm leaving too. These three were discussing bad things. I shouldn't join in the fun. Once the chaos started, would these few still care about it? These people knew Fang Ping too well. Wherever he went, there would be chaos and people would die. Heavenly King Yi was dead. This was break 7, if it was not Fang Ping who did it, they would dare to twist their heads off. It was better to leave first. These three were likely to go look for Spirit Emperor. There might be a big battle later. The power of the rule erupted. All of them had the lethality of break 6. The further they escaped, the better, lest they got caught in the crossfire. Once the water power left, the others were not fools. At this time, other than those old antiques who had recovered, no, the old antiques who had just recovered, who did not know Fang Ping and the others' morality, Fang Ping had just mentioned the death group. It might come true. It was better to leave first. Fang Ping and the other two discussed for a while. In the blink of an eye, the small building was empty. At this moment, other than Old Cat, Third Cat, Iron Head, and the three of them, there was actually no one else. Fang Ping pursed his lips and looked at the two of them. He coughed softly and said, "The two of you are too famous. People have been scared away." Sherpa chuckled. Juan was even more disdainful. "When we were here, none of those fellows left. When you came, they all ran away. That guy Celestial Polarity also ran away. You know very well. Who scared those people away? Didn't you count? You even wronged us." Sherpa did not care much about this. He said with some amusement, "Human King, it's the first time I met you. I didn't see you with such a strong demonic nature. I haven't seen you for a short period of time. Your demonic name is even heavier than Heavenly Hound's. If Heavenly Hound came, these people might not be so afraid." Although Heavenly Hound had a bad reputation, it usually would not compete with the weak. Fang Ping's reputation was really bad, at least to his enemies. It was too scary. 99% of the powerhouses who died in the three realms were related to him. You're too kind. Fang Ping cupped his hands shyly. You're too kind. Don't praise me. I'll be embarrassed. Sherpa and Luan looked at each other helplessly. They had cultivated their shamelessness for so many years. They might not be as shameless as this young man. Sure enough, there were talented people in every generation. The three of them did not talk nonsense. Very quickly, they looked at each other for a while and walked upstairs together. At this moment, Old Cat thought for a while. He grabbed Third Cat's tail and dragged it upstairs. He did not care about Third Cat's screams at all. He did not care about its 4 short legs that kept bouncing around. He just dragged it along. Old Cat felt that when the fake Spirit Emperor slashed at him later, he could use Third Cat as a shield. It was so fat, it should be able to block for a while. With this thought in mind, Old Cat dragged it even more vigorously. When they went upstairs, the stairs kept banging. It was the sound of Third Cat's big head hitting the stairs as Old Cat dragged it up. Thump, 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 in the quiet building, only the sound of San Mao's fat head hitting the stairs could be heard. Fong Ping, Sherpa, and the other two were silent as they slowly walked upstairs. Behind them, the cat looked around. It was familiar with this place. Not only was it familiar, but it actually missed it. The days in the Spirit Imperial Palace might have been its happiest time. Although it had to be played by Big Fatty, it was really comfortable. Now, seeing the Spirit Imperial Palace again, it felt like things were the same, but people were different. No, things were different. Dragging this big fat cat made the ash cat a little unhappy. Big Fatty had fed San Mao so much that it was a little jealous. In front, Sherpa turned his head to look at the cat and said, "Stupid cat, you go up first." The cat's big face was full of displeasure. "Go, you're raised by Fat Spirit. Although you're a projection, you still have some feelings. If you go up, she probably won't kill you. Besides, you've already forged jade bones. You're pretty good as a shield." Luan also added, "That's right. Stupid cat, you go." Sherpa was jealous that the cat was favored by Spirit Emperor. Luan and the Heavenly Hound became enemies because of the cat, because the cat ate the treasures he found. Both of them did not have a good impression of the cat. Now that the cat had forged jade bones, who else would go up if not it? Meow. The cat looked at Fong Ping with a wronged expression. "I'm not going, I'm afraid of death too," Fong Ping smiled. He had already entered the second floor. There were no Spirit Emperors on the second floor, so it was quite quiet. However, Fong Ping saw a familiar cat's nest. He had seen it at old Zhang's place before, but this was just an energy condensation, not a real cat's nest. San Mao, who was being dragged by the cat, also saw its cat's nest. It meowed, its front paws scratching the ground as if it wanted to hide in the cat's nest. The cat grabbed its tail and refused to let it in. Fong Ping laughed again and glanced at the staircase. Spirit Emperor should be on the third floor. He glanced at Sherpa, who nodded slightly. However, he quickly said, "I didn't see her the last time I came. She was blasted away when I reached the staircase." "Was she badly injured?" "Not really." Fong Ping was deep in thought. He did not know if the Spirit Emperor had held back, or if there was a limit to his strength. Sherpa's injuries were not serious, which meant that Ling Huang had the strength of a Breaking 8 gate. However, there were 3 gates to Breaking 8 gate, and he was not sure which stage Ling Huang was at. If it was just one gate, the 3 of them were not afraid. Although breaking through the second gate was dangerous, the 3 of them were experts, so it was not impossible for them to deal with it. 3 gates, that would be really dangerous. "Let's test it out," Fong Ping glanced at Sherpa. Sherpa's gaze was unfriendly. He would not go. Fong Ping looked at Luan again. Luan was staring at the ceiling as if she were a beauty. "These 2 old farts, neither of them are good people." Fong Ping cursed under his breath. "These 2 really aren't anything good. They're stronger than me. Would it kill me to test them?" From the looks of it, he would have to do it himself. As for the green cat, it had learned its lesson. At this moment, it was pretending to fight with the 3 cats. It was being pressed under the 3 cats, sticking out its tongue and pretending to be dead. The 3 cats were at a loss. It actually defeated a real cat. How rare. Fong Ping was helpless. He did not say anything else. He took a few steps forward and said slowly, "Is Senior Ling Huang here?" "I am Fong Ping, the king of humans of this generation. Senior Lin Zi and I are also best friends. This time I brought the green cat to visit Senior. I hope Senior will grant me a meeting." Fong Ping bowed slightly, holding his hands together and smiling. His face was full of politeness. Sherpa and Luan were a little disdainful. Pretending to be simple and honest, if you pretended to be simple and honest the moment you arrived, people might believe you. But you beat up the fat cat the moment you arrived. Who would believe you? Silence. Fong Ping did not get a reply. After thinking for a while, he continued to take a step forward. He stepped onto the steps and opened his mouth again. "Senior. Rumble. Get lost." A thunderous strike, a cold shout was heard. Fong Ping's flesh was shining. He did not dodge. He also wanted to test how strong this strike was. Bang, his flesh suffered a thunderous strike. Fang Ping's body trembled slightly. Even his bones were numb. He opened his mouth and a puff of green smoke came out. Fang Ping evaluated it secretly. It was all right. It was probably the strength of a breaking 6. In that case, Ling Huang was still holding back. He was not as strong as he was against Sherpa. Fang Ping said respectfully, "Senior, old cat has not seen you for many years. I miss you very much. Why don't you meet me?" Having said that, Fang Ping grabbed at old cat. Old cat, who was pretending to fight with third cat, saw this and hurriedly grabbed third cat, using it as a shield. Fang Ping grabbed old cat, and old cat grabbed third cat. In the next moment, old cat was caught at the top of the stairs. The fat third cat was blocked on the other side of the stairs. Old cat hid under third cat's belly, looking nervous. "Strike third cat, don't strike me." Fang Ping was exhausted. Was it necessary? Ling Huang must have sensed it too. She snorted softly, and her voice floated slowly from upstairs. "I haven't seen you for many years. You're still as stupid as ever." Obviously, she sensed old cat. Big, old cat was just about to shout when Fang Ping pinched its mouth. Because Fang Ping had already felt the momentum of a thunderous explosion, he hurriedly blocked the cat's mouth. "Stop shouting, it was fine if there were no outsiders." With outsiders around, the little spirit empress flew into a rage out of humiliation. Old cat looked at Fang Ping aggrievedly. "What?" Fang Ping ignored it and smiled again. "Senior, can we go up? Old cat misses you too much." "Humph." A cold snort sounded, and Ling Huang's indifferent voice sounded again. "If you want to break through, think of a way yourself, it's not for breaking through." Fang Ping said with a sincere face, "It's not difficult to break through. What's difficult is to admire the face of the only empress in the 3 realms. This is also a little wish of mine. I've heard a lot about you, senior, but I didn't have the chance to meet you. It's also a pity in this life." Cough, cough. Sherpa coughed softly, a little dissatisfied. "You're making it sound like you're courting. What are you doing, kid? Do you think I don't exist?" Fang Ping cursed again in his heart. Meddlesome, Sherpa, this guy, only knew how to cause trouble. TCH, a chuckle sounded, with some coldness and some playfulness. "Human king." Fang Ping, Ling Huang's voice was calm. "Why did you come to see me? If you want to pass, then pass. Why do you need to see me? I've heard a lot about you, hypocrite." A cold snort sounded. Ling Huang said coldly, "Hypocrite. You want to gain some benefits from me? I'm just a projection. What benefits can I give you?" Fang Ping was helpless. She was stubborn. Was she forcing him to go up by force? Couldn't they talk things out nicely? He hated people who didn't talk nicely and forced him to use force. "Senior, you've wronged me, humph." Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, are you really not going to invite us up for a seat? Since we're already here, why do you have to keep us at a distance? You want to force your way in?" Ling Huang's scornful voice sounded. "Even if you, Sherpa, and that idiot join forces, what can you do?" Luan looked left and right. This idiot. Who was he talking about? Sherpa looked at him in disdain. "He was talking about you. Why didn't you have any self-awareness?" Luan was a little angry and scolded, "Old woman, are you looking for a beating?" Rumble, a loud sound was heard. Luan also snorted coldly and punched out. Thunder exploded, but it was directly broken by Luan. Luan was a powerhouse who was about to break through 8. How could she be afraid of this thunder? At this moment, thunder struck again. Fang Ping smiled without batting an eyelid. A long staff appeared in his hand. With a casual strike, the void collapsed and the thunder was destroyed. Sherpa sighed and also struck out with his palm. The void exploded. The 3 powerhouses joined forces and destroyed countless thunder in the blink of an eye. Do you think this is enough? Rumble, this time, it was not thunder. Instead, it was thousands of thin swords shooting toward them. Fang Ping's expression turned slightly solemn. The long staff was waved in an airtight manner. Wherever the long staff swept across, the thin swords all exploded into pieces. Beside him, the old cat held up Sanmao. Sun Mao's face was lifeless, looking at the thin swords shooting toward them with a look of despair. They started meowing in pain. Fortunately, the thin swords melted the moment they landed. Obviously, Ling Huang had no intention of harming these two cats. The old cat heaved a sigh of relief and put Fat Cat down. He took out a small fish and stuffed it into his mouth to calm his nerves. At the side, San Mao watched enviously, drooling. The old cat was a little disdainful and whispered, "Why don't you have a small fish? Second cat has a lot of dried fish. You're so fat, you're not as tasty as second cat." Meow. San Mao asked curiously, "Is second cat a cat too?" "Yes, it looks very similar to me." "Unlike you, you're so fat, you don't look like me at all." The two cats started chatting. Fang Ping and the rest could not care less about the two cats. At this moment, the three of them each displayed their supernatural powers. Thousands of swords shattered. Fang Ping's staff plunged into the floor. With a rumble, the small building trembled. Fang Ping grinned. "Senior, are we qualified enough to meet? If not, we can still be stronger." Sherpa chuckled. "Fatty spirit, I'm playing with you. Do you want to see my true strength?" As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. With a rumble, a hole appeared on top of Sherpo's head. In the next moment, a large amount of origin chi emerged. Sherpo's chi became extremely powerful in an instant, directly reaching the level of breaking 8. On the other side, Luan also grinned. "Are you looking down on us? Old hag, don't you want our respect?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a rumble. Vitality rushed to the sky. Luan seemed to have taken a crucial step, her chi breaking 8. Fang Ping chuckled. "I'm not as powerful as them." As he said that, he stretched out his hand and waved. The iron head once again merged into his body. Emperor armor appeared. Force erupted. Fang Ping plunged his staff into the ground again. With a rumble, the small building trembled violently. "Emperor armor?" A slightly solemn voice came. These three were all invincible powerhouses of the current era. Two of them had reached the level of breaking 8. Fang Ping also had the strength of around peak breaking 7. If the three of them joined forces, they could even fight a powerhouse who had broken 2 gates. Fang Ping smiled. "Senior, you've broken 3 gates? If that's the case, then you can be considered to have broken 9. If you don't, we can still fight." Spirit Emperor's cold voice came again. "If you want to break through, you can do it yourself. Why do you have to be my enemy?" Fang Ping smiled. "I want benefits. Emperor Nan will give the vitality restoration technique, Emperor Ren will give the reform, Emperor North will give the golden body technique, Emperor Zhan Tian will give the ultimate art, Emperor West will give the divine weapon, Emperor Earth will give the life savings, Emperor Badian will give the jade bones." "Spirit Emperor, why don't you give something?" When he said this, Sherpa and Luan Spirit were jealous. Giving so many benefits? Upstairs, Spirit Emperor seemed to be stunned for a moment. Obviously, this was beyond her expectations. Everything that Fang Ping said was unexpected. There were some things that were the secrets of the martial emperors. Fang Ping was too lazy to talk about the Beast Emperor's fusion power. He always felt that the Beast Emperor's things were not presentable. It was too stingy. The three of them were extremely powerful. The atmosphere was heavy. After a while, Spirit Emperor said coldly, "You guys are bold. I don't have any special methods, so I can't compare to the others. I do have some life spirit liquid. What's the harm in giving it to you guys?" As soon as he finished speaking, a crystal bottle floated over. There was some liquid inside. Fang Ping glanced at it. It was life force, but it was not as rich as the fish that the cat ate. Sherpa and Luan were a little tempted, but Fang Ping didn't like it. He frowned slightly. He didn't want to force Spirit Emperor to give him something, but he felt that something was not right with this round. Spirit Emperor didn't show up. It was fine if he didn't show up. His strength was a little too strong. The strongest projection he saw should be Emperor Badian. At the last moment, he probably had the strength to break through 2 gates. The more powerful the Emperor's projection, the more benefits it gave. Of course, this was not 100% true. Emperor Baishan's existence was to test those powerhouses, including those who broke through 8 gates. Spirit Emperor was so powerful. What was her existence for? Raising a cat. Did she need to be so strong to raise a cat? It was also because of this that Fang Ping wanted to see Spirit Emperor even more. Seeing that Sherpa and Luan were about to be dismissed, Fang Ping quickly transmitted his voice. You too, don't be so short-sighted. What's this little life force? Spirit Emperor's projection is so powerful. She must be hiding something good. Maybe she can really help you break through 8 gates, not fake 8 gates. Both of them cursed in their hearts. Who was short-sighted? The two who were about to take the crystal bottle suddenly stopped moving. They snorted in their hearts. We are powerhouses. Why would we care about this little profit? Both of them stopped taking the items. They thought to themselves, Fang Ping has gotten so many good items, so he must have some experience. I'll learn from Fang Ping first and see how I can extort more benefits from him. It might be useful in the next stage. Still not satisfied? Spirit Emperor's voice became colder. Fang Ping threw out 2 small fish and smiled. Senior, why don't I give you some life force and meet me? Humph. The cold snort sounded again. The 2 small fish were smashed directly, a large amount of life force emerged. Sherpa and Luan were jealous, but to maintain their image as powerhouses, they refused to absorb it. They didn't absorb it. On the other side, the 2 chatting cats suddenly pounced on them. At this moment, even the extremely fat 3 cats were agile. The 2 cats both purred and swallowed the overflowing vitality in the air into their stomachs. The cat also swallowed the crystal bottle. Luan and Sherpo's eyelids were trembling. These 2 damn cats, eat until you're stuffed. Looks like you're not giving up. At the same time as the cold voice came, light footsteps came from the stairs. Someone was coming down. In the next moment, a figure appeared in front of everyone. Fang Ping's eyes hurt slightly when he looked. He could see the person's face clearly. Heroic spirit, yes, beautiful or not, Fang Ping did not care. At this level, he could change into anything he wanted. Appearance was not the key. The first impression that Spirit Emperor gave him was not how beautiful she was, but how heroic she was. Her long hair was tied up casually. Her clothes were not complicated either. There was no long skirt that dragged the floor. She wore a close-fitting white athletic robe and held a sword. She looked even more heroic. Fang Ping subconsciously looked somewhere. Spirit Emperor's sword-like eyebrows were raised, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Fang Ping was embarrassed. He grabbed the cat to cover up his embarrassment. He did not care much about beauty. The key was that the cat and Sherpo's address made him focus on these things. He glanced at her casually. He did not expect Spirit Emperor to be so sensitive. In his arms, the cat was used as a shield. It looked confused. Then, it looked at Spirit Emperor happily and shouted, "Big fatty, stupid cat." Spirit Emperor snorted coldly, her eyes unfriendly. Ignoring the cat, she grabbed the fat 3 cats with one hand. The 3 cats that looked like pigs before shrunk instantly. She held them in her hands, making them look even fatter, like a ball. The cat was a little jealous and felt wronged. Big Fatty used to hold it, but now it was the 3 cats. Sherpa was also a little excited. He grinned and said, "Fat. Cough, long time no see." Spirit Emperor looked at him and frowned. She said coldly, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll take your life." Sherpa did not care. He looked affectionate. Luan was a little nauseous. She said angrily, "Stop talking nonsense. Fang Ping, you're here for benefits. Force this woman to hand them over." "How dare you?" Spirit Emperor shouted. She unsheathed the sword in her hand and charged toward Luan. Luan threw a punch. With a rumble, she took a few steps back. Drip. A crisp sound rang out. A drop of blood dripped from his fist and smashed onto the ground like a steel ball falling onto a glass. Luan's expression changed slightly. At this moment, the sword was back in its scabbard. Fang Ping stared at Spirit Emperor for a while. Spirit Emperor looked at him coldly. This time, Fang Ping did not avoid her. He kept staring at her. After a while, he chuckled. "I'm a little curious. Is this your real body or a projection? Sherpa was stunned. Then, his eyes lit up and he looked at Spirit Emperor. Boom, the golden light exploded. Sherpa groaned and blood dripped from his eyes. Fong Ping felt a chill in his heart. So strong. Real body? Spirit Emperor said coldly, how can you get out of here with your real body? It's just a puppet body. Puppet body? Fong Ping took a step back and gathered with Sherpa and the others. She did not say it was a memory fragment or a projection of the origin. She used a puppet body instead. Did she mean she was different from the others? Sherpa and Luan were not fools. At this moment, they could vaguely feel that something was wrong. Sherpa said hurriedly, you're not a projection? Is this your clone? No. Spirit Emperor looked down at them from above. Standing at the turn of the stairs, she looked at them coldly. She did not explain and said indifferently, what do you want? I've said it already. There's nothing you want in this level. If you want to pass, I'll send you off and leave quickly. Fong Ping frowned slightly. He thought for a while and said, does Senior know about the Dao tree in the final level? It should have broken 9, right? As for the Emperor's level, the Emperor's clone has already entered and replaced the Emperor's projection. Senior's puppet body is probably a little different from a projection, right? If that's the case, Senior must have his own purpose. Maybe, we can help Senior a little? Spirit Emperor looked at them contemptuously. A few of you dare to boast shamelessly when you've broken 7. Fong Ping was not angry. He smiled and said, breaking 7 is nothing in Senior's eyes, but I don't have any other good points. I'm just very popular. I know a lot of people who have broken 8, and a few who have broken 2. The one who is about to break 3 is also my godfather. Besides, the God Creation Envoy should be breaking 2 soon, and his relationship with me is not ordinary. If we get together and gather some powerhouses, they should be able to match breaking 9. Fong Ping said it calmly. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with saying that he was popular. He laughed and said, Senior, this puppet body of yours is not for the silkworm babies of the heavenly realm, right? Oh, it's the seed of rebirth. Bang, a cold light burst out of Spirit Emperor's eyes. Fong Ping growled. Emperor armor erupted with a golden light, instantly colliding with the cold light. Fong Ping took dozens of steps back, but it offset the cold light. Senior, why do you have to be so overbearing? Can't we talk nicely? You saw it? Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. He saw it. Fong Ping grinned and said, I saw a little. The silkworm baby is quite cute. Does Senior want to eat it? That should be a projection, right? Could it be that there are benefits to eating a projection? He had seen a lot of things at the earthly emperor's level. At this moment, Fong Ping was all smiles as he continued, oh right, Celestial Battle Emperor and Emperor Renhuang are both interested in collaborating with me once. Emperor Renhuang's objective might also be this. I can't say for sure about Celestial Battle Emperor. Senior, is this your objective? I'm afraid that there will be a conflict with Senior. After all, I'm the cat's friend. I have to take care of Senior first, right? Meow, big fatty, liars are very powerful. In his arms, the cat also meowed. At this moment, it was a little uncomfortable being hugged by Fong Ping. It struggled for a while and stretched its head out, saying excitedly, big fatty, the cat has forged jade bones. The cat is very powerful. Do you want to join us? Spirit Emperor looked at the cat and frowned slightly. He said lightly, after so many years, you've only forged jade bones. Is that something to be proud of? In the past, your body of flesh and blood was already close to the realm of jade bones. The cat said aggrievedly, you're not even praising me anymore. I'm not happy. Spirit Emperor's tone stagnated. He did not speak again. Fong Ping chuckled and said, Senior, why don't we have a good talk? Everyone takes what they need. Sherpa and Luan only want to break through 8 levels. As for me, I actually don't have a purpose. It's fine as long as there are some benefits. Maybe I can even help Senior once. It's only Senior. If it were someone else, such as Emperor or Emperor God, I wouldn't even bother with them. You talk big. Spirit Emperor sneered. Fong Ping still had a smile on his face. You talk big. After all, I cultivated to this level in 3 years. I'm too young. Of course, I'm a little arrogant. Senior, please forgive me. Young people are not as mature as old seniors. Here he goes again, Luan was about to curse in his heart. Sherpa was still okay. He only met Fong Ping today. It was also the first time he heard Fong Ping say this. But Luan, he had heard it many times. Every time, he felt extremely heartbroken. What was so great about cultivating for 3 years, he said it again and again, as if he was afraid that others did not know. Luan rolled his eyes and did not continue the conversation. He would let this bastard say whatever he wanted. It was good enough that he broke through 8 levels. If he did not break through 8 levels, he would be mentally unbalanced. This bastard improved too fast. It was so fast that he could not accept it. Hearing that, Spirit Emperor looked at Fong Ping again. His eyes were shining. In the next moment, he turned and went upstairs. He said lightly, "Come up." Fong Ping laughed. He winked at Sherpa and Luan. "Did you see that? This is my charm." At the same time, Fong Ping said telepathically, "I think we've gained a lot this time. This Spirit Emperor might be different from the other emperors. It's not as simple as a projection. Although I don't know what puppet body it is, she must have her own plan. Let's join in. Maybe we can get a share. Be careful not to choke yourself to death." Luan muttered. They were not stupid. Some things could be dangerous if they joined in. Martial arts must fight. If there's a chance, fight for it. Being a coward is not like you, Heavenly King Luan. But it makes sense. After all, you're old. You lack the drive. No wonder you can't break through 8 levels. You want to fight with me? I'm not necessarily afraid of you. If we fight, it's hard to tell who will win. There's no benefit. I can't be bothered to fight with you stupidly. Luan cursed again. That was true. There was no benefit in fighting with this bastard. Forget it. I won't argue with you. The 3 of them did not speak anymore. They walked upstairs together. Spirit Emperor's previous series of actions seemed to be testing their strength. It seemed like she recognized their strength. On the 3rd floor. When Fong Ping and the others went up, Spirit Emperor had already disappeared. She did not disappear, but sat on the other side, separated by a curtain, and said coldly, "Speak." Fong Ping was stunned for a moment, but Sherpa and Luan did not care. Fong Ping thought for a while. He did not see any tables and chairs, so he made a sofa and a small coffee table. Everyone looked at him. Strangely, Spirit Emperor seemed to be frowning. They could not see clearly through the curtain. At this moment, the room seemed to have cooled down. In front of the Emperor, if she did not invite you to sit, did you have the right to sit? The so-called guest of honor was also the Emperor's courtesy. There were not many who were truly qualified to sit in front of the Emperor, but Garrison Heavenly King was one. Especially a queen like Spirit Emperor, who rarely summoned powerhouses from all sides. The powerhouses were still somewhat restrained in front of her. Luan was not restrained, but he was also used to the powerhouses being respected. Since Spirit Emperor was stronger than him, it was okay not to sit in Spirit Emperor's territory. They were shocked, but Fong Ping did not care about this. He did not like to stand and talk to people who were sitting. If the Spirit Emperor inside was sitting, he would not stand. It was like reporting work. Fong Ping sat down, and the cat ran to the side and lay down. On the other side of the curtain, the 3rd cat seemed to have some movement. Looking at the sofa, it looked soft, and it wanted to try the feeling. But it should be suppressed by Spirit Emperor. Anyway, Fong Ping heard an aggrieved cat cry. Fong Ping sat down and did not greet the others. However, Sherpa and Luan saw that Spirit Emperor did not speak, so they did not stand on ceremony. Sherpa pushed away the cat and sat down. The cat was just pushed away. On the other side, Luan did not look at it and sat down on its head. The cat was so angry, Luan could not hurt it, but it was a clean freak. There was dust on Luan's butt. How could it let him sit on its head? It hurriedly ran away and jumped onto Fong Ping's shoulder. It looked at the 2 angrily, its face full of displeasure. Fang Ping did not care about them at this time and said with a smile, "Senior, we have nothing to say. Since you let us come up, won't you say a few words?" As he said that, he was afraid that Spirit Emperor would not get to the point, so he said with a smile, "For example, your current state. Why don't you say a few words?" "Condition?" The spiritual emperor said indifferently, "It's a puppet body. What's there to say?" "Senior, please enlighten me. I'm too young and inexperienced, so I really don't understand." "Senior, please enlighten me." Fang Ping was very humble. He even cupped his fists. If he had stood, it would have been more appropriate. Through this short period of observation, the Spirit Emperor had already determined some things. Wild and untamed, he seemed modest, but he was actually domineering. Even in the face of a martial emperor, he did as he pleased. Among the three of them, Fang Ping was the weakest, but he was the most overbearing and savage. Even Sherpa and Luan did not say anything, but Spirit Emperor could sense some fear in them. Messi, she was not familiar with. However, she was extremely familiar with Sherpa. This fellow was also a thorn in the past. If he wasn't a thorn, he wouldn't have dared to have designs on her, much less call her Fatty Ling. Who would dare to peep at Emperor Ling's palace if he wasn't a prick? If he wasn't a prick, why would he dare to compete with that shameless Tengu for hundreds of years and refuse to admit defeat? Even so, when faced with Fang Ping, such a prickly person felt a hidden fear in his heart. An extremely young human king, this generation's human king, Spirit Emperor knew everything that happened in the small building. She had vaguely heard people mention this person. This generation's human king, or should she call him the Devil King, human demon, such a young fellow was called human demon. In addition to Yi's death, Fang Ping had also mentioned it downstairs. At that time, everyone's expressions made Spirit Emperor understand that this person was probably the one who killed the Divine Emperor's chief. He even dared to kill the Divine Emperor's people, Spirit Emperor thought to herself. She was not in a hurry to say these things. She said indifferently, "How is the situation in the Three Realms now?" Listening to this tone, Fang Ping judged that the other party did not know the situation in the Three Realms. Even if this was a clone, it was not the kind that had just entered. Otherwise, it should know the situation in the Three Realms. Fang Ping said with a smile, "The 9 emperors and 4 emperors are not out, and the few old monsters of Chuwu are sealed. The Three Realms is still considered peaceful." The corner of Sherpo's mouth twitched. "Peaceful? What is peaceful in your eyes?" Spirit Emperor said coldly. "Recently, the origin has been vibrating frequently. I have also sensed it." "Sherpa, you tell him." Sherpa coughed lightly and glanced at Fang Ping. After thinking for a while, he said with a smile, "Peaceful? Not really. Many people have died. There are quite a few old acquaintances." Sherpa sighed. The Weapon Master, Sky Chief, Ji Yun, Yuan Hua, and among the 8 kings, except for King Kuan and King Qian, the rest are all dead. Among the 36 saints, less than 5 survived. The rest are also finished. Spirit Emperor was silent for a long time. After a long time, her voice became lower. "Back then, we did not kill so many people. Why did so many powerhouses die?" Even in her eyes, the Heavenly King was a powerhouse. Too many people had died, especially the Weapon Master. In the last battle, he had broken 8. There was also the Chuwu Yuan Hua, who was also a powerhouse who had broken 8. These people were all old acquaintances, even old friends. While Spirit Emperor was thinking about this, Fang Ping raised his eyebrows. Interesting. She actually knew about the last battle. This meant that she knew more than others. Of course, if she did not know about the current situation in the Three Realms, then she had been here for a long time. However, it would not be more than 8,000 years. When Sherpa heard this, he winked at Fang Ping and said with a smile, "Each generation is more despicable than the last. Some people are ruthless. Don't think that they are not strong. They will not pay for tricking people to death." Fang Ping smiled and said, "Senior Sherpa, don't scold yourself like that." Sherpa chuckled. On the other side, he crossed his legs and leaned against the sofa. He said lazily, "What are you denying? Add some trump cards and let this woman know that we are not to be trifled with." Luan was not stupid. She said directly, now in the three realms, the human race is the strongest. Those who broke 8 are the heavenly king subduing, the god creation envoy, and maybe that annoying stupid dog. Didn't the sea guardian cooperate with you before? Killing the sky chief is also breaking 8. You who broke 7, the martial king, and this stupid cat. I and Sherpa are now on your side. Moon spirit, that woman, is also pestering you. Fong Ping's face darkened. I admit to the previous ones. Moon spirit and I have nothing to do with each other. It's just a cooperation. He could not admit to this, messing with this bastard and gossiping. After he finished speaking, Spirit Emperor said lightly, this is out of my expectations. The three realms are dominated by the human race. It's just SOSO. Fong Ping chuckled. It can't be compared to the Emperor. Once the Emperor comes out, how can we have our position? We can still kill them if we want to. It's like when there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves the king. Spirit Emperor said coldly, at least you know your limits. Fong Ping was not convinced by her words. He smiled and said, although the Emperor is strong, he is not invincible. 1 broken 8 can't do it, but there is still some hope for 10 broken 8. A few days ago, the Emperor descended. Although I don't know how much effort he put in, it should be a lot. If it was too fake, no one would believe him. In the end, he was beaten like a grandson. The Emperor is strong, but it doesn't feel like he can suppress the three realms alone. Of course, the God Emperor and the Emperor of Heaven Reverse might be stronger, but it's not to that extent. If a group of broken 8 attack, there is still hope of killing them, right? Humph. Spirit Emperor sneered. Childish. The Emperor is immortal. Unless the Tao collapses, otherwise, even if the three realms collapse, the Emperor will not die. At most, he will die. There was still a difference between death and nirvana. One was possible to revive. It might take thousands of years, but there was still hope of resurrection. The other was complete death, unable to be reborn. Obviously, Spirit Emperor also had the domineering and majesty of the Emperor. Fong Ping said that he could kill the Emperor and wanted to suppress her. How could she let Fong Ping do as he wished? Senior also said that unless the Tao collapses. A few years ago, it might not have happened. But now, I think it's dangerous. Fong Ping said with a smile, the world behind the door has changed. The origin of the Tao has actually been broken. The Tao between the virtual gate and the real gate has actually been broken. According to my judgment, it may continue to be broken. A few guys want to transcend and no longer be puppets. They have also made arrangements in the world behind the door. Maybe Spirit Emperor is one of them. Fong Ping said playfully, only you guys know what you want to do by making some fake Taos. I think the real gate will collapse sooner or later. The emperors are all looking for a way out now, right? They want to get rid of the restrictions, continue to dominate the three realms, and continue to maintain the majesty of the emperors. The emperors have their own plans. Some people probably still want to use others as stepping stones. When I transcend, the void left behind will be filled by others. You plot against me, I plot against you. I can't wait to kill the other party and completely transcend. I know all about these things. Senior, you don't have to be too polite with me. I may not understand what you know, but it doesn't mean I don't know. Fong Ping said lazily, maybe I know some things that you think are mysterious. Let's talk about the seed. Forget it, it's fine not to talk about it. Senior, you hide a lot from me. I don't need to tell you everything, right? Spirit Emperor was silent. Sherpa and the other two also looked at Fong Ping in surprise. Sure, you are almost F*** king connected to the three realms. You know everything. There are some things that they don't know. Spirit Emperor was silent for a while. Her voice was still cold. Even if you know, you can't change anything. Strength, I understand. Not enough strength is nonsense. Fong Ping said with a smile, so, aren't I improving? I keep improving. Give me some time. Don't tell me I will become an emperor one day? That's not realistic. Breaking 8 will be fast. I think it will be a matter of a few months at most. It's not easy to break 9. It depends on luck. As for becoming stronger, I won't think about it now. Fang Ping joked and said with a smile, Senior, I've said a lot. I just asked you a question. Can't you answer it? Sherpa and Luan shut up now, glib talk and negotiation. They felt that they were too far behind Fang Ping. They had a little self-awareness and did not get involved. Let Fang Ping talk. The two of them were responsible for the work. This fellow's glib tongue was really sharp. Spirit Emperor, who had a cold attitude before, was a little shaken after talking to him for a while. There was no way not to be shaken. Fang Ping knew too much. Not only that, this guy was really scary. Breaking 7 in 3 years, not far from breaking 8. Was he still King human? If the 3 realms had the most hope of becoming an emperor, one was the suppressing heavenly king, one was the god creation envoy, and one was the demon emperor, then the 4th person was definitely Fang Ping. The reason why Sherpa thought that the demon emperor was in the top 3 was because the other party founded the demon court. Of course, it still depended on the situation now. If the Dao tree succeeded, then it would be hard to say. The two of them did not speak. Spirit Emperor no longer hesitated and said coldly, I am now considered a combination of the origin projection and the avatar. The avatar can leave freely, the origin projection is just an illusion, but now, it has merged into one. Although I have a certain amount of the original body's memories and strength, and even have a connection with the original body, I have lost my freedom. Is that so? Fang Ping touched his chin and murmured, I understand a little. You were originally an avatar controlled by the original body. In the end, you were stuffed into the control chip by the rules of this place. Now, it's double control, but your strength is much stronger than before, Fang Ping roughly understood. Spirit Emperor's clone might have entered this place about 8,000 years ago, and ended up fusing with the projection of the origin of this place. She lost her freedom, but she was also different from the general origin projection. On the human emperor's side, he was also an avatar, but he did not lose his freedom because he did not merge with that origin projection. There were pros and cons to Spirit Emperor's doing this. The bad thing was that she could not leave. The good thing was that she could merge with the rules here. She might be able to borrow a part of the rules' power and even cultivate on her own. Fang Ping judged that she should be able to cultivate on her own. Otherwise, where did her vitality come from? No wonder her avatar was extremely strong, at the very least, it was at the point of breaking through 2 doors. She should have cultivated here for many years and absorbed a lot of vitality, which made her avatar extremely strong. Fang Ping thought of a question and said, once Senior gets out of this place, can you merge with the original body? Yes. Spirit Emperor did not bother to deny it, and she could not. If Senior's avatar proves Dao and breaks through 9, will it be much stronger after merging with the original body? That's right. So, Senior is actually here to break through everything, leave this place, and return to the original body? Or simply become the master yourself? Replace the real Spirit Emperor, merge with the Spirit Emperor, and you become the master? Fang Ping smiled and said, you raised a fake cat. When you met the real cat, you didn't even touch it. Are you trying to distinguish it from the original body? A cold voice came from behind the curtain. Being too smart might not be a good thing. What's wrong with that? Fang Ping said nonchalantly, anyone would think that way. Who would be willing to be someone else's substitute, even if it's an avatar? After leaving for a long time, can it still be considered an avatar? I have my own life here. I've lived for so many years. If I calculate it, it might be 70 to 80,000 years. After all, the flow of time here is different from the outside world. I've lived longer than the real Spirit Emperor. It's completely understandable that I want to be the master. Fang Ping was carefree, but Sherpa's expression changed. Seeing this, Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior Sherpa, you don't care if it's real or fake. Anyway, it's one body. Anyway, it's not interesting to you. Maybe this fake one will be more interesting to you. Sherpa's expression was ugly. He looked behind the curtain and said in a low voice, you want to replace the real body? Spirit Emperor did not expect Fang Ping to think so much in the blink of an eye. At this moment, she said. Coldly, it's one body, how can you say it's replaced? After the fusion, whether her consciousness takes over the main body or my consciousness takes over the main body, I'll still be Spirit Emperor. Fang Ping suddenly smiled and said, don't worry, there's another possibility. Senior's real body and this avatar are extremely powerful, but they're limited by the origin Tao. Could it be that Senior wants one of them to become the existence that fills the origin and liberates the other part? Fang Ping touched his chin and said as if he was talking in his sleep, it's also possible. Which emperor doesn't have an avatar or something? Of course, this has to be powerful. But how can an avatar become powerful so easily? So it's very difficult to replace the main body and become a part of the fusion of Tao. You know a lot. Spirit Emperor's tone became colder. This guy seemed to know everything. Fang Ping smiled and said, it's just so. I got it from asking around. Asking around here, asking a few questions there, and adding some guesses. Won't I be able to guess some things? Spirit Emperor's purpose is nothing more than these. First, fusion. Second, one part is suppressed and the other part is liberated. Third, seize opportunities, such as seed projection or something to strengthen oneself. Fang Ping chuckled and said, Senior, tell us, what can we do? What can Senior provide us? That Tao tree guy probably wants to prove his Tao and become an emperor. Although I'm not familiar with that guy, he's obviously my enemy. Senior becomes stronger or that guy becomes stronger. Of course, I choose Senior to become stronger. Of course, Senior has to give us some soup to drink. After we drink the soup, then everything can be discussed. Although Tao Tree is strong, after I call on my friends and family, plus you, Spirit Emperor, it won't be difficult to get rid of it. Of course, we still have to be wary of that guy, Emperor. He's also a sinister guy, be careful that he's ready to take advantage of the situation. Spirit Emperor, after about 10 seconds of silence, Spirit Emperor said lightly, you've said everything that needs to be said. You're very domineering, very strong, and you want to take the initiative the moment you come. You're very similar to Earthly Emperor in the past, and this may not be a good thing. Earthly Emperor is like this too? Fang Ping smiled and said, don't say, if Earthly Emperor is really like this, I quite like it. His two sons, Hong Kuan and Earthly Emperor are somewhat similar. Actually, I quite like this kind of open opponent. When I say I want to be your enemy, I'll be your enemy. If you're unhappy, I'll fight you. That's quite good. But I have to learn from people like Emperor God and Emperor. For example, Hong Yu, I don't like him. Even if he smiles like a fool, I still think he's a shady guy, and I can't be bothered to deal with him. Fang Ping was the kind of person who gave orders, full of vigor. In his eyes, there were some people who could be looked up to, and some people who did not need to be looked up to. That included the emperors. Of course, people like Earthly Emperor and Hong Kuan die quickly too. It's very normal. Fang Ping smiled and said, Senior, let's not talk about this. Time is tight, lest the benefits are taken away by others if I'm late in the later stages. Senior, just tell us what you want us to do. Spirit Emperor seemed to be exhaling. Dealing with people like Fang Ping was sometimes very annoying. He had already told you everything, all you had to do was agree, disagree. This was extremely unsuitable for the domineering emperors, they had always been the ones who could make decisions with a word. Since when was it up to others to teach them what to do? Moreover, this person was still very young. Spirit Emperor suppressed the displeasure in his heart and said coldly, if you really want to cooperate, then it's very simple. Destroy the tree's plan. Of course, not before clearing the stage, but after. The tree is waiting for you at the final stage, so that you can clear the stage together. Before that, you have to cooperate with it, clear the last stage, and see the seed of rebirth. I will appear at that time and snatch the seed of rebirth. And you have to help me stop the tree, no problem. Fang Ping agreed readily, but Spirit Emperor dared not believe it. It was too satisfying. Fang Ping smiled and said, we're all powerhouses, there's no need for so much nonsense. The tree and I don't get along. I just killed E, so we're obviously not family. Can I make it stronger? So if you want to snatch it, of course, I'll support you. Common interests are the basis of cooperation. Only then can it be a win-win situation. Senior, you don't have to suspect anything. Of course, when that time comes, if I have the chance, I'll see if I can get a share of the loot. This is also normal. Senior, you can't not snatch it for me, right? We're all smart people. The so-called cooperation is to be partial to you, to kill the tree together, and then we'll rely on our own abilities. I like to say this openly, lest we plot against each other and give the enemy a chance. I hate this kind of situation the most. Having said that, Fang Ping added, this is the senior's request. To be honest, before this, my idea was to kill the Dao tree before it breaks through the barrier. Since the senior has said so, then the risk we're taking is huge. It's fine to take risks. Are martial artists afraid of taking risks? If there are benefits, we'll dare to kill emperors. Let's see if it's worth it. How about this, Stony Pa and Luan Poba? As for me, I just need some vitality to forge my jade bones. Fang Ping calculated for a while and said, get me some unification fusion power. Get some for Ash too. After all, it was a cat you raised back then. Look at the cat you're raising now, it's so fat. It's obvious that you treated Ash badly back then. Just do it as a token. Luan, Stony Pa, and Ash looked at Fang Ping together, their eyes full of admiration. You make it sound so simple. Spirit Emperor, on the other hand, was a little sullen. Her voice was no longer cold as she said in a low voice, if you want these, I can give them to you. But after it's done, I won't release the eagle until I see the rabbit. Fang Ping chuckled. You're not generous enough. Women are women. If I go to Emperor now, believe it or not, he'll turn around and provide it to me as long as I agree to help him. I, Fang Ping, represent not only me, but also suppressing Heavenly King, God-crafting envoy, and even a group of beginner powerhouses. Together with Stony Pa and the others, I dare say that no one in the three realms can provide this force. Whichever side we're partial to, that side will most likely be the winner. This is my confidence and capital. Moreover, this is also a risky matter. A group of Poba will risk their lives to fight powerhouses for your goal. Do I need this much? Fang Ping laughed. I'm giving face to Ash, that's why I'm giving them a preferential price. If it's not Ash, you want to dismiss me with this? Senior Spirit Emperor, do you think I've never seen good things? That day in the world behind the door, that unknown fellow wanted to give me 10 drops of true blood in order to keep my secret. He asked me not to destroy his projection. I didn't even agree. I, Fang Ping, have seen a lot of good things. Senior, don't think that I'm asking for too much. I've always been fair. Stony Pa and Luan cursed in their hearts. Have some shame, you treat your own people with nothing to say. You're quite fair. But to outsiders, when have you ever been fair? Fang Ping was still quite good to his own people. Li Hansong's forging of jade bones and Ash's forging of jade bones could be said to have been fought for by Fang Ping for them. Fang Ping himself had not succeeded in forging. But none of Fang Ping's enemies had taken advantage of him. Although Spirit Emperor did not know what kind of person he was, he knew that he could not easily trust this fellow. His voice was slightly cold. What if you don't do all that in the end? Fang Ping laughed. I said, I'll help you solve the problem of the Dao tree. I can guarantee this. If we can't do it, it means that we've lost. There's no other way. But if there's a chance, the Dao tree will definitely be taken care of by us. You just have to believe this. Also, I can't guarantee that you'll be the big winner in the end. I can only say that it depends on luck. Maybe the benefits will be mine. It depends on your ability. If I break 7 gates, you have the ability to break at least 2 gates. If you don't even have this bit of confidence, don't fight for it. As he said that, Fang Ping grabbed the big cat on his shoulder and laughed. If you don't believe me, Big Cat can be the witness. You've raised this cat for many years. It won't go so far as to cheat you. After all, it's a cat in love. Other than being a little stupid, it still has some credibility. Meow. The cat looked innocent. A liar swearing to a cat. What a scary feeling. Behind the gauze curtain, Spirit Emperor's eyes flickered. Suddenly, she said, Ash, in the past, if I wanted to hug you, I had to feed you. Why do I treat this person differently? She did not answer Fang Ping's question, nor did she agree to Fang Ping's conditions. She was indeed a little strange. The cat's attitude towards Fang Ping was different. In the past, even she, although the cat was raised in the Spirit Emperor Palace, it was also a proud cat. There were no benefits. If you want to play with a cat, dream on. Now, Fang Ping could make it round and flat at will. Was this still a cat? Meow, big, humph. The cold snort sounded again. The cat looked aggrieved. All right, I won't shout anymore. Big, 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 the liar smells good. I can eat delicious food, eat big fish, and drink emperor beverage, Spirit Emperor said coldly. He's a pawn of the Celestial Emperor? I don't know. The cat was at a loss. How would it know this? Spirit Emperor frowned slightly. Fang Ping said lazily, don't think about it. Even if I'm a pawn of the Celestial Emperor, he has to be able to control me. If he can't control me and wants to be my enemy, I'll kill him. It's that simple. Did the cat come from the Celestial Emperor? If that was the case, Tianqin still had to be on guard. Understood. By the way, your relationship with the Celestial Emperor is not ordinary, right? Humph. Nonsense. Spirit Emperor snorted coldly. Sherpa scolded directly. Fang Ping smiled and said casually, True Spirit Emperor is not here. What's the big deal? Back then, Spirit Emperor told Martial King that the cat could look for the Celestial Emperor if something happened. When Tianqin killed the fire god, he also died. Someone secretly protected his origin. Forget it, I can't be bothered to care about you people. Do as you please. I'm not stupid. These so-called secrets, I just don't take them seriously. He guessed that Spirit Emperor and the Celestial Emperor were related. Apart from other things, did adopting the cat mean that he really liked cats? Maybe. The Fang Ping of today was no longer the newbie who had just come into contact with martial arts and did not know anything. He had come into contact with many things and powerhouses. The places that he had been to, such as the world behind the door, the emperors might not have been to all of them. Connecting these clues, he knew no less than anyone else. In addition, Fang Ping liked to add some of his own guesses. Under normal circumstances, after combining the clues, even if his judgment was wrong, some of it would be true. It was true. For those who knew, it was a crushing aura. Fang Ping had suppressed Spirit Emperor. Sherpa and Luan both felt a little bit about this. Spirit Emperor did not lose his composure and did not show anything, but a seemingly disdainful snort made Sherpa feel that he was trying to cover it up. When all the clues were combined, they could not help but think, Spirit Emperor and Celestial Emperor. Were they related? Tianqin was probably saved by her. The message she left in Spirit Emperor Palace said that if Cat was in trouble, he could go to Celestial Emperor. After Tianqin died, she adopted Cat and Heavenly Dog were said to be left behind by Celestial Emperor. All of this was saying something. Sherpa's eyes flickered, and he said nothing. After a while, Sherpa suddenly said impatiently, Fatty Spirit and the others are that guy's disciples. What's wrong, kid? What are you thinking? Fang Ping said lazily, nothing. I said it's related. It's a master-disciple relationship. Old Sher, why are you so nervous? Fang Ping joked and laughed. Don't mind these minor details. In this day and age, in order to transcend, the father can cheat the son, and the son can cheat the father. Don't talk about cheating each other, master and disciple falling out, moral decay, what hasn't happened? I've seen it many times, and I've long gotten used to it. Only humans, young, energetic, hot-blooded, and martial artists can still keep their hearts. Old antiques who have lived for tens of thousands of years, to be honest, are they still human when their humanity has been obliterated? There was a hint of sarcasm in these words. Sherpa said nothing, and Luan yawned and did not reply. Did Fang Ping slander them? He really did not. He had lived for too long, so long, that he had really become indifferent to some feelings. Martial artists were too young, so young that some people thought they were childish. However, this group of childish people guarded that ridiculous persistence and protection, and became stronger. Sometimes, he was envious. Once upon a time, they were also young. However, time was merciless. Tens of thousands of years had passed, and one's life was about to reach its end. Too many things had been erased. Emperor Ling Huang didn't continue this topic and said indifferently, I'll give you the things later. I don't have them now, Trying to get something for nothing? Fang Ping could not help but laugh. I don't think so. Senior, this is a joke. I won't go back on my word. Spirit Emperor said coldly, once I say it, there will be no mishaps. Really? Fang Ping laughed. All right, forget it then. Retreat. Fang Ping put away the tea table, snatched the teapot from Sherpo's hands, and put away the sofa immediately. He smiled and said, forget it. Senior, let's go after you've sent us off. How would I dare to take it seriously when you're trying to gain something without risking anything? Senior, please don't joke around. No? Fang Ping curled his lips. 10,000 years in the outside world is 100,000 years in here. If you steal one live fish a year, you'll have 100,000 in 100,000 years. Don't say that you can't steal them. If you couldn't steal them, would you have cultivated to this point? It's not like I don't understand the rules here. Although the power of the rule is strong, you can use the rules to seek your own benefits within a limited range. Take Heavenly Emperor Zhang's level for example. In the level, the Grey Cat's projection, second cat, collected hundreds of live fish. It even sent dozens of grey cats. Senior, you can't be worse than a cat's projection, right? If that's the case, don't cooperate with her. I don't want to cooperate with such a stupid person, lest I get cheated. At this time, the grey cat happened to take out a live fish and was eating it, as if to prove something. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. Suddenly, he looked at the grey cat, a little aggrieved. This stupid cat. What are you trying to say? The grey cat looked aggrieved. What are you doing? I'm hungry. What are you doing? Big fatty, you don't like cats anymore, sob sob sob. The grey cat felt aggrieved. How aggrieved? I'm here. It's fine if you didn't give me food. It's fine if you hugged 3 cats. I'm eating my own food. You still stare at me. You don't like cats anymore? So sad, so sad. Spirit Emperor was a little tired. She shouted in a low voice, why are you crying? This cat still wanted to cry, she was speechless. I didn't do anything to you, did I? The grey cat sobbed. Its fat body trembled. Fang Ping patted the cat's head and smiled. What are you aggrieved about? After all, it's not the real body. I don't have any feelings for you. The real body treats you like this. No matter how aggrieved you are. It's just a clone. Just be an outsider. Don't you understand it yourself? Second cat and third cat are not your grey cats, are they? That's true. The grey cat nodded. It made sense. The liar was right. This was a fake big fatty. It was not real. Then, it did not feel aggrieved. At this moment, even her feelings for this fake Spirit Emperor had lessened a lot. This time, Spirit Emperor was not separated by the curtain. The curtain disappeared. Spirit Emperor stood up, looked at Fang Ping, and said coldly, do you think you can change anything by not cooperating? Previously, you were the one who took the initiative to seek all this. This was Fang Ping who took the initiative to seek cooperation, not her. Then I don't want to do it now. Fang Ping shrugged, grabbed the teacup in Luan's hand, and said angrily, what? It's only made by a true god-level monster plant. Are you that poor? This guy actually wanted to be greedy, poor bastard, Luan was embarrassed. She scolded in her heart. Didn't he look good, in the future, when he went out, sitting on a soft chair, drinking tea, and talking to people, wouldn't that make him look good, this bastard, he was not even willing to give a cup. Stingy bastard, Luan scolded in her heart. There was no expression on her face, as if she did not understand at all. At this moment, Spirit Emperor's aura overflowed. He said coldly, come and go as you please. Since you know all this, silence her? Fang Ping suddenly became excited. He roared, both of you, get your weapons and kill her. She wants to silence us first. 100,000 years, 100,000 fish. It's enough for us to forge our jade bones 5 times. He was also regretful. It was not easy to make a move. Sherpa, this bastard, seemed to be a little uncertain. Would he be willing to leave just like that? Of course not, Of course not. After talking for so long and wasting so much time, how could Fang Ping be willing to leave just like that with nothing? Silence her. Sure, I like it, breaking 2 doors, right? Did he break 3 doors? Probably not, then it might not be impossible. As long as there was a chance, he would do it. Fang Ping was excited. This performance was beyond Spirit Emperor's expectations. This was the first time something like this had happened. Under normal circumstances, should the other party not turn pale with fright and be eager to escape, she was still a little surprised. Fang Ping had already picked up his staff and roared, "Celestial Polarity, King Huai, Yuan Gang, come out, all of you. Spirit Emperor is going crazy. He's going to kill someone. Kill her together." Boom, a staff swept through the sky. "I've been tired of talking nonsense with you for a long time. 100,000 years, moreover, it was a doppelganger that knew how to steal. This was not a puppet that was completely restricted by the rules. This was a doppelganger that had a very strong self-awareness. There must be treasures hidden inside. Other things aside, there was definitely a lot of vitality. That cat was as fat as a pig. It was obvious that it ate a lot of vitality. Fang Ping's staff was unexpected. It was extremely fast. It was as if he had been prepared to do it a long time ago. Even Li Hansong did not know when he had merged with him again. He did not remove it at all. Emperor armor appeared directly. The speed of the force outburst was extraordinarily fast. Fang Ping seemed to be waiting for it. Of course, Fang Ping was not stupid. He directly exposed everything about Spirit Emperor. If he wanted to leave now, would Spirit Emperor agree so easily? Obviously, there was still room for negotiation, but Fang Ping was not going to do it. He wanted to kill everything in one go. As soon as he moved, Luan could not hold it in anymore. He was really jealous of Fang Ping's gains. This fellow was also a very daring person. When he heard Fang Ping's analysis that Spirit Emperor had saved 100,000 years of life force. When he thought of the 100,000 fish just like that, he also went crazy. Benefits moved people's hearts. Spirit Emperor was not his real body. What was there to be afraid of? Kill her, old sure. Kill the fake one and take the real one. Luan roared. A greatsword appeared in his hand. Jiyan's sword, a semi-divine weapon. He did not take it out earlier. Obviously, he was not serious before. Right now, Luan's vitality outburst almost broke through the roof of the building. This small building had been operated by Spirit Emperor for many years. It was also formed by rules and was extremely sturdy. But today, both Luan and Fang Ping were crazy. Even the rules were somewhat broken. Sherpo's expression kept changing. Fang Ping swung his staff and roared, "You can't be decisive. Serves you right to be a spare tire. F***ck. Although Sherpa did not really understand what Beitai meant, he knew it was not something good. His face darkened. Then, a long spear appeared in his hand. A silver long spear. In Fang Ping's source world, the origin realm suddenly trembled. Fang Ping released the origin realm instantly. The origin realm flew out. At this moment, the origin realm suddenly turned into a set of silver armor, covering Sherpo's body. Sherpa murmured, "You newbies are starting to look down on me. When I'm famous in the 3 realms, you guys are nothing." As soon as he finished speaking, the silver armor and the silver long spear exploded. Sherpa laughed heartily and said loudly, "I have not reached the point where I am blinded by lust. Today, King Breaker returns." Kaboom, the sky shattered. Endless origin chi surged into his body. A long spear, mixed with the nauseating smell of blood, rushed toward Spirit Emperor. Spring Guardian, who the F***ck is the Spring Guardian, a top-notch powerhouse who dared to challenge the Emperor would not be the Spring Guardian. Kill. The 3 powerhouses attacked instantly, almost without any hesitation. Spirit Emperor's expression was cold. The treasure sword in his hand was unsheathed. The sword swung out and stabbed toward Fang Ping. The tip of the sword touched lightly. The long staff in Fang Ping's hand trembled violently. His hand could not hold on to the long staff. With a bang, the flesh on his hand exploded. The long sword attacked Fang Ping's eyes again. Sherpa and Luan did not care. If he could not block one move, Fang Ping was useless. If he died, he would die in vain. So arrogant. If he did not have the strength, who would let him be arrogant? Do you think I am easy to bully? Fang Ping shouted coldly. With a rumble, all the strength in his body turned into force. At this moment, Fang Ping's combat strength also climbed to the peak. God-slaying. Until now, he had not thoroughly tried the new God-slaying saber technique. In the battle with Heavenly Emperor, Fang Ping had gained a lot. The long staff was like a knife. There was no flesh on his hand. However, Fang Ping did not seem to feel it. He held the long staff firmly and swept it toward the long sword. No retreat. When powerhouses fought, the taboo for the weak was to retreat. If he retreated, his weakness would be exposed, and he would become more and more passive, only kill, fight to the death and not retreat. He was not the only one. Here. There were two other top-notch powerhouses. What was he afraid of? Rumble, the great battle broke out instantly. This was no longer the previous test. It was a desperate battle. Fang Ping was jealous of the 100,000 years worth of reserves. If he could seize it and bring it back, it would definitely be an incomparably huge gain. Old Zhang could forge jade bones. He could forge jade bones. Old Wang might be able to too. Including metal-swallowing beast Old Manly, what they lacked was this kind of incomparably strong vitality. In the outside world, there was no vitality at all. A fish's vitality was comparable to a saint's. Even if you beat heavenly wood to death, it would still be difficult for it to condense a fish's vitality. Only here, only where this kind of subprojection was, would there be so much vitality. The ones that Song Cat had exchanged earlier were almost used up by the man and the cat. Who knew if there were any more checkpoints later? Even if there were, facing top-notch powerhouses like the Dao Tree, Fang Ping felt that Spirit Emperor was still easier to deal with. Kill her, good stuff. Bang, the roof exploded. The four powerhouses fought. The weakest Fang Ping was now at peak break 7. It even surpassed the battle at the earthly sovereign's side. The aftermath was terrifying to the extreme. Boom, the earth trembled. Underground, Celestial Pole's vitality erupted. He gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice, "Hang in there." I guessed it. He knew it was nothing good. Sure enough, he was crazy. 3 powerhouses at peak break 7 and 1 at peak break 8 were fighting with all their might. Beside him, Xingnan was simply praising his prince as a god. The prince was really amazing. There had not been any big movements before. He had thought that the prince was worrying too much and making a mountain out of a molehill. Now, he really had foresight. Underground, there were people squeezing in from the side. King Huai said telepathically, "Prince, how about defending together? One more person means more power?" Scram. Celestial Pole was furious. Scram, you jinx. If you come again, I will kill you. And Yuan gang, get out of my sight. You guys defend yourselves. Mother asterisk Kerr, these two wanted to join in too. Scram, didn't they know what kind of trash they were? King Huai and Yuan gang were sullen. How much better were you than us? But at this moment, they could not care so much. The place was only so big. A great battle had broken out outside. Vitality rampaged and the power of the rule bombarded in all directions. It was getting stronger and stronger. Even the saints could not withstand it. Everyone else, come and gather. King Huai said quickly. Seeing that some true gods and venerable emperors were hesitating, he said angrily, "Idiots, you will die if you don't come. If you come, you still have a chance." Some people's eyes flickered slightly. Then, they gritted their teeth and gathered toward them. Yes, they would die if they did not go. If they went, they might have a chance to survive. Although these two jinxes were very troublesome, the fact that they were able to survive until now meant that they were still lucky. Although he felt that the probability of death was not low when he was with them. Water power was about to go over when Celestial Pole grabbed him. Go my ass, I didn't ask you to scram, you were on Fang Ping's side. Needless to say, this battle was provoked by Fang Ping. In this case, it would be safer to bring Fang Ping's people. These Celestial Pole sects knew. Water power was surprised, but with the protection of a heavenly king, it was better than King Huai and the others. Without any nonsense, both sides quickly put up a shield together. The aftermath of the battle outside was getting stronger and stronger. Couldn't these guys be quiet for a while? Everyone was sullen and indignant. Couldn't they just obediently feed the cat and pass the test? They were all F***king crazy. Break. A long spear, shattering heaven and earth, broke through the air, and stabbed toward Spirit Emperor's throat. Spirit Emperor's face was cold. His long sword instantly exploded, turning into countless thin swords. In the blink of an eye, they formed a sword array, enveloping the long spear. Countless long swords shot toward Sherpa. Sherpa took a step back, but Spirit Emperor was not interested in him. The tens of thousands of swords in front of Sherpa suddenly disappeared. On the other side, Fang Ping felt a great sense of crisis. Tens of thousands of swords suddenly appeared above his head and fell down. Do you think you are qualified to use a sword? Fang Ping let out a furious roar. Demonic martial sword. The long staff was like a sword. At this moment, Fang Ping's flesh and blood surged. His flesh and blood melted instantly, merging into the long staff. At this moment, in the void, figures appeared one after another, merging into the long sword in an instant. Demon martial sword. The combat techniques that Li Chongqing and the others had used were passed down by the old vice-chancellor of MCMAU. It was not considered a top-notch combat technique. There was only one thing about it, which was to integrate one's strength and slash at all costs. The current Fang Ping was extremely powerful. When this sword was unleashed, in the source world, Zhang Tao directly brought the old vice-chancellor and the others into it. Slash. Buzz, a sword that could break the sky. Although Spirit Emperor was strong, were you a sword Dao expert? Even if you were, it was nothing because your sword was not as ruthless as mine. The sword was meant to kill. The neo-martial techniques only attacked and did not defend. They focused on killing, giving everything they had just to burst out with greater lethality. In the past, Fang Ping had also learned Li Zhen's void-piercing sword, Old Man Li's longevity sword, his Sattva sword, and his Terminator sword. He did not really use the sword. He felt that the murderous aura of the sword was not strong enough. Today, however, he was using the sword. Boom, the sky was blasted by the sword gleam. A giant hand materialized in the void. Fang Ping snorted coldly. Look at this rule. Who am I going to kill? You stowaway, you're even more sinful than us. Rumble, tens of thousands of swords were shattered. Fang Ping's demonic martial sword appeared and slashed through tens of thousands of swords. However, Fang Ping's emperor armor was pierced through by the tens of thousands of swords. Sword chi exploded inside his body. His flesh and blood had long disappeared. At this moment, streaks of white marks appeared on his bones. Crack. Some bones were directly broken. He was stronger than Hong Yu. With the emperor armor between them, thousands of swords broke dozens of Fang Ping's bones. Fang Ping's bones were much stronger than before. 85% jade bone honing. Even so, he still could not block this sword. This old woman is quite domineering. Ha ha ha. He raised his greatsword. The moment Spirit Emperor attacked Fang Ping, he seized the opportunity. His sword was swift and fierce, slashing down like thunder. Bang, Spirit Emperor's scabbard flew up, blocking the sword. However, at this moment, a flash of silver light flashed. With a squelch, it pierced through her jade-like hand. Drip. A drop of scarlet blood dripped. Boom, the power of the rule exploded, instantly destroying this drop of blood. Spirit Emperor turned her head, looking at Sherpa who was holding the spear. Suddenly, she sighed. You want to kill me? You're not her. Sherpa was cold. You're not her. Even if she dies, she will never compromise. After all, you're just a fake. You're just a clone. How dare you call yourself Spirit Emperor? You're insulting her. I'll kill you. Boom, at this moment, Sherpa was really incomparably powerful. His spear was like a silver dragon. It was not enough to pierce through Spirit Emperor's palm. He pulled out the spear and attacked again, aiming at various vital points. Throat, eyes, heart, to powerhouses. These vital points might not be vital anymore. However, it was easier to break through defenses. Sherpa's spear was too fast. It was so fast that Fang Ping could not see how many times he attacked in an instant. Spirit Emperor waved her jade-like hand, the sound of metal colliding was endless. Spirit Emperor's expression changed slightly. Her voice was cold. Don't force me. At this moment, the three of them suddenly retreated. In the void, there was a rumble. The rule's giant hand descended. Spirit Emperor slashed with her sword, shattering the giant hand directly. At this moment, she was like an ice goddess. Her entire body was overflowing with cold air. She looked at the three of them, her aura stronger than before. Sherpa saw something at a glance. He said coldly, "You're hiding your strength. No, you don't dare to use it. After all, you're a stowaway. Once you use it, the rule will definitely discover everything. You're very strong. Maybe a peak broken gate 2, maybe a broken gate 9. Sherpa was no longer as naive as before. He said coldly, "Do you dare to use it? If you can't kill us in one move, you'll be killed by the rule." Luan also grinned. "You can scare those cowards, Hong Yu. Are you trying to scare us? Old woman, you're not enough. Let your real body come." Hee, Spirit Emperor probably thinks that we're those ancient heavenly kings. Luan, are we? Fong Ping also chuckled. The three of them looked like eagles, extremely sharp. Broken Gate 9, this might be the source of Spirit Emperor's confidence, but they were all top-notch powerhouses. They found a loophole in the blink of an eye. Spirit Emperor dared not use it all. Otherwise, the rule's power would definitely destroy her, a stowaway. And this scene had actually just happened before. Fong Ping, yes, in the earthly sovereign stage, Fong Ping was actually also in the position of Spirit Emperor. He was also activating the rule's power. Even if he had to die with them, he had to kill Li Zhu and the rest. Li Zhu and the rest were unwilling to continue fighting, so they gave up. Hong Kuan ran away directly. If Hong Kuan and the rest were here, they might choose Fong Ping. But Fong Ping and the rest really cared about money more than their lives. Who would be afraid of Spirit Emperor's threat? Not far away, Old Cat protected the fat third cat. Riding on third cat's head, it muttered, "Fake fatty can't scare them. These rascals are even more rascals than me. Even big dogs can't compare to them." Third cat looked worried, and it meowed. Old Cat patted its fat head and muttered, "Don't be afraid, it's okay. You just want to be the boss, just like me. I'm your boss." Liars and Fake Fatty are actually fighting to be the boss too. Both sides started fighting without saying a word. They also had some thoughts of parting. If they could kill, they would kill. If they couldn't, they had to force one side to give in. They were all top-notch powerhouses. It was useless to talk. Whoever gave in would lose half the battle. Fong Ping wanted to get the benefits first. Spirit Emperor let them do the work first. This had to be done by one side. Now, it was up to who could hold on. If Spirit Emperor did not use his true strength, he would be killed today. The three of them would not be lenient. P.S. Promote the new book by the author, Hidden Arrow, invincible as soon as it appears. Everyone, support and collect it. Thank you. Beside the dilapidated building, Emperor Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. Thousands of swords circled around her body, her expression dark. The three realms had really changed. In the past, even a level 7 clone could shock the three realms, much less such a powerful clone. Now, she had already revealed her ability to break through 2 gates. She was even about to reveal her ability to break through 9 gates. These people's eyes were still burning, wishing they could tear her apart the next moment. Compromise, she still had the majesty and dignity of an emperor. She was not as tolerant as the emperor. Her heart was burning with anger, but she was not willing to compromise with these people. Must you all force me to kill you all? If you leave now, I will send you all to breakthrough. This was her bottom line. As for silencing them, she now knew that it would be difficult. It was not that there was no other way, but if she really went all out, her years of planning would be in vain. Luan chuckled. After fighting for so long, my injuries are not light. If you give me tens of thousands of dried fish like Fong Ping's, of course, we will leave obediently. Tens of thousands, Fong Ping wanted to roll his eyes. This Luan really dared to say that. When he said 100,000, it was just a casual remark. For Emperor Ling to condense 1 in 10 years was already considered impressive. It was not that she could not condense more. The key was that her clone needed to cultivate too. Saving one in 10 years was already considered not bad. She said 100,000 years. Had Emperor Ling been here for 100,000 years, that might not be the case. If she could save a few thousand, it would already be considered not being wasteful. It might even be less. You're asking for death? Emperor Ling was also holding her breath. Hearing Luan speak rudely again, her gaze was as sharp as a knife. With a cold glint, she slashed at Luan's side. She stepped on the void and retreated continuously. Blood flowed from her mouth, but she still smiled. This old woman is strong enough. This is what I like about you. Die. No dogs in the world. A roar shook the surroundings. At this moment, countless Luan appeared in the world. Countless Luan punched, slapped, kicked. In the blink of an eye, they shrouded Emperor Ling from all directions. The overlord of the chaotic era was not someone to be trifled with. Insignificant tricks. Emperor Ling's cold voice rang out. Destroy the world. At this moment, the aura of the spiritual emperor was terrifyingly strong. With a swing of his sword, countless chaotic explosions occurred. Far away, Luan's main body was sent flying backward. Countless sword wounds appeared on his body, and blood was gushing out. Sherpa stabbed out with his spear, not towards Ling Huang, but to block in front of Luan. At this moment, a thin sword suddenly appeared, colliding with the long spear. With a rumbling sound, the spear had exploded, and the thin sword disappeared. Luan was struck by the aftershock, and blood gushed out of her mouth as she was sent flying again. On the other side, just as the Spirit Emperor was about to continue, he suddenly frowned. In the void, an incomparably solid giant hand directly broke through the void and instantly appeared above her head. The large hand suddenly clenched. Rumble, the Spirit Emperor slashed out with his sword, creating a crack in the palm of the huge hand. He quickly suppressed his own aura, and the huge hand hovered for a moment before disappearing in an instant. Fang Ping, on the other hand, quickly met up with Luan and Sherpa. The expressions of the three of them were very heavy, and their faces were extremely pale. However, they were smiling inexplicably, even somewhat malevolent. This old woman is really strong. Quite powerful. Just now, she had at least broken 8 peak combat strength. Both of you, do you still dare to fight her? Fang Ping chuckled. It's fine as long as you're not afraid. There are good and bad things about this place. Her combat strength is slightly restricted, unless she can avoid the rules. However, we are outnumbered, so we might not be able to defeat her. As he said that, Fang Ping bared his teeth. Both of you, delay. Let's try our luck. Delay until another broken 8 enters the game. When Hongkuan and the rest arrive, we'll be in danger. However, if someone else comes. When the Forging God Envoy or the Heavenly Hound arrives, we'll win. Fang Ping spat out a mouthful of blood foam and smiled malevolently. Or if Sky Arm, Underworld God, and the rest come, it'll work too. Especially Sky Arm, his jade bones are not complete. If he knows what we're fighting for, he'll be tempted. Right now, there were still many broken 8 in this mystic realm. When the enemy arrived, they would be in big trouble. However, when it came to their own people, or those who had just entered martial arts, Ling Huang might be in big trouble. When Fang Ping said to bet on luck, he really meant it. If Hong Yu and the rest came, Fang Ping guaranteed that those people would deal with him, and they would definitely not be Ling Huang. They probably couldn't wait for Ling Huang's avatar to leave, or participate in the last round, but for Fang Ping, it would be best if he died early and reincarnated. Sherpa thought for a moment, and smiled. The chances are not small, and the chances of winning are even higher. Then, let's go. Heavenly Hound, Forging God Envoy, Heavenly King Suppressing King, Sky Arm, Underworld God, these guys could be considered as helpers. Even the Demon Emperor might be a helper. Unless the 2 fellows from the imperial family came, or Li Zhu or King Qian came, in terms of numbers, their chances of winning were higher. For powerhouses like them, as long as the chances of winning were greater than the chances of losing, it was definitely worth the gamble. Ling Huang frowned again. The greed in these few lunatics' eyes was obvious. Obviously, they were not ready to give up. She had unleashed a very powerful strength just now, Otherwise she would not have been able to seriously injure Luan with one sword. However, she was also targeted by the power of the rule. If she unleashed her strength again, the power of the rule would definitely continue to target her, and it would become more and more serious. At this moment, Ling Huang was also having a headache. There would definitely be more people coming for this round. No matter who it would not be a good thing for her. What are you guys trying to do? Ling Huang looked at the three of them, a little angry. She spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed happily. Tens of thousands of fish. I've already told you so many times, and you still ask. If you don't, I'll beat you to death, you be *tch. Bastard. Ling Huang snorted. In the next moment, thousands of swords exploded again, covering the three of them. The three of them did not hesitate, unleashing their strength one after another, smashing the thin swords. At this moment, Ling Huang snorted coldly again, suddenly no longer controlling the long swords, but broke through the air. A pair of jade-colored arms tore through the void, and both palms struck at Fang Ping. Retreat! Sherpa roared. Fang Ping also roared crazily, quickly breaking through the sky. Danger, this woman was here, how could she not have forged her jade bones? A powerhouse who had broken through the peak of the 8th Jade Bone Realm had a terrifyingly strong physique. Although Fang Ping dodged, he was still a little too late. Boom, a pair of palms hit Fang Ping's right leg. The armor on his leg was the divine artifact Emperor armor, but it was still no match. With a boom, the Emperor armor caved in, and Fang Ping's leg bone broke with a crack. Sherpo's spear exploded again, hitting Ling Huang's palm. He took a few steps back, but also left a bloody mark on her palm. Ling Huang was only slightly injured, but at this moment, a large hand appeared in the void again, smacking her head. Damn it! Ling Huang snarled, raising her hand to hit the palm. At this moment, Fang Ping, whose leg was broken, gritted his teeth. You, Ling Huang, like to break people's legs, right? I've long heard of it. Today, you broke your own leg, how could you tolerate it? Just as Ling Huang counterattacked the rule palm, Fang Ping snorted, instantly broke through the air, and smashed his staff down from the sky. This time, he directly mixed into the rule palm. Ling Huang was slightly stunned. She did not expect Fang Ping to be able to mix into the palm without being attacked. At this moment, Fang Ping and the rule palm attacked her at the same time. On the other side, Luan also roared. Her figure was so fast that it was impossible to catch, surrounding Ling Huang and attacking wildly. Sherpa did not fall behind. The sound of the spear in the void was ear-piercing. On the ground, those true gods were bleeding from their 7 orifices, and some true gods' flesh even began to crack. Even if they joined forces with the saints to resist, they would not be able to hold on when so many powerhouses exploded. Fang Ping and the others were not interested in caring about them. The rumbling sounds were endless. Ling Huang was really strong. Even if she was suppressed by the rule, at this moment, she was still terrifyingly powerful. Fang Ping's staff swept down. Ling Huang was also angry, suddenly screaming, a sharp whistling sound that was mixed with mental power swept over. Fang Ping's origin world rumbled and began to shake. The installed Tao was showing signs of instability at this moment. Fang Ping's flesh that had just recovered exploded again, but this staff also smashed down at the same time with the rule palm. With a bang, the flesh on Ling Huang's right hand burst open. How dare you hurt me? Ling Huang's face was as cold as frost. Her blood-stained right hand suddenly clenched into a fist and punched toward Fang Ping, also toward the rule palm. This time, it was even stronger. Bang, the rule palm exploded. Fang Ping roared and flew up again, breaking through the air. Behind him, the fist followed like a shadow, and a punch landed on the sole of Fang Ping's foot. Bang, this time, the broken right leg was directly shattered. Fang Ping felt the extremely powerful fist force exploding in his body. He also made up his mind, breaking the root of his thigh directly. The broken thigh fell instantly, falling above Ling Huang's head in the blink of an eye, exploding with a bang. Mother of Ker, one of my legs is broken. There's no chance for negotiation today. Fang Ping also roared. His leg that was almost jade bone was now completely crippled. If he wanted to forge it to this stage again, who knew how much resources he would need to consume? The broken thigh also made Ling Huang slightly sluggish. On the other side, Luan attacked quickly, his speed extremely fast. Ling Huang did not have time to chase after Fang Ping. He waved his fists and fought Luan. In the blink of an eye, Luan flew out again. Both his fists had already exploded, both his arms exploded from the elbows, and both his forearms were broken. Ling Huang did not feel too good either. On both of his hands, there was only jade bone, but the flesh was gone. Just as Luan was about to succeed, Sherpo's spear stabbed over 1,000 times, and with a puff, it pierced through Ling Huang's collarbone. The rule palm appeared again. Ling Huang was completely furious. Suddenly, she did not care about Luan and Sherpa. She broke through the air, not even caring about the rule palm. Her eyes were cold, like a knife cutting through Fang Ping. She wanted to kill this bastard Fang Ping. This Fang Ping is in big trouble. Underground. Celestial fate shuddered. Ling Huang, the only female empress, is not a good person. 9 emperors, 4 emperors, 13 top-notch powerhouses, and she is the only female. She is also a ruthless person. Now that Fang Ping has forced her into a corner, this guy is in big trouble. Ling Huang did not have a good personality. Although she was shrewd, even if she had cultivated to the emperor realm, sometimes women were still very emotional. She knew that continuing to fight was not a good thing. But she had to hold back her anger. She would not be happy until she vented it. It was also Fang Ping's first time fighting a top-notch female powerhouse like Ling Huang, so there was some deviation in his judgment. At this time, it was reasonable to say that both sides should sit down and have a good talk since they had fought to this point. But this time, there was no. Ling Huang was also angry. Now she had her eyes on Fang Ping, and she had to kill him no matter what. This bastard had ruined her plan. Xue Li said worriedly, "Will King Ren be okay?" Fang Ping was also very strong. The strength he displayed now was also at peak break 7, but Ling Huang's strength was probably at peak break 8. The gap between them was actually very big. One's explosive force was less than 20 million calories, the other was close to 40 million calories. If not for the 2 powerhouses and the rule palm, Fang Ping would definitely lose within 10 moves if he fought Ling Huang one-on-one. There was nowhere to run here. After 100 moves, Ling Huang might kill him. Even if there were people holding him back, if this went on, Fang Ping would be targeted by Ling Huang. Xue Li was worried. Celestial Fate thought for a while before saying, "It's hard to say if this guy is a match, but this guy is also ruthless." As soon as he said that, his expression changed. Full defense. Just as Celestial Fate and the others were defending with all their might, Fang Ping was also forced into a corner. At this moment, he had a broken leg, and the other leg broke through the air to escape. Behind him, Ling Huang ignored the others and quickly closed in on him, wanting to kill him. Seeing that Ling Huang was about to catch up, Fang Ping's eyes flashed coldly. The next moment, a strong aura of origin came from his body. "Do you really think I'm out of tricks?" At this moment, he ignited this Dao. Saint-level Dao, boom, Fang Ping's body seemed to be on fire, and the void was burning. The Dao was instantly ignited by him. Fang Ping gritted his teeth and did not fight back. Instead, he broke into Ling Huang's origin. This time, although he did not look at the data, he could feel countless wealth points flowing away. This was an emperor's origin. He was breaking into the emperor's origin. Even if the other party was a clone, it was actually sharing the origin with the main body. On this side, Fang Ping did not even have time to see what was going on when the spirit emperor let out a shrill roar and also unleashed his origin. It was terrifyingly powerful. With a rumble, Fang Ping, who had just broken in, did not even have time to slash with his saber before he was completely smashed by the spirit emperor. Pfft, Fang Ping spat out blood. His flesh and bones exploded again. At this moment, Fang Ping's eyes were a little disoriented. However, he seemed to have sensed something and said fiercely, "Attack her origin together. This woman has sealed the connection between her and the main body. Break this seal and let her main body deal with her." He had just broken in. Although he did not have time to take a closer look, he seemed to have sensed the existence of a door. This person had actually forcefully sealed the main body's senses. No wonder she did not know anything about the outside world. The spirit emperors in the outside world were probably suspecting that their clones had already fallen. Fang Ping discovered this and also roared hysterically, asking Sherpa and the others to attack her origin and break the seal. Fang Ping did not believe that the spirit emperor's main body would let the clone be so powerful. Even if it was allowed to, some of the spirit emperor's clones' plans would be ruined. She still wanted to merge with the main body. Both sides were completely enraged. Fang Ping's injuries were not light at this moment. His bones and flesh had been forged to be extremely strong. After 2 battles, now his bones were damaged by 30%. Moreover, the destruction of the origin also gave Fang Ping a splitting headache. In addition, he had burned his saint-level Dao, and the loss was even more serious. How could Fang Ping accept such a loss? It's over, it's over. Beside him, the cat's face was full of worry. This was not good. It was no longer a matter of fighting for the boss. Fang Ping had provoked the Spirit Emperor to kill him, but the Spirit Emperor had caused Fang Ping to suffer such heavy losses. Based on Fang Ping's character, even if he really fought to the death, he would not let the Spirit Emperor feel good. Both sides had underestimated the other's persistence and ruthlessness. This time, he was afraid that they would really fight until one side was annihilated. Under the cat's butt, Third Cat raised its head and was forcefully pressed down by the cat. Third Cat was also worried and meowed, "Big Cat, what should we do? Should we stop the fight?" Since it was Third Cat, there was still a second cat, so it would just call this guy Big Cat. It did not want to fight for the boss. Anyway, it could not beat this cat. The cat was also helpless. Stop the fight. It was not weak now, but there was no hope of it being able to stop these people. After thinking about it, the cat said, "Third Cat, if I throw you in front of the fake fatty, will she beat you to death?" Meow? You go stop the fake fatty, I'll go stop the liar. Based on the current situation, it was difficult for the cat to judge who would win. Either way, it would not be good. At the end of the battle, even if the side that won would definitely suffer heavy losses. Both sides were completely bloodshot, and now they were fighting with their lives on the line. At this time, both of them were probably not in the mood to think about benefits. Third Cat was a little scared. "Then will I be beaten to death?" The cat said casually, "I don't know, why don't we try?" As it said that, it jumped down, dragged Third Cat's tail, tried, and asked, "Did I throw you in?" It dragged Third Cat's tail and swung it up and down. Third Cat was so scared that its fat face was about to turn white. Throw it in, it would kill the cat. Now that both sides were fighting like this, the 4 of them tangled together, vitality flowing everywhere. It was just a cat that liked to eat. Would it not be beaten up in an instant? Third Cat, who had been swung around like a flaming wheel, hurriedly said, Big Cat, can you shout? Otherwise, the cat will die." Shout? The cat was deep in thought. Soon, it meowed and said, "Stop fighting." Third Cat said that it can smash all of you to death. None of you are a match for it. As soon as it finished speaking, the cat stood on its hind legs and swung Third Cat a few hundred times. With a roar, it threw them out. Boom. Meow. Third Cat's screams were heard. Big Cat was using too much force. It felt like it was about to explode. The shrill meowing made the 4 people who were fighting in a blood-soaked battle pause. Spirit Emperor frowned. His collarbone was pierced by Sherpa again. Spirit Emperor's collarbone erupted vitality, shattering Sherpa's spear and breaking his arm. At the same time, his palm, which was only left with the bones of his hand, grabbed Sherpa's ankle, crushing it. As for Fang Ping, a sweep of the staff made the flesh on her leg burst open. She also kicked Fang Ping's armor until it caved in again. Both sides paused for a moment. The roar was heard, and Third Cat's screams were getting closer. It was still screaming, Master, help, don't hit the cat." Third Cat thought it was going to die. Spirit Emperor frowned slightly and snorted coldly. His vitality erupted again, forcing Sherpa and the others to retreat again. Spirit Emperor's fleshless right hand broke through the air and grabbed Third Cat, who was flying toward her. On the other side, Fang Ping's staff swept up from below. Just as he was about to hit Spirit Emperor, his shoulder sank. The cat jumped up and curled its tail around the staff. Fang Ping frowned slightly and snorted coldly. He did not force himself to attack again. He took a few steps back and looked at Spirit Emperor, who was holding third cat, and said coldly, I underestimated you. Spirit Emperor's white clothes were stained with blood. She had fought with 3 people and was attacked by rules, so her injuries were not light. At this moment, however, she was still as cold as ever. Her fleshless hand grabbed the 3 cats by the neck and casually tossed them outside. She said coldly, I have also underestimated you. However, if I can't live, you can forget about leaving this place. The 2 of them exchanged harsh words, and the cat muttered, stop fighting, there's no benefit. Liar, even if you killed a fake fatty, the fake fatty might destroy the little fish she hid. Spirit Emperor did not comment. In fact, it was true. She had a fiery temper, so how could she let these people take advantage of her? The cat said again, fake fatty, if you continue fighting, this big hand will become more and more powerful, and you will die too. The cat became the peacemaker. Fang Ping's face was cold and he did not say anything. Luan's face was extremely pale at this moment. His flesh had just recovered, and he scolded, I have to kill this woman even if I have to suffer. Damn it, I have never suffered such a big loss. Many of his bones were broken, and his flesh had exploded a few times. This time, he had really suffered a big loss. However, both sides had calmed down. If they continued fighting, they would both suffer a big loss. Fang Ping exhaled softly, gritted his teeth and said, 3,000 little fish as a deposit. I won't take it all. Don't expect to get something for nothing. Pay half, and pay another 3,000 after the deed is done. Spirit Emperor looked at him coldly. Fang Ping said coldly, no? He had suffered a big loss today. His injuries would not be enough to recover without 7 or 8 little fish, especially the recovery of his thigh. He would probably need 10 fish. Moreover, his leg was broken, and he was still a one-legged creature. Fang Ping was also angry from embarrassment. Although Spirit Emperor was also injured, she was not as battered as they were. This made Fang Ping feel extremely unbalanced. Spirit Emperor was still looking at him coldly, she had fought until now, and she also felt the pressure that these people brought to her. However, 3,000 little fish. She had seen those little fish before. One of them was comparable to the vitality of a saint, and 3 was the vitality of a martial artist who had broken through 6 heavenly kings. 10 was probably comparable to a broken 7 heavenly kings. Any more, and it would be even more terrifying. Fang Ping dared to say that he wanted 3,000. 100, pay 30 first, and pay the rest after the deed is done, kill. When Fang Ping heard this, he raised his long staff and continued fighting. Who were they looking down on? Previously, the cat had used some snacks at second cat's place to exchange for a few dozen fish. Now he was beaten up like this, and he still had to help the other party get 100 fish. Did they think he was a beggar? Fang Ping felt that he was being humiliated. The 3 of them would probably have to use up about 20 fish just to heal their injuries. After fighting for a round, the 3 of them could get 10 fish. The cat hooked Fang Ping's staff again, pressed Fang Ping down, and said pitifully, don't fight anymore. If you keep fighting, someone will die. Fang Ping panted and said angrily, get out of the way, I can't hold it in. Cat, I gave you face just now and didn't hit her hard. I've already ignited my Tao, and this is the result? If she doesn't die today, then kill me. Spirit Emperor frowned slightly and said coldly, you ignited your Tao, and now it's almost exhausted, you. Before she finished speaking, Fang Ping grabbed Sherpa. Sherpa frowned slightly and did not dodge. The armor on his body turned into origin again, and Fang Ping entered it instantly. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping came out. His aura had recovered to its peak, and he was even more powerful. He had 2 Saint Daos. The previous one was ignited, and he quickly changed to another one. At this moment, Fang Ping roared, I have plenty of Daos. If I want to change, I'll change. If I don't exhaust you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours. Fang Ping was unwilling to waste his previous Tao. At this moment, while the burning power was still there, all the burning power instantly merged into the long staff, and the staff slashed at Spirit Emperor. This strike made both Sherpa and Spirit Emperor feel a sense of danger. Boom! Soon, the energy on Spirit Emperor's side dissipated, revealing her figure. The flesh and blood of her arms had completely disappeared. Only 2 jade-colored arm bones were left. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold as she looked at Fang Ping. Fang Ping sneered and said, "Does it feel good? It's just burning Dao. I have plenty of it. This is the Saint Dao. Do you want me to burn a heavenly king Dao for you to taste later?" Spirit Emperor frowned. After a while, she said coldly, "Your source world is similar to the cat's." In the blink of an eye, she analyzed some things. Fang Ping could actually replace his Dao and burn it at will. This was not normal. As for whether Fang Ping had a heavenly king Dao or not, she did not want to guess. This person's physical body had already proven to be a heavenly king. The 3 realms had indeed produced a monster. If the origin Dao could really replace the heavenly king Dao, then it would be a 3-fold increase. In addition to the force, after Fang Ping replaced the heavenly king Dao, he might really be able to reach the level of breaking 8. At this time, Spirit Emperor was not as angry as before. She said coldly, "I'll give you 100 of those fish first. After it's done, I'll give you another 200. Hearing this, the cat heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that they were not fighting anymore. Now, it was time to haggle. Both sides had fought to the death and felt the pressure. Otherwise, Fang Ping and Spirit Emperor would not have compromised. The cat did not participate anymore. It jumped aside and jumped onto Third Cat's head again. Third Cat was still in a daze. It was almost killed just now. It was too scary. While in a daze, she heard the cat muttering, "Third Cat, I'll knead you into a small fish. I can knead you into dozens of small fish." Third Cat was scared out of its wits. "Big Cat wanted to eat me. P.S. Tonight might be the second night. My head is very dizzy. I want to make up for it. Even if you give us 3,000, we won't even count on it." Fang Ping silently healed his thigh. A few small fish appeared in his hand, and he pressed them on the wound on his thigh like they were free. Bones gradually grew out. But they were not as strong as before, and they were not as sturdy. Fang Ping lowered his head and healed his injuries. His flesh was also recovering. Not only him, but Li Hansong too. Iron Head was still fused by him, and his injuries were not light. Small fish were used one after another. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them used 7 or 8 small fish. Luan and Sherpa bared their teeth as they watched. This guy was really extravagant. Fang Ping did not say anything, and threw a few small fish out. Sherpa was slightly stunned, but he still took 2 fish. Luan's injuries were more serious, and he took 4. At this moment, Fang Ping had almost used up the small fish that he got from Cat 2 previously. On the opposite side, some of Spirit Emperor's injuries were also disappearing. Both sides were healing their injuries. Underground. Xingnan breathed a sigh of relief. On their side, all 3 were not dead. However, King Huai and the others had crushed a few true gods. Their luck was not bad. "Prince, can we go out now?" Water Power also looked at Celestial Polarity. Celestial Polarity's expression was still gloomy as he said in a low voice, "Hold up the defensive shield with all your strength." Fang Ping suffered such a big loss, but Spirit Emperor is not willing to pay the price he wants. It's best if no one comes in now. Once a powerhouse from Fang Ping's side comes in, today's battle will not end. Now both sides were restrained, and there was no benefit to fighting to the end. But if someone came now, then wait and see. Celestial Polarity was still uneasy. He exhaled and said, "Heavenly King subduing King, Weapon God Envoy, and Heavenly Hound better not come. If they do, everyone pray for their own good." Xingnan was also terrified. They were almost crushed to death just now. Would another great battle break out? 3,000, 1,000 per person. Fang Ping said calmly, 1,000. 10 is equivalent to a breakthrough 7's vitality, and breakthrough 8 is even stronger. At least 50 is needed to be comparable to a breakthrough 8's vitality. If you want to forge jade bones, you might not succeed even if you cultivate for a lifetime. The vitality required is terrifying. Without the help of the Void Gate, if you want to forge jade bones, you will not be able to without 300, Ling Huang said coldly. "What are you trying to say? 300 is just barely enough. We still need to fight, recover, and heal," Fang Ping said softly. "Moreover, we have to risk our lives for it. 1,000 is really not too much, is it?" Luan and Sherpa both looked at Fang Ping. 1,000 was actually too much. 1,000 for 3 people was actually enough. Fang Ping, this guy. Wasn't he afraid that Emperor Ling Huang would turn against him again? At their level, bargaining was actually very rare. Both parties felt that it was about right, so they agreed. Why did Fang Ping have to shout so loudly? Fang Ping did not say anything. His attitude was still considered good, but his conditions were high. There was nothing else. He just wanted to wait. The God Creation envoy was also breaking through the barrier. He wanted to wait and see if he could wait until they arrived. Let's drag it out for a while. If they really came, then I'll continue to kill this woman. If he didn't come, then the bottom line would be 1,000, and he could agree. Fang Ping wanted to buy time. Spirit Emperor was no fool. Taking a deep look at him, Spirit Emperor, who had been wearing a cold face, suddenly laughed and said, "Interesting, the 3 realms actually have someone like you. Your desire for revenge is even greater than the Heavenly Hound of the past." Fang Ping wanted to take revenge on her. He was actually stalling for time, waiting for someone to come. Even the Heavenly Hound, who had offended someone stronger than it back then, did not dare to take revenge. If it wanted to take revenge, it had to be kept in its heart. Fang Ping, on the other hand, really didn't want to take revenge overnight. Fang Ping smiled foolishly and said, "Senior, I don't quite understand what you're saying." 3,000, Senior definitely has them. To be honest, Senior doesn't have to be so stingy. If you win, then you have everything. If you lose, then there's nothing left. Actually, Senior, who has already forged jade bones, doesn't need these things. If that's the case, why don't you give us some? If we become stronger, it will also be beneficial to Senior, right? Fang Ping said faintly, unless Senior is prepared to keep it and continue to bribe some powerhouses. Is this because you don't trust us? Fang Ping chuckled and said, "Sometimes, I'm afraid that there will be internal problems. Senior, it's best if you don't reach an agreement with Hong Kuan and the others, otherwise it's easy to cause problems." Spirit Emperor looked at him deeply and suddenly said, 1,500 fish of life, this is also the majority of my accumulation. What's left, I also need to repair my flesh and bones. As she said that, Spirit Emperor quickly said, 500 fish, it's definitely enough for you to forge jade bones. Fang Ping, don't push your luck, otherwise. Even if I'm surrounded and killed by you, you won't get anything. Not only that, the 3 of you. Do you really think you can survive? Fang Ping? Sherpa looked at Fang Ping and shouted. His meaning was actually a little clear. Not bad. It was enough to forge jade bones. If that was the case, then he should stop while he was ahead. Spirit Emperor wasn't weak. If he really forced her to fight to the death, Fang Ping wouldn't be able to get away with it. Fang Ping took a deep breath. Sherpa didn't want to fight anymore. Actually, Luan didn't want to fight either. 1,500 fish, 500 fish each, it was enough for both of them to forge jade bones. If that was the case, then what was the point of fighting? Fang Ping's thoughts turned, and very quickly, he smiled and said, "Alright, if that's the case, then it's settled." After saying that, Fang Ping looked at Luan and Sherpa, saying slowly, "How about 400 each? It's the kind where one person can eat his fill and the whole family won't starve. I still have a big family to feed behind me." Luan rolled her eyes. "Did you forget about my divine kingdom of chaos?" Fang Ping laughed in spite of himself. He really forgot. "Then Luan will give you 500, Senior Sherpa, can you give me less, what do you think?" Sherpa was just one person, it wasn't really useful to have more. Of course, more was a good thing. Fang Ping thought for a while and said, "I can use origin energy or imperishable substances to exchange with you, Senior. I need these more. After all, King Wu hasn't forged jade bones yet. You humans are doing a jade bone wholesale business?" Just a random sentence, it was really good. Li Hansong, Cat, Fang Ping, King Wu, and even the God Creation envoy, as well as suppressing Heavenly King. How many jade bone realms were the humans going to make? Spirit Emperor interrupted, "Since that's the case, you 3 can break through now." Fang Ping's eyes flickered, and he glanced at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor said coldly, "Do you think I will let you forge jade bones here and continue to be enemies with me? If you take my things, then you will have to do what you did before. Fang Ping narrowed his eyes, paused, and said quickly, okay. He had some guesses. Spirit Emperor agreed too quickly. It was a little different from before. Could it be that she felt that someone was coming? Otherwise, with Spirit Emperor's personality, would she agree to give Fang Ping and the others 1,500 small fish so easily? Fang Ping was still thinking. Spirit Emperor said coldly, the three of you can leave now. As she said that, she waved her hand, and a passage appeared in the void. This time, the passage was clearer than the previous checkpoints. Fang Ping said slowly, where is the thing? Step on the passage, I will give it to you. I am different from you. I will never break my promise. Spirit Emperor was not stupid. Now that she had given it to them, if the three of them did not leave, she could not force them to leave. However, as long as they stepped on the passage, she could teleport them away at any time. Fang Ping was more and more certain that someone was coming. Unfortunately, Spirit Emperor sensed it. At this moment, she was forcing them to leave. They were discussing. Xingnan and the others listened with jealousy. It felt so good. Not only did she give them good things, but she also wanted to send them away. They had no choice but to leave. They had tried everything they could to clear the checkpoints. It's a pity that we have to continue feeding the cats, Xingnan lamented. Sky's gaze was solemn. He glanced at Xueli and Xingnan and transmitted his voice, step on the passage together later. Remember, you must be fast, you must be fast, if you are not fast, you will die. The moment Spirit Emperor teleports, remember, you must enter the passage and teleport away. Sky's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. That idiot Xingnan was still envious. These people were actually discussing this in front of them. Obviously, they had reached an agreement. Moreover, Spirit Emperor was unbelievably strong. What did this mean? Trouble. Sky was not stupid. Silence them, they were in big trouble. At this moment, Fang Ping shouted, Xueli, let's go together. Xueli's eyes moved slightly, looking at Sky. Sky hurriedly transmitted his voice, don't mention what we just did. Don't mention my purpose. I did not give up on you just now. Just keep quiet. Fang Ping telling Xueli to go proved everything. Sky cursed in his heart. That bastard Fang Ping did not bring him along. He vaguely remembered that his cheap old man had asked Fang Ping to take care of him. Bastard, Fang Ping did not forget, but he was not too worried about Sky's safety. Spirit Emperor wanted to occupy the real body and would not offend too many emperors. Sky was Emperor Shi's son. Emperor Shi was not dead yet. At most, Spirit Emperor could trap him in this level. She would not kill him. If that was the case, he could not be bothered to say anything. Spirit Emperor was constantly urging them to leave, and her attitude was getting more and more unyielding. If they did not leave, there might be another war. Fang Ping called Xueli over and did not say anything else. Spirit Emperor's control over this level was beyond his expectations. What could she possibly be doing? Could she be stopping someone from breaking through the barrier? Otherwise, it would be difficult for her to sense anything in advance and stop the other party from coming. Fang Ping's guess was not wrong. At this moment, in one of the passages, Heavenly Hound growled impatiently, why is it taking so long? This level's teleportation is too slow. Is it wasting my time? It was getting a little impatient. How long had it been? Why did it feel like the teleportation had stopped? Roar. A fierce roar was heard. Heavenly Hound stepped forward, raising its head and looking at the passage in front. Why did it feel like it was blocked? Was it not moving? Heavenly Hound was a little annoyed. Could there be a problem with the teleportation passage here? It did not know how to fix it. If it did not know how to fix it, was it going to be trapped here forever? Bang! Heavenly Hound swallowed the energy ball and blasted it forward. The passage in front trembled. Heavenly Hound was a little surprised. It was just impatient and hit it casually. Could it be that the passage was blocked? Heavenly Hound shook its head. If that was the case, it could continue moving after hitting it a few more times. Bang! Heavenly Hound spat out the vitality ball again, blasting it forward. As expected, in the passage, it felt that it could continue moving forward. Heavenly Hound was satisfied. At least it was not blocked. Otherwise, what would it do if it was trapped here? Although the speed was a little slow, it was fine as long as it could reach it. It could not fight blindly. If it broke through the passage again, who knew where it would be teleported to? Spirit Emperor's body trembled slightly. Her expression did not change. Above her, however, the power of the rule was condensing rapidly. She was breaking the rules. Fang Ping looked sideways. Spirit Emperor's eyes were cold. Go up the passage. Fang Ping, I've given you the thing. Why aren't you leaving? Do you really want me to go all out? She still had some restraint, because the power of the rule had been targeting her. The more she unleashed, the greater the suppression. But now, she was impatient. Fang Ping still wanted to continue at this time. Luan and Sherpa looked at each other. Sherpa coughed dryly and said, Fang Ping, let's go first. We'll talk after we've forged the jade bones. Since they had already gotten the thing, there was not much meaning in continuing to fight. Fang Ping was a vengeful person. Why would he insist on doing something that did not benefit him? Fang Ping nodded and said no more. In his heart, however, he felt that it was not that he was vengeful, but that it was better to prevent trouble before it happened. As they walked toward the passage, Fang Ping transmitted his voice, both of you, take it easy. She said that she's working with us now, but that might not be true. Once she joins forces with the Dao tree, hee, 2 breakthroughs, what's the point of fighting? Fang Ping suspected that Spirit Emperor might not really be working with them. Otherwise, why did she not show up earlier? It was only when Fang Ping and the others were too aggressive that this woman showed up. Actually, this was not an intention to work together. Otherwise, Spirit Emperor would have taken the initiative to show up when breakthroughs entered. The Dao tree had been here in the past. Who knew if it had reached an agreement with Spirit Emperor? Spirit Emperor asked the few of them to help the Dao tree break through the barrier, and then attack after breaking through. This might be a delaying tactic. Fang Ping would not see Spirit Emperor as a good person. In any case, from the moment Spirit Emperor broke his leg, he felt that Spirit Emperor was evil. As soon as he said that, the two of them did not reply, nor did they refute. But they did not dare to not take it seriously. This was not impossible. They still had to be careful. Spirit Emperor seemed to be working with them now, but who knew if it was true or not? The moment one of his feet stepped into the passage, Fang Ping turned to look at Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor was also looking at him, his expression turning colder and colder. He said coldly, put it down. Fang Ping played dumb. Senior, it's time to give it to us. Put it down. Spirit Emperor was a little angry. At this moment, Sherpa seemed to notice something and looked toward Fang Ping. What he saw made him dumbfounded. The cat's mouth was bulging. At this moment, it was climbing up Fang Ping's leg with great effort. Fang Ping held the cat in his hand, looking at it with an encouraging expression. Spirit Emperor looked at Fang Ping, not at Fang Ping, but at the cat. Put it down. Spirit Emperor seemed a little angry. The cat looked aggrieved. The next moment, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a huge fat ball. It said pitifully, Third cat wanted to go with me. Why are you so fierce? Third cat fell to the ground and rolled all over the ground. Soon, it rolled to the feet of Spirit Emperor, its fat face also aggrieved. No, nonsense, Big Cat lied, I didn't say that I would go with you. Big Cat swallowed me in one bite and wanted to take me away. Fortunately, I was discovered by my master. Otherwise, I would have become Big Cat's food. Spirit Emperor was also very angry. Why was this cat so cheap now? Third cat. Bah, what third cat? How could my cat go with you? She was a clone, not the original. The original might like the cat more, but she and third cat were really close. She was the one who raised this fat cat. She was not the one who raised the gray cat. Seeing that the cat had abandoned third cat, Spirit Emperor was no longer angry. He glanced at them coldly and casually tossed a jade bottle to them. Fang Ping caught it in his hand and smiled. Before he could speak, his vision went black and he was teleported in an instant. At this moment, underground, 4 figures were extremely fast. They were even burning their vitality and flesh to escape. Buzz, 4 figures arrived in front of the passage almost at the same time. Spirit Emperor was about to make a move when a big hand suddenly slammed down from the sky. She had violated the rules. She had trapped Tengu for some time. At this moment, the rules finally came. Humph. Spirit Emperor snorted. The void exploded. The four figures spurted blood at the same time, but they did not care. The four rushed into the passage and disappeared. In addition to Sky Pole and Xingnan, King Huai and Yuan Gang also rushed out in an instant. The four of them were afraid that they would be silenced. Once the four of them ran, the rest were miserable. Without the heavenly kings and saints, the power of the rules came. Spirit Emperor could not help them defend at all. This was a punishment for breaking the rules. The power of the rules comparable to breaking 8 erupted on the spot. No one stopped them. How could those true gods and emperors be lucky enough to escape? Almost instantly, those people underground were all turned into powder in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Spirit Emperor suddenly disappeared. The next moment, a dog barked. Why is it taking so long? What the hell? The big golden dog broke through the air, a little depressed. What was going on this time? The teleportation time was extremely slow. As soon as the result came out, there was a loud bang. The power of the rules that had not completely dissipated previously hit its head for the last time. Boom, Tengu fell to the ground. Its dog face was blank, followed by anger. Who did this king provoke? Why was it struck as soon as it arrived? At the same time, Tengu saw a ball in its eyes. No, a pig? No, what was this thing? Big dog? Cat 3 lay on the ground and asked curiously. It also had some memories, but not much. It remembered Tengu. Big dog was struck, how pitiful. Tengu was stunned for a moment. It did not even care to settle the score with the power of the rules. It stared at Cat 3. This was a cat, F*CK. How did cats look like this? Deformed, pig. Stupid cat, wrong, Cat 3. Cat 3 corrected itself. It was no longer a stupid cat. It was now called Cat 3. In the past, people called it Cat 3. Now that there was a big cat called Cat 3, it would be better to call it Cat 3. Tengu continued to be stunned. This aura was the aura of a cat. But how did this cat grow into a ball? Tengu got up and stared at Cat 3. Cat 3 also looked at it. Tengu quickly said, "Stupid cat, is this part of that old woman's trial?" Boom, thunder rose. Tengu raised its head and swallowed the thunder in one gulp. Looking at the dilapidated building, it asked curiously, "There is no one here? Was it destroyed by someone?" There seemed to be a big battle here. It also smelled some blood. Its nose twitched. Tengu looked in the direction of the small building. Over there, on the top of the dilapidated building, a white figure flashed and didn't meet Tengu. Tengu bared its teeth and was a little dissatisfied. But it didn't care too much. It looked at Cat 3 and patted its head with its paw. Then, it pressed it to the ground and stepped on it a few times. Suddenly, it grinned and said, "Stupid cat, you have become fat. It feels so good to step on you." Cat 3 was almost trampled to death. It stuck out its tongue and looked confused and innocent. Why are they all beating cats? Big cats beat me, big dogs beat me too. How do I pass this trial? Feed the cat. Cat 3 was an honest cat. It replied, "Feed the cat. When the cat is happy eating, you can leave." Feed the cat? Tengu said unhappily, "Feed you? Why? You should just feed me." Cat 3 felt wronged, but that was the rule. Tengu slapped Cat 3 away and jumped to the top of the building. It looked around and shouted, "Bitch, come out. You dared to kill me in the past. This time I am here to take revenge. I will swallow you, bitch, and bite you to death." Tengu roared, extremely arrogant. He was a little proud that he could take revenge. In the void, Spirit Emperor's eyes were gloomy. Another one. Fortunately, he had sent Fong Ping and the others away. Otherwise, when Tengu arrived, Fong Ping did not have to say anything and Tengu would join the battle immediately. Sure enough, a thorn was still a thorn. After so many years, this dog had not changed. Woof. Tengu roared again and said arrogantly, "Don't hide. How dare you break my dog's leg? I will break your leg today. Watching you bathe is showing you respect. How dare you chase me away? Today, I will say it here. Today, you will bathe here. I will watch here. If I am satisfied, I will not bite you to death. Spirit Emperor did not plan to continue showing up. At this moment, she could not help it anymore. She was also holding back her anger. She was already uncomfortable before. Now, this anger had reached an extreme. Tengu. Hateful, hateful, it deserved to be killed. What was it saying? Let me bathe here and watch until it is satisfied. It was blaspheming the emperor. Downstairs, Cat 3 thought for a while and also began to dig a hole. Those people dug holes previously were still safe. It dug a hole and buried itself. If it had known this would happen, it would have been better to go with Big Cat. Why was Big Dog so stupid? Did it want to die? Cat 3 could not understand. Cat 3 had just buried itself in the ground when in the void, thousands of swords shot out. This time, there were no 3 people. Previously, the 3 of them worked together and could only barely block Spirit Emperor. Moreover, they were all heavily injured. At this moment, facing Tengu, a breaking 8, Spirit Emperor had completely displayed his strength. Countless sharp swords hit Tengu in an instant, sparks flying everywhere. Tengu cried out in pain, a little surprised. How could it be so strong? It should not be. There was no time to think. The Heavenly Hound bit towards the Spirit Emperor. The Spirit Emperor instantly burst forth with strength at the peak of breaking 8. At the same time, a huge hand appeared. It was the Hand of Rules. The Spirit Emperor directly pulled the huge hand into the Heavenly Hound's mouth. It was not Fang Ping. Fang Ping could avoid the power of the rule, but Tengu could not. This time an incomparably shrill scream was heard. Spirit Emperor suddenly felt very good. He had long disliked this dog. Today, it still dared to blaspheme him. He would beat this stupid dog to death. This doesn't make sense. Tengu screamed. This really didn't make sense. How could it be so strong? Before he came in, he did not have a bad feeling. What was going on? Could it be that the threat he felt earlier was given to him by the Spirit Emperor? Tengu understood a little, but also felt a little sad. Why did he end up at Spirit Emperor's level? If he had known, he would have gone to Celestial Emperor Badian and played with him. What bad luck. P.S. My brain is not clear. Let's call it a day. Fang Ping did not see Tengu enter Spirit Emperor's level. Of course, he knew that someone must have entered that level. Otherwise, Spirit Emperor would not have driven them away in a hurry. Buzz, the sound of a bubble bursting was heard. In the next moment, Fang Ping and the others entered a new level. Fang Ping did not even look at it. He roughly knew where this level was. Destroy, yes, according to the situation, this should be the level of celestial annihilation. Beside him, there were also people. Sherpa, Luan, Cat, and Ironhead were also there. However, some people from celestial polarity were not there. Because someone had passed the level of celestial annihilation in advance. For example, Yuan Gang had teleported in a different direction from Fang Ping and the others, including King Huai. However, when they teleported away, they seemed to be in a good mood. They were finally separated from Fang Ping, that god of plague, the main hall. A familiar main hall. Skeleton Ironhead looked around and said in surprise, Hall of Myriad Origins? Little Dark Room? Cat muttered. Wasn't this the Little Dark Room, Celestial Annihilation's Hall of Myriad Origins? Fang Ping and the others were familiar with this place. Fang Ping glanced around. The main hall was similar to the Hall of Myriad Origins he saw before. There were many small compartments, very deep. If Celestial Annihilation was there, he would be in the depths, which was where the 3 main halls were. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to go there. He casually divided the small jade bottle in his hand into 3. Spirit Emperor did not like to eat fish. Of course, he would not make it look like a fish. It was just the condensation of vitality. He threw one to Luan and one to Sherpa. Sherpa had slightly less. Luan sensed for a while, rubbed his chin and said, Kid, did you give me less? For 96 small fishes. Is that right? Fang Ping looked surprised. He did not get it wrong. Luan was about to speak when Sherpa said quietly, What are you thinking? Didn't I just give you 4 fish to recover? Do you want more? Luan was speechless. What the hell, Fang Ping was really despicable. He still remembered this. I thought you were giving it to me for free. Fang Ping could not be bothered with him. He looked at Sherpa and said with a smile, "Senior, I will give you some imperishable substance and origin qi later." Sherpa had a few, about 400. Fang Ping had the most, 600. This amount was enough for 2 or 3 people to forge their jade bones. Otherwise, these people would have to break down the door to forge their jade bones. Large amounts of life force would surge out from behind the door. Sherpa and Luan hadn't reached this level yet. Even if they reached the level of breaking the gate, they might not be able to break the gate of life. The gate of life was usually the last gate to be broken. Sherpa did not say much. He weighed the small jade bottle in his hand and felt rather emotional. He said with a light smile, "If it were me, I would probably leave after feeding the cat. How could there be any other rewards? As expected, I still need to explore more of these checkpoints. Even if I don't get anything this time, it's already beyond my expectations." Sherpa was really emotional. Previously, he had only sensed that something was wrong here, so he followed the Tengu here. When he came in, no one had brought him in, and he had finally managed to sneak in with a monarch clone. Now that he had obtained so much life force, he would have no problem breaking through to 8. Forging jade bones might not allow him to break through to the 8th rank, but it would definitely give him the battle prowess to do so. Once he broke through to the 8th rank, the first gate he broke was the gate of life. His combat strength would be stronger than ordinary powerhouses who broke through one gate. Even if he was not as strong as a powerhouse who broke through 2 gates, he would still be able to close the gap quickly. On the other side, Luan was also quite excited. He had earned big this time. Sherpa thought for a while and said, "I forgot to tell you earlier. When I came in with a monarch clone. I'm not too sure which monarch it is exactly, it's probably the emperor." Fang Ping smiled. "I met it at the emperor's level previously." Sherpa pondered for a while, but still said, "It might not be the emperor. Anyway, I don't think it looks like the emperor. I've seen the 9 emperors many times. It doesn't look like it. It looks more like Dong Huang. Anyway, just be careful." Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. "Not the emperor, Dong Huang?" Sherpa shook his head and said, "I'm just guessing. These guys made a clone instead of their actual bodies. It's hard to guess their strength." "Oh yeah, that guy at least has the strength to break through 2 gates. Because you need to break through 3 gates to enter. There are 3 martial artists who broke through 1 gate, or 1 powerhouse who broke through 3 gates and 9 gates. At that time I was with that guy. Although I wasn't far from breaking through 1 gate, this guy brought me in. This means that he has broken through at least 2 gates. I'm afraid he has also made considerable progress on the 3rd gate." As soon as he said that, Luan could not help but complain, "These guys, what are they trying to do by making clones come in one by one?" "Fang Ping, what are you talking about?" Cough, cough. Fang Ping coughed softly, interrupting him. He smiled and said, "This place isn't like the Spirit Emperor's level. She's in charge there. No one can monitor anything. It's better to talk less about these things here. Why are you speaking so loudly? If you have something to say it through voice transmission." When he said that, Sherpa also said disdainfully, "You've lived for almost 10,000 years. You don't even know how to keep a single secret." Luan snorted. "As if you're not?" However, he felt that Sherpa's temper was quite to his liking. He did not flip out. If it were someone else, he would have flipped out. Fang Ping smiled and said, "Both of you, why don't you try forging jade bones now? Do it one by one. The others will protect you to prevent others from taking advantage of you. Both of you have forged jade bones. Even if you don't overdraft, you already have the combat strength of Breaking 8. Breaking 8 is the real capital to dominate in the 3 realms. Even if the Emperor's clones come, you can still fight them. If the Emperor doesn't appear, Breaking 8 is the supreme powerhouse. Fang Ping congratulates both of you in advance. Supreme powerhouse, Breaking 8, these 2 people ranked extremely high in the previous ranking of Breaking 7. One was ranked 1st, and the other was ranked 5th. Of course, Luan's rank of 5th was actually not that far from the rest. Fang Ping comforted Luan in his heart. "It's okay. You just have to break 8 in advance. However, among those who broke 7, many people were going to break 8 this time. Luan, Sherpa, Li Zhu, King Qian, Heavenly King Yi was killed. Now, there was still the Palm Imprint Envoy, King Wu, and Moon Spirit who had disappeared after leaving the North Emperor's level. The powerhouses who broke 7 in the 3 realms were even fewer now. Of course, they might have to include Fang Ping and Old Cat. Fang Ping suddenly laughed and lamented, if we make it out alive this time, there will be more than 10 people who broke 8. There are only a few who broke 7. I wonder if there will be more people who broke 6. The distribution of combat strength was not balanced. The stronger the person, the fewer. However, the accumulation of tens of thousands of years in the 3 realms had also allowed these people to advance to the realm of the supreme powerhouses. Luan was not in the mood for this. He did not care about this. Looking around, he thought for a while and said, "Kid, you go first. We'll break 8 in the blink of an eye. Let's see how effective you are first." Fang Ping laughed. "Then I won't stand on ceremony. I'll cultivate well this time. I'll have to trouble the 2 seniors to protect me. In this place, people could appear at any time. Moreover, there might be people in this level of Annihilate Emperor. Although he did not look, this level would not be empty." However, Fang Ping and the others were together, so they did not care. No matter who was here, unless the Emperor's true body came, they would not be afraid even if they joined forces. Fang Ping began to cultivate. Honing. At the same time, deep in the basilica, Feng Songbei Huang had broken through. At this moment, he was kneeling on the ground, like a student, staring at a person sitting cross-legged on the stone platform in front of him. Feng's gaze was slightly complicated. He was called the first seat of the 4 emperors, but he mainly listened to Annihilate Emperor. On the stone platform, the person sitting cross-legged was Mia. Looking at Mia, Feng's gaze became more and more complicated. Soon, it became determined. He bowed slightly and said softly, "Master, Feng only wants to ask one thing today. I hope Master can answer my doubts." Mia opened his eyes slowly, his expression cold. Among the 4 emperors, he was the coldest, but he had the most disciples. It was also rare. "Speak." Mia's voice was cold and emotionless. Feng lowered his head and said slowly, "In the past, Master once said that one can fight an emperor at the peak of one Dao. Now, the rules of the 3 realms have changed, but there are 3 more virtual gates. Only by breaking 3 gates can one break 9. I don't want to stay in the realm of breaking 8, but I can't break the other 2 gates at this moment. Feng wants to learn from Master and break the extreme Dao of spiritual consciousness first. Once I've proven the Dao of breaking through 9, I'll break the physical and blood Dao. I hope Master can answer my doubts. How can I break through 9 and prove the Dao?" Virtual gate, Mia seemed to be recalling something. He pondered for a moment and said slowly, "You don't want to walk the omnipotent Dao? You have to understand that the extreme Dao can't prove the Dao and become an emperor. It's because the extreme Dao suppresses the other Daos. You want to break through 9 with one Dao, but your origin power is lacking and your power is out of balance. After breaking through 9, it'll be even more difficult to make up for the deficiency." Mia continued, "In the past, Celestial Emperor Baishan's physical body was too powerful, so his spiritual consciousness couldn't improve. It was the same for me. My spiritual consciousness was too powerful, so my physical body couldn't break through. On the other hand, my spiritual consciousness is inferior to mine, and my physical body is inferior to Celestial Emperor Badian, but it's relatively balanced. He's inferior to us in terms of Dao, but his path is faster and more stable." Feng sighed. "Back then, I was also ambitious. I wanted to prove the omnipotent Dao. I wanted to become an emperor, but the more I cultivated, the more lost and dispirited I became." Feng said bitterly, "The omnipotent Dao is too difficult. After so many years, my blood qi has only broken through 6 levels, my bones have only broken through 9 levels, and my physical body is only 7 levels." As he spoke, Feng's face was full of bitterness and sorrow. He lowered his head and said, "Now, the 3 realms are in chaos. I can only give up on my past thoughts. I want to prove the extreme Dao and break through 9 levels. Please enlighten me, Master." Sigh. Mia also let out a long sigh and said softly, Extreme Tao, success comes from the extreme Tao, and failure comes from the extreme Tao. But it's also good. Although the extreme Tao is not as good as the Emperor Tao, it has fewer restrictions. Back then, Zhan had a chance to become an emperor, but he gave up in the end. Maybe he was right. At this moment, Mia revealed a secret. Fang's expression changed slightly. Could Celestial Emperor Zhan become an emperor back then? Then why did he give up? Zhan's blood qi was extremely powerful in the extreme Tao. If he could break through 9 levels in all other aspects, he could break through together and become an emperor. Even if Zhan couldn't become the first emperor, he could still be among the top 3 emperors. Feng fell into deep thought. Mia stopped talking about this and said slowly, the omnipotent Tao. He had just said a few words when Mia suddenly looked straight ahead. There was a wall in front of him, but it could not block his line of sight. He seemed to have seen Fang Ping and the others. Soon, his line of sight shifted, and in the next moment, he saw someone. Iron Head. Fool? Doppelganger? Or, a descendant? Celestial Emperor Zhan frowned slightly. He continued talking, but only Feng could hear him. Fat cat, I keep feeling like someone is watching me. Skeleton Iron Head patted the cat, looking uneasy. He kept feeling that someone was spying on him, harboring malicious intentions. The cat lay on the ground, too lazy to care. It did not like this place very much. The little dark room was not a good place. Back then, Big Blackface even wanted to lock it in the little dark room to cultivate. It was terrible. When the liar is done cultivating later, I'll let him beat Big Blackface to death. The cat thought about this and started to miss Second Cat and Third Cat. Second Cat had food to eat, and Third Cat could ride. After this, he did not know if he could see them again. As he thought about this, he glanced at Fang Ping. The more he looked, the more curious he became. Why was the liar smoking? Fang Ping was smoking. This time, he was forging jade bones, but it was different from the continuous forging of jade bones that others imagined. Right now, Fang Ping was not forging jade bones on the original foundation. Instead, he was burning. Yes, he was using countless imperishable substances to ignite and burn his bones. Of course, it could not be seen from the outside. Right now, Fang Ping was also ferocious. He was burning himself from the inside out, starting from the bone marrow. Originally, Fang Ping had already forged his bones at 85%. With a little more time, he could achieve jade bones. However, at this moment, Fang Ping chose to reforge his bones. When he was weak, the system could directly forge his bones. At that time, in order to speed up the progress, he let the system directly forge his bones instead of himself painstakingly forging his bones. After that, in order to speed up the bone honing process, he had always used the imperishable substances exchanged from the system to forge his bones. This time, after obtaining a large amount of vitality, Fang Ping suddenly had a strange idea. Before this, he was thinking about forging a doppelganger. The matter of the doppelganger could continue, but his body needed to be remodeled. He wanted to reforge his bones. Right now, he did not lack vitality, energy, or ferociousness. His bones, which were about to reach jade bones, were terrifyingly tough. They could not be broken easily. It would take a huge amount of energy to shatter these bones. Right now, Fang Ping was burning a large amount of imperishable substances, using the imperishable substances as a source of charcoal to burn his bones. Fang Ping was smoking. Sherpa and Luan could see something. Both of them looked at each other, slightly shocked. This kid was really ferocious. At their level, everything that they cultivated was not easy. Fang Ping's bones were much stronger than theirs, but this kid was actually burning his bones. One had to know that when Spirit Emperor chased after him for a long time, he only broke one of Fang Ping's legs. This guy was actually burning himself. This was also an extremely painful thing, burning his own bones bit by bit. This kind of pain, even to them, made them shudder. The stronger the bones, the harder it was to destroy. However, once it was destroyed, it was also extremely painful. Sherpa frowned and transmitted his voice. This kid is very ferocious, but is there a need to do this? Luan thought for a while and said, you and I both know that this kid's cultivation is not normal, and he knows it himself. I'm afraid he also felt that it was not right, so he burned his bones, wanting to start over. If he is not careful, his jade bones will be completely burned, and then it will be ruined. Even if he reforged it, he might not be able to forge it. If the control of the strength is in place, it can still be done. This guy does not lack vitality. Burning bones was not something that anyone could do. If he used too much strength, with a poof, the bones would be completely burned, and he would lose half his life. If the burning strength was not enough, you could burn the front, and the back would recover on its own. Therefore, there was still a very high requirement for the control of strength. While burning, repair, use new energy to repair, no more, no less, to avoid problems with the reforged bones. On the other side, Sky Fate transmitted Xingnan, glanced at the smoking Fang Ping, and hurriedly transmitted his voice, "Go, let's break through first, don't go through with this bastard again." This bastard suddenly reforged his bones here, his ambition is huge, maybe he wants to escape from some people's control in this ungoverned area. Anyway, nothing good comes out of following him, let's break through and leave first. Xingnan did not understand, and asked, "Prince, is there really someone behind him controlling him?" "Nonsense." Sky Fate said quickly, "Breaking through Peak 7 in 3 years, why don't you go and try? This kid has never lacked those cultivation resources, he snatched some, but there are also many that he did not snatch. Those countless imperishable substances, origin chi, they all have no source, where did they come from? These things may all carry other people's life imprint, if so, then it will almost permeate his entire body. If this kid is unlucky one day, he will be harvested by someone. Now this guy is reforging his bones, maybe to avoid this." Xingnan was shocked, and said urgently, "Your Highness, who do you think is secretly controlling him? Breaking through Peak 7 in 3 years, and even breaking through Peak 8 soon, this is not something that ordinary people can do, even a sovereign would find it difficult. It has something to do with this guy, not entirely because of outsiders. This guy is ruthless enough, resolute enough, and cunning enough, that's why his cultivation speed is so fast. If it was a sovereign, he might have attacked him before breaking through Peak 9. If it was me, if the chess piece I set was ruthless and powerful, I would not be at ease, I would definitely take back the chess piece when I can control it. That's why the other party will definitely attack when Fang Ping is weaker than him, and he can't get too close to me. Of course, if it's a stronger guy, like the Emperor God, maybe he will delay a little, and attack him when he breaks through Peak 9? Celestial Fate was not too sure, saying as he walked, "Don't bother about this kid, it's hard for him to die even if you die. If he dies, he won't do anything good before he dies, anyway, it's best to stay away from him." With Fang Ping's personality, if he was really harvested by someone, he would still bite them before he died. Celestial Fate had better stay away, lest he was implicated by Fang Ping, lest he became Fang Ping's funerary object. This guy was ruthless to his enemies, even more ruthless to himself. Burning his bones, Celestial Fate shuddered at the thought of it, and he could not bear to do it. Honestly, at Fang Ping's level of cultivation, who would really bear to do this? If this body of bones that were almost jade were really burned away, would it not be a great loss? Drip, sweat dripped. Around Fang Ping's body, the flesh was still there was no movement. The more it was so, the more it proved that his strength control was superb. Under such a painful environment, he could actually control his strength to not leak. Burn it! Fang Ping's heart was calm, and he was determined. This body was his, unless it was absolutely necessary, he was not willing to give it up. Last time when he self-destructed his flesh, he already felt that something was wrong. Frequently self-destructing his flesh and injuring his flesh was probably not a good thing. This time, recasting the bones was also to eliminate some flaws in the bones. Chi, a wisp of energy flame out of control, emerged from his shoulder instantly, turning his flesh into ashes. Fang Ping hurriedly abandoned other thoughts, focusing on controlling his strength, continuing to burn the bones. Piece by piece, the bones were burned. At this moment, he was still burning the bones of his limbs and torso. Although it was difficult to burn these bones, Fang Ping could still control it. The most important thing was actually the skull. Fang Ping's heart was heavy. The skull was the core. If the skull was not recast, recasting the other bones would actually be useless. Burning the skull was the most crucial moment. A little carelessness would cause a big problem. As the bones were burning, Fang Ping was also recasting. Fang Ping recast the 206 bones in the human body one by one. Each recasting consumed a lot of vitality. A small fish was comparable to the vitality of a saint. As for Fang Ping, recasting each bone would consume at least one fish. And this was before he had achieved jade bones. Fang Ping was not in a hurry to recast the bones piece by piece. He planned to recast the whole body before he went to forge the jade bones. This way, his bones could be more perfect and round. One piece, two pieces, very soon, other than the 29 bones in the skull, Fang Ping's other bones were recast. As for vitality, he had consumed at least the amount of more than 200 small fish. These, actually, could have been omitted. If Fang Ping did not recast the bones, perhaps 100 small fish would be enough for him to forge jade bones. Moreover, Fang Ping had also burned a lot of imperishable substances. The wealth consumed was also in the tens of billions. I've reached the skull. Fang Ping took a deep breath. The skull recast had begun. This was more difficult than before. If he was not careful, perhaps even his mentality would be burned, his mentality and flesh would collapse. Even if his origin was still there, he would be finished. It's okay, I've already gone through a lot of trouble, can I still kill myself? Fang Ping laughed. Under the solemn gaze of the others, on top of Fang Ping's skull, a flame suddenly appeared. Rumble, the flame soared to the sky. Luan's eyelids were also trembling, sending a voice transmission. This kid is really ruthless. Motherf *Ker, recast the skull too, isn't he afraid of burning himself to death? Sherpa licked his lips, sending a voice transmission back. Ruthless is ruthless, but if he really succeeds, the rewards will not be small. If this guy is really controlled by someone behind the scenes, then it will be much more difficult. If he's capable, he can even burn his spiritual consciousness. You don't say, this guy's spiritual consciousness is just not strong enough now. If it's strong enough, I guess he will really dare to do this. Luan was unconvinced, then burn his origin too. It's hard to say. His Tao is broken, he can change it at will. Do you think he won't dare to do this? After thinking about it, he felt a little disappointed. That was true, this guy was really ruthless. The Tao collapsed at will, the bones burned at will. It did not seem strange to burn mentality and origin one day. Ah! A scream was heard, shaking the Hall of Myriad Origins. Fang Ping's shrill scream was heard. Luan and the others thought that something had happened, but when they looked, it was nothing serious. Fang Ping's head was just a little red from the burn. However, Fang Ping was in unbearable pain at this time. Before this, he was still holding it in, wanting to be Guan Yuncheng who scraped his bones to heal his wounds. However, thinking about it, he was countless times more ruthless than Guan Yuncheng, countless times more painful. Previously, in order to pretend to be ruthless, he did not make a sound. But now, it was too King painful. No, he could not take it anymore. Ah! Fang Ping screamed, then suddenly roared, Emperor God, I will *CK your ancestors. Emperor, your whole family is dog *T. Fang Ping could not take it anymore. At this moment, he could only start cursing madly to divert his attention. A punch landed on the ground, causing the Hall of Myriad Origins to tremble. Fang Ping bombarded punch after punch, he cursed again and again, starting from the Emperor, all the way to the Broken Eight, in order. Rumble. Seal, you stupid thing, I asked you to give me the Seal of Heaven technique, and you gave it to me. Why are you so King stupid? I've had enough of you. Inside. Feng let out a long sigh. He noticed Fang Ping and also sensed that someone was protecting him. If not for someone protecting him, he would have gone out and beaten Fang Ping to death. This was too much. He took his cultivation method, and now he was still cursing him. Did this guy have any shame? Opposite him, Mia continued to look in that direction, his eyes twinkling. He seemed to have seen something and was silent for a long time. This guy was recasting his bones. Boom, flames rose, the inextinguishable flames burned the void. Fang Ping's scream suddenly stopped. He quickly focused, not daring to be distracted by his screams. Meow? The cat was initially lying on its stomach, still calm. Suddenly, it meowed suspiciously, crawled up, and walked toward Fang Ping. After circling around Fong Ping, the cat's gaze gradually turned from suspicion to fear. Liar. Did something happen? Beside them, Sherpa and Luan did not pay attention at first. This fellow had been cursing for a while. Now that it was done, they did not care. However, when the cat circled around Fong Ping, they also felt something was wrong. What was going on? Liar? The cat shouted, extending its claws. After some thought, it tapped Fong Ping's head lightly. Bang! Sparks flew everywhere. The cat's claws were ignited. The cat shook its claws in pain, but its face was blank. Then, it looked at Sherpa and Luan hurriedly. Beside them, Li Hansong also hurried over, asking anxiously, what's wrong with him? Sherpa stepped over, his mentality overflowing. Just as he was about to get closer to pry into Fong Ping's problem, he suddenly let out a low grunt and retracted his mentality. Sherpa frowned. This fellow. Did he ignite his mentality? As soon as he said that, Luan also walked over, frowning. Brain nucleus. Sherpa reacted quickly, saying hurriedly, this fellow. Did this fellow ignite his brain nucleus by mistake? Brain nucleus. The cat was stunned for a moment, lying down hurriedly. In the next moment, the cat stopped moving. Bang! The cat's claws broke a layer of thin film. In the next moment, it screamed miserably. Its claws were burned. Fong Ping, whose source world was destroyed, looked up at the cat. Right now, it looked like it was engulfed in a sea of flames. Fong Ping, on the other hand, did not lose his composure. Still, he had a bitter look on his face. He looked at the azure cat and pointed at the sun in the sky of his source world, smiling bitterly. Big cat, isn't my brain in the source world? Why would forging the skull ignite my brain nucleus? Sherpa and Luan were right. Fong Ping was also very depressed. His brain nucleus was different from other people's. Other people's brain nuclei were in their heads, but his brain nucleus had been stuffed into the source world as a sun when he was forging it. This time, he only wanted to forge his skull. How could he have known that he would ignite his brain core? Fong Ping did not even care when he was scolding them. After he was done cursing, he felt that something was wrong with the source world. When he entered, he was stunned. The sun in the sky was burning. The inextinguishable flame had actually ignited the nucleus of the brain. The crux of the matter was that Fong Ping realized that his brain nucleus could not be extinguished even after it had been ignited. This was the real problem. Meow, it's so hot. The old cat could also feel the power of the flames. As soon as it entered Fong Ping's source world, it was so hot that it jumped up and down. It flew toward Fong Ping hurriedly and looked up at the sky together with Fong Ping. The cat's face was blank. Liar, did you burn yourself to death? It was stunned. Was this liar trying to burn himself to death? Fong Ping was having a headache. He said gloomily, don't be sarcastic. I'm thinking of a way to put out the fire. At this moment, his origin energy was overflowing, extinguishing the flames. However, the flames were too strong. Not only could the origin energy not extinguish them, but it had also become an accelerant, burning more and more fiercely. If this went on, his brain nucleus would be burned to the point of collapse. The source world would be in trouble. If the source world collapsed, then Fong Ping might really be finished. At this moment, Fong Ping was also extremely gloomy. Of course, he had a certain degree of confidence in reconstructing the bones. If he had not gone to battle Heavenly Emperor, he probably would not have done it. However, he had gone, and his power control was as high as 99%, so Fong Ping had the confidence to do it. But now, he did not expect that the brain nucleus that was not in his head would actually be ignited. What did this mean? Perhaps it meant that the brain nucleus was also considered a part of the bones. The brain nucleus should also be a part of the human body, but it had always been separated outside, and it was half real and half illusory. Moreover, Fong Ping had integrated it into the source world. He really did not care. Not only him, actually, no one cared about this. Did the brain account for the bones, or was it considered a part of the human body? There was actually no accurate answer to this. Today, there was an answer. Yes, the brain nucleus was actually extremely closely related to the human body. When the bones were ignited, the brain nucleus was actually ignited too. even if the brain nucleus was not in the head. Fang Ping used his origin qi, but he could not extinguish the flames of the brain nucleus. At this moment, his mentality was also being burned. If this went on, he would really burn himself to death. If he burned himself to death like this, Fang Ping would feel that he had been wronged by the flying snow in June. No one had said that burning bones would burn the brain nucleus. Fang Ping soared into the sky, approaching the sun in the sky. As soon as he got close, he felt that his source body was on the verge of being burned. Suddenly, the cat's face was sweating, glancing at the brain nucleus, then at Fang Ping, saying sympathetically, "You're really going to burn yourself to death. Go away, what are you doing?" Fang Ping was having a headache. What should he do? After thinking for a long time, Fang Ping suddenly grabbed downward. In the next moment, the 4 fat babies were caught by him. Fang Ping pointed at the brain nucleus that was like a fireball, and the 4 little babies somewhat understood. In the next moment, the 4 little fellows surrounded it from all directions and began to pee. Obviously, the 4 little fellows felt that spitting could not solve the problem, so peeing might be more suitable. Fang Ping was mentally exhausted, his emotions were still considered stable now. Although the brain nucleus was burning, it might not be able to burn himself to death. However, if this went on, something might happen. Fang Ping frowned, unable to think of a good solution at the moment. The 4 fat babies' pee did suppress the burning speed a little, but it was still difficult to solve the problem. "Big Cat, do you have a solution?" "I don't know. Have you lived for tens of thousands of years in vain? But I've never seen anyone burn their own brain nucleus in tens of thousands of years. You're the first one. How would I know what to do? There were people who burned their own brain nucleus, how rare. I'm about to die, and this is your attitude?" Fang Ping was unhappy. Big Cat muttered, "I can't do anything about that. Why don't I try peeing too?" Fang Ping was mentally exhausted. This stupid cat only knew how to make sarcastic remarks. Looking at the brain nucleus that was still burning violently, Fang Ping's head was splitting. Not only was there no solution, but it was also really painful. The brain nucleus was related to mentality, and right now, Fang Ping's mentality was really starting to burn. Previously, Sherpo had said that he would burn his mentality violently, but Fang Ping had not considered this at the moment. Now, he had to burn it even if he did not want to. "Go out and ask." Temporarily suppressing the flames, Fang Ping looked at the 4 fat babies and instructed, "Pee more, don't stop until I come. Keep peeing." As he said that, Fang Ping grabbed one of the fat babies, smacked its butt hard, and said angrily, "Pee at the sun, not me. If you pee again, I'll beat you up." What a waste of origin water. These few little guys were the origin water spirits. Although Fang Ping was pissed all over, he did not care. Of course, being peed all over, Fang Ping suddenly felt a little good. It really had the effect of extinguishing the flames. After some thought, Fang Ping grabbed the fat baby again and said, "Go out with me, pee at me." "No, spit, okay?" Fang Ping thought about it and felt a little helpless. These little guys, if they were not peeing, they were spitting. He always felt like he was humiliating himself. When he thought about bringing this guy out, it would either pee or spit at him. Fang Ping felt very helpless. "Forget it, my life is more important. My mentality has been ignited, it's better to solve the problem as soon as possible." Back then, when these fellows spit at Dragon Morph, he had even mocked Dragon Morph. Now, there was reincarnation. In the outside world, the cat had just laid down not long ago. As the other 3 were looking solemn, Fang Ping suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, a fat baby appeared. As soon as it went out, it started spitting at Fang Ping. Fang Ping was sprayed with water, but the water disappeared in the blink of an eye. Sherpa was stunned for a moment, blinked, and suddenly said impatiently, "Isn't this the origin water spirit in the fountain of longevity that I'm guarding? You brat, you're always grabbing all the good stuff here." Fang Ping was too lazy to say anything. He stuffed the fat baby on top of his head and said, "Let's not talk about this. My brain nucleus is suddenly ignited." "Seniors, you're so knowledgeable, do you have a way to extinguish the flames?" Fang Ping was really speechless at this moment. Sherpa did not continue talking about the fat baby. He also said in a low voice, "It's better if the origin water spirit is with you. This thing is good stuff, it should be able to suppress it for a while. Just now, Luan Yi and I judged that you've ignited your brain nucleus. Look at you, you could have forged your jade bones, but you insisted on recasting your bones. Fang Ping smiled bitterly. I didn't know it would ignite my brain nucleus. Senior, now is not the time to ridicule me. Senior, you're so knowledgeable, do you have a way? I have no way. Sherpa shook his head. Although I'm mainly on the path of mentality now, I really don't have much research on the brain nucleus. But, it's not that there's no way. Fortunately, there's this stage. You know what I mean, there's an expert in this stage, there should be a way. Fang Ping's eyes lit up. Yes, this was the stage of Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor. This guy was the ancestor of psychic power. Let's go find him quickly. Fang Ping hurriedly walked toward where Annihilate the Heavenly Emperor was. Feng had not left yet. Celestial Polarity and the others were there too. At this moment, everyone heard the sound of footsteps. Feng was still angry that Fang Ping had scolded him, glaring at the entrance. This look stunned him for a moment. There was a fat baby on top of Fang Ping's head. At this moment, the fat baby was peeing on Fang Ping's head. What did this mean? Fang Ping's expression was indifferent. He said lightly, Origin water nourishes the flesh, it's so comfortable. Feng, do you want me to lend you some origin water to nourish your rotten body? Feng frowned and snorted coldly. Fang Ping, this fellow, had a lot of good stuff. Origin water essence, this was indeed a treasure, and its spirituality was very high. It was much bigger than ordinary water essences. Right now, it looked as big as Fang Ping's head. Back then, the longevity spring water in the divine sect was actually the size of a fist. These fat babies, recently in Fang Ping's source world, ate well and drank well, and grew up a lot. Fang Ping's expression was indifferent. Although the baby was peeing on his head, he was indifferent, as if he was doing it on purpose. Watering with origin water, why did you care how I watered? If I wanted origin water to pee, I would pee, were you convinced? Behind him, Sherpa and Luan were speechless. This fellow, at this stage, was still fooling people. Feng probably did not care about this. After all, origin water was indeed a treasure. Many old powerhouses hoped to obtain some to prolong their lives. Fang Ping, this fellow, was wasting origin water at such a young age. It was simply extravagant. At this moment, some of the powerhouses present were also a little jealous. On the other hand, Celestial Polarity glanced at Fang Ping, a little puzzled. Did Fang Ping have nothing better to do? Although there were benefits to letting origin water essence pee on his head, was it necessary? Was there something wrong with this fellow's brain? On the stone platform, Heaven Exterminating Emperor also looked at Fang Ping. His gaze flickered slightly, but he did not speak. Fang Ping did not stand on ceremony. He cupped his hands and smiled. Brother Exterminating. Regardless of whether we know each other or not, your reincarnation, Yao Qingjun, is my brother. If that's the case, I'll treat you as my brother. Having said that, he patted the skeleton beside him and smiled. This is Li Hansong, the reincarnation of Celestial Emperor Badian. He met Celestial Emperor Badian previously. Celestial Emperor Badian acknowledged him and gave him a lot of vitality to help him forge his jade bones. Brother, I don't know if you recognize this reincarnation. No matter what, when we meet, we still have to be brothers. Fang Ping laughed carelessly. Old bro, yeah, my brother Yao Qingjun didn't come. I wonder if you can bring some benefits for me when I get out. When I see him, can you help him forge his physique or mentality or something? Miao looked at him, and a faint smile appeared on his cold face, but it disappeared in a flash. Reincarnation? He sounded doubtful. Fang Ping immediately said, your disciple knows. Feng, don't be fooled by him. This fellow is treacherous. He took in 4 disciples named Fighting Heavens, Earth War, Overlord, and Exterminating. In the end, they were all beaten to death. You must never treat him as one of us. He was even prepared to kill your reincarnations. Feng frowned slightly and said coldly, Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not take it seriously. Why? Did I lie? Celestial fate, your Emperor Shi's son. Tell me, is it true? Brother Exterminating, this is Emperor Shi's son. He still has some credibility. Although Feng and I are not on the same side, I didn't wrongly accuse him. Celestial Fate glanced at Feng, then at Feng Ping. After a while, he decided to be a mute. He would not get involved. Feng Ping found a cattail hassock and sat down. He glanced at the others and smiled. How do we pass this round? The cat poked his waist with its paw. It was a little strange. Why aren't you asking how to save you? Feng Ping ignored it. What did it know? The more anxious I am, the easier it is for others to get hold of me. I'm not in a hurry. I'll get closer to exterminating Heaven Emperor and ask for help. This will make things easier. Exterminating Heaven Emperor glanced at them and said slowly, it's not difficult to pass this round. I won't set any checkpoints. Martial artists of the origin path will come here and manifest the origin world. The world will turn illusions into reality. Then, they will pass. What about beginner martial artists? Feng Ping chatted unhurriedly, but he was panicking inside. Of course, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. Moreover, Feng and the others were still here. He had to get rid of them first. Beginner martial artists, exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly, if beginner martial artists want to pass this round, they have to enter my origin. If they can walk out, they will pass. That's not difficult. Oh right, are there any benefits? Of course there are. Exterminating Heaven Emperor did not hide anything. He said lightly, those who can pass this round, I can solve their doubts once. Feng Ping nodded and smiled. That's not bad. Anything can be solved? If it's related to spiritual consciousness, I should be able to solve it. As he said that, he looked at Feng Ping and said meaningfully, your doubts are not unsolvable. Feng Ping understood immediately. He did not expect this guy to see through it. Feng Ping smiled. That's good. Turning illusions into reality is enough? That was easy, his origin world was extremely powerful. It was not difficult to turn illusions into reality and project it into reality. Of course, this was also him. For others, it was actually more difficult. It was not a big problem for heavenly kings, but it would be difficult for non-heaven kingdom martial artists. His luck was not bad. There was a problem with the brain nucleus in this round, and it happened to be with exterminating Heaven Emperor. As he was thinking, exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly, I think you might have more doubts. Huh? Feng Ping was stunned. What doubts do I have? You will have them. Exterminating Heaven Emperor seemed to know what he was thinking. He suddenly chuckled. If you want to know, you can also try to increase the difficulty of passing this round. As soon as he said that, Feng was stunned. Increase the difficulty, he only asked questions after passing the round. But now exterminating Heaven Emperor was saying that the difficulty could be adjusted? How do I increase the difficulty? How about entering my origin and have a walk? Exterminating Heaven Emperor smiled faintly. This is a test for beginner martial artists. However, if you pass both rounds, you can ask more questions. At this moment, Feng hurriedly said, Teacher, then you can't pass. Exterminating Heaven Emperor said calmly, pass the origin and lock the origin. You've locked the origin. You can't pass this round. Hearing this, Feng was instantly disappointed. According to what he said, he might not be able to pass. Feng Ping looked at exterminating Heaven Emperor in surprise. Did this guy deliberately open the back door for me? What did he see? Is he giving me face? Or is there a conspiracy? Feng Ping was still thinking. Beside him, Sky's Fate transmitted his voice to Xingnan, scolding, Did you see that? What? Idiot. Sky's Fate was annoyed. He transmitted his voice, Look at the dishes. These projections are not good people. Those who feel that they have a chance of becoming an emperor are mostly doing favors. Can't you see? Those of us who feel that we have no hope of becoming an emperor won't even look at you. Damn, even the projections are so realistic. Sure enough, without strength, you're trash no matter where you go. Sky's Fate was sullen. He and Xingnan had been here for a long time. They had to wait for Feng to finish asking questions. Of course, they could not hear the questions. They could only watch. Now that Fong Ping had arrived, Exterminating Heaven Emperor actually opened the back door. Was Fong Ping cutting the queue? Forget it, shameless, Sky's fate cursed in his heart. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was also so shameless. Did he look like he was not to be trifled with? Seeing that he was slightly stronger and had better qualifications, he just opened the back door for him to cut the queue. Exterminating Heaven was not in the mood to pay attention to him. He looked at Fong Ping again and smiled faintly. Are you going to pass 2 rounds? Fong Ping thought about it and smiled. Let's try passing 1 round first. We'll talk about the second round. Sure. Fong Ping did not stand on ceremony when he heard that. He quickly condensed a projection of the origin world. This time, the projection was extremely bright. The entire world was illuminated. Below, there was a city. There were people living in it. Fong looked a little strange. This kid's origin world was getting stronger and stronger. Not only was it stronger, but its lethality seemed to have increased. At this moment, he actually felt a burning sensation. As for Exterminating Heaven Emperor, he kept staring at his origin world. After looking for a while, he said slowly, just as I expected. As he said that, he looked at Fong Ping meaningfully again. Fong Ping felt a little uncomfortable. Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked easy to talk to in this round, but why did he feel that this guy was up to no good? This gaze made him feel like this guy wanted to sleep with him. Mother ****, why did he have such a thought? Fong Ping was puzzled and wary. Could this guy be a psychopath? He heard that cold people had a fanatical heart. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was quite cold. Otherwise, Big Cat would not have called him Big Blackface. Can I ask questions then? Yes. Can you send them away? Fong Ping said and said hurriedly, this is not my problem. Don't trick me. Exterminating Heaven Emperor was slightly stunned. I have not considered this problem. Now that you mention it, I'm enlightened. Without saying anything, he waved his hand and Fong disappeared. Fong did not even have time to say anything before he was sent away. At this moment, Celestial Polarity coughed dryly. Why don't you send me away too? I'll go to the next round and take a look. He was helpless. Challenging the rounds was no longer interesting. There did not seem to be any benefits, all the benefits were swallowed by these bastards. Him challenging the rounds was like going through the motions. It was getting more and more boring. Just as he said that, Exterminating Heaven Emperor waved his hand and he and Xingnan disappeared without a word. Before Celestial Polarity left, he could not help but curse, Mother ****, you really sent me away. I'm just being polite. You should at least give me some benefits. His voice disappeared in an instant. Exterminating Heaven Emperor ignored him. He looked at Fong Ping with burning eyes and smiled. Ask away. Fong Ping felt a chill run down his spine. What was up with this guy? That, my brain core has been ignited. How do I extinguish it? As expected. Exterminating Heaven Emperor nodded. It was just as he expected. Your brain core has been ignited. Exterminating Heaven Emperor murmured, how did you ignite it? You didn't die after it was ignited. Coincidentally, you had the origin water, you're really lucky. As expected, demons appear in troubled times. Fong Ping frowned. This guy was asking me, how did I ignite it? Could I say I was courting death and accidentally ignited it? Wait. What? Exterminating Heaven Emperor said suddenly. Fong Ping was stunned. Wait for what? Wait. Exterminating Heaven Emperor repeated again and said softly, wait for the brain core to melt. Fong Ping almost cursed out loud. Was he asking him to wait for death? If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of smacking him to death, he wouldn't have anyone to ask. Do you believe that he wouldn't smack him to death right now? Exterminating Heaven Emperor smiled faintly. It's okay. I won't die. He paused and said, Sherpa, you and that young friend will pass first. Sherpa and Luan were stunned. What did he mean? Pass. There's not much to gain from this level. Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked at the two of them and said softly, this level is only to stop beginner martial artists from passing. Sherpa was surprised. Stop beginner martial artists? Exterminating Heaven Emperor nodded slightly and said nothing more. Sherpa thought for a while and conjured his origin world. Luan glanced at Fong Ping. Fong Ping thought for a while and asked worriedly, "You won't kill me after they leave, right?" Exterminating Heaven Emperor said lightly, "You want to share the secret of your origin with them?" Fong Ping was speechless. What did he mean? Fong Ping thought for a while and said nothing more. Luan laughed and said, "All right, kid. I'll go to the next level first. You're on your own. Don't burn yourself to death." "I won't," Fong Ping replied. Both of them instantiated their own source worlds. Then, they asked a question related to cultivation and hurriedly left the place. At this moment, only Fong Ping, Ironhead, and Old Cat were left. Just as they left, Exterminating Heaven Emperor suddenly sighed. "Jean, dumbass, and I'm afraid we're really dead." Fong Ping was stunned when he heard that. What did he mean? This was just a projection. Even if they knew about the final battle, no one could be sure that they were really dead. After all, this was just a projection before the final battle. How did Exterminating Heaven Emperor determine that the real body was dead? Exterminating Heaven Emperor looked at Fong Ping and suddenly shook his head. "You might be our new product." Rumble, as if struck by lightning, Fong Ping's expression changed drastically. New product? What did he mean? Exterminating Heaven Emperor seemed to know much more than that idiot Badian Emperor. New product, Fong Ping repulsed and loathed this term from the bottom of his heart. "I'm not a thing, bah, I am not a test subject." Fong Ping suppressed the throbbing in his heart. He would rather be a chess piece than be called a new product. Fong Ping exhaled. The Heaven Exterminating Emperor looked at him. Fong Ping's tone suddenly changed. "Cut the crap. How do we extinguish the fire? I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. You said that I can ask questions if I succeed. Now I'm asking you how to extinguish the fire. What's the meaning of waiting?" The Heaven Exterminating Monarch was stunned for a moment before he chuckled. "Aren't you curious? Don't tell me you're not curious or shocked by such a big thing." Fong Ping did not think much of it. He huffed and said, "I only need to listen to half of what you say and believe the other half. Why are you scaring yourself? If you have the time, I'll break through to the 9th level, become an emperor, and kill everyone. Naturally, there won't be a problem then." The Heaven Exterminating Emperor laughed. "I'm afraid it won't be as easy as you think it is to kill everyone. Yes, when I first started practicing martial arts 3 years ago, everyone told me that becoming a 7th level grandmaster was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Now I've broken through to the 7th level." Fong Ping pursed his lips. "Do you know that some people like to raise tigers, lions, and wolves, and then they get bitten to death?" "A lame joke?" The cat looked at Fong Ping. "What a cold joke." Fong Ping continued, "Now, not only does someone want to rear tigers and lions, he even wants to rear the devil. Tell me, do you think this kind of person will have a good ending? Of course, I'm not talking about me. I'm not a devil. I'm very kind." Speaking up to this point, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, so he added, "I don't mean to boast, but I am indeed very kind. The outside world calls me the star of the human race." The Heaven Exterminating the Arch broke into laughter. He didn't mind what the Heaven Exterminating the Arch had said. He said slowly, "Your brain nucleus being ignited is both a good and a bad thing. The bad thing was that it was easy for the brain nucleus to collapse, resulting in immediate death. And good things?" Fong Ping listened attentively. In the end, he became a eunuch. Fong Ping's expression was extremely pleasant. "Annihilating the Heavenly Emperor, right? Just you wait, when I go back and meet Yao Qingjun, I will hammer him to death." The Heaven Exterminating the Arch seemed to have read his mind. He smiled and said, "There's no hurry. Since you want to know, you can actually take a walk in my source world. Perhaps you'll see more there. When you come out, maybe you'll be interested to know something else, such as new products?" Fong Ping thought for a while, then looked at the cat and said, "I'll go. You stay here and keep an eye on him. If this guy is up to no good, you can scratch him to death for me." Hearing this, the cat said timidly, "No, I want to go too. Big Blackface never smiles, but he's smiling all the time today. It's making me a little scared. Shall we go together?" Fong Ping was extremely frustrated. "Is it worth it? In any case, you're a cat that's only at level 7. Is there a need to be afraid of this projection? Fong Ping looked at Iron Head, thought for a moment, and said, Iron Head, let's go in together, just in case he tries anything funny. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch chuckled, let's go take a look together. Perhaps it will be of some help to you. As he spoke, he waved his hand toward Fong Ping. Fong Ping did not refuse. Instantly, he felt the world spinning. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the Hall of Myriad Origins. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch sat cross-legged on the stone platform. Suddenly, he sighed softly. 4 emperors. 3 emperors. Sigh. The sigh reverberated in the basilica. Very quickly, it vanished into thin air. Roar. A roar jolted Fong Ping back to reality. At this moment, Fong Ping was in a trance. Earth, mountains, plains, rivers, he felt as if he had transmigrated to a new world. He could not see the end of it. An incomparably huge world. At this moment, he was beside a river. A ferocious tiger beast that was drinking water suddenly attacked him. Fong Ping smacked it with his palm. Bang, it exploded, blood, bones, flesh, it was as if it was real. Fong Ping frowned slightly. His fingers caught a drop of blood, twirling it gently. In a low voice, he said, it looks like real blood. The cat looked at him aggrievedly, muttering, why did you kill the tiger? Fong Ping's question mark face, suddenly, he reacted. The corner of his mouth twitched. You're a cat, not a tiger. This isn't someone from your clan. Are you addicted to acting? Meow. The cat said aggrievedly, cats and tigers are of the same family. Little Chubby Face said that cats are tigers and tigers are cats. Little Chubby Face also said that cats are actually tigers' masters. Many, many years ago, I think I taught a tiger. Then, I'm the tiger's grandmaster. Fong Ping was mentally exhausted. He said exasperatedly, cut the crap. I'm asking you to see if it's true. I'm not asking you to argue with me about this. This cat must be stupid. Fong Yuan was just saying it casually. How could it take it seriously? You even taught a tiger. People say that you're the wind, but you're the rain. Did you really teach a tiger? Who are you trying to fool? The cat felt aggrieved. A liar killed a tiger. It was very sad. I might be a tiger's. Fong Ping saw the cat's sad expression and felt extremely helpless. He rubbed the cat's head and said helplessly, all right, I won't kill the tiger next time. You're the tiger. You're the tiger's master. Is that okay? He was too immersed in his role, it was hopeless. Beside him, Iron Head could not help but want to laugh. He laughed so hard that his skeletal face was trembling. Fong Ping glared at him impatiently. He frowned slightly. This is Celestial. Exterminator Source World. It's so big. I can't see the end of it. I'm afraid the area is not smaller than a city, right? As he said that, Fong Ping leaped into the air. His eyes glowed as he scanned the surroundings, then, his expression changed slightly. It was not just a city. It was almost as big as a province, right? No, maybe it was bigger because he did not see the edge. There seemed to be many creatures in the distance. This seemed to be a prehistoric world. They were all monsters, insects, anyway, he did not see anyone. Everything was there, lakes, mountains, plants, animals, except for people, everything was there. Fong Ping frowned. Such a big source world, he had heard that during Celestial Exterminator's last battle, the source world covered the Celestial Realm. The Celestial Realm's collapse had a lot to do with Celestial Exterminator. This fellow's large-scale magic attack was like a forbidden spell. It covered the Celestial Realm, which caused a huge problem in the Celestial Realm and was directly destroyed. Could it be that this world covered the Celestial Realm back then? The source world here was a projection. Naturally, it was also fake. However, there was an advantage to this place. The projection and the real body's memories were the same. The source world should be the same too. He could not rule out the possibility that Celestial Exterminator was more powerful in the later stages. However, the source world here should be like the source world of his time. Celestial Exterminator, the source world is too big. Fong Ping landed on the ground. He was a little speechless. how do I pass this round? What did he want me to see? At this moment, a voice came from the void. It said lightly, the world is big, but it's not that the world is big. What you see and what I see are not the same. Fang Ping was stunned. In your source, the world that those illusionary figures see, is the world that you see the same? Fang Ping frowned slightly. This was Celestial Exterminator's voice. Fang Ping thought for a while and said in a low voice, "You're saying that this is actually a cognitive error. In my source world, the world that those people see is a world with two cities, a world with mountains and rivers, just like what I'm seeing now. In reality, what I see is a small world with a diameter of less than 1,000 meters." He understood a little. That's right. Celestial Exterminator responded and said, "If you pass the round, you can just walk out." Walk out? Yes, walk out. Fang Ping continued to frown. Very quickly, he said, "I understand a little. You want me to find the location of your Tao? Walk out through the Tao?" The source world was connected to the Tao. If he walked on the Tao, he should be able to walk out, right? See for yourself and feel for yourself. After leaving these words, Celestial Exterminator's voice disappeared. Fang Ping rubbed his chin. Why did this guy bring me to his source world? What did he want me to see? Yes, the sun. Fang Ping suddenly thought of something and looked up hurriedly. With this look, Fang Ping frowned. After thinking for a while, he quickly flew up into the sky. As he flew, Fang Ping felt that something was wrong. The sky seemed to be infinitely high. He kept flying up, but he did not see the sun. It was like the real world. The sun looked close, but you could not fly up. Behind him, the cat and Iron Head also flew up. The cat looked at his head. There was still a peeing baby on it and said sympathetically, "Liar, hurry up and find it. This little fatty is about to faint from peeing." Pfft. Iron Head could not help it and laughed out loud. Fang Ping's face darkened. "You skeleton monster, don't make a sound. Isn't it better to be a good skeleton?" "I'm looking." "That's strange. Is it because I'm in this world that I can't fly up and can't see his brain nucleus?" "Because there was something wrong with the brain nucleus." Mia let him in to take a look. Fang Ping felt that the answer might be in Mia's brain nucleus. But now, he could not see it. What did this mean? Fang Ping continued to fly up. With his broken 7 strength, his flying speed was very fast. But after flying for almost 10 minutes, Fang Ping still did not feel the existence of the sky. This damn place was a little strange. Fang Ping did not fly up anymore. He looked at the sun in the void and frowned slightly. He looked at Iron Head and the cat and said disdainfully, "Although you two are stupid, at least give me some ideas." "Don't just be stupid." Iron Head said gloomily, "Who's stupid? Aren't we looking for the sun with you?" The cat also agreed. "That's right. We've been flying with you for so long. You're stupid. You can't find it." Fang Ping was really speechless. These two fellows were really unreliable. If I brought you two here, I might as well bring Old Wang here. Old Wang can still have some ideas at critical moments. You two can just eat and wait to die. The cat said matter-of-factly, "Cats eat and wait to die." Fang Ping decided not to talk to it. It would be useless anyway. After thinking for a while, Fang Ping said quickly, "Go find the Tao. The Tao is connected to the world. Once you find the door of the Tao, you can go out." As he said that, Fang Ping flew in a direction. The Tao was usually at the edge of the world. Those with origin Taos knew this. This time, he kept flying. He flew for a long time. Below him, he passed by mountains, crossed rivers, and even encountered some flying monsters, but he still could not see the edge of the world. This time, Fang Ping was a little annoyed and confused. What did the Heaven Exterminating Emperor want him to see? Was this level that difficult? Previously, the Heaven Exterminating Emperor said that he could not pass this level because only beginner martial artists could. Why did he say that? I'm so annoyed with these weird fellows. Just tell me directly. Why do you insist on me looking for it? Fang Ping complained. After thinking for a while, he suddenly took out the Origin Realm. You can't find the Origin martial artists, right? I was a martial artist back then. Fang Ping went into the origin realm. In the blink of an eye, the Tao disappeared. He came out again. This time, he had already taken the origin Tao. Fang Ping came out again. This time, he suddenly felt something different. At this time, the heaven-exterminating emperor, who was sitting cross-legged in the basilica, was slightly stunned. Where was the Tao? Could this work? For a moment, the heaven-exterminating emperor was also stunned. If this was the case, was his test still a test? This was not his original intention. It was to grind Fang Ping's character, to let him search and discover it himself. But now, it seemed to have gone against his original intention. The heaven-exterminating emperor was a little surprised. Fang Ping was also a little surprised. When he took down the Tao, he felt something different. Illusion, yes, previously, with the Tao, he felt that this world was very real. But now, with the Tao gone, he suddenly felt that this world was a little out of place, not real enough. It was a fake world. What beginner martial artists see is different from what we see. Fang Ping frowned slightly. What was the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to say? The origin world is the manifestation of the origin. Origin martial artists carry the origin Tao. I'm afraid it's difficult for them to find some loopholes in this world, some problems. Beginner martial artists strengthen themselves, their senses become sharper, so they can find problems? Or is the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to tell me that there's a problem with the origin world? Or could it be that the source is fake? Fang Ping frowned again and again. The heaven-exterminating emperor was very annoying, just say it directly. However, this attempt gave him some unexpected gains. Sometimes, if he tried it himself, he might be able to feel more differences. Fang Ping suddenly closed his eyes and began to feel. The moment he closed his eyes, he felt something different about this world. Suddenly, Fang Ping opened his eyes and looked in a direction. The central area of the mainland, the area where he was just now. Fang Ping's eyes moved, and he quickly flew in that direction. Ironhead hurried to catch up. The cat asked curiously, "Liar, what's wrong? Didn't you notice the difference?" Fang Ping asked doubtfully, "You don't have the Tao either. Didn't you notice the difference?" "What?" The cat looked at the direction Fang Ping pointed, which was also the direction where he first appeared. It was a little confused, scratching its head with its claws. "You mean, it's softer over there?" "Softer?" Fang Ping felt tired. So, this stupid cat had really noticed the difference. You actually did not say it. "It's not softer, it's more illusory." Fang Ping said in a low voice, "This world looks very real, but it's just an illusion after all. It's actually fake, you and I both know that. But before this, it felt like it was real. Looking at it again now, the whole world feels a little illusory, and the place we came from is even more illusory." "Yes." The cat looked at him and asked curiously, "Then what's wrong?" Fang Ping did not want to talk to it anymore. Ironhead understood a little. The skeleton twisted and said, "You mean, that's where the Tao is?" "Maybe. Where the Tao is, it's even more illusory." Ironhead wanted to lick his lips but found that he could not, so he could only give up and said, "Is the heaven-exterminating emperor trying to say that the origin Tao is very fake?" "It's possible." Fang Ping nodded and continued flying, saying as he flew, "I don't know what he wants me to see. Maybe he wants me to feel it myself, to understand all this better, but, the source world is actually also the origin Tao. Why is it different?" Fang Ping frowned. Very soon, he flew to the previous place. This time, he felt it more clearly. At this moment, when he arrived here, he seemed to sense a passageway. This place was slightly more fragile than other places. The heaven-exterminating emperor's Tao is also inserted in the source world? Fang Ping suddenly thought of this question and was a little speechless. There was someone who had the same hobby as him? The location of the origin Tao is even more illusory, the sun can't be found. Are these two related? He said that my brain nucleus being ignited is not a bad thing. Could it be that he has also experienced this before? Fang Ping frowned, thinking about this, and casually punched the void. The void seemed to tremble slightly. He and the cat felt it, but Ironhead did not feel it. Fang Ping looked at him, as if he did not feel it. Fang Ping retreated from this area and punched again. The void did not tremble. The next moment, Fong Ping's eyes moved slightly, and suddenly, he quickly dug the ground. Ironhead was dumbfounded and could not help but say, "Are you a rat? It's already broken 7, and you're still digging. Stop talking nonsense, dig." Fong Ping said in a low voice, "I'll dig here, you dig in the area I just marked." He dug in the area outside the dao, letting Ironhead dig in the area he had marked. "Big cat, you dig too, hurry up." Ironhead was helpless. The cat thought for a while, suddenly grabbed Ironhead, turning the skeleton upside down. Its claws grabbed both of Ironhead's legs, smashing his head toward the ground with a bang. It felt that Li Hansong's head was very big, and his skull was very hard. It might be more convenient to dig. With a bang, a pit was smashed into the ground. % yen. Li Hansong almost died of anger. "This stupid cat, you're crazy, what do you take me for? Meow, faster like this." The cat felt that it was quite easy to use, continuing to smash down, smashing a hole with each smash. It was very convenient. On the other side, Fong Ping did not care about them, digging down quickly. Outside, Heaven Extermination Emperor was having a headache. Why did he think of digging a hole? Couldn't he fly up a little more? He felt that there was something wrong with his test this time, and the test's target was not normal either. First, the Tao was gone, then suddenly he had to dig the ground. What was he thinking? This was not following the script. Previously, Fong Ping flew up, but he did not fly for long. Couldn't he continue to fly a little more? Sigh. Heaven Extermination Emperor was mentally exhausted, feeling that there was something wrong with this test. The guy who was taking the test inside was not a normal person. Fong Ping continued to dig, becoming more energetic the more he dug, 100 meters deep, 1,000 meters deep. He kept digging until he was almost 10,000 meters deep, and his expression suddenly changed. He seemed to have dug a rock. Before this, it had always been soil, but now, there was a sudden thump. The weapon that Fong Ping used to dig made a sound. The shovel in Fong Ping's hand suddenly turned into a long staff. Fong Ping stabbed it with the staff. There was a rumble. The recoil was very strong. Fong Ping frowned. Then, his expression changed again, and he said suddenly, "Continue digging, dig until this whole area is empty. All of you, hurry up." After saying that, Fong Ping suddenly split into thousands of clones, and countless clones began to dig the ground together. Outside, Heaven Extermination Emperor was even more confused. Did this guy discover the problem, or did he not? What was he trying to do by digging like this? He was about to be dumbfounded. Dig, continue digging. Fong Ping was tireless. On the other side, Cat and Ironhead had also dug to the bottom. Cat poked with his claws, poking through the bottom. Feeling a little guilty, he quickly closed up the bottom, shouting, "Liar, we've dug to the bottom." Fong Ping did not turn his head, continuing to dig, asking, "Will it break with one poke?" "Yes, you too? Stop talking nonsense. You continue to dig out that whole area for me." Cat was depressed, but he could only continue digging. About an hour later, this area had been dug into a huge, deep pit by a few people. Fong Ping looked at the big bowl-like hole at the bottom and suddenly laughed. Floating in the air, Fong Ping looked at the bottom of the big bowl again. There was an obvious scar, and his smile became even brighter. "Interesting. Heaven Extermination Emperor, are you telling me that Tao is actually flawed?" Yes, at this moment, looking down, the area where Tao was at looked like a scar stuck on a porcelain piece. Fong Ping suddenly said, "Under normal circumstances, Tao is actually not like this. It's wide. If that's the case, the scar left behind is bigger, and you've shrunk it." At the thought of this, Fong Ping did not say anything else. He quickly flew toward the scar, punching the bottom with one punch. Then, Fong Ping went out. This time, Fong Ping saw even more things. However, at this moment, Heaven Extermination Emperor's voice rang in his ears. "You can come out now." With a rumble, Fong Ping's vision went black. He, Cat, and the others appeared in the basilica again. Fong Ping did not wait for Heaven Extermination Emperor to speak, saying impatiently, "Next time, just say it directly. I thought it was some difficult question, but it turned out to be this. Just say it, and I won't have to waste so much time." you understand? Heaven Extermination Emperor was not angry, smiling instead. Fang Ping nodded. Nonsense, it's so simple. Your source world is actually also a source star. However, in this sphere, your source star has been pierced through by Tao, leaving behind a hole. As he said that, he saw Ironhead looking at him. Fang Ping said casually, it's like a bead. Someone has pierced through it, turning it from a solid object to a perforated one. Ironhead understood, smiling. Your description is still more appropriate. Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed again. Anything else? Yes. Fang Ping said in a low voice, the surroundings of Earth, forget it, I should say the surroundings of the source star should be empty. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be like this. After piercing through it, you won't directly appear outside the source star. Forget it, anyway, there's something wrong with this place of yours. It's not a simple source star. If you ask me, this place of yours is more like an iron shell, enveloping the original star. I broke this iron shell earlier, so I came out. Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed. Anything else? Yes. Fang Ping asked doubtfully, how did this iron shell of yours form? You asked me to look at the sun, and I did see it, but I couldn't find it. Could it be? The sun is everywhere. Heaven Extermination Emperor chuckled. It's just a projection. It's not exactly where you see it. At this moment, Fang Ping suddenly came to a realization. He nodded. I understand the benefits you're talking about. No, I know what an iron shell is. You're very smart. It's just SOSO. I didn't think of it until you showed it to me. Thank you. Fang Ping thanked him sincerely. Then, he focused and asked, what are these benefits? Unification. Fang Ping's gaze moved. Unification? That's right. Do you still not understand? Fang Ping suddenly understood. Ironhead, who was beside him, looked confused. Even his skeletal face was confused. He said in a daze, what do you mean? Tell me. Heaven Extermination Emperor laughed. Dumbass, you're as dumb as ever. Ironhead was indignant. He said gloomily, both of you speak so vaguely. How would I understand? Can this cat understand? He had to drag someone, the cat, down with him. In the end, the cat yawned and said lazily, how stupid. He had already said that they would return to one. Return to one. The source world was outside, and the brain nucleus was his. Big Blackface melted his own brain. No, he melted his brain into an iron shell and put his source world inside. This way, the source world is in the brain. When the brain is put into the brain, it's his. This is unification. The cat looked at Ironhead in disdain. You don't even understand this. How stupid. Big Blackface still needs to be enhanced by the origin Tao. That's why this brain is actually a Tonghulu with a pair of holes. Fang Ping nodded. Heaven Extermination Emperor also smiled and nodded in agreement. Ironhead, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. He cursed in his heart, this was too much. It was not that he did not understand, but he had never come into contact with the unification that they were talking about. The cat and Fang Ping had reached this level. Of course, they knew what unification meant. How could Ironhead understand? He did not. In the end, he was being looked down upon by a cat. Ironhead was indignant, but he was too embarrassed to say anything. It was embarrassing, however. Fang Ping's eyes were bright. Unification. I couldn't put the source world into my brain before because the brain was a solid body. Now that I've ignited it, I can melt it into a shell and wrap the source world. Is that right? As he said that, Fang Ping thought of something and his heart moved slightly. Heaven Extermination Emperor could not wrap it completely because he still needed Tao. As for himself, could he seal it completely? Because he did not actually need the Tao enhancement. Of course, he could first open an opening now and then seal it when the Tao did not need it anymore. Fang Ping licked his lips. He had actually been thinking about how to unify the source world for a long time. Today, he actually found a way to unify. Heaven Extermination Emperor looked at Fang Ping and said softly, you're right. Unifying the source is actually extremely difficult. And we, actually haven't really done it. Heaven Extermination Emperor suddenly laughed at himself. Actually, this is a dead end. If you completely unify and the origin channel breaks, you will no longer be a venerable emperor because you will lose the origin enhancement. However, if you don't completely unify, this so-called unification will be greatly reduced. There will be a loophole, but it's not much different from not unifying. In the past, I wanted to completely unify, but I couldn't make up my mind because if I did, my origin cultivation would be in vain. Sigh. A sigh that was indescribably bleak. He did not know if others had done it before with the brain covering the source world. Anyway, he had discovered the secret, so he did it. However, there was still a loophole in the end. He could not bear to give up the origin Tao. If he gave up, he would no longer be a venerable emperor. At this time, he could not help but look at Fang Ping. Before this, Fang Ping had abandoned the Tao. How did he do it? At this moment, he could not help but wonder. Would his path of unification be different from his? Since the Annihilate Emperor had said that after the brain core was melted, it could envelop the source world and undergo unification, Fang Ping was no longer in a hurry. He was not in a hurry, but beside him, the cat poked him with its paw and said with widened eyes, "Liar, will he lie to you? When you're done burning, you'll be dead." He was speechless, the corner of Fang Ping's mouth twitched slightly. "Cat, you're right." Fang Ping looked at Heaven Exterminating Emperor suspiciously. "If that's the case, I'm done for. Does that count as me giving up on treatment?" The Heaven Exterminating the Arch looked at the Azure Cat and felt an urge to slap it. Would I do that? But this matter was inexplicable. You said he wouldn't die, right? By that time, he would already be dead. You said that they could return to one, but before they could, their brain nuclei were gone. How were you going to settle the score? Fang Ping was also having a headache because of the old cat. What the big cat said made sense, but at this point, what should he do? Tai Tu was dazed as well. It was indeed a dilemma. It melted and turned into a shell to return to its original form. However, if he was deceived, Fang Ping would be done for. The Heaven Exterminating Monarch was mentally exhausted. He said slowly, "I have no need to lie to you." Fang Ping was still a little apprehensive. Truth be told, other than a few people, he would not trust anyone else, especially when it came to matters of life and death. If it really melted and didn't produce that effect, what would happen then? The Heaven Exterminating the Arch chuckled at his silence. Actually, there's no need to worry. When the brain core melts, you can slowly refine the matter produced outside the source world. That way, you'll be able to see if it's effective. Brother Slayer, are you saying that I can actually start forging right now? Cast what? Cast an eggshell. It enveloped the source world. At the thought of this, Fang Ping suddenly thought of a question. He asked hesitantly, "Brother Slayer, if I seal off my source world completely, and the source world and my brain core become one, does that mean that my source world exists in my body and I'll lose contact with the source universe?" "I don't know either." Because I've never tried to seal myself completely. The heaven-destroying monarch sighed softly. "I've actually wanted to give it a try, but I'm worried that if I were to seal myself off completely and sever the connection to my source, where would I go without my source? Without the source, even if an extreme Tao Heavenly Emperor had a specialty, such as a powerful mental energy, at the very most, he would only be at the Heavenly King realm. At their level, so what if they broke through to the 7th level of the Heavenly King stage? For these people to be able to cultivate to this level, they had experienced too much. They had enemies, grievances, and all sorts of disputes. No one in the Emperor realm can match him, no opponents at the beginner level, none of the experts of the 3 realms wanted to kill them. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch naturally wouldn't dare to do so. He couldn't, therefore, he could not answer Fang Ping's question. However, the Heaven Exterminating the Arch thought for a moment and said, "Even if your brain core encompasses the origin world, there should still be a certain connection with the origin universe. Because the source world was also a part of the universe, it might not be so simple to completely break free from the source." The Heaven Exterminating the Arch hesitated. In the past, when the Celestial the Arch transcended, although he might not have discovered this method, it was still extremely difficult for the Celestial the Arch to transcend. In the end, there were still some hidden dangers. If you want to transcend the source, I'm afraid that sealing the source is not enough. The celestial the arch left behind hidden dangers? You mean the world behind the door? You know about it too? I know a little. I went there once. The heaven exterminating the arch pondered and said slowly, there were some hidden dangers. When he transcended behind the door, he shattered his own star of origin and jumped out of the origin universe. However, there was a problem with the source, and he had to find a way to suppress it. Otherwise, he would suffer from the backlash of the origin universe's collapse and perish. Therefore, the path of origin became popular. Find someone to replace him? Seeing that the heaven exterminating the arch was silent, Fang Ping added with a smile, so the 9 emperors were born? The heaven exterminating the arch looked at him again and said softly, you know quite a lot. The reason the path of origin became popular in the past was indeed related to this matter. So, the celestial the arch is a supervillain? You can't say that, the heaven exterminating the arch said lightly, walking the path of origin. Do you really think that those people don't know there's a problem when you reach the later stage? They know. But they still couldn't resist the temptation. Who would be willing to give up? The heaven exterminating the arch shook his head. At that stage, it's not like there's no solution. Actually, there was a solution before one entered the monarch realm. The final stretch of the Tao of Origins has been severed. Fang Ping nodded. The heaven exterminating emperor chuckled. Do you think it was the 9 emperors who broke it? Fang Ping was stunned for a moment. The heaven exterminating emperor sighed and said, to become an emperor, one needs to kill a beginner martial powerhouse and absorb everything from the other party in order to become an emperor. Why was it so difficult? Because, someone actually doesn't want you to become a monarch. Fang Ping's pupils contracted slightly. Celestial Emperor? Maybe. The heaven exterminating the arch said indifferently, the heaven the arch actually gave everyone a choice. If he was the one who severed the great Tao, it would mean that he was actually hesitating and ultimately gave everyone another choice. Becoming an omnipotent expert is already sufficient to allow you to gain a foothold in the 3 dimensions and become an overlord, but, are you willing? The heaven exterminating the arch let out a self-mocking laugh. Are you satisfied? The appearance of the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors actually represented everyone's unwillingness. Since they were unwilling and insisted on leaving, then it wouldn't be considered as being schemed against. Everyone jumped in willingly. He was still considered fair as he said this at this moment. The Celestial Emperor actually tampered with the last part of the Great Tao to make it difficult for you to become an emperor. The Divine Emperor and the others had proven their Tao by killing a beginner martial arts apex powerhouse. Such a price had already proven some things. The path ahead had already been cut off, so there was no need to continue. At that time, the emperors had actually already discovered the problem. However, having reached that point, how could they be willing to give up? How could they be willing to stay in the realm of the omnipotent? Therefore, someone found a way to jump over the broken great Tao, walked behind the door, and became an emperor. The heaven exterminating emperor's words shook Fang Ping a little. The emperor said that everyone had been schemed against by the celestial emperor and became a substitute. However, the emperor did not say that the great Tao was severed by the celestial emperor. If it was really severed by the celestial emperor, then it was actually different. The celestial emperor gave them a choice and even told them not to continue on. Omnipotent experts, in that era without emperors, were already the top powerhouses. However, there were people who were unwilling to give up. If that was the case, then these people were like moths to a flame. For a moment, Fang Ping's feelings were complicated. If he put himself in the celestial emperor's shoes and realized that the path ahead was cut off, even if he knew there was danger, would he give up? Perhaps. It was also impossible, however, since he had persisted, he had to bear the consequences himself. Was it the celestial emperor's fault, or was it the 9 emperors' own fault? Fang Ping could not judge, nor could he say it. At this moment, Fang Ping could already feel his brain core melting. This was the same logic as steel melting and being cast again. Fang Ping looked at the heaven exterminating emperor and could not care about anything else. He hurriedly said, the brain core is only so big. Even if it melts into a crystal, can this little bit envelop the entire source world? It can. The heaven exterminating emperor laughed. You forgot what I said. The world in our eyes might be different. You think it's big, but it might not be. Have you ever walked out of your source world to take a look? Is the world really big? Before Fang Ping could speak, the cat muttered, it's not big, just like a marble. It's very small. Its source world was very small. Actually, Fang Ping had seen this once before. The cat's source star was different from other people's. If this fellow lost its source star in the source world, you might not even be able to find it. Fang Ping glanced at the cat and suddenly laughed evilly. Big cat, why don't I light up your brain core too and try wrapping it up? Meow? The cat raised its head and revealed a blank look. It had an adorable look on its face. In any case, it didn't understand. What were you talking about? I won't do it. How painful. Fang Ping could not help but laugh. I've succeeded. You can try. Meow. The cat lay on the ground and did not reply. It did not want to try. It was too painful. It was fine like this, there was actually no difference whether it was one or not. Fang Ping wanted to jump out of the source universe, but the cat did not feel much about it. Whether it jumped out or not, it felt the same. Fang Ping did not speak again. The next moment, he looked at the cat and Iron Head, saying, I'm going in to cast an eggshell. Both of you stay here and watch. As he said that, he took out the vitality bottle on him and threw it to Iron Head, smiling. Hold it for me first. If anything happens, let the cat kill this projection. Both of you leave this place as soon as possible. Having said that, Fang Ping was about to enter the source world. The cat said, do you want me to go with you? No need. Fang Ping refused. Once the source collapsed, although it was difficult for the cat to get lost in the source universe, he still had to be careful. He did not trust these projections very much, each of them had their own objectives. Even the heaven-exterminating emperor was not necessarily a good person. Fang Ping quickly sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and entering the source world. The chubby baby on top of his head did not enter. He continued to peeing so much that his tongue was almost sticking out. The heaven-exterminating emperor took a look and said softly, you're lucky. You actually have the help of the origin water essence. In the past, I was almost incinerated in this round. I was lucky enough to escape, but my vitality was also greatly damaged for many years. He was a little envious. If the burning was too fast, you might be burned to death before you could do anything. Now, with the help of the origin water essence, Fang Ping suppressed the intense burning. Otherwise, Fang Ping would not have the time to talk to them. The cat lay on the ground, too lazy to care about him. Iron Head looked at him for a while and asked curiously, why did you guys reincarnate? Had he really been killed by someone? I don't know how old Zhao is now. Did your original body leave behind any treasures? I heard that old Zhao went to look for the heaven-exterminating palace. The heaven-exterminating palace, the heaven-exterminating emperor said softly, the old Zhao you mentioned, can you tell me in detail? Iron Head chuckled. It's nothing much. He's just a guy who pretends to be cool. He always thinks he's the best in the world. In the end, he was beaten up by Fang Ping, then by Old Wang, and then by me. Iron Head sighed. Among the four of us, he's the weakest. He gets beaten up every day, but he still insists on challenging this and that. Every time, he's beaten half to death. For example, during the Martial Arts University's martial arts competition, he even wanted to fight with me for first place. I beat him until he cried on the spot. The heaven-exterminating emperor's gaze was slightly strange. He said softly, aren't you talking about yourself? Fool, since when could you defeat others? In the past, he challenged himself countless times but never won. Later on, in order to win once, he even wanted to ask for help from Dong Huang. In the end, it still fell through. Where did he get the courage to say he could win? Iron Head sneered. No way. My body is invincible. He can't even break through my defense. Let alone now that I've forged my jade bones, my conversion is almost complete. I should have the strength of a saint. In a few days, I'll be a heavenly king. What strength does he have? At most, he'll be a true god. If he doesn't find anything good, then he'll have the strength of a true god. I'll crush him with one finger. The heaven-exterminating emperor laughed. He did not say much. He looked at Feng Ping, who had his eyes closed, and said slowly, "Aren't you worried about him?" "Nope." Ironhead laughed. "He has never failed before, and he won't fail. Even if he can't do what he wants to do now, he'll definitely be able to do it in the future. 3 years ago, the human race was no match for the catacombs, which are the powerhouses of the land realm. We were oppressed and our country was on the verge of extinction. At that time, even our previous king was pessimistic and felt that the future of the human race was bleak. In the end, he rose. Now, the human race is the strongest force in the 3 realms. Human race, the heaven exterminating emperor murmured. Is he really considered human? Yes. Ironhead said disapprovingly. Do you think the human race is differentiated by whether they're human or not? Then you're too narrow-minded. No matter what his identity is, even if he's not human, as long as the human race recognizes him, he's a human king. Who in the 3 realms would dare to not recognize human king Feng Ping? How old are you? You can't even see through this. The heaven exterminating emperor found it interesting to chat with the reincarnation of the fool. He laughed. What about you? If you're the reincarnation of the fool, you're actually not human. Why not? Are the martial artists of the 3 realms not human from the start? Are you not human? Ironhead said disdainfully, You're not human, but I am. The same goes for the heaven exterminating emperor. Since he is, so what if I'm his reincarnation? I'm also human. The so-called immortals and Buddhas are nothing more than this. Back then, many powerhouses thought of themselves as immortals and Buddhas, looking down on all living beings and treating humans as ants. But now, all of them are dead. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are many who have broken through 8 realms. So what? Who dares to say that humans are ants? Those who dare to say it won't live to see next year. The heaven exterminating emperor was not angry. He continued, some things may be more complicated and difficult than you think. Back then, someone wanted to change everything. The result? I'm afraid it wasn't too good. The heaven exterminating emperor sank into his memories. He said in a self-deprecating tone, Reincarnation, at our level, why do we need reincarnations? To live an ignoble life? Perhaps it's just some of the essence that leaked out. With the weapons from when I was alive, with some stubbornness, I escaped the final calamity. Hence, you guys are not us. Perhaps you're descendants of the blood essence, or the essence of life. He did not recognize the existence of reincarnations. Just like how Old One did not recognize himself as a reincarnation, these extreme-grade venerable emperors were even more arrogant. If they died in battle, then they would cease to exist. Reincarnation, just treat them as the descendants of the essence. The heaven exterminating emperor did not even consider that Tai Tu was his reincarnation, because he did not think he would reincarnate. Even if he, the heaven exterminating emperor, died in battle, he would not live an ignoble life like this. The heaven exterminating emperor was the same. He only treated these people as his descendants and inherited the essence of life. Tai Tu muttered. Why do these people want to be fathers so much? Who is your descendant? Not only did the heaven exterminating emperor recognize him as his son, but this guy also wants to be his uncle. The heaven exterminating emperor did not speak to him anymore. He looked at the azure cat and chuckled. Back then, I thought your future was limited and that you were not as good as the heavenly hound. But now, it seems I have underestimated you. Dumb cats have dumb luck. After persevering for tens of thousands of years, it's time to reap the rewards. What a surprise! 30,000 years ago, when he met the azure cat, he said it was not as good as the heavenly hound. Many years later, when they met again, the azure cat had broken 7. The heaven exterminating emperor broke 7. The heaven exterminating emperor saw something. The azure cat had walked its own unique path. The heavenly hound might be stronger than the azure cat, but it might not be a good thing for the heavenly hound to walk too deep on the Tao of origin. The azure cat yawned and rested its head on the cattail hassock. It said weakly, You're the dumb one. Experts should die first. Look at you, you're dead. I sleep, I eat, I sleep, I'm so happy. I've tasted all the delicacies in the 3 realms. Have you? The azure cat looked at him disdainfully. Ignorant. The heaven exterminating emperor was taken aback. He smiled and shook his head. Then, he said softly, You be careful too. The world behind the door has some flaws. You and the Heavenly Hound are probably left behind by the Heaven-exterminating Emperor to make up for these flaws. The Azure Cat, the Heavenly Hound, came from the heaven, so it belongs to the heaven. The Heaven-exterminating Emperor lamented, all living beings in the three realms are in trouble. You won't be able to eat, sleep, and eat all the time. The Azure Cat yawned and squinted its eyes. It said lazily, I don't care. Let the swindlers beat them to death. I'm smart. I've invested in so many people. I've also invested in the fake emperor. Same for that old man, in the future, they'll fight. I'll just drink some drinks, eat some grilled fish, and cheer them on. The Heaven-exterminating Emperor was speechless. Ironhead chuckled and continued to strike up a conversation. He wanted to see if he could get some benefits for old Yao. They were talking. Fang Ping, on the other hand, walked out of his source world. The source body was slightly overflowing, but it was not fast. It was his first time observing his source world so directly. It did not look small. From the previous white ribbon shape, it was now turning into a sphere. The brain nucleus had melted a little. Fang Ping stood outside the sphere and was silent for a while. Suddenly, he stretched out his hand and waved. A crystal-clear stream of water surged toward him. This was the substance after the brain nucleus had melted. Cast an eggshell, actually, it was putting the source world into the brain nucleus and the brain nucleus into his body. From there, he would complete the true unification. Fang Ping did not know if he would be able to transcend the source universe in the future if he succeeded in this step. But he wanted to try. The more he understood, the more he felt that the waters of the source were too deep. The 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, including the Heavenly Emperor, were all scheming against the source path. If he wanted to avoid these, he could only transcend the source. The brain nucleus kept melting. The melted liquid was smeared by Fang Ping bit by bit. It solidified quickly and created a shell. Fang Ping tried it bit by bit, casting it bit by bit. He was very patient, even though he was in unbearable pain now. Fang Ping did not care about it. Melt, smear, cast, gradually, a round shell began to form. Fang Ping's source world was gradually enveloped. Following the successful creation of his shell, the source world gradually underwent some changes. Everything that was previously illusory, including the city and the human silhouettes, began to shake. Shake, shake, it was like the arrival of a natural disaster. Fang Ping did not care and continued to cast. As time passed, the shaking ground stopped shaking and the city stopped shaking. The city became clearer and clearer. When Fang Ping was forging near a Taoist ran through his source world. At this moment, Fang Ping glanced at the source world and burst out laughing. At this moment, his source world seemed too much like an object. Lollipop, yes, lollipops. There was a tube connected to the origin universe. Fang Ping looked at it for a while, then ignored it and continued to forge. The brain nucleus had not completely melted yet, so he continued to smear and thicken it. At that moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. Only a little bit of the brain had yet to melt. This was also the most dangerous moment. Once it completely melted, he would die, as the Heaven-exterminating Emperor had said. Now that things had come to this, Fang Ping had no other choice. Gritting his teeth, Fang Ping let out a low chuckle. Then I'll melt it completely. From now on, I'll have no brain core, only this lollipop. I hope it won't disappoint me. If I die. Old Zhang, good luck to you. Rumble, a boom rang out, and heaven and earth split apart. At this moment, within the source world, the sun suddenly disappeared, and the world was plunged into darkness. Outside the origin world, Fang Ping quickly entered the origin world. Rumble, swaying, vibrating. Fang Ping's origin body was constantly overflowing. At this moment, the 4 fat babies flew over, and peed on Fang Ping's origin body together. Fang Ping endured the disorientation and pain of disintegration, smiling. If it disintegrates, the few of you, get out as soon as possible and look for Cat or Ironhead. Yeah. The 4 fat babies were anxious too. Very soon, the 4 fat babies suddenly flew away. In the blink of an eye, the 4 babies came back carrying a lake. Origin water, this was also their foundation. Splash. The lake water poured toward Fang Ping's origin body. At the same time, in the outside world, above Fang Ping's head, a dazzling light erupted. He was about to forge the skull successfully. Previously, Fang Ping was recasting the skull, but he accidentally ignited the brain nucleus. Now, as the brain nucleus was being recast, the skull was also being recast rapidly. Cat was no longer lying down. He stood up, turning around and shouting, "Big idiot, quickly transfer vitality." Ironhead was not in the mood to care about this. He hurriedly took out the small bottle that Fang Ping gave him, pouring out a large amount of vitality, and began to help Fang Ping recast the skull. Bang, flesh and blood exploded. At this moment, a crystal-like skeleton appeared. It quickly connected into one, glowing with a jade color. It had not reached the jade bone realm yet. Previously, Fang Ping was only recasting the bones, not directly forging the jade bones. At this time, as all the bones were successfully recast, Fang Ping was also approaching the jade bone realm. Beside him, Heaven Exterminating Emperor suddenly said, "Fang Ping, quickly transfer the new brain nucleus into the skull, forging the jade bones together, forging the jade body as one." These words were transmitted directly to Fang Ping's origin world. At this moment, a crystal ball suddenly appeared in the void. There was no Dao on the crystal ball, but there was an obvious small hole. That was the entrance of the Dao to the origin universe. The crystal ball quickly burrowed into the skull. When the crystal ball stabilized in the skull, suddenly, Fang Ping's bones suddenly erupted with a strong light, blinding, powerful. Ironhead looked surprised. This was much bigger than when he was forging the jade bones. Ironhead dared not delay, continuing to pour vitality. This time, the absorption of vitality was frighteningly fast. Fang Ping previously took 600 small fish, intending to leave half for old Zhang to forge the jade bones. However, this time, the consumption was extremely fast. Especially the brain, the vitality absorbed was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the vitality in the small bottle was actually about to be depleted. Just when Ironhead was slightly nervous, suddenly, a loud bang was heard. In the next moment, a jade skeleton was reflected in his eyes. The skeleton stood up, its eyes glowing with divine light. The divine light exploded with a bang, sending Ironhead flying directly. At this moment, Ironhead did not care about this, but he felt a little inferior. Why did this fellow Fang Ping's bones feel a little brighter than his? He was still very bright before. Why did he look a little dim now? Damn, they were both forging the jade bones. This fellow just had to be different from him. What a show-off. Ha ha ha. Right at this moment, the snow-white skeleton let out a hearty laugh. The laughter was a little savage, a little arrogant. Success. Today, I will forge the golden body again. No, the jade body. Fang Ping growled. He wanted to forge the strongest physical body that belonged to him today. Flesh rebirth, the golden body technique activated. Today, Fang Ping started everything anew. His bones were reforged. His flesh was reforged. His brain core returned to one. It could be said that the current Fang Ping was truly complete. Flawless golden body. Of course, there were still some flaws. The black hole on his brain core was still connected to the origin universe. Otherwise, Fang Ping could be regarded as a beginner martial artist, a top-notch powerhouse even among beginner martial artists. His golden body was being forged. In the blink of an eye, Fang Ping returned to his original appearance. At this moment, the golden glow was becoming more and more dazzling. This time, he did not use imperishable substances, but vitality. There might be some problems with the vitality here, but at this stage, Fang Ping would, of course, choose the one with the least problems. The vitality here should be the seed's vitality. The energy of the three realms originated from the seed. If even the seed's energy could not be used, then the martial artists of the three realms were actually puppets. Compared to the system's power, Fang Ping was more willing to use this popular power. The vitality equivalent to 600 small fishes was absorbed by Fang Ping. Now, there was not much left. But Fang Ping did not stop. He was still forging his golden body. There were 9 refinements for the golden body, and there was even a jade body. It seemed like no one had forged their flesh to that realm. This time, Fang Ping's harvest was really great. Rumble. The rumble sounded like thunder. That was the harmony between Fang Ping's flesh and bones. At this moment, Fang Ping grabbed Iron Head and laughed. You forge your flesh too. Don't always make yourself look like a skeleton. As soon as he said that, Iron Head's flesh appeared. Fang Ping looked at the remaining vitality and laughed. Then I'll use it all. I'll think of something for old Zhang. Iron Head did not even have the time to speak. In this short period of time, his flesh was honed again and again. Fang Ping pressed him down forcefully, forcing the honing. Iron Head was in so much pain that he wanted to cut someone. This bastard, I see that you have a good time forging. Why is it so painful to forge my flesh? Again and again, he tempered it. Fang Ping did not know how long it lasted. A rumble exploded. Fang Ping's golden body flickered, glowing a faint jade color. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original appearance, with flesh color. At this moment, Iron Head's honing was completed. Iron Head, who had regained his flesh, could not care less about himself. He looked at the increasingly handsome Fang Ping and clicked his tongue. Did you do plastic surgery on purpose? The more one looked at Fang Ping, the more attractive he seemed, and the more handsome he looked. This guy was just average in the past. Fang Ping glanced at him, too lazy to bother with him. At his level, he had a leakless golden body, and his skin was like clear jade. With good skin, no matter how ugly he looked, he wouldn't look too bad. Besides, he wasn't ugly to begin with. Add to that the fact that he was a martial artist, his body was well proportioned, and his aura was extraordinary. At that moment, Fang Ping felt that he was extremely handsome. Ignoring Iron Head, Fang Ping looked at his own data, thinking about something. Wealth, 250 billion points vitality, 4,200,000 calories? Converting, spirit, 44,000 Hz, 44,000 Hz, force, 50 yuan, 1 yuan equals 20,000 calories, jade bones, 99%, with qualitative change of chi and blood, source world, 970 meters battle technique, god slaying sword technique, plus 15%, origin Dao, plus 160%, fake Dao, power control, 97%, ultimate outburst, 13,871,000 calories per 14,300,000 calories, jade bones aren't 100%. Fang Ping was a little surprised. He could not help but think of the problem with the brain nucleus. If that was the case, the three realms actually did not have true jade bones, no, or rather, there were no truly perfect jade bone powerhouses, even Fang Ping could not reach 100%. If that was the case, the brain nucleus had to be perfectly integrated to be considered 100% jade bone. After forging jade bones, although it was only 99%, it was already undergoing qualitative change of chi and blood. Fang Ping's vitality upper limit was now a question mark. Obviously, it was still in the process of transformation. Fang Ping's gaze changed. His vitality was already as high as 4 million calories before, but after converting part of the force, it should be lower than 4 million calories. Now, in the blink of an eye, it had reached 2 million calories. After the qualitative change, could it reach 8 million cal? If it could, it would be terrifying. If I can reach 8 million calories, and it's the current increment of fake Dao, then wouldn't the limit be around 25 million calories? Origin power was also converted from blood and chi energy. 50 force would be equivalent to the strength of 1 million calories vitality. The normalization method allowed Fang Ping to achieve the coexistence of force and vitality force. In reality, Fang Ping's current basic vitality was already as high as 2 million calories. And it was still strengthening. After forging jade bones, Fang Ping's strength was strong. He could not complete the qualitative change of vitality so quickly. Just like the old cat, after it had forged jade bones, it could not reach its peak so quickly. The source world's diameter is 970 meters. It's almost there. Fang Ping finally showed some joy on his face. Moreover, things like vitality and force were only on the surface. His bones were strong, his flesh strong. If he encountered someone whose explosive power was similar to his, Fang Ping could completely withstand it. If he unleashed his full strength, the other party would definitely not be a match for him. Fang Ping was considered a true all-rounder powerhouse. Today's powerhouses, more or less, were slightly biased. Right now, I'm afraid my outburst has exceeded 14 million calories. Literally speaking, Fang Ping's outburst had not reached 14 million yet, but Fang Ping felt that he could do it. Before continuing to convert force, Fang Ping could actually achieve an outburst of 14 million calories. He was not far from peak breakthrough 7. When the vitality conversion is complete, I'll convert all my strength into force. When that time comes, I'll be even stronger. Fang Ping's thoughts turned and he sighed. This time in the arcane realm, he had almost completed the few goals that he had set previously, except for the source world. As long as the source world reached 1,000 meters, if he underwent another qualitative change, then all of his plans would be completed. It's a pity that I've used up most of my vitality. Old Zhang and the others are gone. Also, I can't carry out the clone plan anymore. There are 3 more stages left. Only 3 more stages left. Fang Ping could not wait to meet King Zhen now. If he snatched the Kunwang seal from King Zhen, then all of his previous plans could be completed. Damn it, where is that bastard? Fang Ping cursed in his heart. If the last Heavenly King seal could allow his source world to complete a transformation, Fang Ping felt that he would be terrifyingly strong. Maybe he could break 9, however, Fang Ping quickly shook his head. It should not be possible. Because at that time, his Dao might collapse. A saint-level Dao might not be able to support such a powerful source unless it was a more powerful Heavenly King Dao. Even a Heavenly King Dao that broke 6 might not be able to do it. Fang Ping realized that as his vitality changed and his physique became stronger, his Dao was actually collapsing bit by bit. His physique was suppressing the source world. This time, Fang Ping finally experienced the situation that the beginner martial artists were talking about. A strong physique and strong mentality would really suppress the source world. Fang Ping's physique had already surpassed some powerhouses that broke 8 or even 9, his physique had completely reached the Heavenly King stage and was still strengthening. While Fang Ping was observing himself, Heaven Exterminating the Arch was also looking at him. After sensing Fang Ping's current situation, Heaven Exterminating the Arch suddenly sighed. Very strong, even stronger than me in the past. At least, when I broke 7 levels, my physique and bones were not as strong as yours. Fang Ping rolled his eyes. Nonsense, you are a mentality cultivator and you want to compete with me? Heaven Exterminating the Arch continued, even the most outstanding Zhan might not be able to match up to you in the same realm and level. Fang Ping laughed this time. Brother Exterminating the Arch, you are too kind. However, Heaven Exterminating the Arch shook his head again. Even so, it will be difficult for you to break out of this cage and escape from everything. Fang Ping was relaxed now. He sat down and smiled. Brother Exterminating the Arch, how about we talk about the new product? Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed. Actually, there is nothing much to say. Some things are just guesses. As a chess piece, I have never seen the person behind the scenes. Even I am not sure if I am a chess piece. Just say it in simple terms. Heaven Exterminating the Arch thought for a while and said slowly, some of the energy you used previously, including some mentality produced when your brain core was burned, I am somewhat familiar with it. Familiar? Yes. Heaven Exterminating the Arch seemed to be thinking about something. After a while, he said self-deprecatingly, I can't even judge my own strength. However, when you burned, I am indeed somewhat familiar with some of the overflowing energy produced. This is the benefit of having a strong spiritual consciousness. I can investigate some things from the source. You, sigh. Fang Ping's eyes flickered slightly. He quickly condensed some imperishable substance. The imperishable substance started burning on his hand, but it could not harm his skin. Heaven Exterminating the Arch closed his eyes and began sensing carefully. After a long time, Heaven Exterminating the Arch shook his head. It is extremely weak. I can't sense it clearly. This energy has been processed by someone. Moreover, it is not my own energy, so I can't sense it too clearly. I can only see that it is a destructive energy without a source. Are you trying to ask if this is the energy of a fool? When Heaven Exterminating the Arch said that, Fang Ping had already made this judgment. He nodded and said, that's right. I want to know if the destructive energy belongs to Celestial Emperor Badian? As for the spiritual consciousness energy, is it yours? Vitality energy, is it Celestial Emperor Zhan? Having said that, Fang Ping condensed vitality energy and mentality again and started burning. Not only that, he also condensed origin chi. He said in a low voice, this origin chi might not be anyone's energy. It should be from the source universe. Does this mean that someone is extracting the energy from the source universe? How many people can do this? Heaven Exterminating the Arch said that when Fang Ping burned his brain core, he actually felt some weak energy that belonged to him. This news was shocking. It was even shocking. Fang Ping asked a few questions consecutively. He looked at the old cat again and said in a low voice, Big cat, in the past, you said that my strength was stolen and that it was ownerless. Now, can you remember something? The cat looked up, confused. He thought hard and said pitifully, maybe I sensed their energy? Pointing his paw at Heaven Exterminating the Arch, the cat said uncertainly, anyway, when I first saw you, I knew that the energy didn't belong to you. It belongs to someone else. It's ownerless, because it doesn't have the aura of the origin of life. Heaven Exterminating the Arch sighed. It's ownerless. Even I can't distinguish this energy now. It is indeed ownerless energy. However, you have to understand that vitality energy, spiritual consciousness energy, and destructive energy are not natural energies. They are cultivated. These energies were not natural and did not exist in the natural world. All power came from cultivation. However, Fang Ping's system provided him with these energies. Obviously, this power had been refined by some people. Who cultivated them? At this moment, the few of them had an answer. Fang Ping looked at Heaven Exterminating the Arch. Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed at himself. When he saw Fang Ping, he said, maybe they are all dead. Yes, dead. Because, the energy might be theirs, his mentality, Heaven Exterminating Thearka's vitality energy, and Heaven Exterminating Thearka's destructive energy. They were all dead. After they died, someone took away their energy, purified it, and provided it to Fang Ping. The few of them had the same thought. Heaven Exterminating the Arch felt even more bitter. Test subjects, Fang Ping, a new product, this was his guess, they were considered failures, so someone killed them and started forging new products. And Fang Ping was this new product. Fang Ping's expression darkened, it was terrifying, it was indeed terrifying. In the past, he had guessed that the system might be a product of the Emperor. Later, he thought it might be a product of the Celestial Emperor. Now, he did not know. He was lost. He had killed 3 Supreme Tao Emperors. How did the 3 Supreme Emperors die? Who killed them? The murderer might be the real owner of the system. What a terrifying thing, what a shocking thing. One could imagine how powerful this person was to be able to kill 3 Supreme Emperors. What was he trying to do? Heaven Exterminating the Arch saw him frown and suddenly chuckled. Maybe it's a good thing. Everything is just a guess, but since it's just a guess, this person is so powerful that even our real bodies are no match for him. We are all failures, that means that this person will not harvest now. Maybe, when you become an emperor, it will be time for him to harvest. Because the 3 Supreme Emperors are all failures, what could be more powerful and satisfying than 3 Supreme Emperors? Emperor, gathering the strongest of the 3 and becoming an emperor might be his goal. This should be a good thing, shouldn't it? Fang Ping licked his lips and asked, do you have any suspects? Divine Emperor, Dong Huang, Celestial Emperor, Sun God, Heaven Exterminating the Arch named 5 people, the same names given by the Emperor that day. He said softly, these 5 people are the most ancient, the most mysterious. Dong Huang counts too? Fang Ping asked. Was Dong Huang also one of these possible people? Yes. Heaven Exterminating the Arch said softly, the reason why I'm guessing these people is not a wild guess. Dong Huang taught Zhan and has a close relationship with Silly Guy. The two of them knew each other before they became Taoists. Silly Guy walked the physique extreme Tao and was actually influenced by him. The martial artists who influenced us to walk the extreme Tao are all suspicious. Heaven Exterminating the Arch looked at Iron Head, smiled, and said, in the past, of all the Taoists in the world, people like us chose one and moved forward. We have our own ideas and some other powerhouses influenced us. The 5 people I mentioned have a certain influence on us. The person who influenced them to walk the extreme Tao might be the mastermind behind it. 5 people. Sun God is not as famous as the other 4. Just as Fang Ping said this, Heaven Exterminating the Arch shook his head and said, it's not about fame. Among the 9 sovereigns and 4 emperors, at least 5 of them have been taught by Sun God. What he is good at? I don't know. What do you mean? Beginners are usually good at one Dao. What is Sun God good at? Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed and said, no one knows. Because he is good at every Dao. The disciple he taught, Zhen, is good at many Daos, but his spiritual consciousness Dao is slightly weaker. However, Zhen's younger brother, King Jing, is not weak in the spiritual consciousness Dao. This should be influenced by him. If that's the case, Sun God might not have shown his true strength. Fang Ping asked no more. Actually, there was nothing more to ask. Now, a lot of things were clear. He had indeed been used as a pawn by someone. He could be said to be a new product of the mastermind after the 3 emperors failed. He was deducing from the extreme Dao again, trying to create an omnipotent emperor of the extreme Dao. Fang Ping suddenly sneered and said, now I understand. Alright, I know all these. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed and said, actually, there's nothing more to say. You know what you need to know. If you don't know, then we don't know either. Maybe the real body knows, but the real body is most likely dead. But, he looked at Ironhead and laughed. Even if the few of us die, we won't admit defeat like this. Maybe, there are still some imprints between heaven and earth. You guys don't have to worry about anything, maybe we still have the power for one last attack. You guys are the weapon legacies that unleash the power of this attack. Because I realized that all of you have descended with the strongest weapons we had when we were alive. Maybe this is a sign. We might have left something in the 3 realms. At the last moment. I look forward to fighting with all of you. He said it calmly. It was a little sad, but not sad. He chatted with Ironhead for a while. He felt that even if the few of them died, they might still have left something behind. Weapon legacies, according to his habits, if he really died in battle, unless there was no hope, he would not admit defeat even if his weapon was broken. He did not break his God-exterminating spear, this meant that he might have left his hope to the future. Hold the spear, kill, not only him, Zhan and Ba did not break their divine weapons. This was not their style. Such a strange legacy, perhaps the real body had other motives and ideas. The biggest possibility was that he had left behind his strongest attack and did not use it. Ironhead licked his lips and asked, you mean, you guys still have power left in the 3 realms that can unleash power beyond the limit? Maybe, I'm not sure. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch laughed. You guys need to find it and open it yourselves. If you are not strong enough, you might not have triggered all of this. Because we have all been defeated, without strength, the legacies are useless. Understood. Ironhead exhaled. He also felt that the 3 of them might have really died. The complete legacy of the weapon was definitely not right. There's nothing else for me to do. You guys can pass. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch had nothing more to say. But when he was about to teleport them, he suddenly said, although the Emperor God is suspicious, he might not be the one. If it was him, the Dao Tree would not have come here. Of course, everything is hard to confirm. You guys go and see for yourselves. Other than the 5 of them, it's not impossible for others. Even, the Heaven Exterminating the Arch suddenly grinned, revealing his snow-white teeth. Even if we did it ourselves. The 3 emperors worked together to fake their deaths and set up this game of chess. It's not impossible. Fang Ping's heart skipped a beat. There was no time to ask. Space-time rotated, and in the blink of an eye, they disappeared from this level. The 10th level was broken. Fang Ping and the others disappeared. The Heaven Exterminating the Arch was like a fossil, sitting on the stone platform, motionless. After a long time, he suddenly opened his eyes and looked forward. A middle-aged man came through the air. The middle-aged man strolled leisurely, hands behind his back, chuckling. Long time no see, exterminating. It's you. It's me. The Heaven Exterminating Thearch's gaze changed. What are you doing here? To break through and reminisce. Nothing to reminisce about. Exterminating, do you also think that I was the one who attacked you? Among the three emperors, you are the most rational and shrewd. If it was really me, I wouldn't have come here today to reminisce with you guys. The heaven exterminating the arch was indifferent, putting on an act to divert attention. What a petty trick. The middle-aged man sighed. Sovereign, extreme, transcendence, friends, disciples, fellow Taoists of the past. Now, they have all gone their separate ways. What a pity, what a pity. The heaven exterminating the arch said nothing. After a while, he said coldly, if you break through, this source world will be enough to pass. The middle-aged man sat opposite him and smiled. There's no hurry. While no one is here, have a cup of tea. Oh right, did Fang Ping and the rest just pass? No comment. Even if you don't say, I can still sense the aura. The middle-aged man took out a teapot and a teacup. As he poured tea, he smiled. Say, is the formation of this place man-made or not? Fang Ping and the rest will receive some gifts here. Is it a seed to save itself? You also know that some of us have been eyeing the seeds. The source of power of the three realms may not have any intelligence, but it should still have instincts. Do you think that it is trying to save itself? That's why this place was formed, so that the people who can save it can obtain some opportunities? Don't you know? The heaven exterminating the arch said indifferently, do you still need to ask me? I don't know, that's why I'm here. The middle-aged man sipped his tea and pondered. I feel that something is wrong with G. He might be involved. I didn't go to spirit. There's something wrong with the teleportation passageway. There are many people involved in this place. Those who have entered now might not know anything. You're trying to cover it up. The heaven exterminating the arch said coldly, there's no need for that. I've fallen long ago. All that's left is some memories. When this place is destroyed, we will naturally return to dust. Why do you need to lie to us? You, the middle-aged man sighed. You're not as pure as you used to be. I thought that idiot could still talk to you. Who knew that he'd severed his memories? Now, all that's left is martial arts and combat techniques. His memories are gone, there are fewer and fewer old friends that I can talk to. The look in heaven exterminating Thearch's eyes changed. There was an inexplicable sadness in them. Then, he laughed heartily. That's good too. No memories, no worries. Sometimes, this idiot is more carefree than me and John. Yes, it's a pity for this old friend. The middle-aged man raised his cup and drank a cup of tea. He stood up. I'm leaving. Perhaps we'll meet again. Perhaps, we'll never meet again. The heaven exterminating the arch was silent. He also drank a cup of tea. The passageway opened. The middle-aged man stepped into it. Before he left, he suddenly said in a low voice, perhaps I can help you be reborn. Gather your origin and find an origin reincarnation. Live again and fight alongside me. The heaven exterminating the arch looked at his back and was speechless for a long time. When he was about to disappear, he said softly, I, exterminating, will only fight for one lifetime. This lifetime will only be exterminated. Sigh. The sigh echoed. He had already disappeared. The heaven exterminating the arch, none of the three great emperors chose to fight again. Sad, lamentable, respectable, the middle-aged man felt a sense of loss. The death of the three emperors was the regret of the three realms. P.S. Only 2 chapters left. This is the longest I've ever written. I've written more than 300,000 words. It's too tiring to write a single chapter. I need to make some adjustments before continuing. Please forgive me, brothers. End of chapter 1337. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.